Chapter 1. Awakening. A throbbing pain coursed through his head. As a myriad of chaotic and inexplicable memories surged forth, Reynolds abruptly opened his eyes, the veins on his forehead pulsing, fine beads of sweat trickling down. Minutes later, the memories coalesced into clarity. This is my past lives recollection. Reynolds felt a mixture of astonishment and delight. The enhancement of knowledge and perspectives might just provide a solution to his current plight. At that moment, two glittering golden characters appeared in his mind. Teleportation. Could it be my golden finger? Reynolds was beside himself with joy. How could an ordinary person like him not be? Even if one remembers the trajectory of the plot, the narrative remains profoundly different when penned by various authors. He is not akin to those transmigrators equipped with extraordinary intellects, capable of recalling thousands of novels and billions of words, claiming to remember everything and to replicate it effortlessly. I find myself in quite a predicament. It seems I can only rely on a stroke of fortune for my first pot of gold. I wonder where it will transport me. Resolute in his decision, Reno staggered to his feet. His stomach growled with hunger, having fallen into despair since last night. He had not eaten for half a day. The low blood sugar caused his vision to blur, nearly causing him to collapse. "Arno, you're awake," spoke a figure lying amidst the haystack. This individual, known as Big Mouth, was 15 years old, his true name shrouded in mystery. He was the eldest and the strongest among their group, undoubtedly taking on the role of leader. His appearance was simple, with a dark complexion, and he fought fiercely, earning the title of the local champion among the children. At this moment, his face bore the marks of a recent altercation, bruises mottling his skin in a rather pitiful manner, mirroring the state of the others. "Big Mouth, did we lose the fight?" Reno inquired. "No, we won," Big Mouth replied with a grimace that masked his pain. "Though we are battered, the slant-eyed fellows are in even worse shape. The trash bins behind the Peace restaurant still belong to us." Rena's expression remained stoic, unsure of where to begin voicing his frustrations. Big Mouth, almost forgetting, recalled that the cause of their brawl was the control over 3 trash bins. Tragically, these bins represented the primary source of sustenance for their group of 25 children. These children adhered to a moral code, eschewing theft and deceit to avoid dire consequences. Their main occupation was begging, with scavenging as a secondary pursuit, the most perilous being snatching food from the mouths of cats and dogs. Such violent altercations were exceedingly rare. Yet, with adversaries encroaching, they had no choice but to fight. Otherwise, the harshness of winter would inevitably lead to starvation for some 2 children, who had remained outside, entered upon hearing the commotion. They were mere 7 or 8 years old, their gaunt faces indicating malnourishment. "Dirty little girls," one exclaimed joyfully. "Big Mouth, Arno, you're awake. They'll fetch you something to eat." Reno responded softly. Following her outside, beyond the door lay an open space, encircled by haphazard wooden materials, forming a makeshift yard. Surrounding them were impoverished dwellings, some collapsed and abandoned. This area served as a dumping ground on the outskirts of the eastern city. Incinerated annually, the stench was unbearable, deterring all but the most destitute from residing here, making it a slum within a slum. Yet, it was precisely this dire circumstance that provided a refuge for these homeless children. Reno reflected on the world's Bacterpan intersection of East and West, a realm of extraordinary conflict, vast in scale, at least 10 times that of his former Earth. Monstrous creatures roamed the seas, the weather was unpredictable, and danger lurked everywhere, leaving approximately 70% of the territory unexplored. An extraordinary world indeed. Thus, my aspiration shall be to attain the extraordinary. Reno silently resolved to pursue this goal. To be extraordinary not only signified immense strength, but also a dramatic extension of life and a shift in social standing. In this world, those who were extraordinary were revered above all, easily finding favor with any nation or faction, thus enjoying bountiful rewards. "Brother Arno, eat," Lynn Sheener, one of the 2 little girls, said as she brought over a wooden platter. It held a haphazard assortment of food: potatoes bearing teeth marks, chicken bones with remnants of meat, and vegetables riddled with insects, clearly leftovers from someone else's meal. Beside her, another girl named Xiaohong swallowed hard, carrying another plate towards the mouth of the hungry boy. Reno accepted the plate and sat at the doorway, his expression one of disdain. Yet he had no choice but to eat. Had it not been for the fierce battle the previous night, he would not have been afforded such a meal today. The current fare was markedly better than usual, which typically consisted of harmless insects, thin porridge made from leftover rice, and decayed vegetables scavenged from the market. He finished his meal by hand, his hunger somewhat alleviated. He then ventured to the nearby woodshed, where he found a rusty hatchet, and in the kitchen, a fruit knife. Grasping both blades, he proceeded to a discreet corner behind the house, his mind focused, and he vanished from sight in an instant. It was not that he wished to be unprepared as a street child. He lacked access to armor and firearms, and possessing 2 knives for self-defense was already a considerable advantage. Chapter 2. Cap boom. Reno plummeted from the sky, devoid of any clothing, crashing into the sea and creating a vast splash. Fortunately, he fell from a height of only 7 or 8 meters, within a tolerable range, and emerged unscathed. What the hell? Reno kicked fiercely, breaking through the water's surface, his expression one of utter bewilderment, compounded by an overwhelming sense of fatigue that made him drowsy. As he surveyed his surroundings, he beheld an endless expanse where the sea met the sky, gentle waves lapping at his chin at noon. Sunlight beamed down upon the water's surface, creating a shimmering dance of light. Just then, the system activated, and a neutral mechanical voice resonated within his mind. Consequently, a page displaying his character attributes materialized. Strength, 0.5. Physique, 0.6. Agility, 0.7. Spirit, 25.05. Fan value 1. A stream of information inexplicably surfaced. Teleportation consumed spiritual energy, fluctuating with his capabilities. For instance, this time, it drained 2 points of spirit, making an immediate return impossible due to insufficient energy. The 4 attributes represented his current capabilities for a normal adult male. The baseline is 1. Aside from his extraordinary spirit, his other 3 attributes were rather feeble. The upper limit for these attributes is 100 points, benchmark against the strongest beings in the current world. For example, if someone possesses 100 points in strength, reaching that threshold would make him comparable to that individual. Similarly, if someone achieves 100 points in physique, they would match that person's resilience. Lastly, the fan value could be utilized to enhance attributes or skills. Below 10 points, increasing an attribute by 1 requires just 1 fan value. From 10 to 20 points, it takes 10 fan values. From 20 to 30, it requires 100 fan values, and so forth. Without hesitation, Reno allocated 1 fan value to his spirit. Otherwise, he feared he would faint at any moment. A refreshing sensation coursed through his mind, invigorating him instantly. Damn it! I lack the spirit to return. Am I destined to perish in the sea? Where on earth have I been transported? With my stamina, I can only last half an hour at most before I succumb. He ran his hand over his bare, slick body, his expression darkening during the process of teleportation. He found himself unable to bring anything with him, not even a solitary pair of undergarments. Should he encounter any perilous creatures, he would be left to await his demise, a predicament Rayner lamented silently. With no alternative at hand, he resolved to devise a means to survive. He pondered quietly, gently moving his limbs to remain stationary, striving to conserve his energy. In the vast expanse of the ocean, wandering aimlessly without direction would be tantamount to courting death at last. A spark of inspiration struck him. He reclined upon the water's surface, utilizing his body as a buoyancy aid to float. Fortunately, the sea was relatively calm at that moment. Otherwise, executing this maneuver would have been unfeasible. After lying still for a while, his eyelids grew increasingly heavy, and he gradually succumbed to slumber. After an indeterminate period, the sound of distant laughter roused him from his sleep. Turning his gaze, Rayner beheld a sailing ship bravely navigating the waves. A surge of joy enveloped him as he fervently waved his arms and shouted, "Over here! Help! Save me!" The vessel seemed to have spotted him as it altered its course and approached. The insignia on that sail appears somewhat familiar. Rayner mused as the ship drew nearer, a sense of suspicion creeping into his mind. As it approached, he was taken aback by the sight of an elderly man at the bow of the ship. That visage, adorned with a dog-headed cap and indulging in a donut, while nonchalantly picking his nose, though not identical, it is utterly unmistakable. It is none other than Vice Admiral Garp. Even in ashes, I would recognize you. Rayner was left in a state of bewilderment. He had inadvertently been transported into the world of One Piece. Could it be connected to the game he had played in his previous life? At that time, the company had released a mobile game themed around One Piece, and, as a programmer involved in its development, he had been engrossed in playing it on his way home, when a sudden lightning strike had felled him. In truth, over 20,000 individuals worldwide fall victim to lightning each year. It is not an uncommon occurrence, and he was merely one of the unfortunate souls. Lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, the ship had reached his side, and a rope ladder was lowered. Rayner climbed aboard, clutching his modesty as he stepped onto the deck. Garp's robust figure appeared before him. His head bowed as he spoke. Rayner was left perplexed, internally cursing, "Damn system. No translation." The system's real-time voice chimed in, language loading complete. Though a flicker of joy surged within him, Rayner couldn't help but scoff. "I bet you just remembered that. Hey kid, are you in any trouble?" Garp inquired. With the language processed, Rayner recalled Garp's initial question, asking who he was and why he was adrift at sea. Thus, he replied, "My name is Rayner. I am an orphan." I intended to travel on a passenger ship to enlist in the army, but midway through, we were beset by pirates who robbed us of everything, and I was stripped and cast into the ocean. Oh, Garp took a bite of his donut. You wish to join the Navy? Indeed, Raynor affirmed with a nod, gazing at the emaciated figure of Raynor. Garp fell silent for a moment, placing a hand atop Raynor's head. Kid, being a member of the Navy is no child's play. Are you prepared for the reality of death? I would willingly tread through fire and water. Do you truly believe that? Yes, what is your conviction? To eradicate all pirates and transform the world into a peaceful and beautiful place. Ha ha ha. Youngster, commendable conviction, reminiscent of the fiery Akainu. I hope you can steadfastly uphold it. Yes. Vice Admiral Garp, I shall resolutely implement my sense of justice. You know me, young one. Vice Admiral Garp is a legendary hero of the Navy. I have admired you since my childhood. My reverence for you is as boundless as the tumultuous ocean, relentless and unyielding, akin to the cataclysm of the Red Land. Ha ha ha. Youngster, your flattery is thunderous and amusing. The collapse of the Red Land, however, is no trivial matter. Garp chuckled heartily while ruffling Raynor's hair. Then, what about the collapse of Mariewa? Raynor ventured to inquire beside them. The aide Bogart frowned. Youngster, what are you insinuating? Speak not such reckless words. He glanced around, wary of any spies planted by the world government with a hero of the Navy like Garp. It was inevitable that government spies were lurking nearby. It was an unspoken understanding among them. Youngster, I promise you, from this day forth, you shall be an intern at the G3 base of the Navy. Garp declared. Thank you, Vice Admiral Garp, Raynor said, saluting with one hand while clutching his bird with the other. Bogart, procure a uniform for young Raynor, Garp instructed before sauntering away with a donut in hand. Follow me. Raynor. Before long, Raynor found himself clad in an oversized military uniform, awkwardly rolling up the cuffs and pant legs. He was then escorted to the dining hall, where he indulged in a lavish feast. Never before had he imagined such an abundance of delectable meats, and with no limits on consumption. He also grasped the current calendar year, the year 1515 of the Sea Circle calendar, 5 years prior to Luffy's departure from the Sea. Chapter 3. Enlistment. A flawless beginning. Raynor mused, thoroughly pleased with his situation. Biting into a roast as large as his head, he contemplated how to amass fan value. While prestige could be somewhat easily acquired through fame and esteem, garnering fans was an entirely different endeavor. It necessitated a positive public perception. Despite the plethora of streamers in his previous life boasting hundreds of thousands or even millions of followers, many merely found their content entertaining and followed out of convenience, not genuine fanhood. Moreover, there were those who reveled in watching their misfortunes, such as a continuously unsuccessful female streamer in her quest for romance. Progressing further, one could attract detractors, intent on undermining your reputation and character. It must be a gradual process. I refuse to believe that a streamer begging in a beautiful land could have fans while I cannot. In essence, it hinged on visibility and remarkable talent. Let's stir things up. Raynor ultimately concluded only by creating a stir could he flaunt his prowess, manifest his skills, and engrave his name in the memories of others. Yet, all of this relied upon strength. If the path of entertainment was unattainable, he must pursue a route filled with martial virtue. Thus, his immediate priority was to hone his physique to a commendable level, before mastering the Navy's 6 styles, hockey, and consuming a devil fruit, among other pursuits. Having mapped out his future trajectory, Raynor indulged until satiated, then leisurely returned to his quarters. The G3 base, situated in the initial segment of the Grand Line, is also known as Paradise. The latter segment, however, requires traversing the Red Line and is referred to as the New World in the former segment. The area remains predominantly under the surveillance of the Navy, where pirates are relentlessly pursued, creating a chaotic scene, leading to its colloquial designation as Paradise due to the comparatively weak overall strength of the pirates. Conversely, in the latter segment, the influence of the world government and the Navy is virtually negligible, with the seas predominantly controlled by the 4 emperors. Additionally, numerous ambitious pirates aspire to vie for dominance, frequently challenging the positions of the 4 emperors, thus resulting in a tumultuous environment, aptly named the New World. This signifies a realm that escapes the grasp of the world government's control. When Garp finds himself with idle time, he often patrols the waters, ranging from a few days to as long as a fortnight, treating it as leisure. For pirates who encounter him, it spells ruin, leading to a general consensus among those with reliable information to avoid the vicinity of the G3 base. As usual, this time he did not encounter any reckless newcomers among the pirates. After 3 days, Garp returned in disappointment, having only encountered a sea king, which, upon being glared at by Garp, was so frightened that it fled in terror. After indulging in 3 days of sumptuous feasting, Renault's physique had noticeably strengthened. Kibi, initially a mere sprout, had matured after a year of rigorous training in the Navy, highlighting the abundant nourishment provided to its personnel. The G3 base, situated on a large island equipped with a town, saw many sailors, having received their wages, eagerly partaking in local expenditures. This occasion was no exception, as the sailors enjoyed a day of leisure aboard the ship. "Renault, where is your hometown?" inquired Claude, a fellow sailor in his 20s. Holding the rank of private first class, responsible for Renault's registration and daily schedule. "My hometown is in the East China Sea, long since destroyed. I heard it was taken away by the Golden Lion." Renault fabricated an explanation. "I see, my apologies," Claude replied. "It's nothing. I've been a wanderer since childhood." Devoid of any strong ties to a hometown, Renault continued. Encountering the legendary pirate, the Golden Lion, was truly unfortunate. He was the only prisoner to have escaped from Impel Down and subsequently vanished for many years, occasionally reappearing in the news with reports of island abductions. However, had he encountered Vice Admiral Garp, he would have surely realized the might of Garp's Iron Fist, a formidable force known for relentlessly pursuing the Pirate King, Roger. Claude's admiration was palpable. "You are a fan of Vice Admiral Garp," Renault mused, feeling a twinge of envy. With Garp's illustrious reputation, it was inevitable that he had countless admirers. Renault wondered when he might attain such esteem himself. His only fan was likely Lin Xiner, whom he had rescued from a frozen wasteland 3 years prior, bringing her into the Wandering Group, where she had developed a deep sense of attachment and gratitude toward him. If one could be deemed a fan, it was undoubtedly her. The Wandering Group had stabilized. His presence had become inconsequential. Thus, while his spirit had revived, he could still utilize his transmission ability. However, Renault had no intention of returning soon. He first needed to master the cultivation techniques, and perhaps even the 6 styles of the Navy before he could conquer another territory and instruct his companions in their training. Otherwise, even if he were to impart his knowledge, they would merely falter due to malnutrition. The adage "wealth and culture, strength in arms" rang true, not a mere jest. The G3 Navy base sprawled over an area of 200,000 square meters, housing 20,000 sailors tasked with safeguarding the maritime domains of several neighboring nations. With comprehensive infrastructure and luxurious amenities, each sailor enjoyed private quarters, and the minimum salary for an intern was 200,000 berries, equivalent to 10,000 Chinese yuan in his past life. As Renault filled out the form, he marveled inwardly. Were it not for the concerns weighing on his heart, he would have little desire to return. On one hand lay the plight of the homeless, enduring hunger for 3 days at a stretch, while on the other awaited a feast of delicacies, complete with accommodations and job placements, a promising future, and a generous salary. Truly, without comparison, there can be no pain. Upon completing the form, he received a fitting military uniform, bedding, toothbrush, and other essentials, and was then escorted to his dormitory within the military camp. "This is military protocol. Remember it well, as you will be tested in 3 months. Failure to pass will result in dismissal," Claude informed him. "Understood, Brother Claude," Renault replied, accepting the new recruit handbook and bidding farewell to Claude. Surveying his dormitory, Renault felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The modest space of approximately 10 square meters boasted a double bed, wardrobe, storage box, and electric kettle. A training schedule was affixed to the door. Rise at 5 in the morning, 1 hour for meals, followed by cultural classes until 7, 4 hours of physical training. Lunch at 11, and then free time until 1 o'clock. Afternoon training would commence at 1 and continue until 5, followed by an hour for dinner. Cultural lessons from 6 to 8, and then leisure activities until 10, when lights out was enforced. What a meticulously arranged schedule, Renault mused, feeling his life brimming with purpose. The stark contrast to his previous existence, where he could sleep as long as he desired, was indeed profound. The 3-month probation period must be successfully navigated. As long as he refrained from detrimental habits, moral failings, or any questionable background, and passed the military assessments, he could officially join the Navy as a private. With hundreds of regulations to memorize, learning 3 or 4 a day would prove a straightforward endeavor, and Renault was in no rush. It was now midday, approaching the mealtime hour, and Renault resolved to explore the base and familiarize himself with his surroundings. Stepping out of the dormitory, he beheld a vast training ground, numbered 7, where thousands were engaged in combative drills. After a brief observation, Renault departed, as time was of the essence, rendering a comprehensive exploration impossible. He could only meander in the vicinity. Around 11 o'clock, he arrived punctually at the cafeteria number 7. The dining experience was a buffet, allowing for a casual indulgence. And Renault's appetite surged. Amidst the diverse array of patrons, he encountered numerous individuals of peculiar stature, such as towering giants measuring 5 to 6 meters in height. The long-armed tribe with 3 segmented limbs, the lanky-legged tribe with limbs reminiscent of leeches, the long-necked serpent-headed clan, and even a panda person among them. Renault could only eat for 10 minutes before feeling full, while some individuals could consume food equivalent to their body weight and still continue eating, which was truly astonishing. In the world of One Piece, the physical constitutions of its inhabitants are extraordinary. Many can digest food while eating, extracting nutrients to fortify their bodies. I wonder if I have been assimilated. I do not aspire to attain the status of an emperor within 3 years. Being a mere school-level contender would suffice, especially when compared to the notorious pirates with bounties exceeding hundreds of millions. Renault mused. Chapter 4. Returned 3 months later, on the 7th training ground. A dense crowd of over 1,000 stood, with Renault among them. In the front, Instructor Balk held a list and began to call out names. Charles, Blue, Martin. Step forward. Soon, the 3 emerged from the ranks. You have failed the assessment. Pack your belongings and leave. Balk stated bluntly. The trio offered no rebuttal. Their heads bowed in shame as they were escorted away by the messenger. Renault was at a loss for words. These 3 individuals were exceedingly indolent, seemingly present merely to indulge in food and drink. 100 military regulations exist, many of which are interconnected, such as the prohibitions against harming civilians, looting civilian property, and assaulting civilians without cause. These alone comprise 3 rules. There are a dozen more similar stipulations, making it quite effortless to deduce and memorize them. Yet, astonishingly, these 3 took 3 months and still failed to retain them. It could only be surmised that they had no genuine desire to serve in the military, but rather sought refuge in the army as a temporary respite. Congratulations, you won. 275 individuals have qualified, and as of today, you officially become esteemed members of the Navy. The applause resonated like thunder in the hall. Balk raised his hand to silence the clapping and continued. Next, we will proceed to the assignment battle. To put it plainly, this world is governed by the strong. As long as one possesses the requisite skills, our Navy can offer exceptional appointments. Ultimately, whether you attain the rank of private or lieutenant depends solely on your capabilities. Among you, some have served as pirate hunters, others as mercenaries, and some hail from esteemed martial arts families. To assign you as privates would indeed be a disservice. Therefore, the Navy will provide you with a fair and equitable stage. If you desire an official position, you must strive for it. After surveying the surroundings, he added, however, remember, this opportunity is singular. Once ranks are established, they will not be altered, and thereafter, advancement can only be achieved through military merit. Do you understand? Yes. The new recruits responded in unison. Excellent. Then let the competition commence. Follow me and march. The recruits lined up in 2 columns as they typically did during training, jogging behind their instructor. Renault, where do you think the instructor is taking us? Jones inquired. Jones and he were among the least capable of this batch of recruits. And due to an inexplicable camaraderie shared by the weak, they had become friends. Renault replied, the direction points to the swordsmanship training hall. Is it possible to utilize weapons? Jones exclaimed in astonishment. Of course, after all, many have grown up honing their skills with the sword. One cannot simply abandon the most formidable means in favor of close combat with an opponent. It's over. We have no chance left. Renault, with a hint of sarcasm, inquired, what gives you the audacity to believe you have a chance for promotion? Jones, scratching his head, replied, it seems that Nelson and Tyron are even weaker. But when it comes to weaponry, it's another story. Do you truly think we, the underdogs, can endure through multiple rounds? Perhaps fortune will favor us and grant a few buys. Best to wash up and sleep. Renault rolled his eyes, too lethargic to engage further. After 3 months of rigorous training, Renault's once frail frame had developed muscle, his height increasing from approximately 1.4 meters to 1.5 meters. Yet he still felt like a weakling. Indeed, lacking the protagonist's template, his power progression was painfully slow. Renault sighed inwardly, realizing he could only rely on fan points. There was no opportunity to advance within the barracks, so he would have to devise a plan upon returning to the main world. At that moment, the new recruits, led by their instructor, flocked into the swordsmanship training hall. Inside, 13 platforms awaited, each occupied by a figure, with placards indicating ranks: Private 3rd Class, Private 2nd Class, Private First Class, Corporal, Sergeant, Staff Sergeant, Warrant Officer, Second Lieutenant, First Lieutenant, Captain, Major, Lieutenant Colonel, Colonel. New recruits, observe closely. These are your challengers. Should you defeat them, you will earn the corresponding rank. Each match is limited to 10 minutes. A draw will also suffice, Instructor Bulk declared. Many recruits rejoiced. Realizing this format offered them a chance. Eagerly, some ascended the platforms, only to be met with harsh reality, suffering numerous defeats, most losing 9 out of 10 bouts. Particularly at the lower ranks. Only 3 dared to challenge the officers, 2 were vanquished, while 1 emerged victorious. The victor, Antonio, had consistently excelled during training, and his prowess shone through as expected. 2 hours later, nearly half of the recruits had been defeated, and the challengers had changed several times. Bulk continued. This promotion battle will last for 10 days. Those dissatisfied may challenge at any time until you concede. You will have 10 days of liberty after that. You will officially become naval personnel, assigned tasks and ranks. Additionally, those confident in their marksmanship or artillery skills should report to the mechanics department for further competitive opportunities to enhance their military standing. Upon hearing this, Renault's eyes brightened. 10 days of freedom meant he could return home. Jones, I need to find a place to seclude myself for training. If anyone looks for me, please handle it for me, Renault stated. During this time, he had made some friends and formed a group of underdogs. Naturally, someone would seek him out. Are you out of your mind? Instead of seizing the moment to enjoy the city, you wish to isolate yourself for training? Do you really think you can become a general in 10 days? Jones exclaimed, astonished. Becoming a general is beyond my imagination. Perhaps I could aim for a lieutenant. Renault replied. Now I understand, Jones said, realization dawning. You're planning to indulge in daydreams for 10 days. Get lost, Renault retorted. After Renault concluded his training session, he returned to his dormitory and glanced at his attributes. Strength, 1. 6. Stamina, 1. 7. Agility, 1. 9. Spirit, 5. 6. Fan value, 0. Perhaps it was due to the awakening of his past life's memories that his spirit had ascended at an extraordinary pace. However, the other 3 attributes were also progressing satisfactorily, each surpassing the standard of a typical adult male. Renault speculates that the issue lies with the diet. After each meal, a warm sensation arises, particularly after consuming certain marine delicacies, which proves to be immensely beneficial. However, these marine treasures are rare and elusive. Even Admiral Carp can only catch a few in a year, and it is hardly feasible to venture into the doldrums solely for the sake of sustenance. With a mere thought, Reno activated the teleportation button within his mind. In an instant, he vanished from his original location. Leaving behind a set of garments that fluttered to the ground, he departed with nothing but his own self. In the original world, at an inconspicuous corner behind a house, the bear Reno reappeared as if conjured from thin air. Remarkably, the clothes and dual blades remained undisturbed on the ground. Renault found the situation somewhat peculiar. Although this place was rather concealed, it should not be difficult for his companions to locate him. Clad in tattered garments that were noticeably a size too small, he emerged from his hiding place. The outside world had already succumbed to winter, and the biting cold wind caused Renault's hair to stand on end as he instinctively shrank his body. Fortunately, his physique had been fortified, allowing him to endure the chill. As he made his way back to the dilapidated house, he noticed 2 children, around 7 or 8 years old, basking in the sunlight while picking lice from each other's hair. However, he did not recognize them. Who are you? Renault sensed something amiss. Who are you? One of them queried. This is the territory of our Deping gang. Do not even think about encroaching. Our leader will be back shortly. The 2, primarily comprised of weaker individuals, gazed timidly at Renault, whose complexion was rosy and muscles well-defined. Chapter 5. Stirring Trouble. Deping gang. Haven't you always been operating over near the suburban horse market? What brings you to this area? Renault inquired. The group, formed by the city's homeless youth, shared a mutual understanding, often avoiding eye contact. In a city like this, such groups were numerous. There were at least 99, if not 100. While Renault did not claim to know them all, he was certainly aware of the majority. We have increased our numbers. The former Mengya gang has joined us, and our leader declared an intention to expand. One of them responded. Renault suddenly comprehended that it was indeed a matter concerning the squint-eyed individual, who was none other than the leader of the Fangtooth gang. What about the brotherhood that resided here? Renault inquired once more. They were driven away 3 months ago, and it is said that they are currently in the Blackwater district. Renault turned and walked away. He could not possibly bully 2 children. What to do next? First, he must locate the members of the Brotherhood. The Blackwater district was a realm of squalor, its streets marred by stagnant water and filth. A place only the most impoverished would inhabit, unappealing even to the homeless, as there was no profit to be found. A dilapidated house, riddled with drafts, was haphazardly patched with tattered newspapers and rotting wood, serving as a makeshift refuge. Big Mouth and the others were absent, having ventured out to beg or scavenge, leaving behind 2 girls who huddled within, mending scraps of fabric. Renaud was well acquainted with this place. He had previously discussed with Big Mouth the possibility of returning here should he find himself without a home. Thus, it was easy for him to navigate his way back. "Sheener, Xiao Hong, I'm back," Renaud announced, gazing at the two. With a cry, Lin Sheener rushed towards him, tears streaming down her face. "Brother Arnaud, we thought you were dead." "Do not worry, I am alive, merely honing my skills," Renaud reassured, gently patting Lin Sheener's head, inadvertently dislodging a louse which he flicked away carelessly. Xiao Hong approached as well, embracing Renaud with a mix of laughter and tears. In the Brotherhood, Renaud held a brotherly status. He had always taken great care of his younger siblings, earning their deep affection. "Hey, Brother Arnaud, you've grown so much taller," Lin Sheener exclaimed, puzzled. "And you're so strong." She pressed her finger against Renaud's muscular chest. "I have merely entered my growth phase. You too shall experience a sudden surge in height in no time," he responded. "Really?" The 2 girls beamed, expressing their eagerness to grow up quickly and seek employment. Renaud sighed softly, contemplating the current plight where even adults struggle to find employment, let alone the youth. She then inquired about the circumstances at that time. It turned out that 3 months prior, he had been sent away at noon, only for the evening to witness De Ping's associates arriving to seize territory. Due to the overwhelming numbers, De Zue offered no resistance and retreated with everyone. Meanwhile, Renaud was perceived as a beggar on the streets, and her absence went unnoticed, as others assumed she would return upon grasping the situation. However, as 2 days passed without any news from Renaud, panic ensued among the group, prompting a frantic search that yielded no results. Such disappearances of children are not uncommon in Donglan City. Some fall victim to abduction, others are murdered and buried. Some are abandoned by their companions after falling ill, and still others flee to different cities after enduring exploitation and humiliation from their peers. Reynolds' prolonged absence had led many to believe he had met with misfortune. After a few days of melancholy, he resumed his existence of scavenging and begging. Such occurrences were not rare. The Brotherhood had witnessed its share of disappearances in the past. Similarly, other groups occasionally whispered of similar misfortunes, rendering the situation commonplace. "Brother Arnaud, are you hungry? I shall fetch you something to eat," Lin Sheener offered. "Do not worry, I am not famished," Reynolds replied with a gentle pat on the head. Though concern lingered in his heart, his appetite had surged, making it challenging to satiate himself. He glanced at his mental attributes, 5, 6, 2, 6. At 3 points, this recent teleportation had increased his mental demands due to his enhanced capabilities. Fortunately, his mental threshold had risen, and following the teleportation, he felt merely fatigued. Unlike the previous occasion when he nearly fainted, by nightfall, he anticipated his mental state would recover to above 3 points, allowing for further teleportation. Yet, it was impossible for his mental state to drop to 0, thus a minimum of around 3. 5 was essential, necessitating a brief slumber. His objective for returning was to instigate events that would accumulate fan value. Teleportation provided him with a safeguard for his life, enabling him to escape at any moment, thereby allowing him to act with boldness. Resolving this, Reynolds sought refuge in a haystack for a brief rest. "I shall nap for a while. Awaken me when Big Mouth and the others return," he instructed. The 2 women acquiesced and busied themselves nearby, mending winter garments. In a drowsy haze, he was roused by the sound of conversation, and upon sitting up, he confirmed that Big Mouth and the others had indeed returned. Checking his mental state, he noted it was at 4.2, nearly sufficient. As evening descended, it was the perfect time to set his plans in motion. Revitalized by a surge of spirit, Renaud stepped outside to join the gathering, inevitably swept up in a wave of emotions. "Brothers, arm yourselves, let us reclaim our territory," he declared loudly, silencing the crowd. Big Mouth was the first to respond. "Arnaud, though you have grown taller and stronger, you still pale in comparison to those from the Great Rock Gang. Their leader, Luo Jin, is 17, stands at 6 feet tall, hails from a martial arts background, and is quite formidable. Rest assured, I am even more capable. These past 3 months, I have been fortunate to receive guidance from a master. My training has not been in vain," Renaud replied confidently. Guidance from a master, truly? The children rejoiced. They often congregated outside tea houses, captivated by the free storytelling of adventures involving masters taking on disciples and miraculous encounters. Now, they had a living example before them. How could they not harbor their own aspirations? You need not worry. Everything my master teaches me, I shall share with you, Renaud pledged. Wow, that's wonderful, Brother Arnaud. Thank you. From now on, you will be our master. The crowd erupted in cheers. Arnaud, will your master approve? I've heard that some unique skills should not be shared. Big Mouth expressed his concern. Fear not, my master is quite open-minded. I have already inquired about this, and he said I could do as I please. The moment he finished speaking, the excitement reignited. I propose that henceforth, Arnaud should be the leader of our brotherhood. What do you all think? Big Mouth suggested, equally exhilarated. Agreed. Approved. No objections. The unanimous vote for the change in leadership passed without issue. To them, Renaud had always been a leading figure, and this was merely a formal acknowledgement. Following Renaud's command, they devoured all the provisions they had on hand, armed themselves with sticks and other makeshift weapons, and trailed behind Renaud back to their former dwelling. As night fell, most of the street children had returned, one with a squint earning him the nickname Cross-Eyed. He was then busy tallying the day's earnings, copper coins, food, fruit, and spoiled vegetables, before distributing them accordingly. Suddenly, the outer gate was violently kicked open. Cross-Eyed stepped out to find a throng of individuals surging into the courtyard. Spotting Big Mouth, he shouted furiously, Big Mouth, do you all want to die? Cross-Eyed, kneel and beg for mercy within 3 seconds, or I'll be forced to take action myself, Renaud said calmly. Who the hell are you? I am Renaud. Don't you remember? 3 months ago, you struck me from behind with a stick. Realizing it was the same scrawny fellow, Cross-Eyed's bravado faltered. You've grown bold, daring to stir trouble. Do you know I am now the hall master of the Great Rock Gang? This territory is under my jurisdiction. Do you wish to wage war against the Great Rock Gang? Cross-Eyed said, his intimidating fa cracking under pressure. Incorrect response. Renaud delivered a swift kick to the shoulder of the man with the slanted eyes. The latter was propelled 5 meters away, accompanied by the sound of bones fracturing as he crashed to the ground. This was followed by a bone-chilling scream that reverberated through the air. Alarmed, the neighboring residents hastily extinguished their candles, fearful of being caught in the turmoil. Chapter 6, a surge in power casting a cold glance at the others. Renaud observed their expressions of terror as they clutched their weapons, trembling and hesitant to act. He inquired, do you have any objections to joining me henceforth? No. We will join you, one individual promptly declared, relinquishing his club in surrender. We agree. We are willing. Renaud approached the slant-eyed man and inquired, what about you? The slant-eyed man, drenched in cold sweat from the pain, stammered, I can too? Indeed. Do you wish to? Although the slant-eyed man was known for his bravery and fierce demeanor, he had never engaged in truly nefarious deeds. His territorial disputes were merely to protect his subordinates, which could be excused. I am willing, but it seems my hand is broken. I can no longer fight, the slant-eyed man hurriedly replied. Renaud crouched down, grasped his arm, and with a crack, reattached it. The one with the squint let out a half-hearted scream, abruptly silenced. I seem to be fine. It was merely a reattachment. Someone, bring him a splint. We shall manage with this for tonight. Tomorrow, we will go to the infirmary for a cast. For the next 3 months, do not move that right hand, and it shall heal perfectly. Thank you, Chief Renaud, the squintess said, tears of gratitude welling up. He had thought he would become disabled, yet now, a glimmer of hope illuminated his path. How could he not rejoice? The fact that it was the other party who struck him was no longer a concern. The opposing stances were too divergent. Had he died, there would have been no grievances. At that moment, several young beggars, skilled in treating injuries, immediately set about preparing a splint. In the naval base, aside from astronomy, geography, and mathematics, Renaud had also acquired some rudimentary medical knowledge. He was not a doctor, as he could not diagnose ailments. However, when it came to treating external injuries, he was a top scorer in every examination, effortlessly applying what he had learned. If he were to fail, it was not his fault. It was merely the squinter's misfortune. Monkey, tally up the valuables and distribute the food immediately. Consume everything, Renaud commanded. Yes. Monkey promptly led several subordinates into the room to gather useful items. Monkey, whose real name was Ho Ching, was also one of the officers of the Brotherhood of Loyalty, usually responsible for financial matters. His sharp features and diminutive stature earned him this nickname. He hailed from a scholarly family, but for reasons unknown, he had found himself on the streets. His literacy and proficiency in arithmetic made him highly respected within the Brotherhood, and he had never erred in food distribution, gaining trust from all. 10 minutes later, the Squinter's arm was securely fixed, and all the food had been consumed. Renault ordered them to head to the Doping Gang's base. What? The Squinter exclaimed, Chief Renault. The Doping Gang is the largest faction in the outer city, with hundreds of members and the 7 Great Kings. They are formidable. It's laughable, Dezoué interjected. A mere childish game is not worth discussing. Arnaud alone could overturn them all. Indeed, Brother Arnaud is the strongest, others chimed in. Brother Arnaud has a great master. He is incomparable to the Doping Gang. Even if we truly cannot win, Brother Arnaud can summon his master to sweep them all away. The crowd buzzed with excitement. The Squinter finally understood the transformation in Renault. It was due to having taken on a master, and he could not help but feel envious. All right, in that case, I shall lead the way. Chief Renault, please follow me. With a resolute determination, Xiaoyan decided to take the plunge, for he realized that resistance was futile. Should fortune favor them, it would certainly benefit him as well. After all, he had once been a leader in his own right and ought to be able to navigate the situation adeptly. Thus, Xiaoyan took the lead, with Renault and the others trailing behind. Although night had fallen, the streets remained bustling with pedestrians, and most shops had yet to close for the evening. The main thoroughfare was illuminated by streetlights, as an array of donkey carts, horse-drawn carriages, bicycles, rickshaws, hand-drawn carts, pedestrians, and vendors flowed through the scene. Occasionally, automobiles meandered by at a leisurely pace, drawing the attention of onlookers. It was a cacophony of voices, vibrant and lively. Renault, already grinning from ear to ear, noted an increase of 11 points in his fan value. With over 40 individuals acquiring 11 points in fan value, the conversion rate was remarkably high at a quarter. If this continued, his strength would undoubtedly surge. After some contemplation, he allocated his attributes in a ratio of 3, 3, 3, 2. Upon completing the adjustments, his attributes transformed to strength 4, 6, physique 4, 7, agility 4, 9, spirit 6, 2, 7, 6, fan value 0. A warm sensation coursed through his body, accompanied by a symphony of cracks and pops. It was merely a matter of stretching his limbs. In response to the peculiar gazes from his companions, Renault nonchalantly remarked, drawing forth a wave of admiration that unexpectedly added 2 more points to his fan value, which he promptly allocated to strength without hesitation. After 3 arduous months filled with delectable meals, diligent training, and early mornings, it felt almost trivial to gain strength with such ease. Contemplating this, Renault nearly lost his composure. Realizing that without comparison, one could not truly appreciate the effort, his previous endeavors seemed wasted in contrast. Yet, he quickly corrected himself. All of this was indeed the fruit of his own labor. The system was merely a component of his strength. Cultivating his power through training and enhancing it through attribute allocation were fundamentally the same. Both relied solely on his own efforts. With this realization, Renault's mind cleared, and he felt invigorated. A group of over 40 individuals, shrouded in darkness, ventured into a narrow alley, arriving before a grand residence. Renault took the initiative, forcefully kicking a door open. Those inside surged forth, and soon, individuals from nearby rooms were drawn to the commotion. A throng of over 100 surrounded them. With a sidelong glance, the leader of the Great Rock Gang, Luo Jin, inquired with a dark expression, "What is happening?" Luo Jin, a rugged figure with fierce eyes and a muscular build, was indeed a rarity among the vagrants. "Luo Jin, I am the leader of the Brotherhood of Loyalty." Renault stepped forward, asserting, "I have come to absorb your Great Rock Gang. Any objections? You wish to assimilate us?" "Ha." Luo Jin laughed heartily, his subordinates joining in the derision. "Has this fellow lost his senses? I recognize him, Renault of the Brotherhood of Loyalty. After months of absence, I thought he had perished, only to see he has merely bulked up a bit. Has he grown a few inches and now believes himself invincible? How utterly amusing." Suddenly, a deafening crash resounded, causing the ground to tremble violently, and all laughter was abruptly silenced, replaced by gasps of astonishment. At that moment, everyone stared in disbelief at the ground, fixated on a singular foot that had landed there. Renault gently withdrew his foot, leaving behind a profound pit measuring 1/2 meter deep and 1 meter wide, the edges of which radiated out like a spider's web. "Luo Jin, I have heard that you have trained as well. How many times do you think you could withstand my kick?" Renault inquired nonchalantly, with his hands clasped behind him, legs slightly apart, and standing tall like a mountain. He exuded an air of mastery, his gaze calm and undisturbed. Luo Jin felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. I cannot withstand it. Have you entered the realm? I have taken control of the Dapeng gang. Do you have any objections? Renault replied, sidestepping the question. None at all, I accept. Luo Jin conceded readily, then declared loudly, I, Luo Jin, former leader of the Dapeng gang, hereby dissolve the gang and merge it into the Q-Ingi alliance. I pay my respects to Leader Renault. Respect to Leader Renault. The surrounding subordinates, seeing their leader submit, immediately echoed his sentiment, clasping their hands in salute. There's no need for formalities. Now, everyone, follow me to the Xiaoao gang, Renault instructed. Yes. The crowd responded with excitement, making their way toward the second largest group of vagrants in the outer city. In a moment, they formed a long line, marching forward with purpose under Renault's lead. Renault had resided in Donglin City for several years, and the locations of various gang strongholds were quite clear to him. This time, there was no need for him to take a detour. He headed straight there. Along the way, he noticed an increase of 36 fan points and promptly allocated them. His attributes transformed into Strength, 10, Constitution, 10, Agility, 10, Spirit, 10, Fan points, 17. Upon reaching a total of 10 in each attribute, he encountered a minor bottleneck. To elevate any attribute from 11 to 20, he required 10 fan points for a single increment. As for the fractional points, they simply vanished from sight, not eliminated, but obscured. Any amount insufficient for a full point would no longer be displayed. After careful consideration, Renault decided to increase his constitution by 1 point. A humming sensation coursed through his body, as if a switch had been flipped, and warmth enveloped him, reminiscent of Luffy activating his second gear. Then, with a tremor, his bones cracked audibly, startling those nearby who instinctively recoiled. It's nothing, just practicing the tiger-leopard thunder sound, Renault remarked nonchalantly. The crowd gasped at the mention of the technique, their expressions reflecting awe. As long as you remain loyal to me, I shall impart this knowledge to you, Renault promised, igniting a wave of cheers and excitement. Chapter 7. Opening a supermarket. Luo Jin, enlighten me on what it means to enter a realm? Renault inquired during their journey. Luo Jin lagged half a step behind, puzzled. Boss, didn't your master mention it? Spare me the trivialities. I wish to hear your perspective. Understood. Sensing Renault's displeasure, Luo Jin refrained from further elaboration and replied earnestly, entering a realm signifies reaching the pinnacle of human cultivation, followed by a breakthrough, resulting in a body of copper and iron, impervious to blades and spears. This is commonly referred to as an extraordinary being, also known as the Steel Realm. Since there exists the Steel Realm, are there other realms beyond it? There are, but I am not well acquainted with them. Achieving the Steel Realm is a monumental challenge for martial artists, and the subsequent realms are rarely discussed. Are there many who have entered a realm in Donglin City? Renault queried. Not in the outer city, but quite a few in the inner city. After all, Donglin City is the largest and most prosperous trade city in our Dacian nation, attracting many formidable individuals to settle here. You seem knowledgeable. Have you mingled in the inner city? I was once a disciple of the Mingxin martial arts school in the inner city. However, the school was attacked, and my master and seniors were killed. I was fortunate to escape at a young age. It has been around 7 or 8 years since then. Ah, I see. Given your strength, securing employment should not pose much difficulty. Why then, do you lead a team of street urchins? Luo Jin's gaze softened. Without them, I would have perished from hunger long ago. Now that I possess the means, it is only right to help them survive. Very commendable. I admire your spirit, Reynolds said, patting his shoulder. How much of the martial arts from your school do you still remember? I am an orphan, rescued by my master. I understand the value of opportunity, and I diligently studied at that time. I remember nearly all that my master taught me. Excellent. Later, impart your knowledge to others and establish a solid foundation. Yes. It is my honor, Luo Jin. I have heard that Lin Yi, the leader of the Xiaoao gang, is also skilled in martial arts. Are you familiar with him? Lin Yi's origins remain shrouded in mystery, yet his martial prowess is on par with my own. We have clashed several times in the past, each encounter yielding no clear victor. The lack of animosity between us ensures that further conflicts would only result in mutual destruction, offering no advantage to either party. As we engaged in casual conversation, we arrived at the headquarters of the Xiaoyao gang. The grand entrance stood wide open, revealing a spacious courtyard illuminated by flickering torches, where around 50 or 60 vagrant youths practiced their martial arts. Among them was a youth of approximately 16 or 17 years, deftly navigating the arena while offering guidance. This was none other than Lin Yi, whom Reno had previously encountered. He possessed an ethereal countenance, a regal stature, and an air of elegance, truly a striking young gentleman. It was a pity he did not resort to a life of dependency, Reno mused inwardly. Noticing the influx of visitors, Lin Yi furrowed his brow and inquired, Luo Jin, are you instigating a conflict? Our Dapeng gang has been dissolved and merged into the Kinnimeng. This is Reno, the leader of Kinnimeng, Luo Jin introduced. Reno stepped forward a few paces and said, Lin Yi, I intend to unify all the homeless children in Donglan City, ensuring that they are never hungry, clothed against the cold, and have a place to call home. I now extend an invitation for you to join me. Do you have any objections? Lin Yi scrutinized Reno. Noting his modest stature and unremarkable appearance, yet his muscles were well-defined, exuding the aura of a formidable beast, certainly not an ordinary individual. Moreover, the proud and ambitious Luo Jin was willing to submit to him, indicating that this man was indeed extraordinary. Instead of hastily declining, Lin Yi inquired, in your quest to unify the homeless children of Donglan City, do you possess any means of support? Renault cast a glance at the stone weights of varying sizes nearby. How much do these stone weights weigh? He inquired. The largest weighs 300 pounds, rendering it unusable for anyone, while the smallest weighs 10 pounds. Although uncertain of Renault's intentions, Lin Yi nonetheless responded. With a swift kick, Reno sent a 300-pound stone lock soaring 6 meters into the air. In an instant, he leaped into the sky and executed a sweeping kick. Boom! The stone lock shattered mid-air, fragments raining down lightly, as it gently settled to the ground. Reno mused that while some may have missed his earlier show of bravado, surely everyone witnessed the spectacular display of flying debris now. A brief silence enveloped the scene before it erupted into cheers, shrieks, and an incessant chorus of flattery. Lin Yi's expression turned grave. It seems you have truly entered the realm. Why indulge in such trivialities? Oh, do you consider unifying the vagrants a trivial matter? Reno restrained his urge to observe the rising fanfare and replied, with your capabilities, any faction would treat you as an esteemed guest, granting you all the luxuries. Why immerse yourself among vagrants? And why do you train them, Lin Yi? As far as I know, you have not engaged in any dubious activities. There is no need for martial arts and begging or scavenging, which are not pursuits requiring such rigorous training, demanding copious amounts of sustenance. Thus, I have limited the number of trainees. My actions serve a purpose. What purpose? Lin Yi paused for a moment before responding, I hail from a martial arts lineage. But my family has perished. I seek vengeance. Do you truly believe you can achieve greatness through them? Isn't that a tad optimistic? The journey always begins with difficulties. Spare me your platitudes. I will assist you. Pledge your loyalty to me, and I shall teach you extraordinary skills. Lin Yi's countenance shifted in surprise. Is that true? I am not one of those stubborn old fools who hoard their knowledge. To my brothers and sisters, I shall impart all that I know. Of course, whether you grasp it depends on your own efforts. As the voice of Renault faded, Lin Yi bowed respectfully, declaring, I pay my respects to the leader of the Renault gang. The members of the Shout Out gang followed suit, bowing in unison. Ha ha ha, splendid. From now on, you shall follow me. Our next target is the Chini gang, Renault proclaimed with a grin. The term Chini is rather commonplace. With numerous organizations bearing similar names such as the Chini Gang, Chini Alliance, and Chini Pavilion, to name but a few. No one seems to mind the issue of duplicate names. For instance, there are 3 groups called the Chini Alliance alone, not including those within the inner city. Typically, when introducing such groups, one would reference the district name, as in the Chini Alliance of that particular district. Renault felt somewhat displeased and pondered for a moment before declaring, From today onward, our alliance shall be renamed. The Brotherhood is too common and does not align with our aspirations. No, that sounds too trivial. Henceforth, our guild shall be known as the World Association. The World Association. The World Association. The World Association. The air was filled with jubilant cheers as the younger members rallied in agreement. Such a grand name was indeed unparalleled, unique in Donglan City. Lin Yi remarked, Leader, might this name be a touch too ostentatious? Not at all. The essence lies in being ostentatious, Renault replied with conviction. Lin Yi decided not to dwell on the matter further and inquired, Is the leader intending to unify the teams of vagrants in the outer city first? Indeed, is there an issue with that? Renault affirmed. Do you have a plan for how to sustain them? Lin Yi asked. I intend to open a supermarket. What is a supermarket? A primary market, abbreviated as supermarket. Normally, people must visit specific markets for seafood, butcher shops for meat, stationery stores for supplies, grocery stores for daily necessities, and street vendors for snacks. It is all rather chaotic and time-consuming. A supermarket consolidates all goods in one location, allowing one to acquire everything from a single place, thus significantly saving time. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. This notion holds great potential, but how will we procure the goods? We shall negotiate with suppliers individually, Renault explained. As you mentioned, the initial stages are always challenging, but once we establish our reputation, merchants will naturally seek us out. I have a question, Ho Chung interjected. What reason do they have to supply us? In business, one typically engages with familiar partners. Without capital, how do we persuade them? Shall we ask for credit? Renault clarified. You have misunderstood my intent. The procurement I speak of does not involve buying low and selling high through our own operations, but rather providing a platform for others to showcase their products, which we then sell while taking a share of the profits. And what incentive do they have to place their goods with us? Ho Chung persisted. Because it offers convenience and speed, eliminating the need for a storefront or additional labor, thus saving substantial costs on staffing and rent, especially beneficial for small workshops as it alleviates various expenses. The prerequisite is for us to establish a reputation and build trust, followed by signing security agreements, among other measures. Renault meticulously elaborated on the rules of certain supermarkets, while the crowd nodded in agreement. Lenny remarked, what a genius idea. Yet it appears easily replicable. I am well aware of that, which is why we must secure a prime location. The larger, the better. The early bird catches the worm. And for those who come later, surpassing us won't be so simple, Renault replied. Luo Jin interjected, having discussed so much, shouldn't we first find a venue? Indeed. And we are short on funds, Ho Ching added. After all these years in the game, do you have any recommendations? Renault inquired. Lenny pondered for a moment and said, in the inner city, there lies an abandoned vegetable market to the south. It was deserted 2 decades ago due to urban expansion, and it is now under the control of a gang, serving as the headquarters for rickshaws. Occupying that place could yield tremendous opportunities. What gang? Dezue asked. The Morning Glow Society, Lin-Yi replied. Luo Jin exclaimed in astonishment. Are you out of your mind? Targeting the Morning Glow Society? They are a subsidiary of the Azure Dragon Gang, a genuine organized crime syndicate, far beyond our league. And the Azure Dragon Gang? What is that? Renault queried. They were once a small collective, surviving on the outskirts of the city, but dared not enter the inner city due to constant aggression from other groups. The Azure Dragon Gang is one of the 3 major gangs in Donglan City. Reigning as the underground king, primarily engaged in rickshaw services, dock labor, and transportation, Luo Jin explained. Are they powerful? Renault asked. They boast tens of thousands of members, and their leader has been in the game for 20 to 30 years. They have at least 3 formidable Steel Realm experts in their ranks, Luo Jin replied. Indeed. It seems I underestimated these gangs. Let us proceed as initially planned and take the first step. First step? To the west of the outer city. There exists a notorious gang, the largest in the outer city. We shall eliminate them to acquire funds. Boss, you intend to wipe out the Brotherhood? Indeed. Is there a problem? Boss, aren't you aware that the Brotherhood is a subordinate of the Bliss Gang? And the Bliss Gang, who are they? They're also one of the 3 major gangs in the inner city. Luo Jin exclaimed in exasperation, feeling that the boss was somewhat unreliable. Well, since we've mentioned 2, let us discuss the last one as well. The 3 major gangs in the inner city are the Azure Dragon Gang, the Bliss Gang, and the Flying Tiger Gang, all possessing formidable strength and operating in both the black and white markets, instilling fear in all. Upon hearing Luo Jin's account, Renault furrowed his brow and mused for a moment before asking, which of them is the weakest? In terms of weakness, it would likely be the Bliss Gang. Currently, it is known that their leader is the only Steel Realm expert, while the Flying Tiger Gang boasts at least 5 Steel Realm members. Remarkably, only 1 Steel Realm expert has not been eradicated. That is because the leader of the Bliss Gang is exceptionally powerful, having reached the Steel Realm 50 years ago, and is now presumably at his zenith. In terms of strength, he ranks among the top 5 in Donglan City. I have made my decision. The Brotherhood must be eradicated to disrupt the existing order, and the Bliss Gang shall be my target. Lenny suggested, why not issue a challenge first? Let the leader engage in a duel with the head of the Bliss Gang to gauge their strength. If one approaches tasks with trepidation, how can one accomplish great deeds? Without the courage to advance fearlessly, how can one cultivate the audacity to conquer the world? There is no need for further discussion. My mind is made up. Renault contemplated the notion of conqueror's hockey, believing that only those with exceptional fortitude, unwavering conviction, and a fearless disposition could awaken such power, disregarding life and death. To dismantle a mere brotherhood while treading cautiously would evidently fail to foster such audacity. Whether he possessed the innate qualities of conqueror's hockey remained uncertain, but he was determined to strive in that direction. "Excellent," said Luo Jin, witnessing Renault's unwavering confidence. "As long as our leader can defeat the head of the Bliss gang, we can take their place. Let us commence by unifying all the teams of homeless children in the outer city." At Renault's command, a magnificent procession of 200 individuals meandered through the streets. As he glanced at his fan value, which read 62, he felt satisfied. Nearly half had been converted. In the ensuing days, Renault displayed his prowess, subduing various teams, some comprising dozens and others merely a handful, averaging around 20 members each. After 3 days, he had unified the street urchins of the outer city, gathering over 1,000 followers and amassing a fan value exceeding 300. On the 4th day, after breakfast, Renault led this throng of spectators towards the western outskirts. Given the youth and fragility of the street children, they were ill-equipped to confront adults directly. Their role was merely to cheer. The Brotherhood's stronghold, once a grand carriage house, had been seized and repurposed as their headquarters. It seemed they had caught wind of Renault's approach, congregating outside their doors in numbers exceeding 2,000, each imposing and armed. This time, Renault was prepared for bloodshed. With no intention of subjugation, the Brotherhood was notorious for its heinous crimes, from coercing individuals into prostitution and trafficking to oppressing the innocent, running gambling dens, and extorting exorbitant loans. Their actions had shattered countless families, leaving devastation in their wake. Thus, he felt no moral qualms about confronting such a gang. At the forefront stood the Brotherhood's leader, Evil Wolf Chin Lu. The ragtag band of street children quivered at the sight, hesitant to approach, watching from a distance. In a normal world, such a confrontation would be futile. However, in this extraordinary realm, a single warrior could stand against thousands, where true strength lay not in commanding an army but in the prowess of an individual. Thus, the pivotal moment of this battle hinged upon the leader. Chin Lu, towering at nearly 2 meters, exuded an air of intimidation. With a serious gaze fixed on Renault, who approached alone, he spoke. "Renault, it has come to my attention that you have transcended. Why oppose us, the Brotherhood? Do you not know that we are subordinates of the blissful sect? Today, either I shall vanquish you, or you shall vanquish me." Renault, unfazed, replied calmly, observing his own attributes: strength, 20, physique, 20, agility, 20, spirit, 20, fan value, 54. Renault brimmed with confidence. After this match, he was likely to surpass the 3rd phase, reaching 2130. To attain this phase, one needed 100 attribute points. With a maximum requirement of 4,000 points, the journey ahead was arduous, and he had to ensure that more people became aware of him. The city had a population of 5 million, with the outer city comprising 1/5 of that. While it was unrealistic to expect to attract 1 million fans, even a mere 1% would significantly enhance his strength. The deliberate release of information was intended to draw a larger audience to witness his triumph over the gang. As expected, the area outside the carriage was already crowded, with layers of people both above and below, eager to witness this fight against evil and showcase his virtue, thereby ensuring his rise to fame and an influx of fan points. As Renault approached, Chin Lu felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead, brandishing a pistol towards Renault. The previous day, a group of homeless individuals, serving their Brotherhood by gathering intelligence, had informed him that Renault had become extraordinary, enigmatic, and was backed by a mysterious master. Their next target was his Brotherhood. Aware of this intelligence, he acted swiftly. After confirming the details, he promptly alerted the Bliss gang. Others might be unaware, but he knew that the Bliss gang was not solely reliant on their leader to reach the Steel Realm. At least 3 individuals had achieved this status. "Renault, I have notified the leader. He will arrive shortly. If you wish to avoid death, I suggest you retreat or join our Bliss gang, where you will be assured a high position," Chin Lu declared. Chapter 9. Negotiation. Make your move. Upon seeing that Renault continued to advance without regard, Chin Lu made a swift decision and fired his weapon. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted, bullets flying through the air. Whoosh. Renault's figure flickered as he evaded the majority of bullets, materializing before Chin Lu and launching a devastating punch aimed at his heart. With his strength, a direct hit would undoubtedly shatter the heart and claim a life. Though the bullets that struck him were somewhat painful, they barely penetrated his defenses. Chin Lu had reached the pinnacle of the mortal body but had yet to break through, with his attributes lingering below 10 points. rendering him incapable of withstanding such a formidable blow. Just then, a figure glided in from the side like a wraith, thrusting a sword towards Renault's temple. Renault was taken aback, instinctively leaning back to evade the attack, retreating 2 steps. His opponent, relentless and unyielding, lunged forward, raining down blows with the sword. Each strike aimed at a vital point. "Lord Shangwan, you have arrived. Please, slay him," Chen Lu exclaimed with great joy. He had just traversed the brink of despair, and his complexion still bore the pallor of his recent ordeal. Renault evaded several strikes and engaged in combat with the martial arts from the naval base for a brief period, seizing the opportunity to create distance. He discerned the identity of his opponent, an elderly man with a mane of white hair, clad in a long robe, wielding a sharp sword. His gaze as piercing as the blade itself. "Young man, it appears you possess some skill. You now face 2 choices: join the Blissful Gang as a hall master or face immediate execution at my hands. Are you the leader of the Blissful Gang?" "I'm Guiqing, the right protector of the Blissful Gang. My counterpart, the left protector, and I have long sequestered ourselves in seclusion, rarely making appearances. Consequently, few in the outside world are aware of our existence, allowing even the most insignificant clowns to confront our gang." Renault was taken aback by the hidden strength of the Blissful Gang. He quietly assessed his adversary's attributes, somewhat slower in speed than himself, yet possessing greater strength. The physical and mental capacities remained uncertain. It seemed he had underestimated the Steel Realm. He initially believed the attributes to lie between 10 and 20 points, but now suspected the upper limit might reach 30 points. "Why the silence?" Chen Lu inquired loudly. Renault, indifferent to Chen Lu, turned his gaze towards Shangwan Qi. "Are you also in the Steel Realm, Senior?" "I am in the late stage of the Steel Realm. It would be more than sufficient to eliminate you, who is merely in the mid-stage." Shangwan Qi responded, "You cannot kill me today. If I were to flee with all my heart, you would be unable to catch me. If I cannot kill you, then I shall eliminate them all," Shangwan Qi declared, pointing his sword towards the group of beggars in the distance. Renault gazed at the surrounding group of police officers and implored, "Officers, did you witness this elderly man attempting to harm a child in broad daylight? Will you take action?" Several officers, armed with rifles and sidearms, responded, "In extraordinary times, we apply extraordinary measures. The world remains unsettled. Gang conflicts are not our concern." Another added, "Indeed, unless there is indiscriminate slaughter involving innocent civilians." Implicitly, they categorized these beggars as part of the gang. A fearless bystander shouted, "We, the common folk, are oppressed by the gangs, yet you do nothing." Yes, they are in cahoots, a den of thieves and rogues. Relying on them for justice is akin to expecting divine intervention. In this chaotic world, black may turn white, and white may turn black. The line between good and evil becomes increasingly blurred. "Last time, the Brotherhood abducted my daughter, and the police advised me to let it go. Where is the justice in that? My poor daughter is merely 13, and I do not know where she has been taken. Woe is me. Who does not know that the Brotherhood engages in gambling and brothels? Your daughter's fate is dire." Another lamented, "Once, during a game, the Lee family was utterly destroyed. Just a couple of days ago, they publicly shot a child for merely stealing a bun. It is a tragedy." The atmosphere quickly escalated into a cacophony of accusations. The crowd, emboldened by their numbers, vented their long-suppressed grievances. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, silencing the crowd. "Enough. If you have grievances, take them to court. Speak any more nonsense, and I will sweep you away," the leader commanded, who was unaware that the court colludes with the gangs for dirty money. The undaunted spectator continued to shout, "Who dares to step forward?" The chief of police barked, feeling a twinge of regret for having positioned himself at the forefront. Typically, he would keep his distance during gang confrontations, waiting until the dust settled before intervening. His curiosity about the clash between extraordinary beings had drawn him into the fray, and now he felt the heat of danger. "Enough," interrupted Shangwan Qi, breaking the tension between the police and the populace. "Renault, what have you decided?" "I have sworn an oath against evil. The Blissful Gang has committed numerous atrocities, inciting the wrath of the heavens. To align with them is as unlikely as the sun rising in the west." Renault declared resolutely, "Well said. Young man, we stand with you. Let us rid ourselves of this elderly man. Annihilate the Brotherhood." The crowd erupted in cheers, and Renault's popularity surged visibly, quickly surpassing 100 points. Renault swiftly struck at Agile. Agile broke through to 21 points, a surge of warmth coursing through him, leaving him with an exhilarating sense of lightness. "Old man, round 2. Shangwan Qi responded with a cold smile, I hope you won't flee. In an instant, the two clashed, engaging in a fierce confrontation, where the shimmer of swords and the shadows of fists echoed with resounding thuds, exchanging hundreds of strikes in the blink of an eye. Renaud, with a hint of disdain, acknowledged the lack of dominance in their confrontation, realizing that despite the adversary's weaponry, he had the advantage of speed. After a fierce engagement lasting over 10 minutes, both combatants retreated momentarily to regroup. Young man, it seems I have underestimated you. You have indeed reached the latter stage of your prowess, he remarked. The esteemed Shangguan Qing felt a deep shock. It was astonishing to witness such strength at such a young age. I told you that you cannot kill me. If you were to succeed, the ordinary members of the world would suffer, and I would not hesitate to unleash a massacre upon the blissful sect upon my entry into the city, Renaud declared. In typical circumstances, forces abide by established norms, refraining from using extraordinary means against the ordinary. Otherwise, such a precedent would lead to mutual destruction, Shangguan Qing retorted. You unprovokedly attack the interests of my blissful sect and expect us to retreat? In this world, power reigns supreme. With my strength, I am entitled to a corresponding status, and I have set my sights on the Brotherhood's assets. Impossible, Chen Lu interjected. By what right do you claim them? By virtue of my extraordinary status, Renaud proclaimed with confidence. Lord Shangguan, please advocate for me, Chen Lu implored. Shangguan Qing's eyes glimmered as he inquired, Renaud, I have heard you have a master? Indeed. My master shall return in a few days, and he could easily obliterate your blissful sect with a mere gesture, Renaud replied, a proud smile gracing his face. What is your master's name? My master has long retired from the world and remains indifferent to its affairs. However, in his youth, he was known by the moniker Iron Fist. Iron Fist. Shangguan Qing frowned. He had never heard of such a name, indicating that this was indeed a figure of great antiquity. If your master is so formidable, why would he concern himself with a mere gang's assets? It seems somewhat beneath his dignity. My master certainly would not deign to do so. This is merely my own desire. I cannot possibly resort to begging in my current state. Very well, as such, the Brotherhood's asset shall be granted to you as a token of our newfound alliance, and from henceforth, our two sects shall stand united in mutual support. Nonsense. My heavenly society was founded on principles of justice. How could we condescend to conspire with a filthy gang such as yours? Renaud replied without hesitation, showing no mercy. His words drew cheers from the onlookers, further boosting his popularity. Shangguan Qing's expression darkened. Was Renaud lacking in emotional intelligence, or was he being deliberately provocative? It was utterly humiliating. In a grave tone, he said, Is your intention to oppose the blissful sect to the bitter end? My intent is for your blissful sect to withdraw from the outer city, henceforth allowing us to coexist without interference, and that is my proposal, Renaud stated. Realizing his current lack of strength necessitated a cautious approach, Renaud contemplated, For now, I must retreat. Once my power increases, I shall sweep through all the gangs of Donglan City. Chapter 10. Preparing for transmission. Very well, it is settled. This trivial enterprise shall be bestowed upon your heavenly society. Chen Lu, lead your men into the city with me, Shangguan Qing decisively instructed. However, silence. There are no buts about it. Yes, Chen Lu reluctantly acquiesced. Monkey, take your men to seize the assets, ensure they do not take anything of value, and aside from essential supplies, not a single coin should be permitted to leave their possession. Renaud nodded. Yes, boss. Ho Qing, filled with excitement, led his men into the Brotherhood's headquarters. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, Big Mouth, Luo Jin, and Squint, each accompanied by their own groups, proceeded to take control of the peripheral enterprises such as brothels, casinos, dance halls, smoke shops, and tea houses. As the audience dispersed, the Heavenly Society and the Brotherhood commenced their handover, exchanging glances filled with mutual scrutiny. Renaud, if your esteemed master returns, do pay a visit to the blissful gang. We shall welcome you with open arms, remarked Shangguan Qing. I will convey the message. The decision to visit rests with my master, Renaud replied nonchalantly. Shangguan Qing clasped his hands in farewell, stating, I take my leave. He then turned and strode away, his garments billowing behind him, exuding an air of mastery. Renaud watched as Shangguan Qing departed, contemplating how to augment his fan value. Indeed, the fan value of a master is quite challenging to manage. He glanced at the meager 54 points, silently lamenting, with at least several thousand spectators. How could it be so low? It seems the focus must shift to the younger audience. On the 10th day, within the inner city of Donglan, at the headquarters of the Gile Gang, a resplendent hall buzzed with the clinking of goblets and lively discourse among the gang's senior members. Lu Zhixiang, the gang leader, sat prominently at the head table, his imposing stature reminiscent of a mountain, robust as a bear, though he had surpassed 80 years. He appeared as vigorous as a man in his 40s, with fierce eyes and a lion-like nose, exuding an aura of authority. To his left sat Hu Jiaying, the left protector, a man in his 30s with alluring eyes and an elongated face, emanating an aura of seduction as he surveyed the room. On his right was Shang Wanqing, the right protector, gracefully stroking his beard while savoring his wine, embodying the demeanor of a sage. Below them, various hall masters and managers were arranged on either side. Mao Chun, as the hall master of information, have you discerned the details regarding Renault? Lu Zhixiong's voice resonated like thunder, though spoken softly, it echoed throughout the hall. Mao Chun replied, this individual is far from ordinary. Orphaned and wandering for many years. He settled in Donglin City to beg 5 years ago. Just 3 months prior, he was merely an inconspicuous beggar, having engaged in brawls without revealing any extraordinary traits. Yet, he vanished 3 months ago, and upon his return, he has astonishingly reached the late steel realm. Therefore, my subordinates believe he must have a mysterious master. Indeed. Shang Wanqing interjected, I have toiled for decades to attain this level, while Renault has achieved it in merely 3 months. Without extraordinary methods, such a feat is inconceivable. Hu Jiaying added, it is indeed illogical. Wu Zhenbang, the leader of the giant whale gang, was hailed as a once-in-a-millennium genius, reaching the pinnacle of human potential at 10. Breaking through at 11, a rarity in history. However, even with celestial techniques, transitioning from an ordinary beggar to the late steel realm in 3 months is quite unbelievable. Yet, it is not impossible, Lu Zhixiong mused. Our great Qian nation advances through martial prowess, gradually progressing with breakthrough pills. However, abroad, it is said that ordinary individuals can become extraordinary merely by consuming certain elixirs. Are you suggesting that this Renault lad has inherited foreign extraordinary techniques? Hu Jiaying inquired. Most likely, Lu Zhixiong speculated. If this is true, then his mysterious master may indeed be a foreigner. Speaking of which, it occurs to me, Shang Wanqing remarked. When I battled Renault, I sensed no true energy from him. Initially, I presumed he followed the path of physical refinement, but now it appears he resembles foreign techniques, as it is well known that they do not cultivate true energy. That is a valid point, Lu Zhixiong nodded. Regardless, Mao Chun, keep a vigilant eye on the world and uncover who Renault's master is and what their realm entails. Remember to investigate discreetly to avoid alarming the snake. Understood, leader. I will exercise caution regarding this matter. I would prefer to gather no information than act recklessly. Excellent. What has Renault been doing these past few days? Has he made any attempts to expand outward? Lu Zhixiong continued his inquiry. None at all. Since taking over the Brotherhood's assets, he has been focused on benevolence. Benevolence? Shang Wanqing was perplexed. He initially waived the merchant protection fee entirely, which incited panic, forcing him to symbolically charge a mere 10% fee. Subsequently, he established relief stations that distributed food daily to assist the homeless and transformed a space into a school, hiring several teachers to impart knowledge to the numerous vagrant children. Mao Chun remarked, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. It appears he intends to support over 1,000 homeless children. And there are also vagrants from the inner city flocking to join the Brotherhood, bringing the total number of homeless to over 2,000. The crowd fell silent. Mao Chun continued, he has initiated numerous reforms. Oh, what reforms? Lu Zhixiong inquired with keen interest. The brothels have been converted into bars, the madams into waitresses. And the selection of clients is now at the discretion of the waitresses. The casinos have severed ties with usury, and the smokehouses have banned marijuana, permitting only cigarette smoking. The tea houses have been transformed into restaurants, and a large pavilion is currently under construction, though its purpose remains unclear. Bars, a novel industry seemingly exclusive to foreign lands. Thus confirming that Renault has indeed inherited foreign martial arts, Hu Jiaying commented. What a naive little rascal, Lu Zhixiong chuckled softly. It's merely child-esque play. As long as he doesn't trouble us, it's best to ignore him. If kindness can take root, then unifying the realm will be the domain of sages. Shang Wanqing remarked. This little fool will inevitably come to regret it. With his master backing him, he can indulge freely. Lu Zhixiong shifted the conversation. Now, let us discuss how to respond to the price increase imposed by the Figard Empire on the divine powder. Everyone, share your thoughts. Meanwhile, at the Brotherhood's headquarters, Renault gazed at his attributes, a smile gracing his face. Strength, 30. Physique, 30. Agility, 30. Spirit, 30. Fan value, 3250. I do not regret exhausting nearly all my wealth to accomplish these good deeds. Enhancing attributes at the 3140 stage requires a mere 1,000 fan value. Yet the maximum is an utterly despondent figure of 40,000. Renault was engulfed in worries. In recent days, he had been ostentatiously showcasing his benevolence, exhausting his efforts to the utmost. Having squandered a significant portion of the wealth amassed by the Brotherhood, his fan count remained disappointingly below 10,000. A testament to the multitude of challenges he faced. The thought of incrementally reaching 1,000, then 10,000, and ultimately 100,000 nearly made him lose his composure. Unless he could attain the stature of a global superstar, the mere accumulation of fan points would no longer suffice to elevate his strength swiftly. Indeed, it became evident that rigorous training was imperative. Nevertheless, he had at least saved considerable time in the early stages. In that moment, he enhanced his power, physique, and agility to 31, witnessing a remarkable surge in his capabilities. With his mind racing with thoughts, he proceeded to the hall. Inside, hundreds of high-ranking members awaited his arrival. Boss, leader, big brother. Various titles cascaded towards him, to which Renault responded with a simple acknowledgement. The reason I summoned you here is to inform you that my master has returned and intends to guide me in further seclusion for training. I may be absent for an extended period. You must hold the fort, refrain from expansion, yet do not allow yourselves to be bullied. I have imparted the fundamentals of combat to you. Practice diligently, and once your strength is sufficient, I shall teach you more advanced techniques. Chapter 11. Elite Training Camp. In a daze, Renault found himself back in the world of One Piece, within his dormitory. He donned his attire and stepped outside, first heading to the cafeteria for a hearty meal to satiate his cravings from the past few days, lest he become emaciated. Subsequently, he made his way directly to the swordsmanship training hall to partake in the final positioning battle. The passage of time was synchronized between the two worlds. As noon arrived in the primary world, it was also noon in the One Piece realm. According to their 10-day agreement, challenges could be issued until 8 o'clock in the evening. Renault approached the Swordsmanship Academy with a leisurely demeanor. Inside, the atmosphere was charged with exuberant voices and thunderous shouts. Aside from the recruits, numerous seasoned veterans had gathered during their midday respite, engaging in animated discussions, offering critiques, and sharing their insights. Renault estimated that there were at least 3,000 to 4,000 people, all packed tightly together. Excellent. This is the perfect moment to showcase his prowess. Renault mused as he approached the arena, simultaneously observing the battles taking place on stage, comparing the strengths of the combatants. Just a few days prior, he had been dazzled by the spectacle, but now he could discern the situation with greater clarity. The school officers faced no challengers, while the lieutenants were likely at the 3,140 level. By extrapolating from this, one could deduce the personal strengths within the world of One Piece. Those at 91,100 points surely represented the elite few at the pinnacle, belonging to the ranks of the emperors and admirals. At 8190 points, one would find those at the vice-emperor level, prospective admirals, the 3 disasters, and the 7 warlords. At 7180 points, there lay the elite navy vice-admirals and the cadre of the 4 emperors. The ordinary navy vice-admirals stood at 6,170 points, akin to the new generation of pirates. At 5160 points were the navy rear admirals, representing pirates with over 100 million bounty. At 4150 points, one would encounter the navy school officers, corresponding to pirates with bounties ranging from 50 million to 100 million. The navy lieutenants were at 3,140 points, akin to pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million. At 2,130 points, the Navy non-commissioned officers were comparable to pirates with bounties in the millions. The Navy elite soldiers stood at 1120 points, akin to pirate henchmen. Lastly, at 110 points, the Navy recruits represented the ranks of pirate lackeys. Thus, it seems that I am merely at the threshold of the lieutenant rank. Renault furrowed his brow in silence, questioning his own weakness. However, he reminded himself that attributes do not define everything. The ability of the fruit and performance under pressure can wield significant influence. He then made his way to the warrant officer's platform, reasoning that while the officer was indeed stronger, it could not be by a considerable margin. Moreover, this warrant officer exhibited a degree of arrogance, refusing to step down even after 3 consecutive matches. Thus, Renault should not be blamed for seizing the opportunity. Renault leaped onto the stage, igniting a lively uproar among the spectators. "Oh, what do we have here? A mere sapling," one exclaimed. "What is this little sprout thinking? Must be itching for a fight." I wager he won't withstand 3 moves. Another chimed in. Are you joking? Howard is the mightiest among the lieutenants. I bet this sprout can't endure even a single blow. Isn't that Reynolds? Has he lost his mind? Below, Reynolds' friend Jones looked utterly astonished. This fellow has been in hiding for 10 days. And now he emerges with such mysterious confidence. Someone remarked nearby. On the stage, Howard crossed his arms and addressed the newcomer. Troop, do you wish to visit the hospital? No, I don't. Then get off my stage. Renault refrained from verbal sparring. With a swift movement, he launched a powerful punch towards Howard's face. Howard hurriedly retreated, raising his arms to defend. However, with each passing moment, his defensive posture, arms crossed, fell increasingly into disadvantage. Renault, with an unyielding momentum, unleashed his strikes like a tempestuous storm. The two contenders engaged in a fierce exchange, one defending while the other attacked, producing a cacophony of sounds. The audience fell into a hushed silence, their eyes wide with astonishment. Such an occurrence, where the challenger immediately gains the upper hand, is a rarity indeed, rendering the spectacle extraordinary. Howard circled the ring, his frustration mounting. A moment's lapse led to him being pressed into a corner. The opponent was equally swift, leaving him no opportunity for a counterattack. With a resounding thud, he finally managed to create some distance. Rubbing his chest where he had been struck, Howard remarked, "Newbie, you are quite impressive, but it will take you a century to defeat me. Is that so? Then let us proceed to the second round." Renault charged forward once more, reigniting the fervent clash between them. The intensity of their confrontation created a balance, leaving the audience and instructor Balk in astonishment. Renault, who had previously exhibited only mediocrity, was astonishingly demonstrating remarkable prowess today. Ding! The bell rang, and the referee announced, "Time's up, proceed." "Ha. Thank you for your guidance, Senior," Renault chuckled, acknowledging his new status as a commissioned officer, albeit the lowest rank. "You've earned it," Howard conceded, for the fact that Renault had matched him in combat warranted the rank of warrant officer. After dismounting the stage, Jones approached, dumbfounded. "Renault, have you taken something?" "Indeed." "What kind of medicine?" "Pray tell," inquired another friend, Tyron. "There is no way you could have been concealing your strength," the last friend, Nelson, analyzed. "You were panting like a dog during the weighted runs. It's simply not an act." "Yes, there was a time I nearly fainted from exhaustion," Renault admitted. "And just 2 months ago, I suffered heat stroke due to my frail constitution. Last month, in the sparring match, I was left sprawled on the ground, unable to rise." The trio eagerly recounted Renault's misadventures, striving to affirm that he had not been hiding his true abilities. Renault, with a dark expression, exclaimed, "Enough." Just as he was about to speak, Instructor Balk approached. After scrutinizing Renault, Balk remarked, "Your aura has changed. Have you truly reached this level in just 10 days? As an instructor, Balk had already awakened his observation haki, allowing him to sense the general strength of others. "Indeed, it seems I have awakened some sort of bloodline." Renault replied, "I see." Balk acknowledged, understanding that in this world, it was not uncommon for individuals to awaken unique bloodlines upon reaching adulthood. "What kind of bloodline is it?" he inquired. "I'm not entirely sure. I can only sense a comprehensive enhancement in my strength, speed, physique, and spirit." "Remarkable," Balk said with astonishment. "At this rate, you might be able to qualify for this year's Navy Headquarters Elite Training Camp." "Elite Training Camp?" Renault feigned ignorance. "Yes, it is an annual elite training program. And upon completion, participants are guaranteed a minimum rank of lieutenant. The esteemed Admiral Zifa serves as the instructor, and one can learn both the 6 forms of the Navy and the secret techniques of hockey." Balk elucidated. "How does one gain admission?" Renault inquired eagerly. "It is by recommendation. Only exceptionally outstanding Navy personnel under the age of 26 are eligible, as the physiological peak of the human body is theoretically at 25. After this age, although one can still enhance their strength, the progress becomes significantly slower. Conversely, those too young are prone to injuries that could hinder their development. Thus, the optimal training age has been determined to be between 12 and 25 years. "Can I receive a recommendation?" Renault asked hurriedly. The prospect of learning from Admiral Zifa and acquiring unparalleled hockey was too enticing to overlook. Balk continued with a measured tone. "Our Navy comprises not only the headquarters but also 15 large bases, designated G1 to G15, which govern the Grand Line. Additionally, there is a base for each admiral across the 4 seas, each overseeing hundreds of numbered branches. In total, there are over 1,000 bases. But only the large bases and admiral bases have recommendation slots. There are 19 of these bases, each with 5 recommendation slots, theoretically allowing 95 individuals to enter the elite training camp each year, though in practice, it is often less than half. Why is that? Jones interjected. That seems like a significant disparity. Because we seek the C army de la C army, the true prodigies among prodigies, Balk replied. Chapter 12. Bestowal. What qualifies someone as a genius? Jones pressed further. Exceptional fruit abilities, rapid training speeds, and extraordinary strength and physique are all criteria for receiving a recommendation. If too many candidates emerge, a preliminary competition will be held. I understand. Do you know how many have been recommended so far? Renault asked. Currently, there are 3. As for you, I will submit an application shortly to explain your situation. We will know by tomorrow if you're accepted. Thank you, instructor. You have been nurtured by my guidance, and your entry into the elite class brings me great pride. Strive diligently, and if time permits, aspire for even loftier positions. This occasion marks a singular opportunity for promotion, unbound by military achievements. Once missed, it shall not return. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. Renault nodded and approached the lieutenant's arena. He had assessed the warrant officer's strength, estimating it to be around 32 to 33, with agility comparable to his own, though the mental acuity remained unknown. From this, he deduced that others' attributes varied from his own, reflecting an individualized progression rather than a uniform enhancement, where some attributes advanced first, subsequently influencing the others. In a life-and-death struggle, he would undoubtedly be outmatched. However, in the context of this arena contest, merely enduring for 10 minutes seemed highly feasible. The lieutenant, sporting a robust beard and appearing to be in his 30s, bore a kindly demeanor as he smiled and said, "You are Renault? Quite impressive. Thank you. I look forward to your guidance," Renault replied. "I assure you, I will not hold back. Be cautious." As the words left his lips, the two clashed instantly, engaging in a fierce exchange, causing the arena to resonate with the sounds of their striking fists and legs. Renault found himself at a distinct disadvantage, gritting his teeth and persevering, pushing the fundamentals of martial arts to their limits. The Navy's foundational combat techniques, not to be underestimated, are the result of 8 centuries of rigorous refinement, with generations of great minds continuously innovating, leading to the comprehensive martial system we see today, one that enhances physical prowess while also enabling lethal combat. In the realm of martial arts, it is akin to a divine skill, comparable to the legendary techniques such as the 18 dragon-subduing palms or the 6 young palms of Tian Shan. The derivative Navy 6 styles are of an arcane level, mastery of which depends solely on innate talent. Even some officers of the rank of captain may only grasp a few of the techniques. Lieutenant Bigbeard did not employ the Navy 6 styles, but instead relied on sheer physical strength, overwhelming Renault and forcing him to retreat step by step. When it comes to the sophistication of combat techniques, the lieutenant, in his 30s, undoubtedly possessed greater prowess. Within mere minutes, Renault was struck in the abdomen, sent flying several meters, and nearly toppled from the arena. "Renault, concede," the lieutenant urged. "I merely took a punch. It is of no consequence," Renault replied, rubbing his abdomen. "May I inquire your name, Senior?" "Carter," came the response. "How old are you? Are you married?" Upon noticing Renault standing at a distance, seemingly inclined to engage in casual conversation, Carter realized, "Are you attempting to buy time?" "Ha ha ha, you see through me," Renault admitted, unfazed, sharing a light-hearted laugh. Carter's eye twitched slightly. "I shall not allow you to escape so easily." The two once again became embroiled in combat, exchanging hundreds of blows in the blink of an eye. Renault had no intention of retreating or evading. He was determined to endure for a full 10 minutes in the most resolute manner, leaving others speechless. With a stroke of luck, he might even garner a few admirers. Yet, this notion was evidently fanciful. Despite the intense confrontation with Howard, he had not gained any fan points, and it was unlikely he would this time either. The Navy, seasoned and knowledgeable, knew that unless he achieved royal status, acquiring fans through sheer strength was an insurmountable challenge. 5 minutes later, Renault's hands began to tingle with numbness. 8 minutes in, his body was a canvas of bruises, having endured at least 30 punches and over 20 kicks, his skin a mottled tapestry of blue and purple. "Renault, I will not hold back any longer. Will you not concede?" Carter's gaze was sharp and penetrating. Is the esteemed Carter truly serious? "I am most eager to witness this," Renault replied, wiping the blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth. "As you wish, let it begin." Whoosh. Carter's figure moved like lightning, appearing instantaneously before Renault. Renault was taken aback, for it was the Navy's 6th style. He hurriedly defended himself, cautiously responding, as he was relying on a strategy of waiting for the enemy to tire. After the recent skirmish, he had surmised Carter's attributes. His strength and physique were approximately 20% superior to his own, with speed being comparable, which explained Carter's prolonged endurance. However, now that Carter had employed the technique of shave, the situation had become increasingly dire. Renault gritted his teeth, enduring the relentless blows, rising time and again. Just 2 more minutes. His indomitable spirit momentarily eclipsed the pain. Ding! At last, the bell tolled. Time us up, the referee announced. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Senior Carter, Renault replied, teetering on the brink of collapse. Carter sighed. You reckless lad. It's merely a minor rank. Yet, this rank demands considerable military merit. I sustain a few injuries. And I can save a substantial amount of time. What is not to like? Indeed, Carter nodded in agreement. At 35, I had only reached this position. The youth are truly formidable. You flatter me, Renault humbly responded. As Renault exited the stage, he was promptly assisted by his friends, including Jones, towards the medical room, leaving the audience murmuring in admiration and awe. The following day, Renault's injuries had significantly healed as he arrived at the playground, awaiting assignment and accolades. The instructor stood on a raised platform, perusing a ledger while engaging in quiet discussion with the adjutant at his side. Below, over 1,000 individuals gradually formed into orderly lines. Reynolds entered the arena, and soon everyone was present. Balk, holding a microphone, announced, "The new recruits training concludes today. After 10 days of rigorous competitions, those exhibiting competence will be promoted. Do not be disheartened if you feel lacking. A slow start does not signify eternal weakness. Take, for instance, this year's top recruit, Antonio. He joined the Hunter Corps at the tender age of 15 and has battled pirates for 5 arduous years, honing his skills in the crucible of life and death. Most of you are merely ordinary recruits, and it is perfectly normal for your progress over a mere 3 months to be minimal. Then there's Amos, hailing from the Royal Guard. The instructor sure knows how to ramble. It's been almost half an hour, Jones complained. Why do all the higher-ups enjoy such lengthy speeches? Tyrone echoed his sentiments. I've never seen the instructor so loquacious, Nelson remarked, puzzled. Perhaps it's a sudden desire to show off, Reynolds quipped. After a few more minutes, Balk finally concluded. Without further ado, we shall commence the awarding of ranks. Antonio, step forward. The 20-year-old Antonio, marked by 3 deep scars across his face, exuded a fierce and intimidating presence, his cold gaze unwavering as he approached. Antonio, based on your performance in the arena, I hereby appoint you to the rank of Major. An assistant presented him with a uniform and insignia. Thank you, instructor, he responded. You may take your leave. Next, Amos. The ceremony continued with the awarding of ranks. And soon it was Reynolds' turn. Next, Reynolds. Reynolds' eyes sparkled with joy as he swiftly ascended the stage. Reynolds, I never imagined that someone as slight as you would achieve such remarkable success. Neither did I, he replied. Your application for the elite training camp has already been submitted. Admiral Karp mentioned that there are 3 months until the next session begins. If you do not make any progress during these 3 months, you will need to train for an additional 2 years. Thus, your admission to the elite training camp of the Navy headquarters hinges entirely on your efforts. I understand. Reynolds replied, accepting the garments. I will strive diligently. For the next 3 months, you are free to train independently. No duties will be assigned to you. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to consult me. Yes. Thank you, instructor. Reynolds was elated. He could now resume his plan to amass followers. Chapter 13. Planning following the awarding of honors, the allocation of positions commenced, with the instructor calling out names one by one. Jones was assigned to G3 Base, Branch 56, serving as a logistics officer. Nelson was designated to G3 Base, Branch 25, taking on the role of a patrolman. Tyron was assigned to G3 Base, Branch 45, becoming a gunner. The G3 large base exerted control over a specific maritime area, from which numerous branches dispersed to collectively undertake patrol duties and eradicate piracy. Renault lingered behind, indulging in a night of revelry with 3 companions at the bar, bidding a fond farewell in the early hours. For the subsequent 2 months, Renault did not promptly return to the primary realm. Instead, he devoted himself to mastering the Navy's 6th style under the tutelage of his instructor. On this particular day, in the training grounds, Renault was drenched in sweat, his feet incessantly pounding the ground as he weaved back and forth until utterly exhausted. Renault panted heavily, gazing at his stagnant attributes with a sense of dejection. It became evident that he was no prodigy. After 2 months of arduous training, his attributes had shown no improvement. Perhaps they had increased marginally, but the change was imperceptible. Having already committed the 6 forms of cultivation to memory, it was time to venture into the main world to accrue fan points. Resolute in his decision, he returned to his dormitory, placed a piece of candy in his mouth, and with a mere thought, transitioned to another realm. In the main world, within the confines of the Tianxia Association's chamber, Reino laughed heartily, completely unclothed. The candy was merely a small experiment to test whether the objects within his host body would similarly be retained. The outcome was delightful. The candy remained intact in his mouth. This indicated that once something entered his body, it could traverse between the 2 realms. The inspiration stemmed from the notion that after indulging in a hearty meal, one could journey to another world and still feel satiated. Renault's mind raced with thoughts of discovering devil fruits akin to the door fruit, pocket fruit, or box fruit, and subsequently merging them with various items to create spatial tools, which he could then consume and bring back. However, these aspirations felt distant. The immediate priority was to enhance his strength. Upon observing a sudden surge of over 3,000 points in fan value, he realized that this value could not transcend realms and that he must personally return to this world to reap its benefits. Additionally, he noted the mental expenditure of only 14 points from this endeavor, indicating that in a short span, he could traverse back and forth twice, ensuring his safety in terms of life. For the time being, the fan value was of little use. Accumulating enough to break through to 41 points was essential, or he could simply set it aside, as it might serve other purposes later. Dressed and ready, he pushed open the door to a sunlit day, a splendid weather. The Brotherhood's complex, currently the headquarters of the Tianxia Society, was city fortress styled, comprised of multiple interconnected courtyards, vast in scale and unparalleled in the outer city, capable of accommodating 1,000 residents. The Renault Room is situated at the center, with the entrance leading to a grand hall, beyond which lies an expansive training ground. At this moment, the sun is high in the sky, and within the training ground, several hundred individuals are engaged in synchronized movements, shouting and striking with precision, their powerful voices reverberating in all directions. The leader, Luo Jin, stands alongside Lin Yi. Upon seeing Renault emerge, both men express their joy. "Master, when did you return?" Lin Yi inquires. "Greetings, Master." The assembled disciples immediately offer their respects, to which Renault responds with a nod. "Everyone, train diligently and do not become complacent." "Yes." Renault waved his hand, summoning Lin Yi and Luo Jin back to the hall. The 3 took their seats, and a maidservant brought in tea. They began to discuss the challenges they had faced over the past month. "Indeed, there have been many," Lin Yi replied. Renault was taken aback. "Many issues?" he inquired. "Indeed." Lin Yi affirmed with a nod. "Please elaborate." "Firstly, the taxation matter. The Tax Bureau has visited numerous times, yet we have failed to reach an agreement. And they seem to be growing somewhat impatient. Why is there a stalemate? Because they insist on adhering to the previous tax rates. What is the issue with the former tax rates? The problem is substantial. Previously, the taxes submitted by the Brotherhood accounted for 70% of the total profits. Renault is astonished. Has the Brotherhood gone mad? This is precisely why they can act with impunity in the outer city, unrestrained and unchecked. As a result of collusion between internal and external forces, creating a seamless blend of black and white. The common people have no avenue for redress and can only endure their plight. From my investigation alone, I have discovered that over 300 families have been devastated by their actions, and yet the Brotherhood has only been established for a mere 3 years. Renault lamented. In the past, the Brotherhood was notorious for its nefarious deeds, of which I had only witnessed a few instances, compounded by hearsay that painted a picture of extreme malevolence. However, I had not anticipated the severity to be even greater than my imagination. Therefore, what course of action do you propose, leader? We are engaged in legitimate business and should report our earnings at the standard tax rate. Yet, the opposing party disagrees, wishing to maintain the status quo while insisting on appointing individuals to oversee our accounts. How audacious. Renault pondered. Do they not realize I am an extraordinary being? But they are the Tax Bureau, backed by the formidable Lord Xiong Kaishan of Donglan City, whose power is unfathomable. It is said he has transcended into the realm of dominance. The realm of dominance? This was Renault's first encounter with such a term. The realm of dominance is the stage that follows the steel realm. Surely, the leader is aware of this? Lin Yi inquired, puzzled. My path diverges, Renault nonchalantly deflected. Shifting the topic. Does this mean Lord Xiong Kaishan is openly deceiving us? It is possible that this is not Lord Xiong's intent. The city lord is inundated with affairs and lacks the time to manage trivial matters. It may not even originate from the tax bureau's central office, but rather from the local tax bureau's reluctance to accept their diminished status. Previously, they were akin to partners, and now they possess nothing but the authority to collect taxes, a stark contrast that is difficult to accept. Acceptance is imperative, nonetheless. We must persist and see who ultimately prevails. We shall report our profits to the central office as per standard procedure, disregarding the outer city branch, Renault asserted firmly. Very well. Then let us address the second issue regarding the new members of the Brotherhood of All Under Heaven. Is there a cap on membership? Why do you inquire? Are there many individuals seeking to join? Indeed, an overwhelming number. Nearly 3,000 vagrants have joined us in Donglan City over the past month, along with children of ordinary citizens who are desperate to gain entry, employing various tactics, playing the victim, bribing registrars, claiming familial connections, masquerading as vagrants, and more, Lenny lamented. Even if we were to accept only the vagrants, 3,000 individuals would stretch our capacity to its limits, burdening us with their upkeep and necessitating arrangements for their living conditions. If this continues, we shall be overwhelmed. Lin Yi's concerns were valid. At that moment, Ho Ching, in charge of the finances, burst in with a dozen aides, followed by senior members such as Dezay and Xie Yin, along with hundreds of assistants. The senior members possessed limited capabilities, many unable to read a single character. Thus, Renault instructed them to recruit and form teams centered around their strengths for support. Once seated, Ho Chang presented a ledger. Leader, our financial resources are dwindling. When we first took over, we had 300 gold coins in cash, and now we are left with a mere 20. So little? Is the entire Brotherhood's treasury only 300 gold coins? Renault exclaimed in astonishment. Previously, he had been preoccupied with maintaining appearances and had neglected financial matters, unaware that their reserves had diminished to such an extent. The currency of the Great Qian Kingdom has been integrated into the international market, comprising primarily gold, silver, and copper coins, referred to as the Golden Dragon, Silver Eagle, and Copper Deer. Paper currency was once issued. However, rampant overproduction led to catastrophic devaluation, resulting in its abandonment by the populace. Consequently, it became imperative to align with international standards and implement a gold and silver standard monetary system. At present, one copper coin is equivalent to 1 unit from a previous era, with 300 copper coins converting to 1 silver coin, and 36 silver coins equating to 1 gold coin, thereby making 1 gold coin worth 10,800 units. The Brotherhood possesses the majority of its wealth within banks, and what we receive is merely a fraction of liquid assets. Ho Qingdao remarked that there are very few anonymous silver notes. Transactions are largely conducted via tickets that require passwords for withdrawals. It is unreasonable to expect them to present the ticket stubs and then divulge their passwords to us, as they are not wealthy benefactors. Thus, are we on the brink of bankruptcy? Asked Reno. Indeed, under these circumstances, we can only sustain ourselves for another 10 days. What are your thoughts? We should liquidate unnecessary assets, casinos, bars, and real estate, and halt the construction of schools and supermarkets. Absolutely not. The schools and supermarkets are part of my vision. Halting operations would cease our income. Income can be generated through restaurants. We can pivot all our ventures into dining establishments. No need for that. I have an alternative proposal. Xian, you are in charge of intelligence gathering. Have you compiled all the information regarding the gangs in the outer city over the past month? Sensing something amiss, Xian responded enthusiastically. Yes. I have gathered intelligence on 54 gang organizations, with the smaller ones consisting of merely dozens of members occupying a street, while the larger factions boast thousands, controlling entire blocks. Furthermore, none of them possess extraordinary individuals. Excellent. Prepare to unify the outer city. Reno rose, his voice resonating with authority. The assembly responded with fervent agreement. Chapter 14. Rules and regulations regarding recruitment. Concerning the recruitment of personnel, we shall accept all homeless individuals, while for adults, we will select those capable of combat or possessing a particular skill. Those with dubious backgrounds will be left to fend for themselves. Boss, this seems somewhat imprudent. Luo Jin interjected. What seems imprudent? The majority of those involved with gangs are hardly virtuous. If we exclude those with tarnished reputations as you suggest, once we unify the outer city gangs, we will inevitably encounter a surplus of idle personnel. Should we fail to recruit them, chaos will ensue throughout the outer city, and the authorities will undoubtedly come seeking us. Renault pondered for a moment. That is indeed a question. How many do you think there are? At least several thousand, specifically. It should be over 5,000. So many. The crowd gasped. This is a conservative estimate, Luo Jin remarked. After all, there are 54 gang members here. Renault tapped his fingers on the armrest of the chair, lost in contemplation. The crowd waited patiently, knowing that any thoughts they had would be shared only after Renault made his decision. If that is the case, we shall formalize it by establishing a system of contributions and rules for the guild, Renault declared. Leader, what exactly is the system of contributions? And what rules govern the guild? Lin Yi inquired on behalf of the group. Let us first discuss the guild rules. For now, there will be 10 precepts, with the possibility of adding more at a later date, Renault replied. Lin Yi, please take note. Certainly. Lin Yi responded, producing paper and pen. Renault leisurely proclaimed. The first decree, those who betray the Brotherhood and turn against their own shall face certain death. The second decree, those who impart martial arts without permission shall meet the same fate. The third decree, those who waver in loyalties, colluding with outsiders to harm the interests of the guild, shall be executed without mercy. The fourth decree, those who secretly engage in malevolent deeds, upon verification, shall be condemned to death. The fifth decree, those who commit acts of lewdness, abduction, or deceit shall be dealt with according to the circumstances, either through execution, maiming, or expulsion from the guild. The sixth decree, brothers who harm one another or engage in malicious insults shall face execution, maiming, or expulsion from the guild. The seventh decree, those who oppress the virtuous, bully the weak, show ingratitude, or disrespect authority, shall be met with severe punishment and expelled from the guild. The eighth decree, those who enrich themselves at the expense of the public or embezzle funds shall face severe repercussions and expulsion from the guild. The ninth decree, those who disregard orders or feign compliance shall be punished severely and expelled from the guild. The 10th decree, those who oppress their subordinates, causing significant harm to the guild through negligence or error, shall face demotion. Renault spoke each word with a resonant clarity, rendering the audience silent and subdued. This was due to the fact that many had, to varying degrees, previously transgressed the established rules. Renault surveyed the surroundings and declared, today, the 10 commandments of the guild are established. Regardless of who it may be, should anyone contravene them, there shall be no mercy. As for past transgressions, they shall be forgiven. Do you all comprehend? A chorus of affirmation resounded from the crowd. Lenny, have you completed the task? Yes, guild leader, it is done. Excellent. Tomorrow, enlarge the text to the size of a human head and post a copy in prominent locations across the headquarters, north, south, east, and west. Understood. After addressing the guild rules, Renault proceeded to elucidate the contribution system, which he likened to an internal currency. Noticing the puzzled expressions among the members, he explained, contribution points can be utilized to exchange for techniques, promotions, procurement of materials within the guild, and hiring assistants, among other things. In the future, salaries will be directly dispersed in contribution points. But what if someone wishes to use money? Lenny inquired. Renault pondered for a moment. In terms of value, a modest contribution could be exchanged for a silver eagle. However, acquiring the silver eagle would require a doubling of the contribution points. Furthermore, taking advantage of the presence of everyone, it was time to deliberate on the matter of salaries. Since we aim for formalization, ambiguity must no longer characterize our practices. Monkey, as the overseer of finances, how were the incomes calculated during my absence? The upper echelon derives profits from the management of shops, while the lower tier receives salaries. Henceforth, all remuneration will be based on contributions, with cash revenues directed entirely to the central treasury. Those wishing to convert their contributions into currency may do so independently. Monkey, you will also oversee the treasury. Understood. Ho Chung complied with the directive. These regulations can be further discussed in detail at a later time. Now, Luo Jin, present, deliver a final ultimatum to all gangs in the Confucius district: surrender or face death. This is the first step for our Tianxia society. We must first unify the entire Confucius district. Yes, boss. Luo Jin's eyes gleamed. I guarantee the completion of this mission. I want their response by noon tomorrow. Understood. Is there anyone else with questions? Dezue timidly raised his hand. Boss, I have one. Renault sighed, expressing his exasperation at the multitude of issues at hand. The plight of the homeless, particularly concerning their insufficient housing, was pressing. Many were forced to sleep on the ground as winter's chill set in, rendering them vulnerable to illness. This matter can wait until we consolidate the neighborhoods and reallocate housing, he stated. Furthermore, 3 orphanages within the city sought to merge with their establishment. We shall accept them along with their educators, but from this point forward, they shall be part of our community and the adoption services will cease. He added, additionally, a collective of workers from various shops, such as restaurant servers, chefs, bar staff, and casino dealers, has banded together, exceeding 50 individuals, to demand a wage increase. Renault furrowed his brow. Is our salary indeed so meager? We have exceeded the average line, and after taking over the underworld, we received a further increase of 10. However, most of these individuals are relatives of former Brotherhood members, which raises suspicions of deliberate unrest. Damn it, do they really need to come to me with such trivial matters? With irritation, Renault continued, finding a 3-legged toad is a rarity, yet 2-legged individuals are abundant. Locate the ringleader, break their legs, and expel the rest. Indeed, Big Mouth. You bring up such petty issues here. What use do we have for you as the head of human resources? Sneered the squint-eyed one, who had always been at odds with Big Mouth. Currently, our nation is rife with warlords, and refugees abound. If it weren't for Xiong Kaishan establishing checkpoints in the preceding cities to shelter these displaced individuals, Donglin City would have already been overwhelmed with population. Understood. Big Mouth raised his hands in surrender. Then I shall handle this matter. And stop, Renault interjected. If it's such a trivial issue, let's not dwell on it. My focus must remain on martial training. You may make decisions regarding minor matters on your own. Yes, these small issues can be resolved through our discussions. The squint-eyed one affirmed. The boss merely needs to suppress with force. Absolutely. Luo Jin nodded in agreement. Only martial prowess is the foundation of our gang. At that moment, Linny closed his notebook. I also have a question. Renault was at a loss for words. What is the issue? The matter of imparting martial arts techniques. Who is eligible to learn, and whether contributions are required? This indeed poses a pertinent question. My perspective is that one must be at least 12 years of age, have been a member of the Tianxia Society for over a year, and possess no criminal record to be eligible to teach. Is it free of charge? Certainly. As I have stated, I do not adhere to the notion of hoarding knowledge for personal gain. However, they must vow to keep the teachings confidential. Our regulations clearly stipulate that those who divulge such knowledge shall face dire consequences, and they must bear this in mind. What about those already engaged in practice outside? How many are there? Over 300, all meticulously selected, brave and tenacious individuals aged between 13 and 18. Excellent. These individuals shall be cultivated as core disciples. Understood. That will be all for today. Everyone may return to their tasks. Dezue, seek out a few strong individuals to train with me. Yes. Chapter 15. Tianli in the training grounds. 5 robust men wielded wooden rods as thick as a wrist, relentlessly striking at Renault. The sound of thudding flesh ringing ceaselessly in the air. Reno stood bare-chested, his muscles subtly expanding and contracting with each strike of the stick, a rhythmic dance of exertion. Beads of sweat cascaded down his body as he grappled with one of the simplest techniques of the Navy's 6 forms. Known as iron block, it proved to be a far more arduous endeavor than he anticipated, prompting a silent lament within him. Among the Navy's 6 forms, the most accessible techniques were iron block and finger gun, while the remaining 4 demanded leg strength and could be approached progressively. Yet, even mastering iron block seemed an insurmountable challenge, leaving Reno's confidence somewhat shaken. He pondered the necessity of fan value with his innate talent. Transcending to the 4150 stage of the 4 dimensions appeared to be an insurmountable feat. Alternatively, he considered seeking martial arts manuals from this world, which might complement his efforts and enhance his capabilities. With this thought in mind, he turned to Lin Yi, who was observing the spectacle. Lin Yi, is it possible for your martial skills to reach the extraordinary? Regrettably, that is not the case. The techniques available in the market are all of the mundane level, only capable of reaching the pinnacle of human potential. Recently, Renault has come to realize that in the primary realm of martial arts, there exists a hierarchy of ranks, classified into 5 tiers: celestial, earthly, profound, yellow, and mundane. He then inquired, I have heard of a breaking boundary pill. Is it true that one can reach the pinnacle of human potential and then consume this pill to transcend? Lin Yi elucidated. The breaking boundary pill serves merely as an auxiliary, providing a surge of force to breach barriers. However, it is imperative to operate an extraordinary technique through the meridian pathways. Otherwise, reckless attempts may result in catastrophic failure. Thus, is it necessary to possess an extraordinary technique to achieve transcendence? Renault asked. Indeed, Lin Yi affirmed. Are there any extraordinary individuals in the outer city? The police chief, The tax bureau chief and certain officers in the military camp beyond the city, Lin Yi replied. Stop. Renault interjected. What I meant was, are there any we can control? For instance, members of the underworld. Extraordinary beings affiliated with gangs have all entered the inner city and rarely linger in the outer city. Is there a way to acquire extraordinary techniques? Renault pressed. Lin Yi pondered briefly before responding. Firstly, one can throw money at it. Some scions of noble families may be willing to sell, but the price typically exceeds 1,000 gold dragons, a considerable sum. Secondly, one might seek to join a sect and become a disciple, treating it as home. And only through diligent observation and proving oneself as a core disciple will one gain access to formidable martial arts. However, this path is fraught with challenges. For the first few years, one should not harbor such hopes. The old-timers are notoriously frugal. I once toiled for 3 years at the Qiyang sect and only managed to learn a basic boxing technique, Lin Yi expressed with a hint of resentment. Thirdly, one could resort to theft, eliminating other extraordinary beings and seizing their manuals. Lastly, joining a large faction and earning recognition through merit is a viable option. In places like ours, where extraordinary techniques are available, many strive to join. Do we possess any extraordinary techniques? Renault inquired with a wry smile. Our basic combat skills are merely techniques. Strength is entirely dependent on physical constitution, and the 6 styles are no exception. In the world of One Piece, human physiques possess unique traits. Those with exceptional talent can effortlessly transcend, while those lacking such gifts remain trapped at their peak for a lifetime. For instance, some veteran Navy officers, even in their 40s or 50s, struggle with the 6 styles due to their inferior aptitude. The strongest among them is undoubtedly Luffy, who ascended to the throne in 3 years, while other members of the main crew also exhibit extraordinary talent. Of course, we must not forget their protagonist Halo. A quintessential example of genius is Kobe, who, from humble beginnings, after 3 years of hard training, approached the strength of the 7 warlords. In the primary realm, individuals of such caliber are exceedingly rare, whereas in the world of One Piece, they are commonplace. This phenomenon is rooted in genetic predisposition and is beyond alteration. Renault now contemplates whether he has undergone a genetic alteration by the system. It appears both affirmatively and negatively. If one were to argue against it, in a mere 3 months, without any enhancements, he has transformed from a malnourished, frail figure into a robust individual, showcasing remarkable progress. Conversely, if one were to argue in favor, it has been 2 months without mastering even the fundamentals of the 6 techniques. Thus, the current state of affairs reveals a prodigious talent in the main world, yet a mere mediocrity in the realm of One Piece. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, the river will straighten itself when the boat reaches the bridge. Overthinking serves little purpose, as accruing fan value remains paramount. Lin Yi, do you possess true energy? Renault inquired again. I only know a family heirloom technique for physical enhancement. I do not practice any internal energy methods. Chief, do you require references to other internal skills? Renault casually responded. Does anyone nearby possess internal skills? There is certainly one. Who? The leader of the Justice Gang, Tianli. Tell me more about this Tianli. Renault said while practicing. He is an extremely enigmatic figure. No one has ever seen his true form. Each time he appears, he is masked and cloaked. Yet anyone who opposes the Justice Gang seems to vanish without a trace. Why so secretive? Perhaps due to having taken too many lives. It is said that Tianli consumes humans. Consumes humans. Renault was astounded. Is that true? Such rumors circulate in the outside world. For in the 3 years since the Justice Gang's establishment, at least 1,000 individuals have disappeared within their territory. Moreover, the blood-soaked scent of their headquarters can be detected from a street away, leading some to speculate that the missing individuals have been taken by Tianli for consumption. With so many missing, do the police not intervene? The missing are all gang members. The laws of Donglin City do not engage in gang disputes. Is this Tianli located outside the city? Indeed, he is just a street away from us, in the Pingan district, commonly referred to as Hell Street. His reputation is formidable. I cannot allow anyone in the outer city to surpass my standing. Lin Yi was unsure how to respond and continued. The reason I deduce he possesses internal skills is due to his renowned ultimate technique, burning industry palm, which causes the blood to boil and the internal organs to be cooked alive, exhibiting immense brutality. Understood. I shall pay him a visit tonight. I look forward to the chief's good news. Meanwhile, Luo Jin strode into a small gang known as the Flying Eagle Gang, accompanied by over 100 followers. the leader of the Flying Eagle gang, Hu Daping. Upon hearing that the Tianxia Society had sent someone, hurriedly came out to welcome them. A man in his 30s, slender and tall, clasped his fists and said, "So it is the esteemed Master Luo visiting. It truly brings prestige to our humble gang." Information regarding the Tianxia Society has long spread throughout the outer city. Known to all, in order to avoid stepping on a steel plate. The leader of the Tianxia Society is named Reno, who rose from humble beginnings as a beggar, taken under the wing of a mysterious figure, soaring to great heights. The organization is structured into 5 distinct halls. The Combat Hall oversees external conflicts, led by the formidable Luo Jin, who hails from a martial arts background. The Personnel Hall manages recruitment and job assignments, helmed by Reno's childhood friend, Big Mouth. The Finance Hall is responsible for the society's finances, presided over by Ho Ching, another childhood companion of Reno. The Information Hall is tasked with gathering intelligence from Donglan City, under the leadership of the one known as Cross-Eyed. Lastly, there exists the Internal Affairs Hall, which holds considerable authority in the absence of the leader, overseen by Lin Yi. This information is transparent and readily available. Without further ado, I have come to deliver the final ultimatum, submission or death, declared Luo Jin coolly. Chapter 16. Inspection. Hu Daping was taken aback, falling into silence, acutely aware of his inability to resist. The interests of the Donglan City gang are devoid of human rights. Unprotected by the law, possession belongs to the one who seizes it. Taxes are collected promptly, and the authorities remain indifferent. Even if one initially acquires legitimate business assets through proper channels, once they fall into the hands of the gang, the contracts become void. Thus, the frequent changes of ownership within the gang's enterprises over the years are hardly surprising. To join the Tianxia Society is a privilege for our Flying Eagle gang. Hu Daping ultimately conceded. Excellent, a wise choice, Luo Jin replied, elated that the first gang had submitted directly, sparing him considerable effort. Noticing Hu Daping's downcast expression, he reassured him, "Do not feel as though you have lost out. Joining the Tianxia Society brings numerous benefits. For instance, extraordinary techniques can be learned through sufficient contributions. Wealth is merely an external possession. It is the pursuit of the extraordinary that truly enriches life. Once one enters the realm of the extraordinary, life expectancy can increase by 50 years and societal status becomes vastly improved. Is that not more precious than mere riches?" Hu Daping's spirits lifted. Suddenly filled with hope, "You speak wisely, but may I ask what contributions are required to learn these extraordinary techniques?" "I am not certain, currently. The leader has not imparted any techniques. Perhaps our merits are still insufficient, and the contribution system has only recently been established. However, we are already in the process of teaching an exquisite skill without any entry barriers. As long as one has been a member for over a year and abides by the society's rules, they may partake in the learning." "Understood. Thank you for your guidance. But how should I arrange my over 100 subordinates?" "Those willing to join the Tianxia Society will receive a basic salary of 18 silver eagles per month, with additional rewards for completing tasks. As for you, you will enter the management tier under the Flying Eagle gang's auspices. Pray tell, what assets does the Flying Eagle gang possess?" "We have a tea house, a gambling den, a tobacco shop, and a night fragrance processing facility, totaling 4 enterprises." Hu Daping replied honestly. "A night fragrance processing facility?" Luo Jin's expression turned peculiar. Hu Daping, feeling awkward, explained, "It is not mine. A merchant once borrowed high-interest loans and was unable to repay them, thus mortgaging it to us. Is the night fragrance processing facility profitable?" Luo Jin inquired with curiosity. "It does reasonably well. We send people to collect night fragrance daily, turning it into fertilizer, which sells quite decently, not inferior to the tobacco shop. I never would have imagined that night fragrance could also be a source of profit." Luo Jin sighed in contemplation. "According to the guild regulations, you members of the management will possess a 10% stake in the original industry as your remuneration, yet you shall only hold the rights to dividends, calculated solely on net profit. For instance, if the earnings for a month amount to 10 golden dragons, you would be entitled to 1 golden dragon. Do you comprehend this?" "Understood." "Excellent. This document contains the freshly printed guild regulations. Ensure you memorize it well, for violations bear severe consequences." Luo Jin handed over a sheet of paper. "Please circulate it so that all may behold." "Understood. Subsequently, proceed to register with Dezue. He will assign personnel to take charge of your industry and reorganize the workforce." "Good." After imparting his instructions, Luo Jin eagerly led the throng of robust men towards the next gang. Exhausted, Renault waved his hand to dismiss the burly men. These robust individuals were once members of the Brotherhood, but due to their families residing outside the city and the Brotherhood's inability to accommodate many into the inner city, they severed ties with the Brotherhood and allied themselves with the Tiankai Society. Following an investigation, the Tiankai Society admitted some of the less malevolent individuals as enforcers. After all, the Tiankai Society primarily consisted of children, and the art of combat necessitated the involvement of adults. Ultimately, nearly 1,000 members departed from the Brotherhood. Yet only 200 passed the character assessment to join the Tiankai Society, while the remaining 800 were cast out, discarded like worn-out rags. Renault indulged in a refreshing hot shower, savored a delightful lunch, and then commenced a leisurely stroll. The headquarters, once bustling with robust men, now resonated with the joyous laughter of children darting about. A group of youngsters recognized Renault and joyfully approached him, exclaiming, "Hello, Brother Renault. Greetings to you all. Have you been well fed lately? Is the night air too chilly for your slumber?" Renault inquired. "It's not cold. We have blankets to keep warm. And we enjoy 3 hearty meals a day. Brother Renault, can we stay here forever?" One of the boys, around 10 years old, asked eagerly. "Certainly. You are all members of my organization, and as your leader, I shall ensure you feast on the finest delicacies. The prospect of abundant meat and fish every day is within reach, provided you cultivate your talents and do not remain idle. Thus, you must diligently pursue your studies. Do you understand?" "Yes, Brother Renault, but could we perhaps study a little less? For classes a day are quite challenging. In my day, I endured 7 classes daily." "And you lament over a mere 4? Do you aspire to be ineffectual?" "No, we wish to be useful individuals, the backbone of our organization." "Indeed. The backbone must be capable." "Well said," Renault responded, fondly ruffling the boy's hair. The child stuck out his tongue. "That's what Brother Lenny said. I'm not entirely sure what it means. It signifies being the pillar of support. Strive earnestly," Renault encouraged before gracefully redirecting his attention elsewhere. His purpose today was to enhance his fan base. Having been absent for 2 months, he encountered numerous unfamiliar faces. It was essential for him to assert his presence, to garner admiration and affection. However, he soon discovered that fan points could not be accumulated from the same individual repeatedly. This realization plunged him from a normal mode into a challenging one, with the looming prospect of an even more arduous phase ahead, a thought that weighed heavily on his heart. Of course, it was also possible that a duration was required before he could refresh his points again, which remained uncertain. After half an hour of wandering, he had amassed several hundred fan points. He then visited the construction site of the new school and the completed supermarket structure, where the overseer assured him that the work would be completed within 10 days, with only the shelving and electrical installations remaining. Renault offered his compliments and exited the headquarters, making his way to the streets. The Confucius District, a sizable area on the outskirts of the city, comprises a total of 5 streets, of which the Tianxia Association currently occupies 3.5. Renault strolled leisurely along the muddy yellow road, likely due to the recent rain, which rendered the ground somewhat slick and soiled the soles of his shoes, causing him considerable displeasure. He resolved to have gravel laid down upon his return. "Welcome back, Leader Renault," greeted a kindly old woman. "I have returned," Renault replied, not recognizing her, and nodded in acknowledgement. "Have you encountered any difficulties of late?" Since the establishment of the Tian Society's governance in this area, life had become stable, and the extortion fees had ceased. "Indeed, Leader Renault is truly a benevolent individual," echoed the townsfolk. "Yes, indeed, Leader Renault is a great benefactor. Leader Renault, I have prepared some meat buns from my own kitchen. Please indulge." "Leader Renault, here are my delicious pancakes. Do sample them." "Leader Renault, I have just procured some fresh oranges." "Leader Renault, does the Tian Society still seek members?" "I am literate." Renault, immensely popular, responded with a smile. Jokingly, he remarked that this was all about fan value, and he certainly could not afford to act aloof. Navigating with greater caution than even a star of his former life, fearful of losing followers. As he traversed 2 streets, he garnered 100 fan points, poised to turn onto the next avenue. Suddenly, a dozen figures clad in black emerged swiftly from the shadows, brandishing submachine guns and unleashing a relentless barrage of gunfire upon him. The sound of bullets reverberated, a continuous din. Chapter 17. The Crow. This group of assailants had materialized abruptly, encircling him in a fan-like formation. Caught off guard, Renault realized that no speed could outpace the bullets. sending a chill down his spine. The myth of the extraordinary being, impervious to blades and firearms, was an ancient tale. The term gun referred to the long spears of old, not the modern firearms. Sustaining a few shots might be inconsequential, but a volley from numerous submachine guns would spell disaster, even for the extraordinary. In a moment of life and death, adrenaline surged through Renault, and he shouted, "Iron block." The bullet struck him with a dull thud, akin to hitting some soft metal, instantly riddling his newly donned attire with holes. Once the barrage ceased, the assailants turned and began to retreat without hesitation. "Leave them to me," he thought, a flicker of joy igniting within him. Yet he had no intention of letting these contributors escape. Just as he took a few steps forward, a shadowy figure glided toward him, brandishing two glinting daggers. Renault's gaze was icy as he extended his hand, seizing the stranger's right wrist. With a flick of his fingers, he sent a dagger spiraling away, immediately directing the barrel of his weapon toward the man's chest. This individual, a foreigner with golden hair and azure eyes, found himself ensnared, unable to escape, and was compelled to use his left hand to shield himself, having lost his dagger. A sharp jab pierced through his arm, leaving a gaping hole and shattering the bone instantly. The foreigner let out a harrowing scream, uttering a few incoherent words in his native tongue, as he desperately attempted to defend himself. After 5 swift strikes, his arm drooped limply, rendered useless. The 6th thrust was aimed at his forehead. If it connected, it would surely spell his demise. At that very moment, a colossal crow, resembling a horse with a wingspan of several meters, descended from the sky with a cacophony of caws, its obsidian beak lunging forth like a spear. Renault did not relent, firmly gripping the individual in his grasp. Taking a deep breath, he channeled his energy into his fingers, raising his hand to strike with a powerful jab, exclaiming, "Fingertip strike." Boom. The collision of his fingertip and the opposing force unleashed a tempest of wind. In that moment, the person in his hold seized the opportunity to deliver a knee strike aimed at Renault's vital point. The impact was akin to iron. Bang! The foreigner felt a numbing sensation in his knee, his expression one of disbelief at the existence of such unyielding strength. Renault retaliated with a precise knee strike, hitting the target squarely. The foreign man's eyes bulged in shock, and after a thunderous scream, he collapsed to the ground, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. In the distance, Renault seemed to hear the sound of cracking eggs. With only a meager attribute of 20, he dared to engage me in close combat, courting his own demise. Renault smirked coldly, lifting his gaze towards a crow that had soared back into the sky after the blow. "You are formidable." The intelligence was erroneous. On the rooftop nearby, an unfamiliar figure had appeared, with flaxen hair and brown eyes, around 40 years of age, also a foreigner. This individual was surrounded by hundreds of crows, flying silently in a peculiar formation. "Who are you?" Renault inquired. "The Bloodhand Adventurers, led by myself, Hant. The individual beneath your feet is our vice captain, Pop. And what brings you here to kill me?" There is an ancient saying in the kingdom of Chien: to accept money is to relieve others from disaster. We are merely fulfilling a contract with our employer. "So, you are assassins. Who is your employer?" "We adhere to a professional code and cannot divulge that information. Our intelligence was flawed today. We shall cancel the order. Might you consider releasing Pop?" "And what do you propose?" Renault replied coldly. "What would you have us do?" "Naturally, compensation for damages." "Damages?" Hant looked at the unscathed Renault with confusion. "I can compensate with 10 garments. Are you jesting?" "I was not referring to clothing. I am speaking of emotional distress. You nearly frightened me to death, leaving a psychological scar." Hant's lips twitched. "I can transfer my employer's commission to you, totaling 1,000 gold dragons. Is my life worth only 1,000 gold dragons? Who dares to insult me?" Hant was at a loss for words. After all, 1,000 gold dragons is a sum that an ordinary person might struggle to earn even 100 gold dragons in a lifetime. "And what do you suggest?" "At the very least, 10,000 gold dragons, or I shall crush your vice captain beneath my foot." Renault placed his foot atop Pop's head as he spoke. "You lack sincerity. Even selling us all would not yield 10,000 gold dragons. I find you to be the ones lacking sincerity. You come to kill me, fail, and wish to retreat unscathed without offering a dime. Are you not being naive?" Hant gritted his teeth. "We can add 300 gold dragons at most. That is our limit. Otherwise, feel free to kill Pop, and the Bloodhand Adventurers will never rest until we settle this with you." Meanwhile, some fearless onlookers leaned in, eager to gather gossip. For the sake of his reputation, Renault was unwilling to compromise. Without uttering a word, he stomped heavily on the ground, creating a deep crater, and propelled himself upward like an arrow towards the rooftop. Shadow Crow's assault. Hant did not waste further words, waving his hand as all the crows surged towards Renault. Reynolds unleashed a powerful punch, and with a resounding thud, a raven collided with his fist, only to explode into nothingness. Following suit, the ravens behind it charged forward, each one detonating in succession. Damn it! Is this an energy entity? Iron blocks. The explosive force of hundreds of ravens rivaled that of high-grade explosives, sending Reynolds crashing to the ground. Despite his iron blocks, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, indicating serious internal injuries. Excellent. Let's see how many ravens you possess. Reynolds, with anger simmering within, was about to leap onto the rooftop when he noticed Hant, standing atop a massive raven, soaring into the sky. Lord Reynolds, you cannot fly. It is utterly impossible for you to kill me. Hant looked down from his elevated position, his gaze filled with arrogance. Pop has fallen. I only negotiated with you because of that. Please do not overstep your bounds. Renault, consumed by rage, grit his teeth and unleashed a fierce kick towards the heavens, raging foot. Yet, nothing transpired. Raging foot, raging foot, raging foot. Hant regarded him with a perplexed expression. Are you jesting, my lord? In a fit of rage, Renault exclaimed, damn it. Suddenly, a vacuum formed around him, pulsating with energy and gradually emanating light. In the next moment, a crescent wave of luminescence surged forth from his leg, slicing through the air with a velocity rivaling that of a bullet. Caught off guard, Handy found himself unable to mount any defense in time. The massive crow's right wing was struck, sending black feathers spiraling in all directions and leaving a gaping hole in its wake. The wing, compromised, could no longer sustain balance, and the colossal bird let out a cacophonous caw as it careened awkwardly toward an open expanse. Renault approached the colossal raven without the slightest hesitation. Are you truly intent on an unyielding confrontation? He inquired. The dark raven surged forward. Hant could not bear to witness the demise of the giant raven and immediately retaliated. What else do you possess aside from crows? Renault's figure flickered, hinting at the nascent form of paper drawing, just moments away from life and death. It appeared he had achieved some form of breakthrough, reaching the threshold of the Navy 6 styles. Aside from the most challenging moonwalk, he was acutely aware of the other 5 techniques. Shadow arrow. Whoosh. A black energy arrow shot forth from Hant's forehead, striking Renault's left shoulder. Renault felt a tingling sensation in his left shoulder, yet he quickly returned to his usual self. Is that all? Renault scoffed. Hunter's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. That was a shadow arrow, a form of mental assault. Those struck by it immediately experience dizziness, and individuals with weaker mental fortitude suffer excruciating headaches, losing their ability to act. How could you possibly be unaffected? The truth is singular. My mental strength surpasses yours. Renault evaded a swarm of energy shadow crows and approached the colossal crow without hesitation, delivering a powerful punch. Chapter 18. Spatial artifacts. Though the giant crow had lost a wing, its combat prowess remained largely intact. As Renault drew near, it arched its head backward to evade the punch. Its massive beak opened wide, emitting a roar that resonated like thunder, sending shockwaves that rattled the surrounding structures. Renault's head buzzed momentarily, rendering him deaf. By heavens, he possesses sound wave techniques. He must not be spared. If such an attack were unleashed at the headquarters of the Alliance, Renault could scarcely fathom the number of casualties. If someone with his attributes were to lose hearing, how could an ordinary person withstand such an assault? With a punch thrown, a massive beak swung toward him, which he deftly caught. By the heavens! Can you also wield martial arts? Renault was somewhat astonished. This colossal raven was formidable, its strength and physique on par with his own, though it lacked in speed. Of course, this referred to ground speed. In the air, Renault would undoubtedly be outclassed. He struck with his fists and legs, executing a sweeping kick that collided with the giant raven's body, sending it tumbling and emitting mournful cries, momentarily immobilized. The power behind the kick, infused with the Gale foot technique, was enough to inflict severe injury upon the raven. Hant arrived belatedly, his eyes twitching with concern. Stop. What do you intend to do? 10,000 golden dragons. No bargaining, Renault replied. That is unacceptable. Propose another condition. Reveal the identity of your employer, Hant stated, glancing at the giant raven. Caught in a dilemma. If it were Pop lying there, he would never compromise, for speaking out would tarnish his reputation, and he would likely never receive another order. However, the creature before him was the giant raven he had painstakingly nurtured over 30 years, invaluable in everyday tasks, combat, and exploration, an indispensable companion. Should it perish here, his strength would diminish by at least half, rendering his previous efforts futile. While Hant wrestled with his thoughts, on the distant city wall stood Lu Zhixiong, the leader of the Gile gang, flanked by his left enforcer Hu Jiaying and right enforcer Shang Wanqing, all three observing the battle through telescopes. You sought to provoke his master, yet he has surprised us, Hu Jiaying remarked. No, this is a shock, Lu Zhixiong replied. His current strength rivals my own. His improvement defies logic. I never anticipated foreign martial arts to be so sophisticated. That kick could easily rank among the highest echelons of martial arts, Shang Wanqing added. I am particularly intrigued by his body refinement technique, which renders bullets inconsequential, Lu Zhixiong stated. Do you think it possible to exchange martial arts with him? Highly unlikely. Hu Jiaying responded. This fellow is fiercely opposed to evil, and the deeds of our Gile gang would be intolerable to him. Collaboration is out of the question. Indeed. It seems we are destined for conflict sooner or later. What are your thoughts? Lu Zhixiong inquired. We should summon the Grand Elder to eliminate this threat at its inception. Hu Yingjie coldly suggested. Let us not forget, he has a master yet to reveal himself, Shang Wanqing reminded them. This is truly vexing, Lu Zhixiong frowned. Such a person is difficult to contend with. Here is the plan. Let us attempt to make contact. Tomorrow, we shall send him an invitation to a banquet and gauge his stance. Understood, Hu Jiaying replied. Meanwhile, from a distance, Renault called out. Have you made a decision? A man named Shen Lu, came the response. Hant finally revealed the name of the employer. Is it Shen Lu, the leader of the Brotherhood? Impossible. He lacks the audacity for such a venture. It is clearly commissioned by the Blissful Gang, asserted Reno. I cannot ascertain if it is indeed the Blissful Gang. But the one seeking us is named Shen Lu. Understood. Let us now discuss the matter of compensation. What compensation is still required? Otherwise, do you expect to settle with just a name? Truthfully, I could have guessed without your prompting. I merely sought confirmation. 1,300 golden dragons. That is all we possess. Along with this bird, which I have taken a liking to, Reno gestured towards the gigantic raven. Impossible. Abudan would never part with it. Abudan, what a ridiculous name. Enough. I shall make a concession. Teach me the method to control the raven. Controlling the raven is an extraordinary profession known as the Raven Treader. A skill awakened through the consumption of a magic potion, which cannot be imparted. Then give me a vial of that magic potion. My dear sir, your understanding of our Western professions is woefully inadequate. The rarity of magic potions far surpasses your so-called boundary pills from your nation. How could I possibly possess any surplus? So, you mean to say you wish to contribute nothing? 1,300 golden dragons. Besides the golden dragons, you must provide something else that satisfies me. Or I shall first slay the large bird, and then the one lying on the ground. As for you, we shall be locked in a deadly struggle? It matters not. Whether you return alive next time depends on your own capabilities. Do not presume that your ability to fly renders you invincible. Hant sighed, lamenting. Accepting this task has truly been a stroke of ill fortune by your nation's standards. Enough of this pointless chatter. What do you have to offer as compensation? A manual of martial arts techniques. Oh, what rank is it? I do not know. You wouldn't be trying to fob off a worthless manual on me, would you? This is a treatise on internal martial arts. Renault was finally intrigued. Where did it come from? It was obtained from an ancient tomb. 20 years ago. In the boundless seas, there existed a place known as Demon Island, where treasures illuminated the sky. Countless individuals ventured to the island for exploration. Our Bloodhand Adventurers Guild entered in full force, and ultimately, only Pop and I survived. The secret tome was acquired from within an ancient tomb there. Have you practiced it? No. I cannot comprehend the script. How foolish. Could you not find someone to translate it? It is an archaic script, long since lost to time. And no one can decipher it. We have spent 20 years traversing dozens of countries, all in vain. Very well, although it may seem like a mere trifle. I am intrigued. Hand it over to me. As soon as Renault's words fell, Hanty lightly touched the ring on his left hand, and in an instant, a towering golden tome, standing a meter high, materialized in his grasp. Renault's eyes gleamed with determination. I have made up my mind. I desire that ring. That is impossible. It is a spatial artifact of immense value. Hant resolutely declined. Give me the ring. I require nothing else. Absolutely not. Do not force my hand to violence. Renault's gaze turned malevolent as he glanced at the giant raven. Hant's eyes twitched at the corners. Very well, you may take Pops. Does that cretin possess one as well? Excellent. In a flash, Renaud darted to the unconscious Pop, swiftly relieving him of a ring. Turning back, he inquired, how does one utilize it? First, erase the personal imprint upon it, then perform a blood oath to claim ownership. How does one erase it? With mental prowess, or the authentic energy of your nation, Qian. You do it for me. I fear you may deceive me. Renaud tossed the ring to Hant, masking his inability to wield the authentic energy. Your Excellency, you are exceedingly cautious. Hant, resigned, accepted the ring, erased the imprint, and tossed it back to Renaud. Renaud wiped the fresh bloodstains from the corner of his mouth. Instantly, his spirit seemed to connect with another realm, sensing a cubic meter of space. Within this space, various odds and ends were overturned at his command, leaving only the valuable currency behind. A pitiful sum, merely 15 gold coins, Renaud muttered under his breath, then turned and said, hand over the manual. Chapter 19. Recruitment. Hant was taken aback. Are you not keeping your word? Nonsense. We, as individuals, hold integrity in the highest regard. The spatial ring is this fellow's compensation. And it has nothing to do with you, Renaud replied, kicking the Pop lying on the ground. Hant's expression darkened, and ultimately he gritted his teeth and conceded. Tossing the golden book over, Renaud caught the book and casually flipped through its pages, confirming that the script was unfamiliar to him. The tome was as thick as a fist, its pages made of gold and the text inscribed in silver, weighing at least 50 to 60 pounds. System, please translate this for me, Renaud implored inwardly. Hey, don't feign ignorance. You must understand the language of the One Piece world. Surely you comprehend other languages as well? Does the host wish to expend 1 million fan points to learn the language of gods and demons? What? 1 million? You might as well go and seize it. ISNT, the One Piece script available for free? The system surprisingly provided an explanation. Renaud, in exasperation, reluctantly stowed the secret manual into his ring and turned his gaze towards Hant. Where are the golden dragons? He inquired. Hant, his voice trembling with indignation, retorted. One cannot be so shameless. Do not slander me without cause. We had agreed upon 300 golden dragons. Do you intend to renege on our deal? With unwavering conviction, Renaud replied, I stand firm in my position. Hant took a deep breath, gritting his teeth as he transferred the golden dragons to Renaud. After today, we part ways. Should there be a next time, let us see how fortunate you truly are, Renaud declared before turning on his heel to depart. This incident did not perturb him, and he resumed his leisurely stroll, continuing his quest for followers. His attire was somewhat extravagant, with a large expanse of his chest exposed while the back remained unscathed. Yet, he cared little for appearances. Stealing a glance at his attributes, he noted strength, 31 stamina, 32 agility, 31 spirit, 35 naval 6 styles, iron block, initial insight, 1, 210, 000, naval 6 styles, finger gun, initial insight, 310, 000, naval 6 styles, gale foot, initial insight, 110, 000, follower points. For 355, Renaud's heart quivered, a smile illuminating his face. The Navy 6 style indeed possesses the potential for enhancement. Accumulating fan points was undoubtedly a wise decision. However, the cost is exorbitantly high, starting at a staggering 10,000. Is it even feasible to survive under such circumstances? Despite his relentless efforts, he had amassed less than 10,000 points. A daunting prospect indeed. Fortunately, having faced a formidable life-and-death challenge, his latent abilities surged, resulting in an unexpected increase of 6 points, saving him 6,000 fan points. Gaining 6,000 without any expenditure significantly brightened his spirits. Although it was primarily a mental boost, it was certainly better than nothing. It appears that cultivating such skills holds great promise, he mused. Perhaps he truly is a genius, albeit the kind that dances precariously between life and death, continually courting danger, and growing stronger as a result. Viewed in this light, does this not resemble the archetype of a protagonist? Yet, he seems devoid of the protagonist's aura. It would be prudent to avoid unnecessary risks, focusing instead on steadily accumulating fan points for a more secure path. This substantial mental enhancement, could it be linked to his experiences in 2 lifetimes? However, he pondered, what utility does mental fortitude serve, aside from teleportation? Might it be connected to the concept of willpower? Renaud speculated quietly, after enjoying an afternoon tea to gather his thoughts and alleviate his trepidation. He accepted complimentary refreshments from the proprietor, who appeared on the verge of kneeling in gratitude, before resuming his stroll through the streets. This time, his walk felt distinctly different. He occasionally exhibited erratic movements, causing passers-by to retreat in alarm. In truth, he was engrossed in studying paper drawing and shaving techniques. Aware that mastery could lead to improvement, such opportunities must be seized without delay. While surveying his territory, news of his disregard for bullets and triumph over an assassin spread like wildfire. On his way home, he was greeted with an unusual reception. The crowd parting in a peculiar manner as Renaud, clad in an open-chested attire, waved back enthusiastically, akin to a triumphant general returning to headquarters. His subordinates quickly surrounded him, eager for details, and Renaud regaled them with tales of his exploits, emphasizing his own brilliance and valor, hoping that his reputation would spread and yield more fan points. "Boss, I heard you unleashed a sword chi with a single kick. Could it possibly be true?" Luo Jin inquired, his expression brimming with excitement. Renaud did not respond. Instead, he turned to survey his surroundings and discovered a stone lock with a damaged handle ahead. He gestured with both hands, signaling the crowd to step aside. Then, with a swift kick, a blue slash propelled through the air, striking the stone lock with precision. Boom! The stone lock shattered into countless fragments, leaving the scene enveloped in silence. This technique, known as Raging Foot, is one of the 6 supreme techniques. Renaud renamed it, as the original name felt somewhat out of place. Wow, the 6 supreme techniques. Such an impressive name. Oh my, the leader is formidable. So this is the power of the extraordinary. Observing the eager expressions of those around him, Renaud leisurely announced, in a few days, I will establish the Heavenly Society's Scripture Pavilion. At that time, with contribution points, one can learn the 6 supreme techniques. Boss, since it is called 6 techniques, are there 5 more? Luo Jin inquired. Of course, but I shan't demonstrate them all. By the way, you were out to raid the gangs today, correct? Did you encounter any resistance? 2 gangs attempted to resist, but I led my men to beat them into a pulp. The leader had his leg broken and was tossed into the garbage dump, while the remaining lackeys were taken in for minor offenses. Additionally, 3 other gangs said they would consider it and promised to give me a response by tomorrow. Excellent. Continue the efforts. Tomorrow, sweep through the nearby districts and clear out all 5 districts of the outer city. Yes, boss. Luo Jin responded enthusiastically. Monkey. Allocate contribution points to those involved in this operation. They should not toil in vain. The specifics can be discussed with your subordinates. After all, you have recruited over a dozen finance students. Make use of them. Understood, I'll handle it. Ho Ching nodded. As it happened, it was mealtime, and after eating, Renaud proceeded to the training ground to instruct everyone in combat techniques. The most gifted among them was Luo Jin, whose fighting skills were commendable, clearly demonstrating that he had made significant progress. Achieving such a level in merely 2 months could only be described as genius. Following him was Lin Yi, who, hailing from a prestigious family, exhibited exceptional foundational skills and made rapid advancements. The rest, De Zue, Xie Yan, Ho Cheng, and the leaders of other street urchin teams, were rather unimpressive, possessing mediocre talent. After teaching for about an hour, Renaud departed toward the Peace District, with his sights set on the Justice Gang. The Justice Gang was a small organization managing a single street, with their only establishment being a dance hall. The rest of their income derived from protection fees. Their numbers were few, around 50 to 60, and due to their leader's prowess, no one dared to provoke them. From a distance, Renaud caught a whiff of blood, reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. He arrived at their headquarters, a traditional courtyard, where the guards recognized him, their faces displaying shock as they hurriedly rushed inside. Renaud moved with unceasing determination, entering the courtyard directly. There, he unexpectedly encountered a masked individual. I am Renaud, the leader of the Tianxia Society. Might you be Tianli? Renaud inquired, cupping his fists in a gesture of respect. Indeed, that is I, Tianli replied, returning the gesture with a hoarse voice. What brings the esteemed leader of the Renaud Society here? I have resolved to unify all the factions outside Donglan City. It has come to my attention that you are formidable and, like myself, harbor a deep disdain for evil. I have come personally to extend an invitation to you. Surely, you would not deny me this courtesy? Renaud questioned. Chapter 20. Blood-forged dominance defeat me, if you can. Tianli responded succinctly, adopting a combat stance. As you wish. Let us commence. In a swift motion, Renaud appeared before Tianli, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the air. Tianli, unfazed, retaliated with an equally forceful strike, their fists colliding with a thunderous impact. Renaud remained still, while Tianli retreated 7 large steps. each footfall leaving a deep imprint as he shattered the stone slabs beneath him, sending fragments flying. Impossible. Disbelief flickered in Tian Li's eyes. Are we still to fight? Reno remarked, I did not anticipate your extraordinary prowess. However, in terms of speed and strength, you are vastly inferior to me. Even if your techniques are exquisite, the likelihood of you defeating me remains exceedingly slim. As the saying goes, sheer force can shatter myriad techniques. When physical attributes diverge to a significant extent, techniques become largely ineffectual. My strength and physique have ascended to the pinnacle of the steel realm, unless you are in the dominance realm. At this, Tianli gasped. How old are you? I have just celebrated my 14th birthday. Is there a problem? 14, in the dominance realm? How can this be? Tianli murmured, lost in thought. Indeed, Reno replied, his hands clasped behind him, head slightly tilted upwards. I am the rare prodigy destined to dominate for an era. While it may seem boastful, my capabilities speak for themselves. Tianli fell silent for a moment, then bowed respectfully, perhaps aligning myself with a prodigy such as you is indeed a wise choice. I accept the wager. I have met the leader. Ha ha. Very well, no need for formalities. From this day forth, you shall be the hall master of my organization. By the way, allow me to pose a question. Given your formidable strength, why do you not enter the city? It is easier to cultivate outside the city. To cultivate? You mean to consume human flesh? That is the rumor circulating outside, yet I assure you, I do not consume humans. I merely utilize their essence for my cultivation. Utilizing blood for cultivation? Reno expressed mild astonishment. Is this not a dark art? What constitutes righteousness, and what is deemed wicked? Tianli replied, his voice imbued with righteous fervor. There exists no absolute good or evil in this world. Righteousness and wickedness reside within the hearts of men. Though I may practice unorthodox methods, I wield them to vanquish demons and punish the wicked. Who can truly label me as malevolent? I have learned from you. Your perspective is profoundly insightful. I had been narrow-minded. There is no need for the leader to feel remorse. After all, this is merely the perception of the world. Have those who were bled dry perished? The so-called essence is the heart's core. Extracting the heart inevitably leads to death. My subordinates have thoroughly investigated each case. They received their just deserts. Excellent. Henceforth, you shall oversee the management of criminal law within the organization, and those sentenced to death will be entrusted to you for execution. Are you willing? I am grateful for this opportunity. I would willingly face 1,000 deaths. There is no need for such solemnity. I am quite easygoing. Etiquette must not be discarded. Tianli insisted. Very well, as you wish. Is it impossible for you to reveal your true visage? Reno inquired, speculating that the other had been disfigured. Without a word, Tianli removed his mask, causing Reno to stagger back 3 large steps. Before him stood Tianli, with eyes like bright stars, thick brows, a finely sculpted nose, and a face chiseled as if by a master craftsman, exuding an undeniable charisma from every angle. Observing this striking resemblance to a youthful Takashi Kaneshiro, Reno retorted, with such striking looks, why the need for concealment? Are you afraid of being pursued by women? Respectfully. My leader, I have formidable enemies. Should they discover my identity, it would surely lead to my demise. What vendetta? Tianli donned his mask once more and turned to his subordinates behind him. You may withdraw for now. These subordinates had stood in his shadow, never catching a glimpse of their leader's true visage. Though curiosity about his appearance lingered in their hearts, they adhered to his command without question. Soon after, Reno was ushered into the parlor, and as they sat across from one another, Tianli began to recount his tale. He was originally a disciple of the formidable sect, Chijua sect, and a core disciple at that, one of the candidates for the position of sect leader. One fateful day, the sect unearthed a celestial-grade technique within an ancient relic. However, the news leaked, drawing the ire of 7 rival sects, which ultimately led to the obliteration of their mountain stronghold and the dispersal of the disciples. In the chaos, the severely injured sect leader entrusted the technique to him before sacrificing himself as a diversion. Thus, Tianli, under the name Nangongxiang Yang, fled to Donglin City, where he began to meticulously cultivate the celestial technique in secrecy. So you do not go by Tianli? Indeed, my true name is Nangongxiang Yang. What is this technique? Might I see it? Of course, but it is a forbidden art, notoriously arduous to practice. I am compelled to cultivate it for the sake of vengeance, so should you harbor any intentions, I urge you to reconsider. Understood. I shall view it first. Tianli, or rather, Nangongxiang Yang, retreated to the inner chamber and returned moments later with a scroll of jade. This scroll comprised 36 jade pages, heavily worn and aged. What script is this? It is the ancient cave script. Ancient cave script? I have heard that during a great calamity in ancient times, humanity took refuge in caves, giving rise to the cave civilization over time, Nan Gong Xiangyang explained. Oh, you can decipher these characters? I found a literary master in Donglan City, and after 3 years of study with him, I managed a preliminary translation. Are you not concerned he might divulge this information? The master is nearly 90, childless and devoid of desire. He resides within the Justice Gang, choosing to spend his remaining days here. So you are providing for his twilight years? Yes. Excellent. Reno praised, adding, I too possess an ancient tome, reputed to be in the language of the divine and demonic. I shall present it to him for study. That would be no issue. Nan Gong Xiangyang accepted the golden tome, examining it curiously before setting it aside. As for Reno's spatial artifact, he regarded it with indifference. Such accoutrements were standard for the powerful, and given his own prestigious background, he was no stranger to such wonders. Though I cannot comprehend this ancient cave script. Do you have a translated version? Reno inquired. Certainly, Nan Gong Xiangyang replied, handing over a translated tome. Reno stared for a while, feeling a sense of embarrassment as he realized that he could not comprehend a significant portion of the text before him. It dawned on him that he had never received formal education, having only learned a few common characters from other street children. System. I wish to learn the characters of the Great Qian. Would the host like to spend 1,000 fan points to learn the characters of the Qian Kingdom? Fortunately, the cost of learning the Great Qian script was not exorbitant, and he promptly responded, yes. As soon as the words left his mouth, a flood of text surged into his mind, and he instantly grasped all the characters of the Qian Kingdom. However, he soon discovered that he remained perplexed, as the text contained martial arts terminology, meridian points, and other concepts that left him bewildered. Master Negong, I have not learned the basics and do not recognize the meridian points. What should I do? Master, in your situation, if you recklessly attempt to practice, you may easily fall into the abyss of madness, Master Negong replied with a serious expression. Reynolds, feeling somewhat vexed, scratched his head and proposed, let us do this. When you have the time, please teach me to recognize the acupoints and meridians. The subordinate, clearly perplexed, expressed, I have a question that I am uncertain whether I should voice. What is there to hesitate about? Speak your mind. There are no rigid protocols here. The subordinate then inquired, since the leader has already attained the pinnacle of mastery, why is it that you do not acknowledge the meridians and acupoints? Could it be true, as the outside world claims, that you have studied foreign martial arts? Renaud did not hesitate to admit, you are correct. The martial arts I practice do not belong to the Grand Qian system, as that nation focuses solely on physical cultivation without the refinement of true energy. Understanding dawned upon him. Nangong Xiangyang, intrigued, remarked, if that is the case, perhaps we can find mutual corroboration with this blood-refining dominance technique, drawing connections through analogy. Are you suggesting that this celestial-grade secret manual is also a form of physical cultivation? This technique encompasses both internal and external cultivation. It is neither merely physical nor purely internal, but rather a complementary integration of both. A robust physique bolsters vital energy, and vice versa. Is the practice of utilizing human blood for enhancement effective? Are there any drawbacks? It surpasses the efficacy of certain elixirs. In ancient times, the blood of magical beasts was employed for optimal results. However, such creatures have nearly vanished from the land, making it exceedingly difficult to procure their essence. Thus, I resorted to this alternative of using human blood. As for the drawbacks, it may induce occasional bouts of agitation and impact rationality, yet with a resolute will, one can maintain control. Realization illuminated Renaud's face as he recalled the Sea Kings from the world of One Piece. Every time Garp defeated a Sea King, he consumed only the flesh, disregarding the blood. What a waste. Perhaps now I could assess its effects. Chapter 21. The supermarket opening. Subsequently, Renaud escorted Nagong Xiangyang back to headquarters, entrusting the mundane affairs of territorial management to the human resources team. He convened all senior members for introductions. Master Nagong, starting tomorrow, you shall commence the establishment of the punishment hall. Furthermore, I wish to create a repository of scriptures, which I also entrust to your oversight. You may determine its location. Yes, I shall comply. Master, there is an individual outside bearing an invitation. At that moment, a gatekeeper entered to report. Bring him in. Before long, a rather unremarkable young man entered, slightly anxious under the scrutinizing gazes of the senior members, and stated, I am a messenger from the blissful sect. sent by the master to deliver an invitation. For what purpose? Renault inquired from his central position, his stature approaching 1 meter 60. Exuding an aura of authority with his muscular build. The master requests your presence at a banquet in the city, scheduled for tomorrow evening at 6. Located at the Blissful Sect headquarters. A banquet? I have no time, Renault replied curtly. He needed to devote his time to mastering martial terminology, understanding meridians and acupoints, and practicing the Navy's 6 styles alongside the blood-refining dominance technique. Hardly an occasion for revelry. Moreover, a banquet hosted by the Blissful Sect could hardly promise to be a wholesome affair. Sending assassins by day and inviting one to a feast by night was clearly a sign of trepidation, an attempt at reconciliation likely stemming from guilt. Given the precariousness of his situation, reconciliation could prove perilous in such a den of thieves. Furthermore, he had resolved to annihilate the Blissful Sect. Once he unified the outer city, they would be next, providing ample justification for conflict. After all, he had no current disputes with other factions. Initiating an unwarranted war could invite a coalition of underground forces against him. However, the Blissful Sect was different. They had already sent assassins to kill him. And retaliating was entirely reasonable. Master Renault, we harbor no ill intentions. Return and inform Liu Zhixiong that I am aware of his attempts on my life through assassins. And I have duly noted this matter. The messenger was taken aback. Is there such a thing? What do you expect? Do you think hosting a banquet, offering an apology, and making amends can erase everything in one stroke? Just respond in that manner and be gone. Yes. The messenger dared not utter another word and hurriedly departed. What? It was Liu Zhixiong who sent someone to assassinate. Boss, this matter cannot simply be overlooked, Luo Jin exclaimed. I am aware. Thus you must enhance your strength. Otherwise, you will only hinder progress. Surely, I cannot single-handedly confront an entire gang. Presently, only Master Nangong can offer assistance. You all have a long way to go. This matter is not urgent. Let us first unify the outer city. Once we have consolidated our power, we will not be late in entering the city. The crowd, feeling ashamed, expressed their determination to cultivate diligently. However, they were still in the early stages of learning to read and write, familiarizing themselves with meridians and acupoints, and could merely practice martial arts. The extraordinary remained a distant aspiration. In the following 20 days, the Blissful Gang made no movements, yet the presence of strangers increased significantly. The World Association gradually encroached upon the territories of the outer city gangs, steadily unifying the outer city. During this period, there were those who united in resistance. Nangong Xiangyang engaged in a rampage, swiftly subduing them. Some even offered high prices for extraordinary beings to intervene, only to be captured by Reno and handed over to Nangong Xiangyang for training. The police department observed coldly, remaining unresponsive, silently clearing the area. The tax bureau visited frequently, urging for taxes. Lin Yi presented the tax documents from the headquarters, leaving them speechless. Logically, these taxes should be collected by their outer city branch. Yet they added an additional 10% and submitted it to the headquarters, which had no grounds for refusal. Although both branches were performing the same task, they operated independently, each with their own calculations and interests. After the tax bureau accepted their fate, the police began to frequently seek fault, severely impacting various industries. One evening, Nangong Xiangyang engaged in a friendly martial arts exchange with Chunjun, the chief of the outer city police, fostering mutual respect and friendship. From that point on, the police ceased their investigations into the properties owned by the World Association. Today marks the grand opening of the supermarket. Renault and Chunjun attended the ribbon-cutting ceremony. As for Yi Baishe, the director of the Outer City Tax Bureau, although invited, he did not attend. At the bustling heart of Confucius Street, a 10-meter-tall pavilion spanning 2,000 square meters stood majestically. The original residential houses had long been razed, with compensation granted to the former inhabitants, bringing smiles to their faces. A crimson ribbon was drawn across the entrance, with Renault and Police Chief Chunjun positioned at the center, flanked by other high-ranking officials on either side. Surrounding them was a throng of curious spectators, as well as merchants collaborating with the supermarket, eager to witness the unfolding of this cooperative model and not wishing to miss the grand opening celebration. As Renault and Chunjun snipped the ribbon, it fell into 3 segments, and the sound of firecrackers erupted along the street. A host, microphone in hand, announced, "Today marks the grand opening of Tianxia Supermarket, with all merchandise available at a 10% discount. We warmly welcome neighbors to come in and shop." The crowd surged forward. "Please form an orderly line. do not push. Baskets and carts are provided at the entrance for your convenience. There is only one entrance and 5 exits. Please settle your accounts before leaving. Do not haggle with the sales staff. Our prices are clearly marked, and negotiations are not entertained. Ma'am, please keep an eye on your child to prevent any accidents. You are the one who should watch your child. Your whole family is a bunch of old ladies. I am only 28. Yes, my apologies, madam. Everyone, please enter one at a time and do not push. The host was frazzled. The staff tasked with maintaining order were drenched in sweat, having estimated that 3,000 to 4,000 people had arrived that day. Such is the power of the newspaper. Although Tianxia only occupied a single page in the local paper for advertisement, it still stirred the enthusiasm of the public. Many, even if not intending to purchase, were drawn to this upgraded version of a grocery store. Congratulations, Leader Lei. It seems you are truly blessed with visitors. Chen Zhen remarked from the loft across the way. Likewise, Director Chen, do not forget that you hold a 20% stake in the supermarket. Indeed, haha. Chen Zhen laughed heartily. Renault almost forgot that he held shares in the supermarket. It was that night when Nangong Xiangyang had sent him a beating and handed him a piece of paper to sign. At that moment, with his face bruised and battered, he signed without a second thought, merely hoping that the other party would spare his life. In retrospect, it turned out to be a tremendous profit. The business was thriving, with a 20% pure profit, granting him instant financial freedom. All he needed to do was maintain order and prevent the gangsters from causing trouble, making the task both effortless and pleasurable. Instantly, a broad smile spread across his round face, reminiscent of the Buddha. Director Chun, I have heard that you possess a unique secret technique known as the Great Food Technique, which allows one to transform food into true energy for cultivation? Renault inquired. Indeed. My innate talent is rather ordinary. I owe my advancement to this extraordinary technique. It is my closely guarded secret, Qinzhen promptly interjected. Renault nodded. I see. Then please pass it on to me in secret. I shall not divulge it. Ah, Leader Lei, I too possess a clandestine skill known as the Gale Step. Would Director Chun be interested in learning it? Chun Zhen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is that the extraordinary technique that unleashes sword energy with one's feet? Indeed. I have heard it is one of the 6 supremacies of your heavenly society. Is that correct? Yes. The 6 supremacies is a celestial grade martial art, with each technique worthy of a lifetime of dedication. Here's the deal. If Director Chun can master the Gale Step, I shall grant access to the remaining 5 techniques, one by one, until all are learned. What do you say? Is that truly the case? I can have a written agreement. Agreed. I would also appreciate your insights on my great food technique. Reno gazed at Chen Zhen's elephantine legs and smiled faintly. Transforming those legs into muscular ones to achieve the elusive Gale Kick would indeed be a Herculean task. After all, the essence of the Gale Kick lies in generating immense leg power to agitate the air and unleash it in a sweeping motion. However, with legs resembling those of an elephant, burdened by excess flesh and sluggish in movement, the likelihood of mastering such a technique was almost negligible. Subsequently, the two entered the private room, exchanging secrets amidst their laughter. Chapter 22. Trivial matters. At the headquarters of the Tianxia Association in the central area stood a newly constructed building imbued with ancient charm, 3 stories high and covering an area of 200 square meters. The plaque above the entrance bore 3 resplendent golden characters, Songjing Pavilion. The first 2 floors served as repositories for martial arts scriptures, housing both conventional and extraordinary techniques. The 3rd floor was reserved for the leader, Reno, ensuring the suppression of any untoward behavior. Constructed through renovation of an existing structure, the building was completed in a mere 20 days. As Reno surveyed the emptiness of the Songjing Pavilion, he found himself troubled by the challenge of sourcing martial arts manuals. Ultimately, through collective brainstorming, 3 solutions were devised. The first involved contributions from members, Reno's own naval combat techniques, the 6 styles, the Dashi art, Lin Yi's family martial arts, and Luo Jin's martial arts teachings, alongside the hidden skills of other key figures. Notably, Nangong Xianyang alone contributed 12 unique techniques, a testament to his sectarian lineage. Of course, each martial art contributed would be converted into contribution points for the association's expenditures. Without rules, order cannot be maintained. Thus, even the esteemed leader Reno must offer contribution points to procure anything, a system proposed by himself to foster trust. However, as an elder, he possessed the privilege of credit, allowing him to learn techniques before payment. Consequently, the senior members eagerly selected their desired techniques, their faces alight with joy. The second avenue for acquiring skills was through purchase. The city housed numerous martial arts schools where one could procure knowledge for a price, varying only by cost. Ordinary martial arts could not be hidden from the Tianxia Association, one of the four major factions in Donglan City. The third approach involved actively recruiting martial artists to join the Tianxia Association in exchange for contribution points. They would naturally offer their martial arts knowledge, accumulating over time into a substantial resource, emphasizing a steady flow of contributions. At this moment, on the third floor of the Tsongjing Pavilion, in Reno's bedroom, he engaged in profound meditation to achieve utmost emptiness and steadfast tranquility. The spirit energy naturally returns to its origin, converging at the Baihui point and gathering in the Dantian, breathing steadily, returning to the primordial sea. As he recited these words, Reno gradually transcended the boundaries of self, entering a state of deep concentration. Half an hour later, he exhaled deeply and opened his eyes. In an instant, a spark of clarity ignited within the void, returning him to a state of introspection. A warm energy surged within him, nourishing his limbs and bones, imparting an exquisite sense of comfort. At last, he had successfully initiated the blood refinement body technique. Whether he could enhance it further remained uncertain. Upon reflecting on this, Raynor assessed his attributes: strength, 31, stamina, 32, agility, 31, spirit, 35. Navy 6 forms: iron block, initial understanding, 410,000. Navy 6 forms: finger gun, initial understanding, 310,000. Navy 6 forms: storm kick, initial understanding, 610,000. Navy 6 forms: paper drawing, initial understanding, 910,000. Navy 6 forms: shave, initial understanding, 810,000. Blood refinement body, first level, 11,000. Fan value, 653. Indeed, it has been recorded, albeit with slightly different descriptions, seemingly categorized by the realms of the techniques. Nevertheless, it bears no consequence. During this period, apart from studying meridian and acupoint knowledge during the day while inspecting his territory to showcase his prowess and accumulate fan value, he diligently practiced in the evenings. Through relentless training, Reno has mastered all of the Navy 6 forms, save for the most challenging moonwalk. After circulating his chi several times to acclimate, Raynor commenced his training in the Great Eating Technique. This technique is undeniably a divine skill for him. Across the world of One Piece, a common trait among the strong is their capacity to consume vast quantities of food. Transforming copious amounts of sustenance into energy to enhance strength is fundamental. Soon, he shall possess this ability. The reason Shinjin is so corpulent is due to his surplus energy, lacking an effective technique for digestion, leading to accumulation and ultimately fat. Unlike him, the Navy 6 forms are highly demanding on physical stamina, sufficient to metabolize the energy from food. The Great Eating Technique is not overly complex, nor is it divided into 9 levels like the blood refinement body. Raynor perfected it in just 5 days, advancing from initial understanding to proficient level, costing 1,000 fan points. Although consuming food can enhance proficiency, time is of the essence. Accumulating energy for cultivation more swiftly is paramount. At present, 1 meal can suffice for 10 individuals. With 5 days remaining until the elite training camp assessment, Raynor resolved to return early, as matters concerning the World Association required prior arrangement. Upon descending the stairs, the second-floor master, Lin Sheener, cheerfully called out, "Arno, I can't solve this problem. Could you help me, please?" The matter of the Scripture Pavilion is of great significance, necessitating the appointment of a trusted individual for oversight. In terms of trustworthiness, Lin Sheener, being his first fan, naturally stands as the most reliable. Thus, the 10-year-old Lin Sheener became the master of the second floor, possessing her own room and working an hour each morning, noon, and evening. In her daily routine, she is not hindered in her studies. Reynolds glanced back and found a mathematics problem. After patiently explaining it, he stepped down to the lower level. The first-floor host, Lin Yi, worked an 8-hour shift daily. As the head of the Internal Affairs Hall, he served essentially as Reynolds' secretary, managing a multitude of affairs each day. However, with an entire team to assist him, the workload was not burdensome. His team comprised intellectuals, many of whom came from impoverished backgrounds, willing to bow for a meager wage. Of course, The primary reason was the exceptional reputation of the Tiantang Society. Presently, the Tiantang Society held a dominant position outside Eastland City, undertaking responsibilities such as patrolling, maintaining public order, and criminal investigations, thus winning the hearts of the people. As for the police station, virtually no one reported crimes there. They would directly approach the Tiantang Society's criminal hall, leaving Nagong Xiangyang in a frenzy as he desperately sought new recruits. The root of this situation lay in the previous police force's dismal performance, which had eroded public trust. Some envious individuals attempted to report the Tiantang Society to the city lord's office, alleging that it harbored rebellious intentions. However, that informant was promptly dismissed and subsequently beaten into serious injury by Luo Jin, and now lay bedridden. Regarding the Tiantang Society, Xiang Kaishan maintained a stance of avoiding conflict unless absolutely necessary. He was indifferent to the outer city. The outer city had originally been constructed by a group of displaced individuals, which gradually expanded into streets. Following a period of chaos, Xiang Kaishan assigned some unpopular officials to oversee its management, resulting in heavy tax deductions, with the amount reaching the city lord's office being nearly negligible. In such circumstances, it would be self-inflicted trouble for him to confront a gang with two visible steel realms and an old monster backing it. As long as it did not affect the economy and public order of Eastland City, he was disinclined to interfere in gang disputes. Recently, entangled in a subtle struggle with foreign entities, he was already overwhelmed and had no time to address other matters. Moreover, the actions of the Tiantang Society indirectly aided him in stabilizing Eastland City, which he welcomed. Leader, there are 7 death row inmates requiring your signature. Along with 12 promotions, 97 martial artists to be arranged for employment, candidates for school principal, teacher welfare, and 3 new gang regulations. Stop. Just sign here. Reynolds, without even glancing, signed while saying, these matters you can decide among yourselves. If one person cannot make a decision, then let the 6 halls deliberate. Additionally, my master is taking me into seclusion for cultivation again, and I shall not return for a while. Please inform all the hall masters that, externally, you should say I am in closed-door practice on the 3rd floor of the scripture pavilion. How long will this take? Lin Yi secretly admired Reynolds' master, who was like a dragon that was rarely seen, always elusive. He had never encountered him. Hard to say, but in any case, I will return at least once within 10 days. Any decisions that cannot be made should be set aside until I return. Lin Yi sighed in relief. As long as you return within 10 days, that is fine. Is there anything urgent to address now? There is one urgent matter. After the gang's unification, the membership has reached nearly 10,000, and with such widespread residence, it is challenging to manage effectively. Some outsiders are using our banner to extort and take advantage, significantly tarnishing the gang's reputation. Damn, trying to ruin my popularity. Is it easy for me to toil and do good deeds? Such individuals deserve severe punishment. They ought to have their hands severed or be handed over to Master Nangong for training, declared Reno with indignation. Although Lin Yi was unfamiliar with the concept of losing followers, he comprehended its essence and nodded in agreement. Furthermore, members of the Tianxia Society should don a unified uniform, and a notice must be issued. Any impersonators will be dealt with mercilessly. Understood. Regarding the style of attire, what thoughts does the leader have? Let it be as stylish as possible. The management should wear cloaks, with the characters Tianxia emblazoned on the back, suggested Reno. Acknowledged. Concerning the dispersal of personnel, we should strive to purchase or exchange the houses surrounding the headquarters and transform the area into a fortified settlement. Might this provoke the city lord's ire? Lin Yi inquired cautiously. There is no cause for concern. We are not staging a rebellion, but merely establishing a base for self-defense. To speak candidly, given the current turmoil outside, should a warlord attack, we could assist in fending them off. The leader's reasoning is sound. That justification should suffice, Lin Yi concurred. Chapter 23. Evaluation in a training ground at the G3 base within the world of One Piece. Reno was drenched in sweat, his legs numb from exertion. The principle of the moonwalk technique involves forcefully stepping on the air when it is unsuspecting, thus generating a reaction force that enables one to remain suspended. Once mastered, one could even utilize the air as a staircase, moving freely in the air. What kind of brainless individual conceived such a convoluted principle? Reno secretly scoffed. Having returned 5 days ago, he still had not mastered the moonwalk, and with the evaluation day approaching tomorrow, he felt a sense of discomfort with his lack of progress in the 6 Navy techniques. You won't succeed practicing like that, came a voice from the distance. A figure approached, his scarred face imposing. It was the top recruit, Antonio. Oh, you weren't reassigned? Reno queried, puzzled. Typically, recruits were not allowed to linger at the G3 headquarters. They were dispatched to branches for training. The elite training camp is also my aspiration, Antonio replied. I see you've signed up too. How about a spar? Reno's interest was piqued. After all, with the evaluation scheduled for tomorrow, a bout seemed inevitable, perfectly aligned with my intentions. With that, the two wasted no time and immediately engaged in combat. Their attributes were vastly different, one a lieutenant, the other a major. And the battle commenced with a clear advantage for the latter. Reno exerted every effort, barely managing to endure for 3 minutes before conceding defeat. The term sparring typically refers to opponents of similar prowess. However, what transpired here was more akin to a one-sided thrashing, with one individual suspended and the other delivering relentless blows. You mentioned that the moonwalk should not be practiced in such a manner. Do you possess a more effective method? Reno inquired. Watch. In the next moment, Antonio began to demonstrate while explaining the technique. Although the instructor had provided some guidance on the training methods, he had not elaborated in such detail. Antonio, also a novice, understood the intricacies and adeptly elucidated the process for Reno. On the verge of a breakthrough, Reno found enlightenment. Propelling himself upward by approximately 1 meter, lingering in the air for a second before landing. Success! Reno exclaimed joyfully. Antonio, thank you. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Antonio flashed a grin. No need for formality. I hope you pass the assessment smoothly tomorrow and join the elite training camp. I have every confidence in you. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. The following day, at the break of dawn, Reno arrived at a training facility. The site of the assessment. 5 individuals sat in a line before him, with Admiral Kapu at the center, casually munching on rice crackers, displaying an air of indifference. To his left and right were his aides, Bogart and Instructor Balk, alongside 2 examiners and a secretary from headquarters, Marin Fando. The nameplates on the table bore their names, the examiner, Richard, and the secretary, Jane. 7 candidates, all prodigies, were present for the evaluation, yet only 5 positions were available, implying that 2 would face elimination, possibly more. Let us commence, Richard declared. First round, Devil Fruit abilities. Do any of you possess such powers? I have consumed the ancient Zoan type. Great King Centipede Fruit was the sole response among the candidates. An impressive fruit. Would you mind demonstrating your abilities? I would be delighted. Balk, please assess him. Certainly. Balk rose and approached the center of the arena. The soldier promptly transformed into a centipede hybrid, towering 5 meters tall, with 6 additional limbs and a terrifying exoskeleton. I specialize in the 8-sword style, the soldier asserted. Soon, 8 katanas were presented. Once prepared, Balk initiated the attack. Shave. 8-sword style, Gale Slash. Balk's hands enveloped in haki, he defended against a barrage of strikes akin to a tempest. 5 minutes later, the soldier was left breathless and sent flying by a single punch. The assessment concludes, the secretary summarized. Physically weak and lacking stamina, your swordsmanship is mediocre. Having only mastered the iron block of the 6 styles, your overall strength is at the rank of a junior officer with a score of D. Did I pass? The soldier asked anxiously. Perhaps a year or 2 more of training. Return next time, was the implied verdict of elimination. Crestfallen, the soldier retreated to a corner. Reno felt an overwhelming pressure. He found himself struggling against the formidable centipede man. In the second round, focusing on speed training, Richard inquired once more. You all have records of your previous capabilities. Now, please share whether you have made any progress and to what extent. A brief silence enveloped the room before Antonio was the first to speak. Ever since the positional battle, I have mastered the 6 powers of the Navy. I believe I could now best a lieutenant colonel. Mastering the 6 powers in just 3 months is quite impressive, the secretary remarked, glancing at the records. A bounty hunter by trade, age 21, of officer caliber, proficient in martial arts, exceptional indeed, rating, B. At that moment, another soldier chimed in, I too have improved. I have learned the paper drawing technique from the 6 powers. The secretary reviewed the records again. Enlisted for 3 years, mastered iron body and shave in the first year, finger pistol and gale palm in the second, and paper drawing in the third. Your overall strength is at the level of a junior officer. Is there truly no one left to recommend you at G3 base? Rating, D. Reno was pleasantly surprised. It was unexpected that this soldier took 3 years to master the 5 techniques. However, upon reflection, mastering the 6 techniques is indeed a formidable challenge. Many seasoned sailors with over a decade of experience, still only managed to grasp a few of them. In comparison, this individual can truly be considered a prodigy. Bulk appeared rather embarrassed, as the soldier was one he had recommended. Adhering to the principle that every additional person offers another chance, he had suggested anyone with a hint of talent. After all, what if they succeeded? His own credentials would be enhanced, having mentored students from an elite training camp, which would be an accomplishment. With a few more successes, he could even be promoted and receive a raise. The soldier, however, was demoralized, his spirit crushed as if struck by Perona's negative ghost. 3 years had passed, yet he still had not passed the assessment. The atmosphere grew silent once more, until Renault spoke up. I, having been promoted after the war, have mastered the Navy's 6 techniques. The secretary immediately perked up, flipping through the records. Only 14 years old, in 3 months transformed from an ordinary child to a lieutenant, and within another 3 months, had learned all 6 techniques. He looked up and inquired, "Are you certain you have mastered all 6 techniques?" "Yes, I am certain," Renault affirmed with a nod. "Please demonstrate, Bulk, if you would be so kind." "No problem," Bulk replied. Renault and Bulk arrived at the venue, instantly engaging in combat. Flash, clang, bang. Renault experienced excruciating abdominal pain, inwardly cursing. Indeed, even a piece of iron would not learn. Although it was a precursor skill of the armament hockey, it was leagues apart from the true mastery of it. In the heat of battle, only a fool would utilize it. After sustaining a blow, Renault retaliated with a finger pistol, skillfully evading with paper drawing, then distanced himself using shave, followed by a gale kick, and finally soared into the sky with moonwalk. He demonstrated the entire sequence, concluding the combat. During this encounter, Renault concealed his true energy, wary of being perceived by Carp. Thus his prowess was underestimated. Nevertheless, the secretary was left in awe. Truly a genius, to reach such heights in just half a year, a born fighter. Assessment A. Chapter 24. Cultivation, the final challenge. Articulate your understanding of justice. This segment is an additional scoring opportunity and does not count towards the evaluation. Richard declared, "I believe justice should be absolute, much like Admiral Akaino's stance. Pirates are pirates. Their extermination is justified." A soldier interjected, "I disagree. Many pirates are merely commoners driven to desperation by fate. Their crimes do not warrant death. Justice ought to be adaptable." Another soldier countered, "I align with Vice Admiral Carp's doctrine." A third soldier cunningly remarked, "Everything must be centered around the people's welfare, even amidst bloodshed and sacrifice, as long as peace prevails. That is sufficient." The crowd scoffed. Carp chuckled heartily. "Indeed, my sense of justice is the finest." "Hey, that wasn't the implication, was it?" The crowd responded, perplexed. Antonio declared, "My justice is annihilation, to eradicate every pirate without exception, and only then will the world know peace." "Your notion of justice is even more radical than Admiral Akaino's," Secretary Jane remarked, "yet your experiences have understandably fostered your resentment." The crowd remained oblivious to Antonio's past, and no one inquired. As the last remaining individual, Renault stated, "My sense of justice is order. If humanity adheres to the law, behaves themselves, and refrains from wrongdoing, the world will achieve peace and stability." "Renault, what is your perspective on the celestial dragons?" Carp inquired. All present understood that, in a world devoid of celestial dragons, Renault's vision might be attainable. However, it was precisely the existence of those who transcended the law that plunged the world into chaos, oppression, and a bloody era of slaughter. The great pirate era had long since commenced. It merely awaited Roger to incite its full eruption. This was the culmination of extreme oppression, a rebellion against the aristocracy of the world. Renault paused momentarily, reflecting that if one cannot substantiate their claims, they are merely empty rhetoric. And what could have been a merit would instead become a demerit. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "I believe that all law enforcers should adhere to a singular principle and resolutely enforce it, that the celestial dragons are subject to the same laws as the common people." The moment these words escaped his lips, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. To enforce the law upon the celestial dragons, those aristocrats who have reigned for 8 centuries, was indeed a bold proposition. Carp's eyes appeared to ignite with fervor as he exclaimed, "Well said, young man. If the celestial dragons were to abide by the law, the world's evils and piracy would be halved." However, Bogart interjected, "How do you propose to address the issue of the celestial gold? It is widely acknowledged as the source of chaos." To which Renault retorted, "If this is common knowledge, Then why does the Navy not overthrow the world government and establish a new world order? Richard interrupted, stating, "This is a discourse on ideology, not a discussion on rebellion." Bogart shrugged, adding, "See, this is precisely one of the reasons. The Navy is not governed solely by the whims of a single admiral." Renault pondered and realized the truth. In the original narrative, Admiral Kazara had an ambiguous relationship with the world government, raising suspicions of him being an undercover agent. If Kazara's involvement was merely speculative, then Green Bull was undoubtedly a lackey implanted by the celestial dragons within the Navy. The Navy not only struggled to unify its elite forces, but also faced stringent budget constraints, with salaries withheld, making it impossible to operate solely on goodwill. Most recruits joined the Navy to provide for their families, not out of a sense of lofty justice. They were not so noble. With their wives and children at risk of starvation, they had little inclination to fight for ideals. Hilarious, indeed. Garp, munching on sunbae, declared, "Renault has passed. And that scar-faced fellow has too. The others can return whence they came." Garp possessed the authority to make final decisions, and once he spoke, matters were effectively settled. Richard found it difficult to oppose, and simply nodded before taking his leave. "Renault, your words were rather impetuous," Bark remarked. "You may attract the attention of the world government. That is of no concern. I firmly believe my sense of justice is correct," Renault replied resolutely. "You've got potential, kid. Prepare yourself. You will accompany me to headquarters tomorrow," Garp instructed. "Yes." As the group exited the training facility, Renault bid farewell to Antonio, "Scar-faced man. See you tomorrow." Antonio, visibly annoyed, turned away in silence. This moniker might haunt him for a lifetime, especially since it was bestowed by Vice Admiral Garp, coupled with the unwieldy length of his name. He found himself plagued by echoes of Scar-faced man ringing in his mind, leaving him utterly disheartened. Renault entered the cafeteria, indulging in a lavish feast. His digestive system was in full swing, with copious amounts of gastric juices being secreted, allowing for rapid assimilation of the food. After consuming the equivalent of 10 portions, he patted his belly contentedly and departed. He then made his way to the kitchen, inquiring about the availability of Sea Kings. Upon glancing at Renault's insignia, the cook suppressed the urge to curse and replied, "Sir, if you wish to dine, please do so outside. This is not a restaurant. I require the heart's blood of a Sea King, if it is available." Although the cook was perplexed by Renault's specific request for the blood, he understood that rank carried weight and thus endeavored to accommodate him, leading Renault to a storeroom filled with provisions. "You are in luck, sir. Yesterday, Major General Il killed a Sea King and has yet to process it." Renault gazed upon the colossal sea leviathan within the warehouse, measuring over 300 meters in length, resembling a manatee and classified as an average-sized specimen. In contrast, the giant sea creatures extend several thousand meters, rendering the 300-meter specimen merely a diminutive figure. Its head bore several massive indentations, clearly indicative of having met its demise from a violent concussion, reflecting the formidable prowess of the esteemed Major Il. "I require the entirety of its cardiac blood. Please assist me in packaging it." The cook, bewildered, responded, "Sir, even if we are merely extracting the blood from the heart, it would amount to at least 10 tons. Do you truly wish to take it all?" "Indeed, I want every drop, and have it delivered to my quarters." "Understood." The cook, left with no choice, summoned additional personnel to assist. "How do you usually manage the blood of the sea leviathans?" Renault inquired further. "We possess a dedicated facility for the breakdown of sea creatures, with their blood channeled directly into the ocean." "Such a waste," Renault lamented, joining in the effort to collect the blood. An hour later, dozens of wooden barrels had filled his dormitory to capacity. Fortunately, his recent promotion had afforded him a larger room, albeit just barely accommodating the influx. He lifted one barrel of blood and poured it into a prepared tub. As I settled into a meditative posture, an overwhelming scent of blood assaulted my senses. I promptly activated the blood refinement body technique. In an instant, a gentle, invigorating energy surged forth from my pores, continuously flowing and circulating through my meridians, transforming into genuine vital energy. A significant portion of this energy cleansed my physique, enhancing the strength of my bones, internal organs, and muscles. In that moment, it felt as though countless needles were piercing my body, causing pain to radiate from every corner. Renault gritted his teeth, enduring both the pain and the pleasure, for the sensation of his evident strength surging was truly exhilarating. Nangong Xiangyang could hardly comprehend this. After all, how much heart essence could one possess? A few applications would surely deplete it, and even among the beasts, few were of such considerable size. In contrast, Rain's circumstances were markedly different. In the world of One Piece, sea kings were plentiful. With determination, one could easily locate them. On one hand, a few applications would lead to depletion, while on the other, immersion in the essence allowed for a training pace that was akin to the difference between walking and flying. In less than an hour, having exhausted his blood energy, Rain opened the drain at the bottom of the bathtub to let the discarded blood flow away. He then poured in a fresh barrel of blood, resuming his practice anew. During this process, the blood would congeal several times, only to be softened again by his body heat. Thus, he persevered in his training until nightfall, feeling his meridians ache and his muscles, bones, and internal organs teetering on the brink of collapse before he finally ceased. The duration of daily training was finite. One could not engage from dawn till dusk without pause, as the body required time to adapt and recover. Consequently, individuals with exceptional talent could train for several additional hours, while those of lesser aptitude might only endure 1 or 2 hours at most. This is what is referred to as martial aptitude. Renault dedicated himself to rigorous training from approximately 7 in the morning until 7 in the evening, a remarkable span of 12 hours, undeniably showcasing his extraordinary talent. This implies that his training speed is tenfold that of an ordinary person. While others may require a decade, he needs merely a year. And where others toil for a century, he only requires 10 years. Furthermore, this calculation also takes into account recovery time and the challenges of breakthroughs, revealing an even greater disparity. Indeed, the strong grow stronger while the weak become weaker. Chapter 25. The Humanoid Cannon After Dinner. Renault proceeded to an uninhabited training ground and accessed his attribute panel. Strength, 32 physique, 32 agility, 31 spirit, 35 Navy 6 forms. Iron block. Initial understanding, 246100000. Navy 6 forms. Finger gun. Initial understanding, 145100000. Navy 6 forms. Storm leg. Initial understanding, 164100000. Navy 6 forms. Paper drawing. Initial understanding, 119100000. Navy 6 forms. Shave. Initial understanding, 128100000. Blood refinement. Dominant body. Second level, 165410000. Great food technique. Proficient, 145100000. Fan value, 6102 after a night of cultivation. His techniques advanced by 1 level, while both strength and physique improved slightly. He also saved 2,000 fan points, demonstrating the immense efficacy of the heavenly tier techniques in the main world. Renault felt a sense of relief as he finally extricated himself from the predicament of being entirely reliant on fan values. The heavenly stage technique was indeed as illustrious as its reputation suggested, and it was no wonder it had incited a sect extermination battle. After practicing the 6 forms for an additional 2 hours to acclimatize to his enhanced strength, he returned to his room, and with a mere thought, he returned to the main world. Descending to the 2nd floor, he found Lin Sheener engrossed in her homework. "I'm back, Sheener. Have you memorized all the meridians and acupoints?" "Yes, I have memorized them all." "Excellent. Now I shall impart a technique to you. As the master of the 2nd floor of the Scripture Pavilion, it is essential that you possess some martial prowess." "All right, Brother Arno, what will you teach me?" "The blood refinement dominance." "The blood refinement dominance. Isn't it true that one needs 36,000 contribution points to learn it?" "Indeed, 36,000 contribution points equate to 1,000 golden dragons. The requirement is exceptionally high. Many may never accumulate such wealth in their lifetime. After all, this is a heavenly stage technique, not something to be taught lightly, lest it invite calamity. I will teach you clandestinely, and you shall practice in secrecy. Do not disclose it to others. Once you have mastered the art, you may surprise them all," Renault coaxed like a child. "Really? I don't need contribution points?" Lin Sheener exclaimed with delight. "I am the leader. My word is final. This is your privilege." "Thank you, Brother Arno. Now sit properly. I will teach you the 1st level." "Okay." After 2 hours of instruction, it was already past 11 at night when Renault finally returned to his room. With another thought, he traversed back to the world of One Piece. The mental toll of this journey cost him 15 points each time, and after 2 such crossings, he felt exceedingly fatigued and collapsed into sleep. Around 5 in the morning, Renault awoke. He descended to find some aides and instructed them to transport the blood of the Sea Kings onto Captain Carp's ship while he went to have breakfast. By 7 o'clock, Everything was arranged, and the military ship slowly set sail. This time, Karp was not merely escorting them to the elite training camp. He intended to return to headquarters for a debriefing. In truth, escorting them was merely an ancillary task. The debriefing was the primary purpose. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, Karp would be reassigned to headquarters. Upon seeing numerous wooden barrels in the room, Antonio's expression turned dark. The space aboard the military vessel was limited, and they had been assigned to share one cabin. However, at this moment, aside from the beds, there was scarcely any room to stand. Upon opening the door, a pungent odor of blood filled the air, and finally, unable to contain himself, he bellowed, "Renault, what on earth are you doing? What are these things?" Reno hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to impart the blood refinement bodily technique to Antonio. Ultimately, he dismissed the thought. In the world of One Piece, the formidable are those who have sanctified their physical forms. Without true energy and a limited understanding of meridians and acupoints, once this technique is disseminated, he would undoubtedly be captured and subjected to dissection by the world government, a risk far too great to bear. Moreover, it could alter the balance of power in the world, with uncertain consequences. Rather than risk such upheaval, it was preferable to allow Antonio to strengthen himself independently. And perhaps one day, when he was invincible, he could consider taking a disciple. With this in mind, he declared, "This is for my cultivation, rest assured. I shall complete it within 10 days. Practicing with blood? Indeed, I possess a unique constitution," Reno affirmed. "You must be the reincarnation of a vampire," Antonio quipped in exasperation. Resigned to endure for 10 days. The G3 base was approximately a month's journey from headquarters at Marineford. During this time, Reno devoted himself entirely to training, alternating between the Marine 6 styles and the blood refinement bodily technique, repeating this cycle. Occasionally, he sparred with Antonio, witnessing a remarkable evolution in his prowess, changing day by day. 10 days later, as the blood supply was exhausted, Reno's physical attributes surged past the significant threshold of 41 points. When he sparred with Antonio, they were evenly matched, leaving Antonio in a state of disbelief. "What on earth is your constitution?" Antonio nearly lost his composure, feeling overshadowed despite his own prodigious talent. This development caught the attention of Vice Admiral Garp, who summoned Reno to the captain's quarters. Within the quarters stood several individuals, including the first mate Bogart and several high-ranking officers, all gazing at Reno with keen curiosity. Vice Admiral Garp, as ever, munched on a donut and inquired, "Reno, I've heard that you can absorb blood to enhance your strength?" "Indeed, I can absorb the energy from blood found in the heart, but it must be fresh. Otherwise, the energy dissipates and becomes ineffective. For instance, with the Sea King, by the 5th day, the effect was only half of what it was on the first day, and by the 10th day, it dwindled to a mere 10%. I estimate that after half a month, it will be completely useless." "Is it limited to Sea Kings?" "Any high-energy blood will suffice, including human blood. But I am committed to justice and would never resort to such actions." "Ah, I understand. I shall procure one for you when I have the chance." "Thank you." "Vice Admiral Garp, have you ever consumed a devil fruit?" Garp speculated, pondering if this was a manifestation of its powers. "No." "Would you like me to swim a couple of laps in the sea?" "Make it 2 laps." "Understood." Without uttering a word, Raynor leapt into the sea, joyfully swimming for the better part of the day, treating it as a form of physical exercise. He swam from morning until noon, only returning for lunch. Karp speculated that this talent was hereditary. It was possible that some of Raynor's ancestors had consumed a devil fruit, and thus a portion of its powers had been passed down. When this news reached headquarters, Raynor's profile was once again updated, elevating him from a genius level to that of a prodigy, placing him on par with the 3 admirals. However, while the 3 admirals primarily relied on the powers of their respective fruits, Raynor depended solely on his own abilities, suggesting that, in terms of innate talent, he might surpass them all. Half a month into their voyage, on this particular day, the lookouts suddenly shouted, "Pirates! We have spotted pirates!" Karp, filled with enthusiasm, approached the bow of the ship and gestured for soldiers to bring forth a crate of cannonballs. "Ha! My hands have been itching for this," he exclaimed, taking a cannonball into his hands, weighing it thoughtfully, and assuming a throwing stance before hurling it with great force. The cannonball soared through the air, covering a distance of over 1,000 meters, exploding in the waters beside the pirate ship and sending up a great splash. "Missed. Let us try again." Almost instantaneously, his hands moved like phantoms, launching a flurry of shots, transforming a single cannon into a rapid-fire artillery. The pirate ship attempted to turn away, but it was futile. Within a minute, it had been struck by over 10 cannonballs, taking on water and beginning to sink. Renault stared in astonishment. While it may not have felt as intense in the realm of animation, the reality was truly alarming. It resembled a humanoid, mobile, portable, supercannon. Chapter 26. Rapid Progress. Admiral Carp, may I scavenge for some spoils? Renault inquired. Although most of the petty pirates were impoverished, there were occasions when fortune smiled upon them, allowing them to acquire a devil fruit. After all, it wouldn't take much time to take a look. Alternatively, discovering some gold and silver treasures would also be advantageous. In this vast world, there are countless opportunities where money is needed. Go ahead. Carp waved his hand dismissively. Renault immediately initiated a moonlit stride towards the pirate ship, with Antonio Duff following closely behind. Scarface, are you also in search of plunder? I intend to vanquish these pirates. They have plunged into the sea, and on the Grand Line, without rescue, they are doomed to perish. Why bother? I find pleasure in it. Well, that is a compelling reason. Do as you wish. A mere 1,000 meters would be but a couple of minutes for them. They soon arrived above the pirate vessel, which was already half submerged, with pirates scattering in every direction. If the ship were to sink further, it would create a whirlpool, dragging them into the depths. Antonio unleashed a barrage of finger shots, mercilessly striking each target with a cold, sinister expression. This man, too, was a pitiable soul. During this time, Renault had learned from Bogart that Antonio's past was fraught with tragedy. His parents were slain by pirates in his childhood, leaving him to wander the seas in a nomadic existence. 2 years prior, his wife was murdered by pirates, just as he was contemplating a life of seclusion. For she was with child and in need of care. In the end, it resulted in the loss of 2 lives. As a hunter of pirates, he had been besieged by them, sustaining 3 deep gashes across his face, cast into the sea, and by a stroke of fortune, he survived. His enmity with pirates ran deep as the ocean itself. Renault boarded the ship, making a beeline for the captain's quarters. He rummaged through the belongings, only to uncover a mere few 100,000 berries, stained with blood, clearly the spoils of plunder. What misfortune! Renault participated in the slaughter. A mere 30 or 40 pirates were dispatched by 2 individuals in less than a minute. Subsequently, Renault returned, carrying a bag of berries. Admiral Carp, this is all there is, he said, handing the money bag to Carp's assistant. You 2 lads are quite spirited. Shall I teach you hockey? Carp proclaimed. Really? The 2 rejoiced. Ha! Get ready, here I come. He then unleashed his iron fist of love, leaving them questioning their very existence. 10 minutes later, Renault and his companion were left with swollen heads, exchanging silent glances, their eyes brimming with tears. This was no impartation of hockey. It was merely Carp's way of alleviating his own itch for combat, having grown weary of merely hurling cannonballs. Nevertheless, amidst the chaos, some concepts of hockey were indeed conveyed. So, my little friends, is this proving too challenging? Carp asked, hands on hips. Admiral Carp, I believe your teachings are rather profound. We require some time to digest them. Renault responded. Antonio nodded in agreement. I see. Perhaps I am too formidable. Very well, we shall continue tomorrow. After Carp departed, the 2 felt a wave of relief wash over them, grateful to escape further beatings. In terms of strength, Carp clearly outmatched Zifa, yet when it came to teaching, Zifa eclipsed Carp by a considerable margin. Of course, Carp's instruction, though rough, was deeply felt and undeniably effective. At the very least, the 2 had gained a fundamental understanding of hockey. It was not that Carp lacked competence, his methods were simply less detailed. After all, he too had disciples, Kazan and Kobe, indicating a certain level of teaching ability, albeit with few who truly grasped his concepts. In the following 10 days, the 2 endured daily beatings, their faces bruised and their movements limping. Fortunately, their exceptional physiques allowed them to bounce back by the next day, revitalized and vigorous. During this time, they encountered pirates on 2 occasions, only to be obliterated by Carp's might. Without a strong individual to counter the cannon fire, the small-time pirates had no choice but to accept their misfortune upon crossing paths with Carp. Today, Carp was relishing in his combat, when suddenly, the ocean's surface erupted, revealing a colossal sea king, measuring over 1,000 meters in length. Reynolds' eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, Admiral Carp, please vanquish it. I desire its heart's blood. Ha! Behold, my young companions, this is the iron fist with which I traverse the vast oceans. Admiral Carp, laughing heartily, soared above the head of the Sea King. his fist enveloped in swirling black and purple lightning, and then struck down with tremendous force. Before contact was even made, the Sea King's head caved in, and in the next instant it burst apart like a watermelon, leaving nothing but a void where its head once was. The sea erupted as though a deep water bomb had been detonated, creating a gaping chasm of over 100 meters. Good heavens! This is the pinnacle of power capable of shattering an island with a single punch. Truly inhuman, Reynolds marveled. Indeed, I dare say he has barely utilized 1% of his strength. Reynolds concurred. Although the soldiers aboard the ship were accustomed to such spectacles, they still gasped in awe. Subsequently, the remains of the Sea King were retrieved for a feast. Its heart's blood extracted and delivered to Reynolds' quarters. In response to Antonio's vehement protests, Beggar arranged for him to be given another room. Renaud was overjoyed. In the solitude of his own chamber, he could conduct an experiment to determine whether his position would change upon teleporting while aboard the vessel. Without hesitation, he closed the door and immediately transported himself to the primary realm. After approximately 5 minutes, he returned, only to discover that he remained in his original position and had not plunged into the ocean. Thus, he concluded that teleportation was fundamentally grounded in the principle of maintaining a solid footing. In the subsequent 10 days, Renaud found himself entrenched in a relentless cycle of training and receiving blows. Despite the punishment, his physique improved at a remarkably visible rate. Firstly, the nutrient-rich marine environment, combined with his mastery of the great food technique, allowed his body to fully absorb the energy within. Secondly, enduring daily beatings served as a form of exercise. His experience with iron blocks had surpassed the halfway mark, exceeding 5,000 points, propelling him forward with the velocity akin to that of a rocket. Lastly, the blood refinement technique surged ahead, bolstered by an abundance of potent blood, advancing at an extraordinary pace, as if he were under an enhancement effect. The essence of the two Sea Kings was not wasted. Renaud opened his attributes to review. Strength, 43, Constitution, 45, Agility, 42, Spirit, 48. Naval 6 Techniques, Iron Block, Initial Insight, 560, 510, 000. Naval 6 Techniques, Finger Gun, Initial Insight, 462, 010, 000. Naval 6 Techniques, Gale Foot, Initial Insight, 421, 110, 000. Naval 6 Techniques, Paper Drawing, Initial Insight, 455, 010, 000. Naval 6 Techniques, Shave, Initial Insight, 496, 510, 000. Naval 6 Techniques, Moonstep, Initial Insight, 395, 610, 000. Blood Refining Dominance, Triple, 98, 825, 100, 000. Great Food Technique, Proficient, 365, 410, 000. Fan Value, 14, 650. During this period, he occasionally returned to gather fan value. Due to the benevolent policies of the world government, he was deeply cherished by the populace, resulting in a rapid increase in fan value. However, no matter how swift, it paled in comparison to the pace of his strength enhancement. At the 4150 stage, each attribute point required 10,000 fan value, and at the 5160 stage, it escalated to a staggering 100,000 for each point. As for allocating points to enhance attributes, Renaud had essentially abandoned that notion. Fan value was primarily utilized for skill enhancement. For instance, he could now elevate one of the Naval 6 Techniques or blood refining dominance to the next realm. However, considering the increasing difficulty associated with advancing to higher realms, he decided to wait. Moreover, an important reason was to accumulate fan value for his dominance. His ability could be directly enhanced upon initiation, making fan value crucial. Conversely, blood refining dominance could surge solely with essence, rendering the expenditure of fan value on this technique somewhat imprudent. At that moment, a commotion arose from the outside, and Renaud perked up his ears to listen, realizing that the gate of justice had arrived. Chapter 27, Martial Arts Tournament. The Marine Headquarters, Marine Ford, is strategically located at the heart of the Grand Line, adjacent to the Sabaody Archipelago, Red Line, and the Holy Land Mariewa. The islands below appeared crescent-shaped, with various buildings constructed in harmony with the mountainous terrain. Ships docked without any formal reception, Beggar led Renaud and Antonio to the elite training camp, with 3 days remaining until the commencement of the new training session. This time could be utilized to familiarize themselves with the headquarters environment. Bogart remarked, "You may also explore the nearby town, but be cautious not to stir trouble. The town's residents are primarily families of Marines, and they will not tolerate any misbehavior." The two nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, they registered for their positions and were assigned rooms. "Hey, Scarface, care to stroll through the town?" Renault asked casually as he settled his luggage and happened upon Antonio. Antonio's expression darkened. "Do not call me Scarface." "Very well, Scarred Man," Renault replied. "My former friends called me Ade." "Oh, so you do have a name." Antonio's scowl deepened, as if suggesting that lacking a name was a grave offense. "I shall explore the training camp first. You may proceed to the town on your own." Antonio turned and walked away. Renault passed through various checkpoints and entered the subsequent town, which was unexpectedly prosperous. The streets were bustling with people, with shops lining both sides. Children frolicked as they dashed by, couples whispered sweet nothings, and the traffic flowed incessantly. Renault is not merely wandering this time. He seeks to procure formidable weaponry to safeguard the headquarters of the All-World Society. The primary world's technology has only recently embarked upon the electrical era, with firearms predominantly being rifles of limited power. In contrast, the realm of One Piece boasts an array of advanced technologies, including robots, clones, Gatling guns, and laser weaponry, surpassing even those of his former life. Of course, due to the technological embargo imposed by the world government, certain regions are still reliant on flintlock firearms, which is a matter for another discussion. After wandering for quite some time, Renault finally stumbled upon a private arms shop named Mighty Weapons. Spanning an impressive 500 square meters, the store boasted an extensive array of weaponry, from Gatling guns to swords, a veritable feast for the eyes. Upon noticing Renault enter in his lieutenant's uniform, a charming female attendant warmly greeted him. "Welcome, sir. Is this your first visit?" "Indeed, I am in search of heavy weaponry," he replied. "Might I inquire about your specific needs? Are they intended for naval or land combat?" "For land defense," Renault clarified. "For defense purposes, I would recommend our store's Thunderbird cannon. It boasts a remarkable range of 2,800 meters and delivers tremendous power, with options for explosive shells, solid rounds, and buckshot." Renault yearned for the weaponry yet found himself unable to procure it, as his accessory ring measured merely 1 square meter, insufficient to accommodate a cannon. "Is there a firearm available?" he inquired, primarily for close-quarters defense. "For such close-quarters protection, particularly from the battlements, I would recommend our formidable marine machine gun," suggested the sales assistant, gesturing towards a wall where an imposing Gatling gun stood, reminiscent of the one wielded by the Plague Queen, adorned with 9 bullet holes and 4 mounts. "May I test it?" Renault asked. "Certainly. Please follow me, sir," the assistant replied. The two proceeded to the backyard, which featured a designated shooting range. Before long, a machine gun was rolled out, measuring 1.5 meters in length, with provisions for wheels or mounts beneath. Although Renault's spatial ring measures merely 1 meter in width and height, it possesses the remarkable ability to stretch and morph. This machine gun, when disassembled, can just about fit. With the target set, Renault lifted the machine gun, unleashing a barrage of fire. The deafening sound of gunfire erupted, and the target, situated 100 meters away, was instantly shattered into countless fragments. "Impressive. I'll take 10 of these," Renault declared. The sales associate, elated by the prospect of a substantial commission, smiled sweetly and replied, "Certainly. Each one is priced at 10 million Bailey, totaling 100 million Bailey, with a complimentary supply of 10,000 rounds." 100 million. Renault gasped in disbelief. "Is there no discount?" "Sir, this model of machine gun sells for 20 million Bailey in the market, and acquiring one is a challenge in itself." "Very well. Please package them up. I shall return with the funds." "Absolutely. We eagerly await your return." Renault hastened back to his dormitory and, upon descending, found Lin Yi waiting for him. Before he could speak, Lin Yi exclaimed, "Master, you have returned. A grave matter has arisen." "What matter?" Renault inquired anxiously. "Has a warlord invaded?" "Not quite," Lin Yi replied. "There has been an incident at the docks. A kingdom known as the Eastern Islands wishes to seize the 10th dock. After negotiations, they proposed a martial arts competition, stating that if no one can defeat their champion within a month, the dock will belong to the Eastern Islands." "And what of it?" 9 docks have already fallen into foreign hands," Renault remarked. "This situation is different," Lin Yi elaborated. "Among the 12 docks at the port, 9 are controlled by foreigners, 1 by a foreign merchant association, while 2 remain under the local merchant association and the city lord's control. However, the local merchant association has been compromised, and the Foreign Merchant Association is undoubtedly aligned with foreign interests. If we lose control of the dock held by the city lord, the foreigners will establish a concession, forcing all of our people to bow to their whims. The political, military, and economic affairs of the port will no longer be under the jurisdiction of Eastern Lin City, effectively rendering it a nation within a nation. Our people will have to pay fees to enter and taxes to reside, and should conflict arise, a blockade would leave us to perish. Linny spoke at length. The situation indeed seemed dire. In our plans, the land adjacent to the seafood market at the port was an ideal location for a supermarket. Paying taxes to foreigners is a thought I cannot fathom. How many days has the challenge been ongoing? It has been 7 days. The newspapers are abuzz, and the citizens of Eastern Lin City are seething with anger, eager for someone to vanquish the warrior. I never expected Xiong Kaishan to be so popular. The public sentiment has little to do with Xiong Kaishan. He merely offered a reward of 1,000 gold dragons. Look for yourself. Lin Yi handed over a newspaper. The entire front page bore a striking photograph. In it, a middle-aged man with a crescent-shaped hairstyle stood arrogantly with dual blades at his waist, arms crossed, exuding disdain. Behind him hung a banner inscribed with the words, "Qian Country's chickens, no match for a strike." The term chickens is a derogatory reference implying weakness, akin to the phrase sick man of East Asia from a bygone era, explaining the public's outrage. Has no one yet managed to defeat him? Over 30 have tried. All perished. This man, Nakagawa Keifu, shows no mercy, Linny replied. What is his strength? At least the pinnacle of the dominance realm. No one has withstood even 10 of his strikes. He is reputed to be the foremost in the Eastern Islands dominance realm, and the title is well-deserved. What are our extraordinary individuals doing? Why have they not responded to such blatant provocation? Reino lamented. They are preoccupied with their own power struggles. The ownership of a dock in distant Eastern Lin City hardly warrants their arduous journey to engage in battle. At that moment, Reino appeared to have an epiphany, his eyes brightening. So, this has become a matter of public attention, a focal topic? Indeed, Linny affirmed. Now, even the gossiping bystanders have ceased discussing trivial family matters, instead speculating on who in Eastern Lin City could possibly defeat Nakagawa Keifu. It is time for me to enhance my follower count. Let us allow the situation to unfold for a moment while we deliberate on the matter of procuring weaponry. Chapter 28, ZFA. The transition of topics felt somewhat abrupt, and Lin Yi, perplexed by the notion of boosting follower count and letting the bullets fly, casually inquired, "Are we to procure weapons?" "Indeed. I have discovered a powerful weapon intended for the defense of our headquarters, which requires." Renault quietly estimated the value of gold in both worlds. 1 pound of gold is worth approximately 3 million belly. Since there are 16 tails in a pound, and 1 gold dragon equals 1 tail. This means 3 million divided by 16 equals 187,500. Thus, 1 gold dragon is equivalent to 187,500 belly, which is akin to the Japanese yen of his previous life, further divided by 20, equating to 9,375 summer yuan. In the main world, the currency exchange rate stands at 1 gold dragon equaling 10,800 summer yuan. What a depreciation! Exclaimed Lin Yi, feeling somewhat puzzled by the leader's enigmatic demeanor. Was his practice affecting his mind? In any case, he requested 550 gold dragons to purchase weapons. 550 gold dragons amount to approximately 130 million belly, with the surplus reserved for personal expenses. Leader, you exchanged 1,300 gold dragons last time. This time, you can directly redeem 550, Lin Yi remarked. Please record this. Even the leader cannot be exempt from the deduction of contribution points. Understood. Tomorrow at this time, gather all management personnel to test our new weapons. Renault instructed before returning to the building. All right. Lin Yi responded affirmatively. After instructing Lin Shiner for a while, Renault returned to the Pirate King's World Military Camp dormitory. Arriving at the formidable weapons store with gold coins in hand, the sales clerk, who had been eagerly awaiting his return, beamed with joy upon seeing him. Sir, 10 machine guns are ready. Yes, please deliver the goods to my residence. Here are the gold coins from a certain nation. You may weigh them yourselves. Understood. The transaction was completed smoothly, and the delivery personnel brought the items to his doorstep. Renault then made his way to the dining hall. As the blood of the Sea King had been completely exhausted, he needed to place an order at the military dining hall. Upon explaining the situation to the head chef, he received a surprised yet agreeable response. After practicing the 6 forms, he spent a night in silence. The following day, he spotted an individual in the dining hall, rugged features, Towering stature, short purple hair, sunglasses adorning his face, and a right arm transformed into a mechanical limb crafted from sea prison stone. It was none other than the former admiral of the Navy, now an elite training camp instructor, Zephyr. What a pity, Renault mused, had circumstances been different. I would have sought to alter your fate. Renault murmured to himself. Zephyr, a pitiable elder, traversed the extremes of life, ultimately fading into obscurity. His talents, rather unremarkable, could be described as mediocre. Yet, he exemplified the notion of late bloomers, achieving greatness in his later years. He enlisted at the age of 18, mastered the 6 styles by 28, and ascended to the rank of admiral by 38. His journey serves as a testament that ordinary individuals can reach the pinnacle through relentless dedication. In his youth, Zephyr was naively steadfast in his principle of sparing lives, opting to imprison captured pirates rather than execute them. This decision bore bitter fruit. The escaped pirates, fueled by vengeance, targeted his family, ultimately taking the lives of his wife and 3-year-old son. The tragedy unfolded within the heavily fortified Marine headquarters, Maryford, where pirates managed to infiltrate, eluding both the guards of the family quarters and the patrolling soldiers. This realization is profoundly chilling. Disheartened, Zephyr resolved to resign and retreat from public life. However, after persuasions from comrades and superiors, he took on the role of an instructor at an elite training camp. Thus began his silent dedication to nurturing talent within the Navy, shaping generations of formidable warriors over 30 years. Many renowned figures in the Navy, including Admirals Akiji, Akainu, and Kizuru, as well as vice admirals such as Momonosuke and Tashiji, were his students, alongside numerous elite rear admirals like Fire Fist, Spider, and Doberman. Subsequently, an event deepened his animosity towards pirates. While conducting practical training at sea, he encountered the formidable Wibble, the successor of Whitebeard. Wibble, exhibiting strength nearing that of an admiral, would have been a challenging opponent under normal circumstances. Yet, Zephyr suffered an asthma attack, greatly diminishing his capabilities. Ultimately, only Ein and Bin survived the ordeal, while Zephyr lost his right hand. This incident profoundly impacted him, altering his demeanor as he grew increasingly ruthless, vowing to kill any pirate on sight. Tragically, while searching for Wibble to avenge his fallen students, he learned that Wibble had become one of the 7 warlords of the sea, a despicable figure who reveled in slaughtering innocents, now aligned with his own faction. Zephyr found this outcome utterly unacceptable, leading to his disillusionment with the world government and his defection from the Navy to establish a new faction. Due to his extensive network, many followed him, including the surviving Ein and Bins, who swiftly became his trusted aides. He embarked on a relentless campaign against pirates, driven by a rumor that 3 colossal volcanoes in the New World could be detonated to inundate the entire region. Thus began his reckless destruction, disregarding the lives of civilians. Ultimately, after demolishing 2 volcanoes and poised to obliterate the 3rd, he abandoned his quest, realizing the rumor was a fabrication and unwilling to sacrifice his students alongside him. In a final act of defiance, he faced death alone, ultimately succumbing to a coordinated assault by Kizaru and other high-ranking Navy officials. At that moment, Akiji, having withdrawn from the Navy after losing the position of Fleet Admiral, witnessed his mentor's unwavering resolve and self-destructive intent. He erected an ice wall, obstructing the support for the new Navy, allowing Ein, Bins, and many others to survive. In his later years, despite his madness, Zephyr retained a semblance of affection. Luffy encountered him thrice. The first time, he could have easily defeated him, but spared him upon learning of his connection to Garp. The second encounter resulted in a lesson for Luffy, inflicting injury upon him. During their final confrontation, both fought to exhaustion. Yet Zephyr refrained from killing Luffy or triggering the explosive rocks to fulfill his aim, ultimately choosing death. For him, life had lost its purpose, rendering death the most fitting redemption and solace. Reflecting on Zephyr's life evokes feelings of sorrow and lamentation. His youthful devotion led to personal ruin, and decades of diligent mentorship were futile against the small machinations of the world government. If placed in his position, Renault mused that he too might succumb to darkness, though he would not obliterate volcanoes, but rather target Mariewa. Zephyr, it seems, lacked the necessary ruthlessness. Little brat, have you been watching me for a while? Do you need something? Zephyr casually sat opposite Renault, setting down his plate to indulge in his meal. I was contemplating whether, should I ever seek to overthrow the world government and bring the celestial dragons down from their pedestal, I could enlist your support, Renault replied. Zephyr was taken aback. He had not anticipated such audacity from the young boy. Renault, You truly are remarkable for daring to assert that the celestial dragons should be held accountable like any common citizen, Zephyr marveled. If one day you genuinely possess the capability to achieve that, I might consider it. Zephyr's discontent with the world government had been simmering for quite some time, and he spoke in alignment with his sentiments. However, he still harbored hope for the Navy and refrained from outright rebellion. Chapter 29, Awaiting Your Participation. Little brat. Toppling the world government is no trivial matter. Countless individuals throughout history have aspired to do so, only to meet with failure. Strength is an essential prerequisite. Focus on becoming powerful first, and then we shall discuss it. I will train you rigorously. Zephyr was thoroughly familiar with the new cohort of students. After all, one-on-one instruction was tailored to each student's abilities and characteristics. If it were merely a matter of general training, there would be no need for Zephyr's involvement, as the Navy was replete with seasoned instructors. This was the distinguishing feature of the elite training camp. Each student emerged as a pillar of the Navy. Of course. Please do not hold back, Renaud replied. In the future, speak more softly. Such views do not require widespread proclamation. Understood. I only become so impassioned when I encounter someone I have admired since childhood. Hey, little brat, flattery will get you nowhere. Now, tell me about your progress regarding hockey. I feel as though I am but a step away from mastery, Renaud responded. Excellent. After we finish here, I will teach you hockey. Yes. This will be considered an early special training session, as the training camp does not officially commence for another 2 days. Yet, Zephyr felt a sense of impatience. It had been many years since he had encountered a prodigious student like this. The last time was over 20 years ago, during the youth of the 3 admirals. Perhaps this time he could cultivate another admiral. Upon returning to the dormitory, Renaud hastily placed a Gatling gun into the prop ring and swiftly transported himself to the main world. Beneath the attic of the Scripture Pavilion, numerous high-ranking members of the Tianxia Society were already awaiting his arrival. As Renaud emerged, they all stepped forward to greet him. Everyone, time is of the essence. Are the targets prepared? Lenny inquired. All set, came the reply. Let us go. A group of 30 to 40 individuals proceeded to the shooting range. There, at a distance of 100 meters, stood a dozen targets of varying sizes and heights. Upon a mere touch on the ring, Renaud summoned Gatling, who swiftly materialized on the scene. Before long, an imposing machine gun emerged, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. A considerable array of exaggerated bullets was then meticulously arranged, aimed at the target, and with a simple press of the trigger, a cacophony erupted. The fiery tongues of gunfire danced wildly, their sound akin to thunder. Each bullet, like a tempest unleashed, tore through all that lay before it. Renaud swept the area, leaving the targets in utter disarray. How astonishing! The mouth of the onlooker gaped in disbelief. Such weaponry exists in this world. What then can be said of the extraordinary? Nangong Xiangyang murmured. Boss, grant me one. Luo Jin exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This is designed for defense, a classified weapon. It must not be revealed unless absolutely necessary, Renaud cautioned. There are a total of 10. You may decide where to allocate them. I will return with one each day, but I have matters to attend to now. Renaud hurriedly returned to the world of pirates, his spirit somewhat weary, yet he persisted in arriving at the training camp. Zephyr was already awaiting his arrival, and upon seeing Renaud, furrowed his brow. What have you been doing? Your mental energy appears to be severely depleted. I attempted to awaken the Conqueror's Haki, Renaud replied. Conqueror's Haki? Youngster, your ambition surpasses your wisdom. Such a power is not easily awakened. It is said that 1 in millions may achieve it, and this is no mere exaggeration. Then, how might one awaken Conqueror's Haki? Renaud inquired. It requires a formidable spirit, an unwavering resolve that propels one forward, along with a belief that disregards life and death in pursuit of one's goals. This must be maintained relentlessly for a decade, until the spirit accumulates to a sufficient degree, thus providing an opportunity for awakening, Zephyr explained. However, I have heard that among the Navy, only a handful have awakened this ability, namely Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Sengoku. Is it that others are somewhat lost regarding justice? Zephyr fell silent, and after a moment, he replied, You are correct. Even I, an old man, lack the purity of conviction regarding justice. Under the command of the celestial dragons, the Navy has committed numerous unjust acts, proclaiming it to be for justice, yet failing to convince their own hearts. Consequently, awakening Conqueror's Haki becomes exceedingly difficult. I understand. I will uphold my sense of justice to the very end and will never compromise, Renaud declared resolutely. Youngster, that is still a distant goal. First, Focus on mastering armament hockey, Zephyr instructed. Yes. In the ensuing 20 days, Renault diligently trained. Among the 42 participants in this session, only Antonio displayed some level of strength. The rest could not withstand Renault for even a minute. On the 5th day, a sea king measuring 2,000 meters was dragged ashore by Garp, its blood energy being 10-fold that of the second and 100-fold that of the first. Renault was filled with exuberance, dedicating himself to rigorous training. In a mere fortnight, he achieved a remarkable breakthrough, ascending to the 6th level of the blood refinement dominance body. Fortunately, the subsequent experience points were not multiplied tenfold but rather doubled. The 4th level required 100, 000, the 5th 200, 000, and the 6th 400, 000. The blood refinement dominance body comprises 9 levels. The 1st corresponds to the mortal realm, the 2nd and 3rd to the steel realm, the 4th and 5th to the dominance realm, and the 6th and 7th, which Renault had ascertained from the main world, were referred to as the celestial realm. The names of the realms were not specified in the secret tome, which only provided the cultivation methods. Renault had deduced the names based on his understanding of the different levels. However, he had yet to grasp the essence of the dominance aura, indicating the daunting challenge that lay ahead. Today marked the 27th day of the martial arts competition in Donglan City. With just 3 days remaining until the ownership of the dock would change hands, Xiang Kaishan was growing anxious, continually raising the bounty, which had now reached an astronomical sum of 50,000 gold dragons. The entire affair had become a hot topic throughout Boizhou, with numerous extraordinary individuals arriving, either lured by the bounty or driven by a sense of duty, ready to face their demise. Yet, no formidable opponent had emerged. For reaching such heights could not be measured by mere gold. It was not worth risking one's life against those of the same caliber. Hence, Nakagawa Kaibe remained unparalleled in the arena, with no one able to rival him. At noon, under a boundless azure sky and a blazing sun, the sea stretched out like a mirror, its deep blue surface shimmering under the sunlight, creating a dance of glistening waves. A few wispy clouds drifted lazily across the sky when suddenly, a piercing eagle's cry shattered the tranquility, startling several seagulls into a panicked flight, their cries echoing like curses. The port of Donglan City was paved with a stretch of green stone, sprawling over an expanse equivalent to 10 football fields. 12 docks, each measuring 10 zhang in width and 300 zhang in length, jutted into the sea, exuding a grandiose atmosphere. Over 1,000 sailboats bobbed in the harbor, swaying rhythmically with the waves. Thousands of bare-chested dockworkers toiled under the scorching sun, perspiration pouring down as they diligently loaded and unloaded cargo. In the distance, a vast space of over 1,000 square feet was cordoned off, surrounded by a throng of spectators resembling a mountain of bodies, pointing and murmuring, their collective voices creating a cacophony that surpassed that of a bustling market. In the center of the clearing stood Nakagawa Kaibe, his gaze piercing and haughty, surveying the crowd. With a flick of his wrist, he wiped the blood from his sword and glanced at his opponent, whose breath was gradually fading. He bellowed, "Is there anyone else?" The resounding echo silenced all chatter. As the atmosphere quieted, a volcanic eruption of curses erupted, as the audience, unable to best him in combat, resorted to verbal assaults. Nakagawa Kaibe's expression darkened, and he fell silent. He could not simply slay everyone. His only goal was to complete his mission. In 3 days, the dock would belong to their country, and once the concession was established, these inferior subjects from the Qian kingdom would be expelled. There was no need to engage with such individuals. Having come to this realization, Nakagawa Kaibe crossed his arms and kicked the lifeless body on the ground aside, declaring, "Corpses taint the arena." This act of desecrating the dead drew another round of curses, yet no one dared to confront him. Atop a 100-meter lighthouse, a youth of about 16 or 17 gazed down at the scene below with a slight smirk, remarking, "So arrogant, I quite like it." His visage was striking, with distinct contours, a powerful physique, and an imposing presence that exuded masculinity. This was Renault, freshly returned from the world of pirates. Now standing at a height of 6 feet, he had long shed his former lanky appearance. Through rigorous training and the cultivation of his bloodline, his stature had dramatically transformed over the past 8 months. His looks had also undergone a significant metamorphosis, evolving from the ordinary to that of a handsome man, truly a testament to the adage that men change remarkably as they mature. It was my turn to make an entrance. With a graceful leap, Renault soared from the lighthouse into the arena, landing softly amidst the anticipation. Chapter 30. Victory Strength. 51 Physique. 51 Agility. 51 Spirit. 55 Navy 6 styles. Iron block. Initial understanding. 760510000. Finger gun. Initial understanding. 6820100000. Storm kick. Initial understanding. 6711100000. Paper drawing. Initial understanding. 6850100000. Shave. Initial understanding. 796510000. Moonwalk. Initial understanding. 658110000. Bloodline cultivation. Level 6. 4848800000. Great eating technique. Proficient. 865410000. Fan value. 23601. These were Reno's current attributes. In the martial arts of the Qian Kingdom, reaching the Steel Realm rendered one impervious to blades and weapons, with a body as tough as iron. Ascending to the Dominance Realm enveloped the practitioner in a protective aura, preventing any energy from dissipating, transforming it into nourishment and vital energy. Attaining the Celestial Realm allowed one to traverse the skies, akin to a deity. Flight was the hallmark of this level, albeit at a speed far inferior to that of an aircraft, with immense consumption of vital energy. Most individuals would be unable to sustain flight for more than half an hour before exhausting their energy. Nevertheless, it served as an impressive spectacle, instilling awe and intimidation. Hence the celestial comparisons, a legacy left by generations of ancient practitioners. Such mastery was a rarity throughout the ages, and each individual who achieved it could rightfully be revered as a progenitor. The Celestial Realm. Nakagawa Keifu wore an expression of astonishment. Though Reno appeared youthful, one could not underestimate him. There were those among the older generation who had mastered the art of preserving their youth, rendering age difficult to ascertain by mere appearance. Click, click, click. The surrounding flashes of cameras formed a dazzling array, with several reporters capturing the moment. Most were foreign journalists, eager to relay this event back to their homelands as a significant news story. While foreign nations had already embraced television and monochrome broadcasts, the Qin Kingdom still lagged far behind, although newspapers provided a commendable avenue for publicity. Renaud, with his hands behind his back and a smile gracing his face, maintained an air of composure. As the saying goes, beauty is justice. To garner admiration, possessing handsome and refined features is a fundamental requirement. Nakahara Keifu. How do you wish to perish? Renaud inquired nonchalantly. You have already reached the Celestial Realm. Why concern yourself with such trivial matters? Nakahara Keifu questioned, feeling uncertain. Having perfected the art of the great swordsman for 2 decades, he had yet to break through his limitations. Seizing the opportunity presented by the turmoil in the kingdom of Qian, he sought to engage in a life-and-death battle to transcend into the legendary Sword Saint realm. Alas, his opponent was too weak to awaken his potential. Just as he finally encountered a formidable adversary, that adversary was overwhelmingly powerful. The Celestial Realm equated to the Sword Saint of the Eastern Kingdom, realms that were not comparable. However, he did not waver. The spirit of the samurai forbade such retreat. Moreover, the flames of his fighting spirit ignited fiercely, and he contemplated that perhaps this encounter might be the key to his breakthrough. You have insulted the people of the kingdom of Qian, and I am but a humble disciple from Qian, here to seek enlightenment in the martial arts of the Eastern Kingdom, Renaud proclaimed, clasping his fists in respect. Under the bright sun and the watchful eyes of the crowd, he had to maintain decorum, as it would be advantageous in winning admiration. Had they been elsewhere, he would have struck his opponent down with one blow. Haha, the little one is afraid. Indeed, our kingdom of Qian possesses skilled warriors. The audience buzzed with excitement. I have heard of those who can soar. They're akin to divine beings. The deities must be enraged, and this little one is undoubtedly doomed. Relief swept through the crowd as they felt the tide turning. From the Eastern Kingdom, I present the Shinto dual blade style, Nakahara Keifu. I welcome your guidance, Nakahara Keifu stated, no longer indulging in further words as he unsheathed his twin blades. In the kingdom of Qian, in Boisjou, at Donglan City, I, the leader of the Global Association, Renaud, today seek only to defeat you or to be vanquished by your blades. Reynolds boldly proclaimed his identity, his audacious words serving primarily to etch his name into the memories of others. Only through such recognition could he cultivate a following. After all, how can one revere a stranger? It is an unrealistic notion. With a swift motion, he activated a space ring, revealing a pair of gloves fashioned from sea tower stone. Such gloves are not uncommon at the Navy headquarters, specifically designed for those fighters who have yet to master their haki. As for the potential troubles arising from possessing space artifacts, a true warrior remains unperturbed by the prospect of others coveting his belongings. Moreover, while these artifacts are indeed precious in this world, they are not exceedingly rare. Most formidable individuals typically possess at least one. The two stood facing each other, and it was Nakagawa Masakazu who initiated the confrontation, darting around Reynolds in a frenzied manner, stirring up clouds of dust as he sought an opportune moment to strike. Renault stood resolute, his gaze sweeping the surroundings and his ears attuned to every sound, patiently awaiting the moment when Nakagawa Masafumi would strike. Zephyr had remarked that his domineering presence was merely a step away from a breakthrough, requiring a life-and-death battle to transcend. Renault silently hoped that this occasion would present such an opportunity. However, the moment he allowed his focus to waver, Nakagawa seized the chance, propelling himself off the ground with a powerful kick that left a massive crater in his wake. Utilizing the force of the recoil, he surged forward in an instant, brandishing his dual blades that shimmered with a chilling brilliance. Dual blade style, Tiger Fang. With a swift and fierce motion, the blades descended like sharp fangs, enveloping Renault in a deadly embrace. With a swift motion of his hands, Renault shouted, "Great Ape Gun." In an instant, a flurry of strikes rained down like arrows, each one resounding against the blade, reverberating and forcing it aside, aimed directly at Nakagawa Keikyo's head and chest. Battle-hardened and unflustered, Nakagawa wielded his dual blades like a curtain, adeptly blocking every assault. The two combatants danced amidst a whirlwind of flashing steel and elusive movements, locked in a fierce struggle. The audience watched entranced, their breaths palpable in the charged atmosphere. Previously, no one had been able to withstand Nakagawa's ferocious onslaught, often succumbing to death within mere exchanges. Yet this time, Renault not only defended himself, but also matched Nakagawa's intensity without yielding. "You must have just recently broken through to the celestial realm, while your strength is formidable. Your technique remains rather ordinary," Nakagawa mused, feeling a sense of relief. If this were the case, he believed he could conquer him despite the difference in rank. After all, he was a renowned swordsman with over 30 years of experience, well-versed in the art of combat, and not easily defeated. Though it was exceedingly rare for one to triumph over a higher rank, Nakagawa Keikyo was no ordinary individual, and he was certainly not inferior to others. If those of exceptional talent could achieve such feats, he was confident he could as well. Renault remained silent, fully engrossed in the six styles, a multitude of realizations surging within him. It turned out that the Navy's six styles could be utilized in such a manner. The two engaged in a fierce back-and-forth skirmish for half an hour, and Nakagawa Kaif, brimming with confidence, declared, "If your skills are only this, I, Nakagawa Kaif, shall ascend beyond you today." Having accumulated sufficient experience, he felt it was time to conclude the encounter. Renault cracked his neck, producing a series of sharp sounds. "What do you mean?" Nakagawa Kaif thought, suddenly alert. "Do you truly believe I would allow our match to end in a stalemate? This is merely a practice for me." Renault replied, "This time, I shall employ my true energy." Upon hearing this, Nakagawa Kaif's complexion drained of color. He had sensed something amiss during the battle, but could not pinpoint it until now. Renault had been fighting him solely with physical strength, never once tapping into his true energy. With a surge of true energy coursing through his legs, Renault executed a swift movement so rapid that he nearly lost control. The combination of true energy and the six styles was something he had only ever practiced in solitude, fearing that the powerful figures of the pirate world might discern his capabilities. Now, he could finally unleash it without restraint in actual combat. His fists were similarly enveloped in true energy, which he channeled into the sea prism stone. As he struck, a thunderous roar erupted, akin to the sound of the heavens and earth collapsing. This was a sonic boom. Clang! A crisp sound echoed as Nakagawa Kaif's dual blade shattered first. In an instant, a gaping hole the size of a human head pierced through Nakagawa's chest, his innards splattering backward, landing amongst the spectators 100 meters away, inciting screams of horror. A swift kill. This was the essence of disparity. Nakagawa Kaif's consciousness began to blur, darkness creeping into his vision. Just then, as if experiencing a sudden resurgence of vitality, he mustered his spirit, gripping Renault's arm tightly to prevent him from withdrawing, while his other hand formed a sword with 2 fingers, aimed at Renault's throat. "Be careful!" Many in the audience shouted in alarm. Meanwhile, Renault felt a chilling sense of impending doom enveloping him. A sharp, icy pressure bore down upon his forehead. An ambush was underway. Chapter 31. The conclusion. At this moment, his right hand was seized, while his left either shielded his head from the sharp blade or intercepted Nakagawa Kazuo's sword point. He could choose but one, and either choice would spell doom. In the throes of life and death, It felt as though something in Raynaud's mind shattered with a thunderous crash. In an instant, he saw a colossal sword above him, wielded by a towering figure, descending with lethal intent. In that critical moment, he astonishingly awakened the observation haki. This extraordinary mental power allowed him to sense the intensity of life forces and the surrounding terrain, and at its zenith, it could even glimpse into the future. Alternatively, it could manifest extraordinary traits such as telepathy, the voice of all things, and the ability to permanently hypnotize and alter another's character. However, the observation haki was of no avail to him in this moment, for evasion was impossible. In a dire instant, Raynaud's adrenaline surged, his skin flushed crimson, and his internal energy erupted with tremendous force. Nakagawa Kazuo, already on the brink of death, could not withstand this surge and was instantly propelled backward. Seizing the moment, Raynaud crossed his arms to block the descending strike. Crack! A series of sharp sounds echoed as the sea-floor stone gauntlets cracked and shattered, scattering fragments across the ground. As he retreated, Raynaud finally discerned his assailant, a middle-aged man with golden hair and piercing blue eyes. He sported a distinctive downward-curving mustache that resembled a sword, his visage sinister, and his gaze icy. Draped in a resplendent crimson robe, he exuded an air of nobility. The massive sword he wielded stood as tall as a man and was as wide as a palm, its hilt adorned with rubies, and his aura was inscrutable and profound. "Who are you?" Raynaud demanded. To ambush during a duel is the epitome of disgrace. The foreigner remained silent, his aura tempestuous, as he swung the colossal sword with blinding speed, conjuring a tempest of sword energy that enveloped Raynaud entirely. The Renault gloves have been damaged, and confidence in withstanding the sword's energy with mere flesh has waned, heralding yet another life and death crisis. In this pivotal moment, an innate energy within the body spontaneously converges to offer salvation, ultimately enveloping the hands in a crimson aura. The initial manifestation of the armament haki intertwines with the true energy, transforming into a brilliant red. The sound of metal clashing resonates twice as the armament haki is shattered. It is far too feeble. Such a defense cannot withstand more than a few strikes. As Lei Nua's thoughts grew heavy, he promptly allocated points to his armament haki and observation haki. Armament haki, initial understanding, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 10, 0, 0, 0, mastery, 1, 100, 0, 0, 0, observation haki, initial understanding, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 10, 0, 0, 0, mastery, 1, 100, 0, 0, 0. This expenditure consumed a total of 20,000 fan points, a culmination of several months of savings, now entirely depleted. The mastery of armament haki was akin to the achievements that an average person would attain over several years. In a fleeting moment, a layer of crimson substance enveloped Raynuo's arms, gleaming like polished metal. He wielded his hands with fervor, repeatedly deflecting the onslaught of sword energy. Yet, the potency of the sword's force was immense, causing Raynuo to stagger backward with each strike. The disparity in their attributes was considerable. Although skills could mitigate some of the difference, they were insufficient to equalize the gap. Were it not for the assistance of his formidable aura, relying solely on his vital energy would have led to his swift demise. Renault estimated that his opponent's four-dimensional attributes were at least around 70, while he himself barely exceeded 50. In the context of the pirate world, he was akin to a newly promoted major, whereas his adversary was a seasoned middle-ranking admiral, nearing the caliber of an elite admiral. As attributes progress, the enhancement becomes increasingly arduous. However, each incremental improvement yields immediate and significant results. For instance, raising a score from 51 to 52 may seem like a mere single-point increase, yet in terms of strength, it surpasses the cumulative value of an increase from 1 to 10. Thus, the opponent's attributes were truly overwhelming. Nevertheless, while the notion of eliminating him was implausible, Renault's escape was not entirely unfeasible. His pursuer might not be able to keep pace, and if worst came to worst, a simple teleportation could facilitate his departure. Yet, revealing his secrets in such a public manner would likely invite considerable trouble. Bashaman, cease your actions. A formidable figure charged into the arena, delivering a powerful punch towards the foreigner. The foreigner, wielding a massive sword, blocked the strike and came to a halt. Bashaman, what do you mean? Are you attempting to slay the hero of Donglin City? The imposing figure inquired. Renault exhaled a sigh of relief, raising his gaze to behold the imposing figure of Xiong Kaishan, the lord of Donglin City, who frequently graced the pages of newspapers. He appeared even more formidable in person than in photographs. The foreigner, Bashamin, sheathed his sword behind him and remarked indifferently, "I merely wish to engage in a friendly exchange with this hero of Donglan City. 2 strands of hair. Who the hell asked you to spar? Did you consult my opinion? I would very much like to challenge your mother as well. I shall remember this matter. Next time. I too will clandestinely seek a match with you. My master might even do the same, so be prepared for our little exchanges," Renaud retorted with audacity. Bashamin's face turned crimson with anger as his hand again gripped the hilt of his sword. It had been many years since he had endured such humiliation. Xiong Kaishan, equally taken aback, remarked, "You truly possess courage, young man. I shall commend you for it." "Ahem. If I may interject," Xiong Kaishan continued, "let us put this matter to rest. At our respective standings, we are all individuals of stature, and we must not indulge in petty disputes. Allow me to introduce you. This is Renaud, the leader of the World Association in Donglan City, and this is Bashamin Yatanbu, the supreme commander of the eastern region of the Luoqin Empire." "Oh, so he is a commander. My apologies. I have never encountered such a shameless commander before." "Today has truly been an eye-opener," Renaud quipped sarcastically. Bashamin's eyes twitched with fury as he took a deep breath, stating, "Renaud, I welcome you anytime for a spar. And your master as well." With that, he turned and strode away. With the incident concluded, reporters surged forward, clamoring to capture the moment, followed by a throng of spectators. Xiong Kaishan quickly made his exit, soaring into the sky, leaving a message, "Renaud, do visit the Lord's mansion later." "Of course, I have yet to claim my reward," Renaud replied. The thought of the 50,000 gold dragon bounty made Xiong Kaishan's expression turn pained as he departed in silence. "Xiong Kaishan can fly. He is at least of the celestial realm, hiding his true depth," Renaud murmured. He did not retreat. Most would have wisely withdrawn by now, but he was different. Such an opportunity to garner followers was not to be missed. Thus, when reporters approached for interviews, he responded to each one without hesitation. "Greetings, Mr. Renaud. I am a reporter from the Gothic Empire Entertainment Network. May I inquire if you're indeed a deity from Qian country? You speak Qian country's language quite well." Renaud complimented the foreign journalist before continuing, "I can unequivocally assure you that there are no deities in this world. Even if there were, they would merely be beings of considerable strength or titles pertaining to certain realms." "And what realm do you belong to?" "In Qian country, we have various realms, ranging from the mundane to the exalted, mortal realm, steel realm, dominant realm, celestial realm, and beyond that, the details remain unknown, as I am but of the celestial realm." Renaud elaborated on the characteristics of various realms, tirelessly disseminating knowledge of the martial arts of our nation, aimed at the common populace. "What is your perspective on the ambush by the commander of the Bashamen? I have never encountered such audacious individuals. Will you seek retribution? There is an ancient saying in our country, to repay grievances with virtue, and to repay virtue with virtue, to meet resentment with honesty. Thus, retaliation is assured." Renaud unabashedly expressed his animosity towards Bashamin. After all, they have come to take his life. What more is there to say? Were it not for the awakening of his formidable spirit at a critical moment, he would have met the same unfortunate fate as Nakagawa Keifu. "I have heard that your association, the Tiankai Society, is a gang. Is that true?" "Nonsense. We Tiankai Society have never engaged in illegal enterprises. How could we be classified as a gang? Surely, someone is maliciously slandering us." "Greetings, Mr. Renaud. We are reporters from the Donglan City Daily. What are your plans regarding the bounty of 50,000 gold dragons?" "I intend to repair roads in the outer city, install electrical wiring, set up streetlights, establish porridge kitchens, assist the displaced populace, and contribute in a modest way to the prosperity and development of Donglan City." "What are your requirements for a partner?" "I am merely 14 years old. I have not given it much thought." "Goodness, you are only 14. The crowd exclaimed. "Mr. Renaud, you are truly an extraordinary talent throughout history. I have heard you possess a mysterious master. Is that true?" "Indeed, my master aims to eliminate Bashamin with a single punch." "Will your master intervene?" "I believe not. It would be beneath him to combat the weak, for my master is a person of virtue." Chapter 32. The transaction. The interview continued for 2 hours, during which Renaud satisfied all the journalists' inquiries before soaring into the sky. He headed straight to the Lord's residence, where Xiong Kaishan had already commenced a self-service banquet in the courtyard. Many high-ranking officials from Donglan City accompanied him, and several wealthy young ladies cast flirtatious glances. "Renaud, you have arrived. I thought you would come a bit earlier," Xiong Kaishan remarked, glancing curiously at Renaud, aware of the lengthy interview he had just endured. "Haha. My apologies for keeping the Lord waiting. I am rather vain. After helping you eliminate a formidable foe, may I not revel in my moment of glory? Renaud replied with a smile. Youth is indeed wonderful, devoid of trivial concerns, pure and unafraid to speak. Whereas I merely seek a moment of clarity, Renaud responded. What a moment of clarity. How many live their lives in this murky world without autonomy? Those who achieve it are truly rare, like a phoenix among chickens. For instance, I cannot, as I am compelled to establish a platform by a small nation. Speaking of the eastern country, Nakagawa Keifu is but a weakling. Why do you not simply crush him? It is not so simple. While he may be weak, his master is an ancient entity. He has a master as well? Xiang Kaishan chuckled. Do you not also have a mysterious master? Indeed, which implies his master is quite powerful. Remarkably strong, during this contest, his master played a vital role. Having accurately predicted that I, a denizen of the Chang Kingdom, would be unable to extricate myself. Whenever I found a moment of leisure, it was invariably thwarted. No one would engage in a futile struggle against an equal. The Eastern Isles merely sought a dock in a single city. A modicum of face must be preserved. However, they never anticipated the emergence of someone like you. Xiong Kaishan sighed. This is destiny. A trifling nation attempting to overreach will inevitably face divine retribution. Indeed, I am the one sent by heaven. Thus, are my 50,000 gold dragons prepared? Asked Reynolds. Xiong Kaishan's expression became unsettled. Well, 50,000 gold dragons is no trifling sum. Allow me to arrange a loan. Hey, you wouldn't dare to renege, would you? Rest assured. As the esteemed lord of Donglan City, how could I possibly default? How long will it take? About a year and a half would suffice. At most, 5 months. I require 10,000 gold dragons each month, as I must undertake endeavors in the outer city and cannot be without funds. You truly intend to develop the outer city? Xiang Kaishan exclaimed, initially believing Reynolds was merely jesting. Of course, I am not a politician, devoid of convoluted schemes. Very well, then it is settled. However, allow me to caution you. The Northern Army under Sun Shijuan has already reached our Boizhou border, and the next step will be to invade the province. Our Donglan city is at the forefront, with merely a checkpoint ahead, which cannot be sustained. So, what significance does this warning hold? I shall surrender. And the assets of your Tianxia association will undoubtedly be confiscated. To be precise, all underworld enterprises will face the same fate. What? You surrender before a battle even begins? Is that not rather cowardly? Reynolds exclaimed in astonishment. This is the wisdom of discerning times. Those who understand the situation are truly sagacious. Have you never considered becoming the leader yourself? I lack such capability. Donglan City possesses only 10,000 troops, while Sun Shijuan commands 100,000. Though extraordinary, we are no longer in an era where one man can stand against 10,000. Even one who has endured thousands of bullets can perish. Moreover, the extraordinary forces of Sun Shijuan are even greater. I ask you again, do you aspire to be the leader? If so, I can offer firepower support, Reynolds stated. Having studied the reputations of various warlords, he found none to be commendable. While Xiong Kaishan was not without flaws, at least he did not oppress the common people. He merely remained inactive, particularly in the outer city, where a policy of self-determination prevailed. You provide firepower? Indeed, very formidable firepower. Would you care to witness it at my Tianxia Association? Certainly. Xiang Kaishan was intrigued about the formidable firepower at Tianxia Association, wondering if it had been procured by Reynolds' master. The two immediately took flight, leaving the guests in a state of bewilderment. Upon entering the central hub of the Tianxia Association, the senior members had been eagerly awaiting a celebration. Upon seeing Reynolds return with Xiong Kaishan, they promptly came to pay their respects. Lin Yi, procure a fire god cannon, Reynolds commanded. Understood. Lin Yi immediately brought over a Gatling gun. And as the group arrived at the training ground, Luo Jin volunteered to conduct an experiment. The overwhelming firepower left Xiong Kaishan astonished. What manner of weapon is this? The fire god cannon? Why have I never heard of it before? Such a novel weapon, is it sufficient for city defense? With this kind of might, even the strongest realms cannot withstand it. How many do you possess? Currently, there are only 10, but they can be purchased at a price of 1,000 gold dragons each, with a complimentary supply of 10,000 rounds. Would you like to proceed? Yes, I want 100 of them. What? 100 will cost you 100,000 gold dragons. Just a moment ago, you claimed to be short on funds. We can arrange for installment payments. Very well, but the interest will be 10%. Xiong Kaishan frowned. Kid, are you trying to charge me exorbitant interest? Whether you want it or not, there are plenty who do. Renault asserted firmly. Ultimately, Xiong Kaishan gritted his teeth. Fine, I shall take them. Additionally, I have another piece of news for you. The former leader of the Extreme Bliss Gang, Hu Qidao, has emerged from seclusion. The former leader of the Extreme Bliss Gang. What other leaders could the Extreme Bliss Gang possibly have? The three major gangs of the inner city, Qinglong, Extreme Bliss, and Feihu, have each been established for over a century. Having fought their way from the outer city to the inner city, each leader is no ordinary individual. After indulging in the pleasures of power, they have devoted themselves to cultivation and retreated into the shadows to become esteemed elders. What concern is that of mine? Hey, Leader Renault, let us speak plainly. I am aware that your next move is to infiltrate the inner city, with the Extreme Bliss Gang being your first target. Where did you obtain this information? Children are easily entertained and love to show off. After you solidified your plans a few months ago, it became common knowledge, at the very least. The larger factions are well aware. Thus, the Extreme Bliss Gang is also informed. Since the day you were assassinated and refused to negotiate, the Extreme Bliss Gang has been preparing for war. They simply could not ascertain who your master is, where he is, or the extent of his power. Which is why they have held back, waiting for the right moment. Of course, the most pressing reason is that Hu Qidao has been in seclusion, striving for a breakthrough. Renault pondered for a moment. What is the strength of the former leader of the Bliss Gang, Hu Qidao? 3 days ago, he sent me an invitation to the Celestial Banquet, a celebration held upon ascending to the Celestial Realm. Among the 3 supreme elders of the gangs, he is considered the least gifted, as the other 2 have long since achieved the celestial status. Otherwise, how could this city lord tolerate the rampant existence of 3 criminal organizations? This old fellow, even after reaching the Celestial Realm, does not seek to eliminate Nakagawa Kafu. He is truly selfish and devoid of humanity. Xiong Kaishan remains speechless. This city lord is already suppressed by Nakagawa Kafu's master, Iwashita Shizai. What can be expected of others? Where is Iwashita Shizai now? He returned to his homeland 5 days ago, perhaps sensing that the situation has been settled. How does his strength compare to that of the Basha sect? The Basha sect, being at the pinnacle of the Holy Knights, is equivalent to our peak celestial realm and remains unrivaled in Donglan City. Renault felt a sense of relief. If Iwasaki Shizai returns, he will surely meet his demise. It would be wise for him to stay away. I must remind you that the 3 factions have long been intertwined. If one stirs, the others will follow, and your realm will be fraught with peril. Do you require my assistance? What are your terms? A mere discount on the payment will suffice. No need for that. Renault interjected, unable to afford it. Rather, please prepare the bounty of 10,000 for this month. Xiang Kaishan sighed. Please send someone to the Lord S Manor to liaise with my advisor, Ding Jiming. Understood. After finalizing the details, Renault first delivered 10 Gatling guns and arranged for another shipment of 30 guns to be delivered in 1 month, averaging 1 gun per day. After bidding farewell to Xiong Kaishan, Renault suddenly recalled something. Wait, if I acquire a larger spatial artifact, I could save even more time. Chapter 33. Uninvited guests in the central plains of the Qian Kingdom, Qingzhou. Thousands of citizens gaze towards the distant city engulfed in thick smoke and the thunderous sounds of cannon fire, weeping uncontrollably. It is over. Our home is lost. An elderly man lamented. Mayor, take a look at this newspaper. A torn, old newspaper was handed to him. The village chief, puzzled, accepted it at this moment. Why would the clerk want him to see a newspaper? Is there any good news? A photograph dominated half the page, depicting a youthful figure, handsome and charismatic, exuding an aura of authority without uttering a word. Dressed in a fitted outfit, he strolled through the streets, a red cloak billowing in the wind, revealing 2 bold black characters on the back, Tianxia. Below, his exploits were detailed. Renault, leader of the Tianxia Society, age 14, at the Celestial Realm. Having defeated Nakagawa Kaibu and seized the docks, investing 50,000 gold dragons to build bridges, pave roads, shelter the displaced, arrange employment, and stimulate the economy. The Tianxia Society welcomes all. Every displaced individual shall find refuge. Those who are strong or possess exceptional talent may join the Tianxia Society and never worry about food or clothing again. Mayor, why don't we head to Donglan City and seek refuge with the Tianxia Society? Our townsfolk still have a chance at survival. Indeed, this is our only course of action. It is a journey of 3,000 miles. Let us prepare rations and hope we can endure. Yes. In the southern border of the Qian Kingdom, Hezhou, the foremost family of Xinqiang, the Zhao clan, gathered today in high spirits. At the head of the assembly, Zhao Zhanghe. The clan leader surveyed the dozen or so family stewards below and spoke gravely. The southern barbarians are restless. It is likely they will strike this month. The checkpoints in Huzhou are short on troops and supplies and cannot withstand an assault. Therefore, I have decided to relocate the clan. The assembly understood the gravity of the situation, with no opposition raised. Historically, the Zhao clan has relocated before, always seeking auspiciousness and averting calamity to ensure the continuity of the family lineage. Clan leader, amidst the chaos in the Central Plains and the warfare among dozens of warlords. Where can we possibly go? One person inquired. To Donglin City, to the Tianxia Society. We shall seek refuge with him. Zhao Jinghe presented a newspaper for all to see. Renault, only 14 years old, yet having achieved the celestial realm, a feat unprecedented in history. Undoubtedly, he is a reincarnation of a divine being. Aligning with him now would be akin to riding the coattails of a dragon. Zhao Zhenghe remarked, even if he does not aspire to dominate the world. We still have our breathing space. The unanimous agreement among all, with no dissenters, resonated in the air. In the heart of Central Plains, within a secluded cave nestled in dense woods, the members of the Lihua sect bore expressions of deep concern. Their wrong allegiance had led to the downfall of the chosen warlord, resulting in their Lihua base being reduced to rubble. Fortunately, they had foreseen such an eventuality and managed to escape with their lives. The Lihua sect, being a small faction, found themselves at the mercy of warlords. Not aligning with the right side could lead to dire consequences, leaving them with little choice. At this moment, the sect leader, Feng Ziyu, was lost in thought while holding a newspaper. Father, where shall we go from here? Inquired his son, Feng Changlong. To Donglin City. We must investigate this Tianxia Society. Feng Ziyu declared, prompting the senior members of Lihua to gather promptly. Feng Ziyu continued, our highest tradition merely encompasses the realm of dominance. Yet this Tianxia Society possesses a method for transcending the mortal limits. With sufficient contributions, one can exchange for anything. I am uncertain of its authenticity. Yet we must explore it. Should it prove true, it would be a tremendous opportunity. You speak wisely, Master, affirmed the deputy leader, Xiao Qi. The leader of the Tianxia Society, Reno, at just 14 years of age, has already reached a celestial realm, surpassing all in talent throughout history. Even the foremost on the Tianjiao ranking, Dongfang Weiming, pales in comparison. Aligning with such a leader would not tarnish our reputation. Feng Ziyu nodded, indeed. Should Reno not meet an untimely fate, he is destined for greatness. Let us pledge our allegiance to him. Meanwhile, in the Central Plains, atop a peak in the back mountains of the foremost sect, Xinjiang sect, a strikingly handsome youth stood against the wind, holding a newspaper with a subtle smile gracing his lips. Fascinating, he mused. At merely 14 years old, already a celestial being, I, Dongfang Weiming, have been heralded as a once-in-a-millennium prodigy, believing myself invincible among my peers. Yet, here stands a true anomaly, achieving celestial status 5 years earlier than I. I am compelled to discover how you accomplished this. Are you a reincarnation of a divine being, or do you possess extraordinary gifts? In the Western realm, within the sewers of the port city of Serona in the kingdom of Luoqin, a young girl with golden hair and blue eyes sat in a specially designed room. Her gaze fixed on a black and white television. The screen displayed the fierce battle between Reno and Nakagawa Keifu at the docks. The scene shifted to Reno being interviewed, his spirited words echoing with determination. The final segment showcased his hands-on approach, proving his commitment through various exploits. Morris, I have made my decision. I must seek out this person, the girl declared. In the room, another individual, aged around 50 or 60, with an air of vitality and solemnity, responded with resignation, Miss, we should seek refuge with your grandfather, Duke Victor, rather than venture to the distant east. No, the girl insisted. I am Christina Soren, the last heir of the Soren Count family. I cannot rely on others. But he is your grandfather, the man retorted. My grandfather is not a good man. In his youth, he killed his comrades for military glory. Those are merely rumors. I even suspect that the downfall of my Soren family was due to my grandfather leaking information. That is impossible, Morris inquired. How could Marquis Victor possibly commit such an act? After my mother passed away, my father severed ties with him, and familial bonds have long since weakened. For the sake of profit, one cannot dismiss this possibility. Then we could seek refuge elsewhere? No, we must leave the Roman Empire, otherwise the numerous powerful nobles will inevitably track us down. But my lady, the Far East is too distant. The seas are fraught with many monstrous creatures. and it is quite likely we may perish in the ocean before reaching our destination. Then that shall be my fate. I shall die with the treasures in my possession." Young Christina, despite her tender age, possessed remarkable resolve. As the steward, Morris felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. However, the Soren family had bestowed upon them a century of kindness, which he felt compelled to repay. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Very well. I shall venture to the port to see if there are any vessels bound for the Far East. Thank you, Morris. It is only you who remains by my side." "It is my duty, my lady. Do not neglect your breathing exercises. Common folk cannot seek vengeance." "I understand." In Donglin City, as firecrackers exploded, yet another universal supermarket opened its doors, with Lin Yi inviting Xiong Kaishan to officiate the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Meanwhile, Renaud remained outside the city, overseeing the construction of a shelter for the displaced. Unbeknownst to the passage of time, 3 months had elapsed. 3 months prior, Renaud had returned to the pirate world, requesting an extended leave from Zephyr, claiming he had attained a profound realization and needed to enter seclusion for cultivation. Subsequently, he roamed Donglin City, aiding the populace, providing guidance on projects, and occasionally convening press conferences to discuss progress. Xiong Kaishan, in turn, had liberated the displaced from the front lines, allowing them to flood into the outer city. Given the increasing number of people, it had become somewhat unmanageable. Since there were those willing to offer refuge, the city lord's office was not required to intervene. And thus, it was a welcome development. In this tumultuous world, the realm seizes the opportunity to recruit soldiers, absorbing 5,000 robust individuals from the throngs of over 300,000 refugees. Inspired by this, Xiong Kaishan resolved to resist the forces of Sun Qi's army. Also enlisted 30,000 new troops and successfully repelled 3 assaults using Gatling guns, leaving the world in awe. Within a mere 3 months, Renaud's reputation soared, garnering attention from across the globe. His fan base surged like a rocket, swiftly surpassing the million mark. In an era devoid of video live streaming, amassing 1 million followers is a formidable feat, achieved through considerable hardship and perseverance. However, challenges persisted. Larger spatial artifacts remained elusive, necessitating a temporary halt in efforts. That evening, Renaud returned to the 3rd floor of the scripture repository and checked his attributes. Strength, 55, Stamina, 56, Agility, 54, Spirit, 59, Navy 6 Styles, Iron Block, Minor Accomplishment, 795, 51 million, Navy 6 Styles, Finger Gun, Minor Accomplishment, 699, 01 million, Navy 6 Styles, Storm Leg, Minor Accomplishment, 676, 11 million, Navy 6 Styles, Paper Drawing, Minor Accomplishment, 695, 01 million, Navy 6 Styles, Shave, Minor Accomplishment, 816, 51 million, Navy 6 Styles, Moonwalk, Minor Accomplishment, 678, 11 million, Armament Hockey, Minor Accomplishment, 126, 51 million, Observation Hockey, Minor Accomplishment, 67, 81 million, Blood Refinement Body, 7th Layer, 1, 56 million, 1, 60 million, Great Food Technique, Slightly Accomplished, 26, 53 million, Fan Value, 1, 265, 022. Recent training had become increasingly arduous, with attribute enhancements occurring at a sluggish pace. Nevertheless, his fan value reached an unprecedented one, 26 million. A wealth he had never experienced before, marking the opportune moment for upgrades. Allocating points to the 4 primary attributes would cost 100,000 each, a luxury he could not afford. Thus, enhancing skills was the most judicious choice. Consequently, he allocated all points to the 6 styles and hockey, achieving a slight accomplishment at the cost of over 700,000, with only 40,000 remaining to elevate Blood Refinement Body to another significant realm. He opted to waste it and enhance it directly. In an instant, various insights surged within him, encompassing the 6 styles, hockey, and Blood Refinement Body. His body felt ablaze. Flesh and blood reconfiguring, true energy boiling, cleansing impurities that were incinerated by the true energy, transforming into turbid air expelled through his pores as his attributes continuously surged higher. The distinctive crimson true energy of Blood Refinement Body illuminated the entire room in a vivid red hue, exuding an eerie aura that instilled fear. This state persisted until dawn, at which point Renaud completed his breakthrough, his mind feeling refreshed and cleansed, clarity restored, and spirit invigorated. The hallmark of the Sage realm is an acute awareness of danger, allowing one to evade threats before they manifest. This represents a form of mental fortitude, or perhaps a sixth sense. Those who attain this extraordinary state find it exceedingly difficult to meet their demise, as they can instinctively sense life-threatening situations. Unless faced with an unforeseen encounter or sudden intent to kill, the Sage realm cultivator can perceive murderous intentions. Such a profound realm, Renault contemplated its intricacies, realizing it complemented Haki significantly, potentially shortening the training duration for Haki considerably. Haki, primarily a cultivation of willpower, is inseparable from intent, whether in armament Haki or observation Haki. The former combines physical stamina with willpower to unleash bodily strength, while the latter merges willpower with spirit, resulting in transformations. In the original narrative, Crocodile and Moria each face their downfalls, one defeated by Whitebeard, losing an arm and bearing a scar, the other vanquished by Kaido, retreating into seclusion, playing games. Following their failures, both were left despondent, their will diminished, rendering them incapable of using Haki, ultimately falling to the fledgling Luffy. It was only after Crocodile's epiphany in prison and subsequent change of mindset that he reclaimed his former glory, aligning with Mihawk to establish the Cross Guild, dominating the New World. As for Conqueror's Haki, it epitomizes the ultimate elevation of will, spirit, and belief, demanding a far greater degree of mastery. Regardless, mental fortitude is indispensable when it comes to Haki, and the Sage realm serves to enhance this aspect, akin to adding wings to a tiger. This enhancement consumed over 800,000 fan value, yet the transformation in strength was revolutionary. He now stood on a plane far superior to his former self, with over 400,000 fan value still remaining. Renault pondered whether to elevate the Great Food Technique, a secret method that improved through consumption, but utilizing fan value for it seemed wasteful. He decided to proceed at a measured pace, recognizing the hard-earned nature of his fan value. His final attributes were as follows: strength, 63, stamina, 65, agility, 62, spirit, 68, Navy 6 styles, iron block, slightly accomplished, 11 million, Navy 6 styles, finger gun, slightly accomplished, 11 million, Navy 6 styles, storm leg, slightly accomplished, 11 million, Navy 6 styles, paper drawing, slightly accomplished, 11 million, Navy 6 styles, shave, slightly accomplished, 11 million, Navy 6 styles, moonwalk, slightly accomplished, 11 million, armament. Haki, slightly accomplished, 11 million, observation Haki, slightly accomplished, 11 million, blood refinement body, 8th layer, 13. 2 million, great food technique, minor accomplishment, 26, 53 million, fan value, 456, 264. From this day forth, any further enhancement would prove exceedingly challenging. Each attribute would require a baseline of 1 million fan value, a daunting prospect. He had no intention of actively seeking to increase his fan value any further, as the fervor of his followers had become exhausting. Moreover, his numerous actions had raised Xiang Kaishan's suspicions, who believed he intended to seize Eastland City. Often probing with words, truly a case of being wronged, for possessing a world to influence. Why would he covet a mere city? Whether it was fatigue or a desire to avoid provoking the sensitive nerves of Xiang Kaishan, Renault resolved that, henceforth, he would refrain from making appearances unless absolutely necessary. He deemed it sufficient to occasionally return to observe the progress of the project, ensuring that he could garner the goodwill of the people and accumulate prestige. In contemplating this, he indeed felt a certain ambition akin to seizing control of Donglan City, which explained Xiang Kaishan's suspicions. Leader Renault, please step forward for an audience, echoed a resounding voice throughout the headquarters of the Tianxia Association. Renault ascended to the balcony of the attic and gazed upward, where he beheld an elderly man standing in midair, brandishing a spear, his long beard flowing, exuding an air of transcendence. Old man, who are you to make such a visit? Renault inquired, frowning as he flew before him. Below, the members of the Heavenly Association looked up, their expressions tense. Even a fool could discern the ominous nature of the encounter. The man in the sky was at least of the celestial realm, and their leader was of the same caliber. Should they falter, the Heavenly Association might very well fracture. Chapter 34. The three associations gather. I am Hu Qidao, the founder of the Blissful Association and its current Grand Elder, here to seek an explanation from the Heavenly Association, Hu Qidao declared. Ah, so you are Hu Qidao, Renault remarked, eyeing the spear in his grasp. But are you not known for wielding a blade? My name may be Hu Qidao, But that does not dictate my weapon of choice, Hu Qidao retorted, his countenance darkening. Truly a case of name, not matching deed. Very well, what is your query? Reno replied. Recently, the Heavenly Association has been frequently seizing our assets. I request an explanation from you, Leader Reno, Hu Qidao stated solemnly. Such nonsense. The Heavenly Association is a legitimate sect. How could we possibly seize another's property? Reno responded emphatically. At that moment, an increasing number of reporters gathered, the crowd swelling. The headquarters of the Heavenly Association had long been a hive for journalists, who missed no opportunity to cover anything related to the association, especially news about Reno. After all, he was currently the talk of the town, and any news about him guaranteed soaring sales or ratings, an opportunity not to be overlooked. Nego Xiangyang, the head of the punishment hall, interjected, I have spared him for your sake, Leader Reno. Please confront him directly. Below, Nangong Xiangyang leapt to the rooftop. Addressing the two, as the hall master, I have a clear conscience. I am merely executing the orders of the leader to combat evil. Nangong Xiangyang had shed his alias, Tian Li, returning to his true name, and revealed his genuine appearance, garnering a fanbase rivaling that of Reno, much to Reno's chagrin. He had toiled tirelessly to cultivate his followers, yet here was someone who merely showed his face and achieved comparable results. Indeed, beauty equated to justice. At this juncture, his power had reached an apex, thanks to Reno providing him with several barrels of essence blood. His strength continued to surge, at this rate, with sufficient essence. He could reach the celestial realm within a year without further effort. This formidable power bestowed upon him a robust confidence, rendering him fearless in the face of evil. He even anticipated the arrival of his former foes, eager to ensnare them all in one fell swoop. Indeed, Reno nodded. I hereby decree, any involved in drug trafficking, forced prostitution, or deceitful gambling shall be executed without mercy. Hallmaster Nangong, how many have you slain? Being of the blissful association, I merely inflicted injuries, Nangong Xianyang replied. Foolish, I have stated before that I shall not coexist with evil. Regardless of whether they are of the blissful association or even imperial subjects, should they commit transgressions, they shall meet their end. Do you comprehend? Yes, I understand my mistake. Hu Qidao's face grew as dark as a pot's bottom as he bellowed. What do you take my blissful association for, Reno? Do you intend to wage war against the three associations? Three associations? Is the blissful association not among them? When did it change its name? Before Hu Qidao could utter a word, a man soared in with a hearty laugh. The three gangs refer to three factions. I am Nie Qing, the elder of the Qinglong gang. I request an explanation from the esteemed leader of the Lanuo gang. Nie Qing, a middle-aged man of striking appearance, exuded an air of authority even in his calm demeanor, his smile suggesting confidence in victory. Do you also seek an explanation? Rena frowned. What does a mere transporter require an explanation for? Nagong Xiangyang interjected, Leader, the Qilong gang is not solely engaged in rickshaw driving, portering, and freight transport. They are also involved in human trafficking. Human trafficking? Rena echoed, intrigued. Indeed, many displaced individuals, who intended to seek refuge with us, were intercepted by the Qinglong gang and subsequently sold abroad to toil on railway construction. Those involved in such endeavors often meet a grim fate, suffering tragically until their last breath. Elder Nye, is this true? Renu pressed. What concern is it of mine if I offer refuge to the displaced? Nye Qing replied. Last winter, many perished from the cold. In the Central Plains, instances of cannibalism were rampant. I at least provided them a chance at survival. Yet you diverted those who sought to ally with us, Nangong Xiangyang countered. They could have had a brighter future, but you dragged them from paradise into hell. Well said. Renu added. Among these individuals could have been the backbone of my organization, yet you deceive them into foreign lands, where they toil on railways until death. This is a blatant provocation against my faction. Rena cast a cold glare at Nye Qing. Elder Nye, I demand an explanation. Just then, another figure appeared, soaring through the air, clad in a flowing white robe, with sleeves billowing in the wind and white hair framing a youthful face. He resembled a celestial being. Ha! I am Chu Chi Feng, the elder of the Feihu gang, here to seek justice. Old man, what brings you here? Rena replied brusquely. It seems the three gangs have conspired to find fault today. We, the Feihu gang, have painstakingly established a nightclub, only to see it snatched away for a supermarket. This is excessive, Chu Qingfeng declared. Renault gazed down at the assembled high-ranking members, who stood in orderly rows, and spoke. Chief, that nightclub does not belong to the Flying Tiger gang. It is the property of a legitimate businessman named Hu Lai. This merchant had previously entered into his sales contract with us, and we had even paid a deposit. However, he mysteriously vanished 3 days ago, and we could not locate him. Subsequently, the Flying Tiger gang brazenly dispatched their men to occupy the premises, prompting Brother Luo Jin to reclaim it in indignation. Old man, what further justification do you have? You resort to murder and seize another's property, yet still possess the audacity to voice your grievances here. Chief or no? Do not make baseless accusations. Bring Hu Lai forth, commanded Chu Foqing, addressing those below. The members of the Flying Tiger gang, who had been waiting patiently, responded to the order and escorted a battered businessman into the room. Are you Hu Lai? Renault inquired, peering down at the middle-aged man, whose face was bruised and battered. Why yes, I am, Hu Lai stammered, his speech impeded by the absence of several teeth. Please, help me. Reynolds, with a hint of impatience, requested a clear explanation of the situation. I interjected, stating that I was well aware of the sequence of events. Hu Lai's son fell victim to a scheme orchestrated by the Jiao gang, resulting in a catastrophic loss that left him in their clutches. Hu Lai attempted to rescue his son through intimidation and, having exhausted his fortune, managed to secure his release. However, he later found himself unable to pay the construction fees and was subsequently captured by the Feihu gang. Chu Qifeng remarked that it was common knowledge that the Feihu gang was involved in the construction industry, noting the immense resources, manpower, materials, and finances invested in the nightclub's construction over the course of a year. Thus, it was only reasonable for Hu Lai to mortgage the establishment due to his inability to settle the outstanding payment. Reynolds, however, was skeptical. He pointed out the timing of the incident, suggesting that it was too coincidental, occurring just before the deadline. He criticized Hu Lai for his audacity in engaging with a gang for construction. The atmosphere grew tense as Reynolds directed his ire towards the 3 elders who surrounded him, denouncing their lack of sophistication in their criminal endeavors and lamenting the disgrace they brought to the gang's reputation. Chu Qifeng questioned whether Reynolds was attempting to assert himself. Hu Qidao, growing impatient, dismissed the ongoing debate, asserting that as celestial beings, their actions were beyond the concerns of mere mortals. He declared their intention to kill Reynolds that day, offering to take the supermarkets owned by the Tiangong Association while leaving the rest of the assets to his companions. Nie Qing interjected, expressing disbelief at Hu Qidao's demands, pointing out the substantial profits generated by the supermarkets, which were now being imitated by numerous others. Reynolds, irritated, rebuked them for dividing his assets in his presence and for presuming to analyze his future prospects. Hu Qidao, undeterred, urged Reynolds to summon his master if he wished to avoid his demise, expressing curiosity about the identity of the elusive figure. Chu Qingfeng mocked, suggesting that Reynolds' master was likely no more than an ordinary celestial being. Reynolds retorted that he needed no intervention to deal with them, challenging them to confront him in battle. He then ascended into the clouds, prompting Hu Qidao to rally his comrades to pursue him. Below, the high-ranking members of the Tiangong Association were filled with dread, with Lin Shiner expressing concern for Arnaud's safety. However, they were reassured by Luo Jin, who noted their leader's strategic nature and the gravity of the impending confrontation, declaring that their fate hinged on the outcome of the battle. Negong Xiangyong inquired, "What shall we begin?" Luo Jin, filled with confusion, responded, "Deploy all forces of the war hall to sweep through the eastern city and eradicate every gang." No? Indeed. Right now, let us proceed. Very well. During this period, countless small sects and families have gravitated towards the Heavenly Society, all of which were meticulously investigated by Reno. Those with a commendable reputation were accepted without hesitation. The capable were integrated into the war hall, ultimately forming 20 legions, each comprising 1,000 warriors. The less capable or those still in their formative stages were assigned to other divisions. Currently, the total number of members in the Heavenly Society, including beggars, exceeds 30,000. Below, the forces of the Heavenly Society mobilized, as sunlight bathed the skies above, where 4 figures hovered silently in the air. "Reno, you are not fleeing?" Nie Qing expressed surprise. "Flee? What a jest! You 3 weaklings could not withstand even a minute. I shall take your surname." Sensing their auras, he discerned that the 3 were merely at the initial stage of the celestial realm. Even yesterday, he could have easily defeated one of them, and a prolonged battle against all 3 would yield an uncertain outcome. However, today, there existed a chasm in their respective strengths, rendering them insignificant in his eyes. In the distance, many spectators observed, all celestial beings themselves. Otherwise, they would not have reached such heights. Including me, a figure approached, Your hairstyle is truly unappealing, Reno remarked. The newcomer was none other than Iwashida Shizai, the master of Nakagawa Masakazu. After returning to the east, he had secluded himself in meditation. Upon learning of his disciple's demise and the failure of his nation, he was engulfed in rage and immediately set sail back, only to stumble into this fierce battle. Little did he anticipate being criticized for his appearance upon their first encounter. His expression darkened. Reno, I am Iwashida Shizai. Summon your master forth. As he scanned the vicinity, he noted several celestials among the onlookers, believing that one among them must be Reno's master. Even with your presence, it remains insufficient, Reno retorted. Oh, is that so? A figure silently glided closer, standing in the fray. The Basha sect. The crowd gasped. In terms of strength, the Basha sect celestial was at the pinnacle, the foremost in Eastern City. Surely, he alone could easily subdue Reno, many thought. Numerous eyes turned towards Shion Kaishan, who gazed skyward, seemingly pondering why the sun shone so brightly today. Reno, your demise is inevitable today. Not even your master can save you, Hu Qidao stated. Shion Kaishan, will you stand idly by? A voice boomed. He is, after all, a hero of our Eastern City. The crowd turned towards the source of the voice. And Reno too was intrigued. At this moment, who would dare to speak on his behalf? In the distance, an elderly woman with silver hair glared fiercely at Shion Kaishan. Commander Shireen, this matter does not concern you. Please refrain from intervening, Hu Qidao frowned. Shireen. The crowd suddenly realized that the commander of the Eastern Lin City army was Shireen. He and Shion Kaishan were nominally equals, with one overseeing governance and the other commanding the military. However, as the city lord, Shion Kaishan wielded control over the soldiers' salaries, thus typically taking precedence. Commander Shir, as you saw in yesterday's orders, I have been promoted to the position of governor of Guozhou, granting me the authority to change the commander's position, Shion Kaishan declared. Humph. I do not acknowledge the commands of power-hungry officials. If you wish to replace me, let us see if you possess the capability, Shireen retorted resolutely. Commander Shir, why do you interfere in this matter? Do you perhaps have past connections with Rainer or his master? Chu Qingfeng inquired. I am unacquainted with them and bear no past ties. I merely wish to prevent you from bullying the weak with your numbers, Shireen responded. Interfering in matters that do not concern you will come at a cost, Ba Xiaomin warned coldly. The actions taken in this world should benefit the nation and its people. Such a hero should not be besieged by petty scoundrels. He then addressed the others. If you still have a conscience, please lend your support to Leader Rainer. Yet, no one responded, rendering the atmosphere tense and awkward. Disappointed, Shireen flew directly toward the battlefield. Commander Shir, I appreciate your assistance, but there is no need for you to come. I will bear this alone, Rainer interjected. You foolish lad, even facing death, you speak bravado, Shireen replied curtly. Ha ha ha, you underestimate me. With just a few more hairs, I could manage, Rainer jested. Pointing at Ba Xiaomin, those 5 can last 3 minutes, and I will defecate while standing on my head. Hey, has your lordship lost his mind? Yan Xia Zhizai laughed. Then I shall kill you first, Rainer declared, his figure flashing like a bullet. The flight of the celestial realm is slow, akin to a butterfly, and cannot be sustained for long. However, the sage realm rivals that of an eagle, and Rainer employed some moonstep techniques, enhancing his speed further. Yan Xia Zhizai was startled. Just as he drew his blade, Rainer was already upon him. A crimson fist thundered towards him. Dual blade flow, water screen. He crossed his blades to defend, yet was overpowered by a single strike. The blades were pressed against his chest, shattering alongside his sternum. Not bad quality, Rainer remarked, then unleashed another punch, unstoppable. Yan Xia Zhizai abandoned his broken blades to extend his arm, resulting in a series of bone-cracking sounds. Everyone, will you not assist me? Yan Xia Zhizai shouted in horror. The others, now shaken, stood frozen in disbelief. This speed, this aura, sage? Hu Qidao was dumbfounded. No, it's impossible. How could he be so fast? Just days ago, he was still in the celestial realm, Nia Qing exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. I am engaged in legitimate business. I shall withdraw, Chu Qifeng stated. Turning to flee. Halt. Ba Xiaomin bellowed. Whoever leaves today shall die. Do you think he will spare you? He has just ascended to the sage realm. But I have slain those newly entered before. Today, we will surround and kill him. Ba Xiaomin's commander spoke the truth. Rainer, vengeful and resolute against evil, would undoubtedly not spare them. Hu Qidao remarked, Indeed, I am momentarily taken aback and unable to comprehend the situation. If that is the case, Shion Kaishan, shall you not take action? Chu Fengqing interjected. If you turn a blind eye to the impending doom today, rest assured, he shall not spare you. Xiang Kaishan gritted his teeth and replied, Reno, let us pretend that today's events have never transpired. The third strike from Reno pierced through the chest of Yamashita Shiya, and with a casual flick, the lifeless body was sent flying. It is a lamentable fate for this man from the east, left without aid. Master Xiong, Reno mused. I had always considered us partners, yet you wish for my demise. It is your incessant meddling that has led us here, Xiong retorted. Recently, people only speak of the illustrious Reno, not realizing that I, the lord of Donglin City, Xiong Kaishan, exist. Dare you claim you have no desire to usurp my position? How utterly ridiculous, Reno scoffed. You are akin to a beggar clutching a meager coin, fearing a wealthy man might rob him. Tell me, is that not laughable? Are you likening me to a beggar? Xiong shot back. Your vision defines your limitations, and I am not like you. If I truly aspired for supremacy, the title of world sovereign would be my aim. A mere Donglin City is not worth my pursuit. You speak grandiloquently, yet what will you say of today's events? Xiong challenged. You wish for my end. Rest assured, I shall not spare you. However, out of respect for our past, I will grant you this. Depart from Donglin City as you desire, for I will claim it as my own. Renault's words compelled him to leave the city in disgrace, a fate that weighed heavier on Xiong Kaishan than death itself. Yet, as he gazed upon the lifeless body of Yin Xiaozhi plummeting through the clouds, his heart wavered. This formidable late-stage celestial, utterly defenseless, had been vanquished by mere 3 strikes. Xiong Kaishan, do you wish to live as a commoner? Coldly inquired the Bashe man. Renault, you have forced my hand. Xiong Kaishan resolved, soaring towards Renault, joined by Hu Qidao, Nie Qing, Chu Qingfeng, and Bashe man, encircling him. Chapter 36, The Battle in the Sky's Eye. Zhao Jinwu of the Sanhe Martial Arts School have come to offer assistance. An elder suddenly appeared in the fray. It was none other than Zhao Jinwu, the founder of the largest martial arts school in Donglin City, who had long since retired from public life. Do not be alarmed. Chief Renault, I, Ma Xingchen, president of the Gongfu Chamber of Commerce, am here as well. The Gongfu Chamber, the most powerful commercial entity in Donglin City, held dominion over a port. Ma Xingchen, do you intend to breach our agreement? An indignant foreign celestial demanded. Kenneth, the contract has been rendered void with the death of Nakagawa Masakazu. Where lies the breach? Ma Xingchen retorted. Kenneth, the president of the foreign alliance known as Far East, was among the opportunistic figures who had remained conspicuously absent until now. Do not assume that virtue makes you invincible. You will soon regret your arrogance, Hu Qidao scoffed. I possess a technique known as the heart-shattering palm. I shall let Chief Hu experience it firsthand, Ma Xingchen asserted confidently. And I am also here, Shirin interjected. Ha ha ha, how lively this is. I too have arrived, another elder entered. It was Quan Yuenda, the esteemed elder of the Wuliang sect from the nearby Wuliang mountain. On which side do you stand? Shirin inquired. Naturally, I stand with the heroes of our Qian nation, Quan Yuenda replied, nodding and smiling at Renault. Thank you, Elder Quan, Renault expressed with a respectful fist salute. Do we not have sufficient numbers? Our 9 nations are not lacking. A red-haired foreigner entered the scene, followed closely by 5 others. Shirin began to introduce them. Darren, Supreme Commander of the Far East from the Figard Empire. Mick, Supreme Commander of the Far East from the Hun's Kingdom. Danny, Supreme Commander of the Far East from the Gothic Empire. Kim, Supreme Commander of the Far East from the Fascist Kingdom. And Miles, Supreme Commander of the Far East from the Shaman Empire, along with Kido, Supreme Commander of the Far East from the Babia Kingdom. Humph, with the Bashe men of the Luo Qin Empire included, 7 of the 9 nations have arrived, Shirin noted. The other 2 nations did not come due to the absence of celestial guardians. Suddenly, a figure riding a colossal eagle swiftly approached the battlefield. Dongfangxian, the Valley Lord of the Sun and Moon Valley, have you come to join the fray? Hu Qidao remarked. I have come to witness our hero Renault. I could not turn a blind eye to this momentous occasion, Dongfangxian replied. Are you seeking me? Renault inquired. Indeed. The Sun and Moon Valley wishes to ally with your celestial society to jointly develop a mineral resource. No problem. Renault was resolute. He was well aware of the surrounding forces, recognizing the Day and Moon Valley as a reputable faction worth befriending. Observing the onlookers still reveling in the spectacle, Shirin remarked, should you choose not to take a stand today, and if Master Lei does not enact justice afterwards, I shall take matters into my own hands. Nie Qing interjected, indeed, those who wish to sit on the fence and reap the benefits must inevitably suffer the consequences. If you do not choose, We shall initiate an assault. With Shir-In and Nye-Chin declaring their positions, the few spectators among the celestial beings reluctantly joined the fray, some regretting their decision to witness the unfolding drama. Ultimately, on Renault's side stood 9 individuals, while the opposing foreign faction boasted 13, culminating in a standoff of 22 celestial beings in the sky. With allegiances firmly established, the battle commenced. Vortex Foot. Without hesitation, Renault unleashed his power. A sweeping kick generated a slash stretching hundreds of meters, cleaving the heavens and tearing through the clouds. Typically blue in hue and measuring 1 to 2 meters wide, Renault's strike, infused with true energy, transformed into a vivid red and expanded to an impressive breadth of hundreds of meters, akin to the might of a true sword master. The adversary's celestial beings were taken aback, each employing their own tactics to defend against the onslaught. Yet Renault, emboldened by his advantage, unleashed a relentless barrage of slashes from the edges of his palms. Vortex Foot had reached a modest level of mastery, and by integrating the technique of external energy projection, he innovated the Vortex Hand, wielding power rivaling that of sword energy. His feet, more agile than his hands, enabled him to unleash over 100 strikes in a brief span, the true energy flowing forth as if it were inexhaustible. The sage's true energy was on an entirely different plane than that of the celestial beings, akin to the disparity between wood and steel, leaving the opposing celestial beings in disarray. 3 foreign celestial beings, practitioners of magic, were ill-prepared for such unrelenting physical assaults. They barely managed to defend against a few strikes before their shields shattered and they perished. The remaining members bore various injuries, with the Bashaman daring to advance against the slashes, proclaiming, "I will hold off Renault. You all focus on eliminating the others for protection." As he spoke, a radiant light emanated from his being, a golden figure shimmering under the sun, enveloped in an energy shield that thwarted Renault's devastating strikes. Renault propelled himself into the void with a powerful kick, creating a thunderous sound that resulted in a sonic boom. Utilizing the force of reaction, he accelerated instantaneously, soaring towards the Bashaman like an arrow. In a moment of inspiration, he ingeniously fused the techniques of the moonwalk and the shave, crafting a new move that felt as if he had installed rocket boosters beneath his feet, tentatively named Moonshave, Sacrificial Leap. Bashaman roared, his muscles swelling, radiating waves of energy that amplified his strength. At that moment, Renault's crimson fist, imbued with overwhelming might, descended upon him. The fusion of his dominating aura and true energy transformed Renault's imposing presence into a vibrant red, elevating his power to new heights. Bashaman, wielding his sword, executed a swift upward strike to counter Renault's fist. The air crackled with energy, and sound waves surged as the two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, each delivering over 100 strikes in an instant. Meanwhile, others sought their own adversaries, battling fiercely, resulting in a cacophony of chaos as 8 faced 9, plunging the arena into turmoil. Onlookers below were left in stunned silence, witnessing what felt like the collapse of the heavens. The clouds above churned, fragmenting and shifting erratically. Accompanied by the resounding roar that echoed throughout Donglan City, the sky erupted with thunder, and the clouds were pierced, revealing several shadowy figures. Before long, following the earlier descent of the Easterners, 3 more figures plummeted to the ground like meteors, causing the earth to tremble. Audacious spectators approached to inspect the scene, discovering that the 3 once mighty foreigners had been reduced to mere pulp. Good riddance. These Westerners have oppressed us for years. Finally met their demise at the hands of Master Renault, truly a cause for celebration. The foreign concessions should not exist. I wonder if Master Renault will expel the foreigners after this. Donglan City is still home to tens of thousands of them. The spectacle above resembled a celestial clash, awe-inspiring to behold. "Go, Master Renault! Defeat the foreign devils!" Someone shouted. "Defeat the foreign devils! Defeat the foreign devils!" The fervor of the crowd surged like a tidal wave. Renault could clearly hear the support from the masses below. After all, it was the roar of millions. You too, you lack the people's favor. Do you hear that? Everyone wishes for your demise. With a powerful punch, Renault clashed once more with the massive sword. Bashaman, originally possessing attributes close to 70 points, had inexplicably invoked the sacrificial leap technique, drastically augmenting his strength and physique, rivaling that of Renault. The Renault's 4-dimensional attributes fall short of 70, yet with the infusion of genuine energy, it has nearly breached the significant threshold of 71 points. However, triumph still appears somewhat elusive. The Eastern and Western exceptionalities emphasize differing strengths. Realms do not solely dictate outcomes. as professional rivalries can even allow the inferior to vanquish the superior. Moreover, the Holy Knights are renowned for their formidable might and physical prowess, complemented by certain divine arts that effectively mitigate their weaknesses, rendering them exceedingly formidable adversaries. In a fleeting moment, Renault found it challenging to secure victory. 3 minutes have passed, remarked Bashamin coldly, a sardonic reference to Renault's earlier boast of annihilating them in 3 minutes. Reynolds' expression darkened. Very well. Next time, I shall find a place to perform an acrobatic feat while easing myself, but you certainly shall not witness it. Let us see how long your secret skill can endure. It is sufficient to bring about your demise. The two engaged once more in a fierce confrontation, their swords flashing and fists striking with chilling brilliance. The clashes resonating like thunder, their movements swift as lightning. On the opposing side, the extraordinaries suffered grievous losses, with lives extinguished and blood raining from the heavens. Many were perplexed as to how the situation had escalated to such dire straits. They had merely come to observe. Chapter 37. Aftermath. The upper echelons of the Blissful Sect. The Azure Dragon Gang and the Flying Tiger Gang gathered atop a high building, their faces marked by astonishment. Reynolds' rate of cultivation was astonishingly swift. He must surely be a reincarnation of a deity or demon. Shang Wanqing was utterly taken aback, recalling that they had been evenly matched previously, yet now, a mere finger from him could spell his end. Let us depart, Lu Zhixiong decisively commanded. Left protector, right protector, gather the sect's assets. We are leaving Boizhou. What? Huang Jia exclaimed in astonishment. Leader, the outcome remains uncertain. We need not discuss it further. We must act. It will be too late once the victor is determined. Lu Zhixiong interrupted. If the former leader's faction prevails, we can return at a later time. Very well. The members of the Blissful Sect hurriedly complied. The Azure Dragon Gang and the Flying Tiger Gang retreated in silence, their mutual understanding evident. Elsewhere on another rooftop, Dongfang Wuming of the True Sun Sect, the foremost figure on the Chang Nation's talents list, had been observing the events in Tianxia City for some time. As he gazed upon the battle in the sky, he murmured, "It is precisely because he is a reincarnation of a deity or demon that he possesses such strength. In terms of innate talent, he cannot surpass me." He would never concede that anyone's cultivation talent could surpass his own, though he acknowledged that the reincarnations of ancient beings were a different matter altogether. In the sky, the battle raged on. After a span of several minutes, the divine technique of the Bashamin dissipated, leaving its aftermath to take hold. Fatigue overwhelmed them, and their situation grew perilous. Hu Qidao, seizing the moment, abandoned the siege against Shirin to join Reynolds in the fray against the Bashamin. His spear darting like a dragon, elusive and unpredictable. With the pressure alleviated, Shirin pressed her advantage, relentlessly pursuing her opponents. At this juncture, more than half sought to flee, while the remainder idly engaged, their intentions to depart becoming increasingly evident. Morale crumbled. Even if the Bashamin could barely hold their ground, defeat was already a foregone conclusion. The three gangs and their foreign counterparts scattered like birds and beasts. You shall not be spared. Renault endured a fierce strike from the sword of Bashamin, and within a month, he swiftly advanced to stand before Hu Qidao. Startled, Hu Qidao unleashed a flurry of finger jabs. Merging his true energy, the power of each jab was unparalleled, producing explosive bursts akin to cannon fire. Hu Qidao, possessing only the rudimentary strength of a nascent celestial being, was swiftly pierced through the chest by a single jab, his internal organs obliterated. As he fell from the clouds with a wretched scream, as a dull ache radiated from Rainer's back, despite his formidable defense, he nearly faltered. Turning around, a torrent of murderous intent surged within him. You struck with such vigor just now. 2 strands of hair, 3 strikes in total. Come back. Rainer, you shall come to regret this. A great calamity approaches, and only my master can descend from the heavens to save the world. Opposing my master, the sun god Vanos, shall lead to dire consequences. Spare me your words. My nation is blessed with countless deities, and the salvation of humanity does not rest upon your Western gods. Now perish. With a single punch, the forces of the Bashamin were rendered powerless, blood spewing forth as they stumbled backward. Rainer, you are the heretic. Take heed of your actions. With that, he produced a scroll and, upon tearing it, vanished in a flash of light. What in the world was that? Rainer stood dumbfounded. A teleportation scroll? In the next moment, frustration boiled within him. After enduring the Bashamin's divine techniques, he had allowed them to escape. Anger surged forth, and he unleashed his wrath upon others. Like a tiger among sheep, Raynor embarked on a bloody rampage, his speed so swift that ordinary beings could scarcely flee. Raynor, leader, it's a misunderstanding, quavered Chu Qingfeng. I am willing to withdraw from Donglan City and live in obscurity henceforth. Had I known this would be the outcome, why did you engage in battle at all? To wish to depart after a defeat, such fortune does not exist in this world. Reynolds, with no hesitation, struck Chiu Qifeng down with a single blow, effortlessly seizing his spatial bracelet. He then pursued Nie Qing, delivering a fatal punch to his skull amidst the latter's pleas for mercy. Subsequently, the remaining individuals met a similar fate, each falling as if they were mere chickens, swiftly dispatched. Finally, he stood before Xiong Kaishan. For the sake of our past acquaintance, endure 3 punches from me. Should you survive, I shall spare your life. Reynolds, grant me mercy, and I shall depart from Donglan City and flee overseas, Xiong Kaishan pleaded, gripped by a fear of death. Yet, with such audacity still wishing to end my life. Spare me your words. I have declared 3 punches, and so it shall be. Prepare yourself. Xiong Kaishan, fully concentrated, exerted every ounce of strength to defend himself. Yet he was still pierced through the chest by 2 of Reynolds' strikes. The disparity between them was stark, akin to the ease with which a yellow monkey might vanquish a supernova, utterly insurmountable. In the end, only 2 foreigners remained, Commander Danny of the Gothic Empire in the Far East and Commander Miles of the Shaman Empire in the Far East, who, like escaping through a portal, utilized teleportation scrolls to flee from the scene. The rest met their demise at the hands of the crowd. In the aftermath of a fierce battle, 6 individuals from the Renault faction emerged alive. Renault, Shiyin, Zhao Jinwu, Ma Xingchen, Quan Yuanda, and Dongfang Xian, while 3 others perished. In the realm of heavenly beings, regarded as pinnacle warriors across the world, it is a rarity for one to fall, yet today, calamity struck in succession, causing widespread turmoil. Consequently, Renault was naturally elected as the city lord and took residence in the lord's mansion. The family of Xiong Kaishan received leniency from Renault and was dispatched to the concession, destined to seek refuge elsewhere soon. Upon assuming the role of city lord, Renault's first challenge did not stem from the gang turmoil or the chaotic state of Donglan City, nor was it the acceptance of various gang enterprises to restore order, or the discussions with Ryu Valley regarding the development of the colossal iron mine within Boizhou. Instead, it was an envoy from the northern Sun Qijuan. City Lord Renault, may I inquire when you shall pledge allegiance to our army? Wu Xingxian, the envoy of Sun Qijuan, stood tall within the grand hall. I recall that 2 months ago, you were thoroughly chastised and fled in disgrace. Do you now have the audacity to pose such a question? Do you take me for a fool? Renault replied sternly. City Lord Xiong had previously promised us the city's surrender. And yet, what transpired? Conflict ensued once more. The vacillation of City Lord Xiong is the mark of a petty individual. Leader Lei, being a sagacious man, should comprehend the current circumstances. Our army is willing to take over Boizhou to avert further suffering for its people. There is no need for self-aggrandizement. The Sun Qijuan advances like brigands. Do you think I am unaware? Even if Boizhou were to be handed to the southern Baiji, it would not be given to you, for although neither side is virtuous, Baiji is marginally more favorable. Leader Lei, I have heard of your paternal care for your people. Such an insatiable desire for power, while disregarding the plight of the Boizhou populace, is unbecoming of your character. Furthermore, Baiji is but a graveyard of bones. It cannot sustain itself for long. I caution you not to choose the wrong side, for the repercussions could be dire. If there are conditions you wish to negotiate, feel free to state them, and we shall endeavor to accommodate. Do you know where the formidable fire god cannon, which sent you fleeing 2 months ago, originated? From where? Wu Xingxian inquired hastily, his heart racing, for he was aware that they had been diligently seeking the source of the weapon without success over the past 2 months. If they could acquire such a powerful armament, Sun Qijuan would gain a significant advantage in the struggle for supremacy. It was I who provided it to Xiong Kaishan. The source shall remain undisclosed. Hundreds of them are now positioned along the border. If you are unafraid of death, feel free to advance. Moreover, convey to Sun Qijuan that I have ascended to the sage level. Do not compel me to pay a visit. What? The sage level? A phenomenon that occurs once in a millennium. Wu Xingxian was taken aback. How could it happen so swiftly? I recently heard that Leader Lei was merely at the initial stage of the heavenly realm. This seems exaggerated. The truth shall emerge soon enough. Now be gone. Renault waved his hand dismissively. The heavenly beings who had participated in the battle were present below. Renault addressed them, ladies and gentlemen, as part of Donglan City. I believe we ought to unite as one to resist external threats. What are your thoughts? What does City Lord Renault mean? Ma Xingchen inquired. To withstand the warlords, expel the foreigners, reclaim the concessions and docks, and redistribute the benefits. Indeed, the crowd readily concurred. Had it not been for their vested interests, they would have departed long ago. Allow me to delineate the distribution. After a moment's contemplation, Renault stated, I shall claim 7 docks, leaving 5 for each of you to share among yourselves. No objections arose from the assembly. As for the assets left by the extraordinary beings, the ownership shall rest with me. However, you will each receive a 10% share of the net profits. Again, no dissent was voiced. After all, who would refuse free money? It is worth noting that the extraordinary beings left behind a considerable bounty, and even a mere 10% would amount to a substantial sum. In terms of real estate, I will take 70%, leaving the remaining 30% to be evenly divided among you. Does this meet with your approval? The crowd responded affirmatively once more. In this conflict, Renault was the primary contributor. His claim to the lion's share was entirely justifiable. Chapter 38, Crisis regarding the foreign concessions. The rights of residence for the foreigners shall be revoked. Should they wish to continue residing, they may do so by paying rent. Just as they treated the original property owners in years past, Renault continued. The crowd listened quietly, feeling little connection to the matter at hand. The concessions that pertain to East Lynn City will remain with me and shall not be divided among you. However, some of the shops may be sold to you at a discounted rate. By the way, Commander Sher, what are your thoughts? Do you wish to open a shop as well? Shireen, being a military figure sent by the court, had already secured the management of a dock in her private capacity, thus reaping considerable profits. To open a shop would require her to recruit staff and invest effort. And Renault feared she would be stretched too thin. I do not require such things. 1 dock is sufficient for me. If Lord Renault does not mind, I would be willing to continue guarding the borders of East Lynn City, she replied. It would be my honor, Renault responded. Is your family able to come here? They cannot. According to regulations, generals are not permitted to bring their families into battle. Now that the court is but a shadow of its former self, such matters need not be observed. Given the turmoil in the outside world, it would be prudent for Commander Sher to bring her family back. I had the same intention. Lord Renault, back in the day, hundreds of foreign warships lined the harbor, and their bombardment caused countless casualties, which ultimately led to the concession. I fear they may act recklessly now, Ma Xingchen remarked. Chairman Ma, you err in your assessment, Zhao Zhenwu interjected. While it is true that the presence of warships was a factor when the Beggar, Xiong Kaishan, was compelled to lease the territory, the primary reason was the overwhelming number of Celestial Realm experts. East Lynn City could not withstand them, which led to our capitulation. However, the situation has changed. Many of their Celestial Realm beings have perished, and with Lord Renault, a once-in-a-millennium sage, at the helm, should their warships approach, it would be a testament to their swift retreat. Oh, it seems my status as a sage is indeed quite rare, Renault remarked humbly. Lord Renault, modesty becomes you. As the saying goes, sages appear once every millennium, and only those of the Celestial Realm can command the world. This illustrates the rarity of the sage's realm. Quan Yuendo observed, stroking his beard. Have I reached the pinnacle of this realm? Renault inquired once more. It was rare to have so many ancient figures present. Thus he sought clarity. It is said that beyond the sage realm lies another level known as the harmonious path, though it has always been a mere legend, with no one ever having witnessed it. Quan Yuendo remarked, upon reaching this realm, one merges with the Tao, mastering the forces of the grand principles, capable of moving mountains and filling seas with but a gesture, thus deserving the title of an immortal. Unexpectedly, such a state exists. Renault sighed, recalling that the devil fruits also seem to embody a form of rule power. At that moment, a member of the Heavenly Society hurried in. Leader, it's dire news. The leader of the Side-Eye Hall has been slain. Renault furrowed his brow, exclaiming, Xian has been killed. Who is responsible? The city's Chao Xia gang leader, Zhu Huayan, committed the murder and then fled. Master Nangong is currently in pursuit. Another individual rushed in to report, Leader, Master Dazue has been shot dead by the gang. What? Renault slammed the table, filled with sorrow. He felt no pain at Xian's demise, viewing him merely as a figurehead for show. Dazier, however, was different. Their bond spanned several years. Both had ascended to their respective leadership positions out of necessity at that time. Dazue, without a doubt, was Renault's superior, naturally deserving of his elevated status. In contrast, Xian, being the first chief to surrender and possessing some managerial skills, was appointed to the position to demonstrate fairness and justice. a move akin to spending a fortune to acquire a rare treasure. Ultimately, it mattered little who was pushed into leadership, as the subsequent leaders were all inept. However, in recent times, many talented individuals had joined their ranks, fully capable of replacing Xian and his ilk. Renault chose not to replace them, firstly to avoid disheartening others, and secondly because each faction handles affairs collectively, minimizing the chances of error. However, this decision now seems to have backfired, as those lacking virtue and talent occupy positions of power, inevitably leading to their downfall. As the scale of the heavenly society expands, their own strength is insufficient to command their subordinates, rendering them vulnerable to assassination. In essence, strength is the paramount essence of all. Despite their diligent training, mastering the intricacies of textual studies and the pathways of meridians demands time, and their progress is painfully slow, failing to keep pace with the rapid expansion of the heavenly society, thus remaining distant from the blood-refining dominance. Conversely, had they merely grasped the fundamentals, Renault could have provided them with vital essence, propelling their strength to unprecedented heights, yet unforeseen circumstances led to their untimely demise. Esteemed colleagues, it is high time to purge some of the nefarious elements. Let us assist the city lord in cleansing the corrupt factions within Eastland City. Such trivial matters need not trouble the city lord. Dongfeng Su proclaimed, "Leave it to us. We shall ensure that Eastland City enjoys tranquility by tomorrow." Indeed, I shall promptly mobilize the troops into the city. This is merely a minor affliction. Shireen strode forth. As night descended, the cacophony of gunfire and cries for blood gradually subsided into stillness. The foreign warships, as Zhao Zhenwu had foretold, fled in disarray, and the criminal organizations within the city were entirely eradicated. Renault issued strict orders to abolish the protection fee system, thereby winning the hearts of the populace. He immersed himself in various affairs, laboring tirelessly until the early hours, with the headquarters relocated to the city lord's residence. The original base of the Heavenly Society in the outer city transformed into a combat station, necessitating personnel adjustments, public notifications, shop acquisitions, and aid for the displaced populace, alongside official communications to the foreign powers and meetings with military high command, among other tasks. Ultimately, personnel appointments were arranged, and a new information hall master, named Zhao Jinghe, was appointed due to his considerable contributions. Hailing from a martial arts family in the borderlands, he had achieved initial mastery of the dominance realm and had served as clan leader for decades, demonstrating exceptional management skills. Upon his arrival, he exchanged a significant amount of golden dragons and martial arts manuscripts for contributions, securing the position of deputy hallmaster. His promotion at this juncture was entirely justified. The personnel hall was entrusted to Feng Ziyu, the leader of the Li Huamin sect. However, at this point, the Li Huamin no longer existed. Only Feng Ziyu remained as the personnel hall master of the Heavenly Society, possessing late-stage dominance strength sufficient to intimidate the unscrupulous. In the conference chamber, the various hall masters were assembled, each accompanied by a team of over 100 individuals managing affairs. On the morrow, they would be assigned to their respective departments. But today was reserved for overarching coordination and special handling of urgent matters. At that moment, Renault felt a sudden jolt within, as if a gun were pressed against his temple. What was happening? In alarm, Renault thought, "This is an instinctive warning, indicating that my life is in jeopardy." Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Renault decisively declared, "Esteemed colleagues, I suddenly sense a looming crisis, which signifies that a formidable enemy approaches. I am not prepared to confront them at this moment. I shall take my leave. You may choose to surrender if you wish, and we shall address everything upon my return." What? The assembly gasped in shock. After finally achieving stability, yet another formidable foe emerges. "Leader, what is the matter? And who is the adversary?" "Lin Dao. I am unaware, but the realm of sages possesses a seventh sense, unseen and unheard, yet capable of sensing danger and evading it. Though I am presently ignorant of the circumstances, the ominous presence of death envelopes me, akin to a gun pressed against my forehead, as if in the next moment my mind shall be shattered. Thus, I must depart. Remember, do not resist. Await my return." After Renard finished speaking, he hurried away. He first arrived at an underground treasury within the Lord's manor, where he stored all the valuables into a spatial artifact that adorned his neck. This exquisite necklace, embellished with gold and sapphires, shimmered splendidly. Its dimensions were akin to that of a basketball court, ample enough to accommodate a small vessel. Its origin was, of course, from Xiongkaishan. As the most prosperous port city of the Qian Kingdom, it was entirely reasonable for Xiongkaishan, who had reigned for several decades, to possess such a remarkable spatial item. Once he completed the task of gathering the treasures, Renard sought out a dim and inconspicuous corner, placing the necklace in his mouth before transporting himself to the world of pirates. The reason for choosing this location instead of his bedroom was to avoid being intercepted upon his return. In merely a few minutes after Renaud's disappearance, a formidable aura descended from the heavens, immobilizing everyone in place, rendering them incapable of movement. Subsequently, it seemed as though a piercing gaze swept over each individual, traversing back and forth 3 or 4 times before dissipating. The crowd gasped for breath, rendered mute by an overwhelming sensation of dread. Chapter 39. Defeating the Pirates Renaud. "You little rascal, you actually dared to return," Zephyr exclaimed, gripping Renaud's collar, visibly exasperated. "You have been in seclusion for 3 months. Do you understand that the elite training program, also known as the officer training camp, encompasses not only combat skills but also naval warfare, strategic planning, logistics, geography, and meteorology? Your prolonged absence has left you woefully behind in your studies." Instructor, I did mention that I was in seclusion to achieve a breakthrough." "It was an inadvertent lapse in time," Renaud replied awkwardly. "Indeed, 3 months without a single return was rather excessive." "Seclusion, is it? Very well. Let us engage in a duel. If you can endure for 10 minutes under my tutelage, I shall relent. Otherwise, you will find yourself confined to the small dark room for 3 days, Zephyr declared. 3 months prior, Zephyr had bested Renaud in less than a minute. This time, it was evidently intended to impart a lesson to the young man. 10 minutes, Renaud exclaimed in astonishment. "Humph, come forth," Zephyr sneered. Renaud gritted his teeth and followed Zephyr towards the training ground. Surrounding classmates reveled in schadenfreude, eagerly watching the spectacle unfold. Antonio crossed his arms, intrigued. "I shall see just how much you have improved, and whether the title of prodigy truly befits you." Renaud glanced at his fan count, which had once again surpassed 1 million. Fame spreads rapidly. Having become the city lord merely a day ago, he was already well known, cherished by the populace and supported by the masses, thus attracting fans naturally. Zifa, known as the Iron Fist, possessed an exceptionally high mastery of armament hockey. So Renaud felt compelled to elevate his own prowess. Resolutely, he focused his thoughts and advanced his armament hockey to the next level, transforming it into armament hockey, mastery, 110 million. A wave of intangible momentum surged within him, radiating outward, while his 4-dimensional attributes correspondingly enhanced. Armament hockey reflects the potential of one's physique. Its enhancement during youth yields minimal changes to attributes, but at this moment, the transformation was nothing short of earth-shattering. Renaud's attributes have swiftly transformed. Strength, 71, Constitution, 72, Agility, 73, Spirit, 77. The 6 forms of the Navy. Iron block, minor mastery, 11 million. Finger pistol, minor mastery, 11 million. Gale foot, minor mastery, 11 million. Paper drawing, minor mastery, 11 million. Shave, minor mastery, 11 million. Moonwalk, minor mastery, 11 million. Armament hockey, mastery, 110 million. Observation hockey, minor mastery, 11 million. Blood refinement body, 8-fold, 1, 253, 2 million. Great eating technique, minor mastery, 27, 432, 1 million. Fan value, 153, 489. He has officially entered the 7180 stage, akin to a Navy elite rear admiral, equivalent to a common officer of the 4 emperors. Various realizations surged within Renaud's mind, filling him with joy. Today he learned that enhancing hockey could also elevate his attributes. Upon reaching mastery, the difference was stark. Previously, he had merely cultivated proficiency and application, but now, it represented a qualitative transformation, akin to a mortal transcending to the realm of steel, fundamentally altering the essence of his life. "Hey, little one, you seem quite spirited," Zifa remarked, nodding in approval as he sensed the wave of energy. "It appears you haven't been idle for the past 3 months." "Of course, instructor. Today, allow me to bring you down," Renaud replied, brimming with confidence, channeling his vital energy throughout his body. A visible red aura enveloped him, with red hockey covering his arms. Zifa was taken aback. "Red? Your hockey is rather unusual. Strength from the bloodline breakthrough. Here I come, instructor." Renaud, not wishing to waste words, swiftly executed a shave. Zepha's fist, as dark as ink, surged forth with an overwhelming force. Boom! Their fists clashed in the void, creating a shockwave that sent winds swirling. Your armament hockey is quite impressive, little one. When did you learn this? Zepha inquired, astonished. I have many more skills, just watch this move. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows from a distance, closing in for hand-to-hand combat. Bang! Zepha's mechanical arm blocked a direct punch, revealing cracks on its surface. What? Internal damage? Flowing cherry blossom. Where did you learn that? Little one. Self-realization, Renault remarked. The technique known as flowing cherry blossoms is, to put it bluntly, akin to striking a cow from across a mountain. It is a method of utilizing hockey in a commanding manner. Such techniques are exceedingly rare in the world of pirates, and while the Navy headquarters has documented them, acquiring the knowledge demands military merit, thus preventing it from being disseminated lightly. Conversely, in the primary world, such techniques are rather commonplace. Numerous Steel Realm manuals contain references to this method of striking from a distance. For instance, the ultimate skill of Negong Xiangyang, Burning Industry Palm, involves infusing true energy into the human body, leading to the searing demise of internal organs. The external manifestation of hockey operates on a similar principle, with only slight variations from the outward projection of true energy. At this moment, Renault skillfully combined hockey with true energy, exponentially increasing his power, solidly advancing into the 80-190 phase, placing him among the ranks of the 7 warlords, vice-emperors, and the 3 calamities of a 3-star level. In contrast, Zephyr at his peak would have been at a power level exceeding 91 but below 95. However, now, in his old age, weakened by ailments and having lost an arm, he has nearly descended to the threshold of a general, hovering around 91. Although he still possesses a slight edge over Renault, achieving victory in a short span is not feasible. As both parties gradually unleashed their full power, hockey clashed violently, sending shockwaves from the ground to the sky and back again, resonating with thunderous roars. The training ground, accommodating 30,000 spectators, was soon marred with craters. Onlookers stood in stunned silence, and gradually, some high-ranking officials from the Navy headquarters were drawn closer. This young lad's strength has surged so swiftly, Karp exclaimed in astonishment, momentarily forgetting to eat his donut. With commendable mastery of both the 6 powers and hockey, how has he cultivated such prowess? Sengoku also found it hard to believe. Renault's talent has surpassed that of the 3 admirals. Is his background reliable? Tsuru inquired. This young lad has been under my watchful eye as he grew up. There is no doubt, Karp replied, taking a bite of his donut. At this moment, Akainu also appeared, declaring, a person with such talent cannot possibly be used as a spy. Sengoku nodded in agreement. Then we shall nurture him vigorously and add him to the list of potential admirals. The consensus among the high-ranking officials was unanimous. At that moment, a tremendous crash echoed from afar as Zephyr was struck down from the sky, creating a massive crater upon impact with the ground. Not good. Zephyr is having an asthma attack, Tsuru exclaimed in alarm. A figure had already dashed forth. It was one of Zephyr's fervent admirers, the user of the reverse fruit, Ein. I produced a breathing apparatus and secured it over Zephyr's mouth and nose, as Zephyr gasped for air. Renault stood awkwardly to the side, apologizing to the instructor. After a few moments, Zephyr finally rose, patting Renault on the shoulder with a reassuring smile. Renault, you have triumphed. Splendid work. The instructor was jesting. Had it not been for your ailment, I could have lasted at most a few more minutes. Renault, in terms of combat, there is little more I can teach you. However, remember not to become complacent. There are many others on the vast sea who surpass you. Indeed, instructor, you must also keep pace with your cultural studies. As a general, while versatility is not a requirement, certain common knowledge of the seas is essential to acquire. Understood. Zephyr had already begun to regard Renault as a future general, a sentiment Renault shared without modesty. According to his plan, after the Marineford War, he would, barring any unforeseen circumstances, supplant Green Bull. As a member of the Marine headquarters, it was inconceivable for an outsider like Green Bull to usurp his position, unless he proved incapable of overcoming Green Bull, much like Peach Mom and Chopper, where inferiority in strength incurs no blame upon others. Chapter 40. Dominance. The outcome of this battle left the elite class students wide-eyed with astonishment. At that moment, several high-ranking officials approached. Renault, a pleasure to meet you. I am Crane, the Chief of Staff of the Marine Headquarters. Greetings, Vice Admiral Crane. I have long admired your reputation. Renault quickly extended his hand. Not daring to be neglectful, Vice Admiral Crane, known for her strategic acumen, was pivotal in many decisions, and her views were generally respected by the likes of Admiral Sengoku. It was crucial to cultivate a good rapport with her. I am Sengoku. Good day, Marshal Sengoku. I am Sakazuki. Greetings, Admiral Akainu. Renault. I have heard of your commitment to the justice of order. What is your perspective on my interpretation of justice? Akainu inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity given the similarities in their ideals. I concur with your sense of justice to the extent of 90%, Renault replied. Akainu's expression hardened. Do you not disapprove of my justice that sometimes harms the innocent? Indeed, excess can be detrimental. Extremism is hardly a virtue, Renault responded candidly. What if pirates threaten the lives of civilians, demanding we lay down our weapons and submit to slaughter? Akainu countered, equally dismissive of Renault's compassionate stance. Renault remarked, even civilians must be eliminated. The crowd was taken aback, and Akainu interjected, you did not say that just now. I spoke of collateral damage to the innocent. I certainly did not advocate for passivity. For instance, should we ascertain that a band of pirates is present in a town surrounded by civilians, we should not launch an all-out assault. Rather, we ought to wait for the pirates to depart or lure them out before taking action. Justice may be subtle, but it must never compromise. What a notion of subtlety and unwavering justice. Sakazuki, I find merit in Reino's words. Your concept of justice is excessively absolute, Sengoku stated. Akainu fell into silence. However, the principles of justice he had upheld for so many years were not easily swayed. Non-committally, he remarked, Reino's justice indeed holds value. I anticipate your performance. I shall not disappoint you. Reino inquired with curiosity, why is your haki red? Puka, munching on a donut, asked indifferently. Because I have awakened a unique bloodline, which has not only altered my haki, but also propelled my strength into a state of eruption. I owe immense gratitude to Vice Admiral Garp for his continuous provision of the blood of colossal sea kings for my training. Ha. I look forward to your ascent to Admiral. Garp exclaimed, but it won't be so simple. Speaking of which, I am quite intrigued by Vice Admiral Garp's iron fist. Might you impart some of your wisdom? Ha. Of course, my iron fist is unmatched across the seas. You have a discerning eye, young one. Garp laughed heartily. Come. I shall teach you the iron fist. Very well, Master Garp, Reino responded with excitement, following him eagerly. The others were left bewildered by the fervor of their exchange. In less than 10 minutes, Garp led Reino to a coastline scattered with numerous derelict warships, many of which appeared to be in a state of disrepair. From today onward, do not utilize haki. Strike the warships with your fists directly. When you manage to create a hole, it shall signify your initial progress, Garp instructed. Here it was. The infamous warship bag from the original story. Only Garp could conceive of using warships as punching bags. Understood, Reino replied, launching into the fray against the warships. His physique was already exceptionally robust, and with the blood refinement body technique, a heavenly level skill that greatly enhanced his physical condition, he delivered a punch, immediately creating a breach. It is worth noting that the warships were encased in steel, impervious to the blades of ordinary men. Garp's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Is your physical strength truly this formidable? Indeed, my strength surged after awakening my bloodline. And of course, the blood of sea kings has been immensely beneficial. I owe that to you, Master. What an impressive bloodline. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he laughed heartily. As my disciple, you are naturally exceptional. I shall continue to teach you the art of haki bone refinement. Haki bone refinement, Reino exclaimed. Indeed, it is an advanced application of haki, and few have mastered it. The principle involves infusing haki into 1S bones to forge haki-infused bones. Please, teach me, Master. Your bones are now sufficiently robust to endure this refinement. Observe closely. Kapu extended a fist, enveloped in a swirling aura of dark energy that ebbed and flowed within the confines of his hand. Do you see it clearly now? He inquired. What am I supposed to see? Reynolds thought to himself, bemused by Kapu's brutish teaching style. How does it actually function on the inside? Reynolds asked. It works like this, Kapu replied, demonstrating once more. Isn't there a specific method? You dimwit. Haven't I just shown you how? Kapu retorted, his eyes narrowing as his formidable fist simmered with latent power. I understand. Reynolds hastily responded. Kapu nodded in satisfaction. Good, make sure to practice diligently. At least 2 hours a day. With that, he casually picked his nose and sauntered away, leaving Reynolds alone, bewildered in the wind. Well, I might as well give it a try, Reynolds thought, channeling his aura into his knuckles. A wave of intense pain surged through him, as though a hammer were mercilessly striking his hand. It was no wonder that so few managed to master this technique. Who would endure such agony for years on end merely to harden their fists? Surely, it would be more prudent to cultivate their devil fruit abilities and conquer their aura. Yet, what if I used my vital energy instead? With that thought, Reynolds began to infuse his bones with his life force, gradually penetrating deeper. Although it was still somewhat painful, it was far more bearable than the aura. Perhaps bones were more receptive to the infusion of vital energy. While the aura could temper the bones with a limit of 2 hours a day for an ordinary person, vital energy could endure for at least 10 hours, a disparity of fivefold. I must find time to return to the Lord's mansion. The library there houses numerous tomes. Perhaps I can discover one on bone forging. Thus, he toiled for 3 days, making negligible progress. At this rate, it would take him a decade or more to achieve the Iron Fist, while Kapu, with his extraordinary talent, had accomplished it in under 3 years. Today, with a flicker of thought, Reynolds returned to the primary world. A sense of impending danger surged within him once more, yet this time it felt different. Previously, it was akin to having a gun pressed to his head. Now, it felt as though someone was aiming from several meters away. Though the threat remained, there was at least room for evasion. The likelihood of instant demise was absent, and he could teleport away with a mere thought. Summoning his courage, Reynolds chose to linger. He emerged from the basement and entered the Lord's Hall. Along the way, someone spotted him and rushed over, exclaiming, "My lord, you have returned." Renaud recalled the individual. One of the 5 secretaries of the city lord's mansion, named Kong Sha, who had also been present at the meeting a few days prior. "What is the current situation?" Renaud inquired. "After your departure, a formidable and terrifying presence arrived, though it did not reveal itself. It appeared to probe the city lord's mansion with a legendary divine sense before vanishing," Kong Sha reported. "Divine sense?" Renaud exclaimed, astonished. "The technique of divine sense is exceedingly rare, comparable to celestial tier techniques, and once mastered, it offers perceptive abilities akin to that of the observation hockey, if not superior. Has that person returned in the past 3 days?" he asked. "No," Kong Sha shook his head. "Summon all the senior members for a meeting. I will first head to the Scripture Pavilion." Understood. Chapter 41. Harmonizing pathways. The Scripture Pavilion had long been relocated, and Renaud proceeded towards it within the city lord's mansion. The area was heavily guarded, with sentries stationed every 10 steps and watchmen every 5. Additionally, 3 formidable figures of the dominant realm were stationed there. These 3 individuals were the leaders of sects allied with the Tianxia Society, having chosen to focus solely on their cultivation, thus assigned to this post. "City Lord." The 3 greeted respectfully. "I shall inspect the 3rd floor," Renaud replied. "Yes, sir." On the 3rd floor of the Scripture Pavilion, the most advanced tomes were stored, accessible only to those who had attained at least the Earth tier. Currently, there were 7 Celestial tier volumes, 1 technique, and 6 martial arts skills, with the technique being the blood-refining dominant body and the martial skills provided by various sections. Celestial tier techniques are a rarity in the world. Yet some ancient sects may still possess 1 or 2 martial arts legacies. In contrast, the Earth tier techniques were more abundant, numbering 37 volumes. Renaud bypassed the lower tier and gazed directly at the Celestial tier. What lay before him was not the original text, but rather a directory and an introduction. To obtain the coveted manual, one must possess contribution points and submit a report, in addition to being assigned to a specific training chamber for comprehension. This practice is common among most sects, and Renaud simply appropriated it. After a thorough search, he finally discovered a manual for the 1,000-hand Tathagata technique. This celestial martial art refines the entirety of one's bones and muscles, and when fully mastered, one moves as lightly as a feather, striking with the speed of lightning. Remarkable. If the effects are indeed genuine, it would certainly surpass his initial underestimation of the martial arts in the main world, Renaud mused. Speaking of which, the flower country in the pirate world seems to be a realm of martial arts. He wondered how their martial arts would compare. With these thoughts in mind, he descended to the lower level, instructing the guardian to present the copy of the 1,000-hand Tathagata technique. At that moment, Kong Sha approached to report that everyone had arrived. Renaud gracefully entered the council hall, where several hundred individuals were gathered. "Greetings, City Lord." No need for formalities. Renaud took his seat at the head of the table. "I may not be here for long, so let us discuss the pressing matters at hand." The first to step forward was Lin Yi, the chief secretary, who was well acquainted with various affairs, and he spoke. "Currently, there are some overlapping jurisdictions. such as the Criminal Court of the World Association and the Judicial Department of Donglan City, the War Hall and the Military Department, the Police Bureau and the Patrol Squad, among others. Last time, the leader of Nangong Hall and the Minister of Justice nearly came to blows over a case. Oh, what case? Renault inquired with curiosity. Minister Shi Wenla stepped forward. Report to the city lord, it is a murder case. My subordinate believes it should be handled with discretion. But Hall Master Nagong insists on a death sentence. I have reason to suspect that Hall Master Nagong seeks to practice his skills on the offender, thus developing a bloodthirsty nature. Shi Wenla, a man of refined appearance in his middle age, spoke with righteous indignation. Nonsense, Nagong Xiangyang retorted. This man deserved his fate. And furthermore, I have long since ceased to use human blood for my cultivation. You are slandering me. Indeed. The essence of ordinary people would have little effect on you now. I believe that much. Now, let us discuss the case, Renault stated. Yes, the offender is a foreigner who strongly disputes our policies, claiming ownership of his residence and asserting that we have no right to evict him. Did he purchase it? Renault asked. After the establishment of the concession, many foreigners crossed the seas to conduct business or settle down, with some being directly allocated properties while others purchased them at their own expense. The two situations cannot be treated alike, or it would damage the official image. Although he bought it, he only paid 1 gold dragon, Nangong Xiangyang replied. 1 gold dragon for a house in the center of Donglan City? That seems almost too good to be true, Renault remarked in surprise. Indeed, I thought so as well. The original owner approached me about buying it back. So we went to mediate, but the foreigner adamantly refused, initially demanding 1,000 gold dragons, ultimately settling for 500. However, even 500 gold dragons would be beyond the original owner's means, resulting in a stalemate. The next day, the original owner's family was murdered. How audacious! What justification is there for sparing such a person? Minister Shi, what do you have to say? Renault demanded angrily. Although the original owner's family was killed, they had forcibly entered the premises and engaged in coercive buying. According to the laws of the Qian nation, entering another's home without cause can be treated as theft. Therefore, the foreigner acted in self-defense and can only be judged for excessive defense, Shi Wenla explained. The original owner's family consisted of 4 members, including 2 children, aged 8 and 6, who were also killed. Does this also qualify as self-defense? Nangong Xiangyang exclaimed angrily. This is clearly premeditated murder. I suspect you accepted bribes from the foreigner, which influenced your ruling. Hallmaster Nagong. I assure you that I only act according to the law and have never accepted any bribes. Smack. Renault struck the armrest of his chair and remarked, Minister Shi, this position does not suit you. I suggest you resign. Shi Wenla, being a confidant of Xiong Kaishan, posed a potential threat by remaining. Initially, he was perceived as a person of decent reputation, worthy of being utilized. However, it has now become apparent that he is either a hypocrite or a pedant, which greatly displeased Renault. Shi Wenla took his leave without uttering a word, simply clasping his fists in farewell as he departed. Police Chief Yao Chao also tendered his resignation. One individual stepped forward to say, Commander Sima Wu from the northern gate of Donglan City resigns. Another figure in military attire followed suit, stating, Commander Zhou Bang from the southern gate of Donglan City resigns. Inspector Dui from the docks also resigned. In an instant, over a dozen individuals from the Steel Realm or the Tyrant Realm requested to resign. Renault let out a cold snort. Is this a coup or a fear of repercussions come autumn, or perhaps mere defiance? He indeed occupies his position improperly, but what of it? The Qian kingdom has long been a mere shadow of its former self. Today, power rests solely in the hands of those with might. Otherwise, the warlords would have already been pacified. You may choose to resign, but I have investigated Shi Wenla, and he may depart. As for the rest of you, I shall have you all confined in prison until it is confirmed that you possess no criminal record before you may leave. Renault stated. The individuals from the Renault faction swiftly approached to detain, employing pressure points and handcuffs. Lord Lei, you cannot act in such a manner. We are innocent. Lord Lei, I implore you to show leniency. Lord Lei, I wish to report. The scene was chaotic, yet Lei remained unmoved. These individuals should have been dealt with 3 days prior. However, survival took precedence, and there was no time. Now, it was time to rectify that. Several among them had irrefutable evidence linking them to gang affiliations, thus a raid on their establishments was warranted. For the past few days, Nangong Xiangyang refrained from action, fearing unrest in Donglan City. With Lei in command now, there was no room for error. Ha ha, Found you at last. A figure in a gray robe entered with a boisterous laugh. He was a diminutive old man, barely 5 feet tall, with a face riddled with wrinkles and age spots. Hunched over, and only a few decayed teeth remaining. Nevertheless, his voice was robust, and he exuded an inexplicable aura of danger, with tendrils of black smoke swirling around him, marking him as anything but ordinary. An instinctual warning surged within Lei, who recognized that his sense of impending crisis stemmed from this man. Esteemed elder, what shall I call you? Lei inquired calmly, mentally preparing for an immediate escape if necessary. I am a deity. You may address me as Lord of Death. The old man replied. If you are a deity, then I am the creator, Lei retorted boldly. Hey, lad, showing no reverence for deities will yield dire consequences. I am at the harmonization realm, the pinnacle of power in this world. What difference is there between me and a deity? Harmonization. Lei gasped in astonishment. Indeed, as it is termed in the West, it corresponds to a demigod or a fifth-tier extraordinary being, the elder explained leisurely, assuming Lei hailed from a Western tradition. Chapter 42. Battle in the Grand Hall. Everyone was silent, gripped by trepidation. However, seeing Lei's calm demeanor brought them a modicum of reassurance. To my knowledge, individuals at the Sage Realm are exceedingly rare. I never fathomed the existence of those at the Harmonization Realm. May I inquire about a few matters? Lei asked. Of course. The elder replied, observing Lei with keen interest, as if he were examining a peculiar phenomenon. How many individuals exist in this world at the Harmonization Realm? In the Qian Nation, there are fewer than 5. Globally, less than 50. 50 is still quite a considerable number, Lei commented. Pondering, this old fellow gives off the impression of possessing strength akin to that of a typical 7 warlords, suggesting that the strongest individuals in this world are approximately at the Vice-Emperor level. Indeed, the power scale in the world of One Piece is somewhat higher. Lad, those at the Harmonization Realm can live for 2,000 years, and yet there are only 50 in a millennium-s accumulation. Do you truly believe that is many? The elder stated. Each of these individuals is a regional overlord, capable of shaking the world with their mere footfall. May I ask, esteemed elder, how many exist at the Sage Realm? Nangong Xianyang interjected, unable to contain himself. I have heard that a sage emerges once every millennium. Is there truth to that? It is merely an exaggeration. Throughout a century, a mere handful may emerge. However, those who attain the realm of sages often embark on journeys abroad in search of advanced spiritual elixirs or retreat for years, indifferent to worldly matters. Consequently, few have ever laid eyes upon them. The elder remarked, in the Qian kingdom, there should still be dozens of such individuals remaining. How shall I address you? And what brings you here? Lenny inquired. The name I once bore has long since faded from my memory. Abroad, I am known as the Grim Reaper. You may call me as such, the elder replied. As for my purpose, young Reno, I have taken a keen interest in your physique. Surrender it to me. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment, realizing the ominous intentions of the visitor. Yet Reno remained remarkably composed, having anticipated ill tidings. He asked, what do you intend to do with my body? Possession, the elder stated. My lifespan is drawing to a close, and you, most likely, are the reincarnation of a divine being, which suits my desires perfectly. Assist me in living another life. Renault remained non-committal, shifting the topic as he inquired. In this time of turmoil in the kingdom of Qian, have none of the elders stepped forward? With their strength and prestige, surely a few words from them could resolve the situation? Youth, this is the natural order of the heavens and the earth. With an overabundance of people and insufficient land, conflict will inevitably arise. This has been the case throughout history. To prematurely end a war is to defy fate, and such actions will surely invite calamity. I do not know the path you tread, but to my eyes, it is akin to witnessing death and refusing to intervene. One might as well be a village chief. For you have lived this long only to become a societal blight. Better to return to the earth sooner than later. You dare speak so boldly? Do you truly believe that a mere sage could be a savior? In the past, there were a few who cultivated the path of the saints, striving to save all beings, only to meet ill fates themselves. When land is scarce, one must expand. When the population is too great, reforms must be enacted. There are countless solutions, yet to instigate war is the most inhumane of actions. Every individual harbors desires. Even an emperor cannot control the masses. The decline of imperial authority is a reflection of the emperor's incompetence. Perhaps a change in leadership might yield better results. Such worldly matters need not be discussed further. Are you prepared to offer your body? How shall I do so? Renault queried. By emptying your mind and resisting not, The elder replied joyfully, "As long as you cooperate, I shall spare your soul." The elder believed that Renaud had surrendered, that he had capitulated. "I still maintain that you callous old fools should return to the earth sooner." Renaud retorted, shifting his tone. "So, you refuse, then?" The elder responded ominously. "Come, old one, let us battle upon the sea, and I shall gauge the strength of your path of harmony." With that, Renaud ascended slowly, soaring from the window into the distance. "You speak with such arrogance. Yet I had intended to preserve your soul. Since you choose not to accept my generosity, I shall consume your soul instead," the elder declared, following closely behind. Above the ocean, beneath the clouds, the two figures hovered in opposition. "Do you know how I earned the title of the Grim Reaper?" the elder asked as he brandished a black sword, its blade as wide as a hand and approximately 1.5 meters long, with irregular black flames licking along its surface. "Is it due to this sword?" Renaud inquired. "Of course not. This mere blade cannot encapsulate my renown. 300 years ago, I single-handedly obliterated a small nation in the West, resulting in the demise of 500,000 souls, all of whom I consumed to enhance my power. From that day forth, I was bestowed with the title of the Grim Reaper. You, a fiend of such magnitude, ought not to exist in this world," Renaud stated coldly. "To have lived for 2 millennia is indeed a misfortune for the beings of this realm. Ordinary cultivators may only live for 2,000 years. But I have refined souls to extend my life, and I am over 2,500 years old." "What do you mean by telling me this?" Renaud did not rush into battle, for his fan base was steadily increasing. Upon his arrival, he had already amassed over 800,000 followers. And now he was nearing the 900,000 mark. Once he surpasses 1 million, his mastery of observation hockey will reach an unparalleled level, significantly enhancing his strength. "For 2,500 years, I have roamed the world, and those self-proclaimed righteous individuals who sought to slay me have all met their demise at my hands. In this realm, I am nearly invincible. Should you choose to ally with me, I would be willing to provide you with a new body and accept you as my disciple, imparting to you the secrets of longevity. You are not only ugly but also harbor unrealistic aspirations. A ruthless killer like you wishes to take a virtuous and noble youth as your disciple? If I were to agree, I fear my ancestors' graves would explode." The old man's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. "Youngster, you have squandered your last opportunity. I shall send you to hell." With no further ado, the two of them unleashed their formidable energies, one blazing red like flames, the other as dark as ink, colliding in the air and generating an invisible shockwave. In the next moment, their clash erupted like meteors colliding with Earth, producing a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the city of Donglin. The crowd was taken aback, uncertain of what had transpired, and they looked up to the distant horizon. There, in the sky above the sea, two figures were engaged in a fierce battle, their black and red energy waves visible to the naked eye. The booming sounds emanated from that very location. At that moment, the city's broadcast system crackled to life. "Dear citizens, please remain calm. I am the Lord of Donglin, Pu Lin Yi, here to provide commentary on the situation. A formidable foe, self-identified as the god of death, has attacked. Lord Renaud is currently confronting this adversary, an ancient entity at the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm. This battle is proving exceedingly arduous for Lord Renaud. All we can do is pray and extend our blessings. I recognize no one as the Lord of Donglin except Lord Renaud." A citizen shouted hoarsely. "Indeed, we only acknowledge Lord Renaud. We shall thrive or perish alongside him. Go, Lord Renaud." The crowd surged, their voices echoing like thunder. Since Renaud took over Donglin, he abolished protection fees, defended the weak, eradicated criminal elements, sought justice for the populace, and established shelters. Each of these actions was aimed at the welfare of the people. Although they could not see him in person, they could feel his heart. For centuries, such a benevolent leader had never graced their city. He was truly one of a kind, and thus he was adored. Chapter 43. Battle against the demon in the surrounding sky. Many celestial beings had received news and were watching from afar, some even utilizing telescopes. President Ma, won't this attract discontent? Given their level, they should be quite sensitive to scrutiny, Zhao Zhenwu remarked. Ma Xingqian, unfazed, replied, "This is not just us. At least hundreds of thousands are observing them." "That is true," Zhao Zhenwu said as he produced a military telescope. "Commander Shi, who do you think will emerge victorious?" Yuando inquired. Lord Lei, having traversed a long journey without suffering any setbacks, chose to confront the challenge this time, suggesting he harbored a measure of confidence. Shireen responded, what if a Lord Lei faces defeat? How shall we conduct ourselves? In the face of such formidable foes, surrender seems the only recourse. Dongfang Xin interjected. Our family possesses vast enterprises. Escape is not an option for us. You of the Wuliang sect in the Ryu Valley may find no refuge, yet I can simply depart. For I will not condone the slaying of Lord Lei, Shireen resolutely declared. A hush fell over the assembly, each member lost in thought. Their focus on the impending clash. In the distance, Rainer's battle fervor surged, his vital energy and dominance erupting in full force, each punch and kick executed with unrelenting vigor. What arcane technique is this, young one, that can withstand my deathly aura? The elder exclaimed in astonishment. Having lived for 2 millennia and a half, he had never witnessed or heard of such a method. Deathly aura was a force of great magnitude, yet it was being met barehanded. None of your concern, Rainer retorted bluntly. You show no respect for your elders. Enough of this game, and I shall reveal to you the essence of despair. Boom. The two exchanged another blow, creating distance between them. With a flick of his wrist, the elder conjured a series of black holes around him. These voids spiraled ominously, as if they could draw in one's very soul, an eerie sight to behold. I have not only mastered the martial arts of the Qian kingdom, but I have also ascended to the rank of an extraordinary summoner abroad. In my prime, I descended into hell alone, forging pacts with demons to wield their power. In those days, the annihilation of a nation was chiefly reliant on their strength. Without it, my victories would not have come so swiftly. And what of it? Be you demon or deity, any who oppose me shall meet their demise, Rainer proclaimed, his spirit radiating with fierce determination. Such audacity! Arise, denizens of the abyss. As the elder called forth, several demonic claws emerged from the black holes. These claws, dark red and beast-like, clawed at the edges of the voids to extract themselves. Sinister heads emerged, followed by their formidable bodies. Each demon towered over 10 meters, sporting goat heads and crocodilian tails, clad in scales, standing upright in the air. Upon their arrival, their gaze fixated on the distant Donglin city, their eyes glinting with malevolent anticipation. Behold, the highest echelon of Hell's demons, the Flotta clan. Also known as the Berserker demons, each stands at the 5th tier. It took me a century to subdue a mere 15 of them. How do you feel, young one? The elder taunted. They appear rather foolish, Rainer retorted. Foolish? Human, I have reserved your intellect for myself, one demon declared. Can that city be devoured? Another inquired. The elder, his countenance darkening, responded, Do not call me Chu Urgu. Refer to me as Lord of Death. Ha! Chu Urgu, so your true name is indeed Chu Urgu. No wonder you dare not speak it aloud. Renault ruthlessly mocked him. Chu Urgu's face darkened further. Hailing from a rural background, this name had accompanied him for decades. Although he had changed it during his time as an emperor, the demons of hell could see through the facade of a true name, rendering any alteration futile. Chu Urgu, according to the pact, what is this offering? Another demon inquired, Is that city our sacrifice? Indeed. Capture this brat, and the souls of that city shall belong to you. Remember, I require an intact body. It may be slightly damaged, but it must retain its vitality. Oh. It seems you have found a new vessel. At that moment, Renault prepared for an escape. He could contend with one, but facing 16 would surely lead to his demise. Even if the demons were somewhat weaker, their sheer numbers rendered victory impossible. He glanced at his fan value and was instantly elated. 61 million. An astonishing surge of over 700,000 in such a short span. He could hear the cheers from afar, not expecting such fervent support from the populace. Without hesitation, he enhanced his observation haki, elevating it to a masterful level. In an instant, his aura erupted, creating ripples as his four-dimensional attributes soared, nearing the threshold of 80 points. His original attributes were Strength, 71, Physique, 72, Agility, 73, Spirit, 77. Now, they stood at Strength, 77, Physique, 78, Agility, 78, Spirit, 80. With the addition of true energy, he had undoubtedly ascended to the sub-emperor level. This lad seems to have grown stronger, Chu Urgu pondered. Urgu, you have forced me to unleash my full power. Prepare to meet your end. In an instant, Reno teleported beside a demon, unleashing a punch that struck like a phantom against its skull. A crisp sound echoed as the demon was sent flying hundreds of meters into the sea. Its forehead caved in, eyes rolling back. Even if it survived, it would likely suffer from a concussion. Impressive, it's still alive. Reno marveled, charging towards another demon. Kill him. The demon roared, meeting him with claws. The clash of their strikes generated a shockwave, forcing the demon back several meters as it incredulously exclaimed, "Is its physical strength greater than mine?" At that moment, Reno found himself besieged, his armed hockey enveloping his body, his fists ablaze with energy as he fought with wild abandon. The thunderous sounds of their combat resonated through the heavens, akin to an unending series of explosions. Chuergu, witnessing the spectacle, was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Excellent. Truly excellent. Such a physique is worthy of a deity. Observers from afar were left in awe. First by the terrifying aura of the demon, then by Reno's resilient performance against a multitude of formidable foes, astonishingly holding his ground. The battle raged on, with Chuergu occasionally weaving into the fray to strike with his sword. Reno, having mastered the art of combat, awakened the ability to foresee the future. Despite being besieged, he remained unflustered. As life and death clashed, his latent potential surged forth, enabling him to effortlessly wield various fighting techniques, growing stronger with each encounter. The demon, touted as a fifth-tier entity, was at most of elite general caliber. It was likely rated as such due to its physical prowess reaching the fifth tier. However, its physicality paled in comparison to Reno's, and several inexplicable spells were thwarted by his overwhelming presence, leaving only hand-to-hand combat. Ironically, melee was Reno's forte, resulting in a comprehensive suppression of the demon. 3 hours later, the outcome remained unresolved. Chuergu's pallor resembled that of a ghost. "Reno, I shall spare you for today." "Hold on a moment." Chuergu, a demon, shouted. "The human Reno is nearing his limit." "Nonsense. Your entire family is the one on the brink." Reno bellowed, pursuing the demon and soon rendering it unrecognizable. Chuergu produced a vial of blue elixir. His expression pained, and promptly gulped it down. "At most, I can endure for another half an hour." A sudden realization dawned upon Reno. "So that's it. Chuergu, you summon demons using mental energy to sustain them, lest they return to hell, correct? And what of it?" Chuergu, having been seen through, did not conceal his intentions. "It is sufficient to kill you." "Then let us see." The battle reignited. In the world of One Piece, while physical techniques do not extend life, they possess a remarkable trait: endurance, as prolonged skirmishes lasting days and nights are commonplace. Reno has inherited this characteristic, displaying an overwhelming and unyielding power, capable of unleashing its might for an entire day and night without respite. Chapter 44, The Coming of Doom. Half an hour later, Reno remains vibrant and vigorous, having already vanquished 5 demons, while the remaining 9 are all injured. Thanks to his ability to foresee the future, his movements are unparalleled, leaving him with only minor wounds. Chuergu, seizing the moment, is enveloped in a dark glow and swiftly vanishes from sight. What? Yet another such tactic. Reno, infuriated, unleashes his observation hockey and soon senses Chuergu from 10 kilometers away. There is no escape. Reno, resolute in his direction, soared forward like an arrow. Although his observation hockey could not rival Enel's vast network that encompassed an entire sea, it still extended over a range of 20 kilometers. If Chuergu could only teleport a distance of 10 kilometers, he would be entirely within Reno's sight. At that moment, black holes began to appear behind the demons, drawn back into the depths of hell by immense suction. However, in Reno's perception, only 12 black holes manifested, 3 fewer than expected. Could it be that 3 had perished? Without hesitation, Reno summoned his energy and shouted, "Lin, take your men to the seabed and retrieve the bodies. There should be 3 demons." His voice reverberated throughout Donglin City, signifying his victory and igniting a chorus of jubilant cheers. "Understood, Lord City Master." Lin Yi's voice crackled through the broadcast, clearly laced with excitement. "Reno, the City Master, is truly astonishing," exclaimed Ma Xingqian in awe. "Has he attained harmony so swiftly?" Dong Fengxian pondered. "Indeed. Lord Reno is a reincarnation of a divine being." "Yes, otherwise such rapid cultivation would be inexplicable," Quan Yuanda remarked. "If that is the case, could we seek his guidance on some divine techniques?" "First, prove your loyalty," Shirin interjected, "for Lord City Master would not casually impart his teachings to outsiders." "Very well. Upon Lord City Master's return, I shall merge the Wuliang sect with the City Master's estate. A mere sect, established merely to seek resources for oneself, has languished at a bottleneck for decades. Its existence is inconsequential. The pursuit of the supreme path remains the unchanging aspiration." Meanwhile, Chuergu was in a state of utter panic. He had never imagined being pursued like a dog, with no escape in sight. The day had dragged on, leaving him mentally exhausted and his potions depleted. His teleportation ability had dwindled from an initial 10 kilometers to less than 1. If he attempted a few more jumps, he would be rendered incapable of further movement. Urgu, do you not possess a teleportation scroll? Reno inquired, puzzled, as such items were readily available even within the Basha men. Deeply troubled, Urga thought to himself that he indeed possessed a teleportation scroll, but it required mental energy to activate. The moment of teleportation demanded a significant draw of mental strength to execute the skill. Essentially, it was akin to using his own mental power to activate another's skill, allowing him to utilize it without mastering it himself. The utility of the scroll lay therein. However, with Reno pursuing him so closely, he had barely regained any strength after consuming the potion before needing to teleport again, which further drained his energy. In such a repetitive cycle, he had no opportunity to recover. If he forcibly activated such a wide-ranging teleportation technique now, it would only result in backlash, worsening his predicament. Naturally, he refrained from voicing these thoughts and instead deflected, "How about we call it a day? You are over 2,500 years old. How can you be so naive? Youngster, I hold many secrets that I could share with you." Not interested. Renault resolutely declined. Chu Urgu posed a considerable threat. If he were to unleash the demon in his absence, Donglin City would be lost. This was his stronghold, the very cradle of his fan base. Although at present, an individual could only contribute a modest amount of fan points. As long as he remained alive long enough, after this generation, another would arise, an unending cycle, a continuous flow. Gradually, the accumulation would lead to a day when he would overpower the 4 emperors and trample on Emu. However, the existence of a formidable figure like Chu Urgu was a significant risk. It was imperative to eliminate him at the earliest opportunity rather than wait until calamity struck, leaving no room for regret. Renault, do you not realize that the world is destined for destruction in a few years? When that time comes, all living beings will perish, and only those who retreat to certain secret places will survive. Is that so? Renault remained noncommittal, his disbelief evident. I know of such a secret place. Release me, and I shall divulge the location to you. I am far more interested in ending your life. Renault, do not provoke me, lest you come to regret it. Use whatever means you wish. This is your doing. Chu Urgu, enveloped in dark radiance, did not flee. Instead, he charged toward Renault. With a powerful punch, Renault struck, and Chu Urgu exploded with a resounding boom, disintegrating into ashes. Such resoluteness? Renault was astonished, unprepared for Chu Urgu's unwavering determination. As the echoes of the explosion faded, a gray light surged forth, penetrating Renault's mind with an almost imperceptible speed. This is bad. Renault gasped in alarm. He dispelled his armed color and directed his full attention inward, examining his mental landscape. Ha ha ha, Renault, I've entered. In the vast emptiness of his consciousness, Chu Urgu's soul appeared as a colossal figure, laughing heartily as he soared towards the sole source of light. The center of this illumination was Renault's own soul, which, infused with awareness, suddenly opened its eyes wide. In a fleeting moment, it too transformed into a gigantic form, even larger than Chu Urgu by half. Chu Urgu's laughter abruptly ceased as he trembled. Renault, how can your mental strength be so formidable? Because I am the reincarnation of a deity. Renault jested. You truly are a reincarnated deity. My demise is not in vain. He exclaimed. Now you still dare to call yourself a god? Prepare to perish. Renault's soul delivered a punch, akin to an adult striking a kindergarten child. No, I refuse to accept this. Chu Urgu resisted desperately, yet he was relentlessly beaten. Fighting on foreign grounds was already a daunting task, compounded by the suppression of his soul's power by the rules of reincarnation. Thus, seizing control required the opponent to completely relinquish their defenses and genuinely accept him for a higher success rate. Any resistance, unless the opponent's soul was exceedingly weak, would lead to complications. The odds of forcibly claiming a powerful soul like Renault's were inherently slim. Nevertheless, emboldened by his 2,500 years of cultivation, he thought he might still have a chance, which drove him to desperation and self-detonation. However, at this moment, he was engulfed by profound despair. With Renault's soul power, even complete surrender would not ensure success, especially considering the continuous replenishment of energy in his mental domain. This battle was undoubtedly destined for his defeat. He yearned to escape, but avenues of retreat were blocked, and in a final roar, he declared, even in death, I will not allow you to succeed. With that, he detonated his soul, causing Renault's mental landscape to tremble and his head to throb painfully. Fragments of memories trickled in from the remnants of the soul, which Renaud absorbed, feeling a slight augmentation in his spirit. So that is how it is. Renaud comprehended that if Chu Urgu did not self-destruct, his spiritual power could have increased by at least 30%. However, now it was less than 1%, a mere consolation. The same applied to memories. Had there been no self-destruction, he would have peacefully absorbed Chu Urgu's memories of 2,500 years. Yet now, he possessed only fragments of recent years. An hour later, suspended quietly above the sea, Renaud suddenly opened his eyes in astonishment. The world was truly facing its apocalypse. From Chu Urgu's memories, he learned that every 10,000 years, celestial bodies would converge, merging two worlds into one. The other world was known as the Crimson Mist Realm, inhabited by countless monsters, devoid of reason and immensely powerful. During the convergence, the present world, the Eight Desolations realm, would be permeated by the crimson mist, enveloping the entire globe. Monsters would then enter the Eight Desolations realm through the mist, relentlessly devouring all living beings. This turmoil would persist for a century until the celestial bodies passed each other. Currently, in the boundless seas of the Eight Desolations realm, particularly in the far south, strange weather phenomena had already emerged, with auroras transforming into crimson beams, resembling blood spilled upon the earth. Based on Chu Urgu's historical analyses, it was predicted that within 5 years, the apocalypse would arrive, leading to untold suffering, with no one able to escape. Chapter 45. The Council Eastland City. As Renaud slowly flew across the sky, the air was filled with screams and cheers, resonating through the heavens. Long live Lord Renaud! Long live Lord Renaud! Long live Lord Renaud! Renaud smiled and waved in response to those below. Had he not feared being labeled ostentatious, he would have relished the opportunity to soar above Donglan City for a while before returning. The surge in his fanbase was simply irresistible. Upon landing at the Lord's Manor, hundreds awaited him. Renaud was warmly welcomed into the Grand Hall, where he ascended to a prominent position. Ladies and gentlemen, while we are gathered here, I have an important announcement to make. Observing the eager attention of the crowd, Renaud declared, I intend to bring an end to the turmoil and unify the realm. A brief silence enveloped the hall before it erupted in fervor. What splendid news! The Lord's decision is remarkably astute. It has long been our desire, and we have awaited this moment for far too long. Excitement coursed through the assembly, with some visibly thrilled while others contemplated the implications. First, we must address the overlapping positions, Renaud continued. Since we have resolved to engage in this endeavor, the existing governance will be dissolved from this day forth, and only Donglan City shall remain. Regarding the institutional framework, he noted, the traditional 3 provinces and 6 ministry system is already quite refined. With minor adjustments, it can be effectively implemented. I hereby appoint Lin Yi to take note of the proceedings. Yes, Lin Yi responded, producing paper and ink. First, we shall establish a cabinet. In my absence, the cabinet will manage affairs, with Lin Yi serving as the chief minister. The remaining members shall include Shirin, Ho Qing, Feng Ziyu, and Zhao Zhanghe. As for the 6 ministries, Reynolds was still lost in thought when Quan Yuanda suddenly interjected, Lord Reynolds, I have a matter to discuss. Oh, what is it? Master Quan? Reynolds replied, our entire Wuliang sect has unanimously decided to join the Lord's mansion. We humbly request your acceptance. Renaud had yet to respond, and Dongfang Shen remarked, my son in Moon Valley is equally committed. The Gongfu Merchants Association is willing to serve Lord Renaud diligently. Ma Xingchen added, from this day forth, the Sanha Martial Arts Hall shall pledge our utmost efforts to support Lord Renaud. Please do not take offense. Zhao Zhenwu chimed in with hearty laughter. Indeed, I am delighted that you all can join me in Donglan City. Your formidable strengths will certainly deter any nefarious elements. Renaud replied, then, for the time being, I shall assign you all to the positions of the 6 ministers. Not at all, not at all. The 4 responded courteously. Ma Xingchen, given your expertise in finance, you shall serve as the Minister of Revenue, and as for the Gongfu Merchants Association, you shall oversee it yourself. This lord shall not interfere. Renaud understood that he could not immediately absorb the entire merchant association and thus spoke with discretion. This situation parallels the historical instance of Mi Zhu supporting Liu Bei, where one could not stake everything at once, but rather invest gradually. Should Liu Bei face defeat, Mi Zhu could withdraw at any moment. Family investments are not reckless gambles. They require careful consideration. Presently, if a powerful adversary were to slay Renaud, Ma Xingchen would at least have an avenue of retreat. Forcing him to relinquish control of the association now would likely breed resentment and might lead him to secretly secure his own escape route, complicating future dealings. It is far better to allow him to invest willingly. As long as he remains undefeated, Ma Xingchen is unlikely to betray. Shirin, you shall continue managing the military as the Minister of War. Renault proceeded with the appointments. Zhao Zhenwu, you will be the commander of the Donglin City Imperial Guard, responsible for public order and security. Yes, the two responded affirmatively. Dongfang Xian, I am aware of your renowned forging skills at Sun and Moon Valley. Hence you shall take on the role of Minister of Works, overseeing equipment. Your servant obeys, Dongfang Xian replied. Quan Yuenda, Minister of Rights with diplomatic duties, Negong Xiangyang. Minister of Justice, and Ho Chung, Minister of History. Among the gathered few hundred, Renault selected those with merits and formidable strength for various positions, concluding, your sects and subordinates with talent can be promoted. Our immediate goal is to ensure smooth operations and take control of Bo Prefecture. Boss. At that moment, someone called out. What about me? Luo Jin pointed to himself, his face displaying urgency. Luo Jin, how could I forget you? However, your strength is too weak. Occupying a high position while being inexperienced could lead to unfortunate outcomes, much like big mouth and cross-eyed. This is not what I wish to see. Therefore, you shall first serve as the commander of the City Lord's Guard. By the way, have you made any progress in blood refinement body cultivation? Renault inquired. The elders began their studies long ago, but aside from Nangong Xiangyang, no one has made any headway, Luo Jin replied. We possess the blood of Sea Kings, yet it remains untapped. The celestial grade techniques I learned effortlessly now appear as enigmatic texts to others, which was unexpected. For instance, Lin Shiner, whom I personally instructed, has yet to grasp the fundamentals. Just 3 days ago, she barely succeeded in gathering her qi. Luo Jin continued, however, without the vital blood. My cultivation speed is exceedingly slow. I attempted to procure medicine from the apothecary king, but he demanded an exorbitant price, 100 gold dragons for a single blood essence pill. I can hardly afford even a few. Oh, the renowned apothecary king. Who is this? Asked Renault. He had never utilized medicinal breakthroughs. Thus, he was unfamiliar with the illustrious apothecary king of Donglin City, much to the astonishment of those around him. No way, boss. How could you not recognize the world's foremost apothecary king, Xiao Wuyo? Luo Jin exclaimed. Nonsense. I do not cultivate with medicine. So kindly enlighten me as to who dares to extort us, Renault replied. Cough, cough. Permit me to interject, Shirin said. The prices of the apothecary king's medicines have always been consistent. He has not been exorbitant. He has resided in Donglin City for 50 years, and his prices have always been fair. Oh, so the cultivation medicines are inherently so expensive? Renault inquired. There are no cheap intra-level medicines, Quan Yuenda replied. Since ancient times, the sages have scoured the land, leaving scant resources for future generations. Each major sect cultivates their own spiritual herbs. Yet the maturation of these herbs can take decades or even centuries. Rarity commands a high price. Hence the costs remain elevated. Indeed, Dongfang Xian added. In our Sun and Moon Valley, we typically use common medicines, which yield minimal advancement for the extraordinary. This has led many to venture into the boundless seas in search of spiritual herbs, with fewer than 1 in 100 returning. Thus, the boundless seas are fraught with peril? Ho Ching asked, astonished. It is not merely the weather and magical beasts. It is also the rampant murder and theft, with bandits lurking everywhere. The endless maritime region is severely chaotic, a veritable lawless land. I see. Renault mused for a moment. Please provide me with a detailed catalog of spiritual herbs. I may be able to procure them in large quantities. Large quantities. The crowd gasped in disbelief. City Lord, where do you intend to acquire such a vast supply of spiritual herbs? Linny inquired, curiosity piqued. Although uncertain of its veracity, the crowd awaited the answer with eager anticipation. This matter is still uncertain. Let us not dwell on it for now. Just ensure I receive that catalog. Additionally, Xiangyang, I possess ample magical beast blood, so refrain from using human blood for cultivation to avoid being branded as malevolent, tarnishing your noble image. Understood. Nangong Xiangyang responded with enthusiasm. Boss, I too desire magical beast blood, Luo Jin stated. I will place the magical beast blood in the contribution building. Ensure its preservation. The price shall be set at 1,000 contributions per barrel, Renault declared. 1,000 contributions equates to 1,000 silver eagles, approximately 28 golden dragons. How remarkably affordable. Nanyang Xianyang was unexpectedly astonished. Within the grand hall, many individuals exhibited expressions of excitement, their thoughts seemingly deep in contemplation. The blood refinement overlord body, a celestial tier martial art, required no medicinal assistance. As long as one possessed ample essence blood, one could ascend effortlessly to the saintly realm, making it the most formidable technique within the current city lord's mansion. Previously, due to the scarcity of essence blood, few dared to cultivate it. However, if one had an abundance of beast blood, other techniques would pale in comparison. No need for spiritual herbs, nor even for breakthrough pills, as one could procure an entire barrel of beast blood for merely 28 golden dragons. Such fortune is unparalleled. If not to seize this opportunity now, then when? Chapter 46. The Medicine King. Renaud raised his hand to quell the tumultuous scene before him. He then proceeded to discuss matters of state, recalling the adage that governing a vast realm is akin to cooking a delicate dish. Although he was unparalleled in strength, immediate unification of the world was not feasible. Without governance, chaos would only ensue. Hence, your immediate task is to ensure the seamless execution of policies and to have a thorough understanding of your positions. First, stabilize the entirety of Boisjou, and only after this should you consider subduing the neighboring warlords. I have heard whispers that the forces at Qingshui Pass to the south are covertly colluding with the forces at Baiji. Minister Shi, is this true? Shirin replied affirmatively. Yes. The general stationed at Huaiagwan to the north is named Shirtang, my nephew, and I trust there will be no issues there. However, the general at Qishui Pass, Jin Yuqing, is indeed the brother-in-law of Xiong Kaishan and has intricate ties with the underworld of Donglin City. I suspect that many contraband goods have passed through him in the past. But alas, I have no evidence to substantiate this. Renaud pondered, how can such a person remain unscathed now that I have ascended to power? Donglin City possesses 3 strategic passes, to the north, west, and south. The western pass, Jingshan City, is merely a trade route, hindered by mountains that create a convoluted path, making it easy to defend yet difficult to assault. Only a fool would attempt an offensive against Boisjou from that direction. The southern and northern passes, Qishui Pass and Huaiagwan, are quite different. Breaching these passes would lead to an unimpeded advance, necessitating a formidable military presence. Though you have commanded the family of Xiong Kaishan to set sail, Jin Yuqing is not technically family, merely a relative, Shirin remarked. Perhaps this is why he harbors a sense of reckless hope in remaining behind. It is merely a case of being too entrenched in power to let go, Lin Yi observed. If he truly wished to align himself with us, he would have made his intentions known to the city lord by now. Instead, he is secretly in league with Baiji and may one day betray us. The existence of such a detrimental element still lingering is a burden I must bear, Renaud thought. Upon assuming the lordship, he had barely settled in before chaos erupted anew. The affairs of Donglin City remained untended, let alone those of the borders. Boisjou comprises 3 counties, 7 cities, 15 towns, and over 100 villages. Merely managing personnel changes and appointments would consume considerable time, making it impossible to swiftly gain control of the entire province. What is the strength of Jin Yuqing? Renaud inquired. At the pinnacle of his domain, he is but a step away from breaking through, Shirin replied. Zhao Zhenwu, you shall make a trip to apprehend this individual along with his subordinates, Xiangyang, meticulously gather evidence. If the situation is dire, execute them publicly in the marketplace. Renaud commanded coldly. Understood. The two replied in unison. The appointments of county magistrates, city lords, and town heads shall be deliberated by the cabinet, and all welfare policies must be implemented without fail. Is there anything else? The city lord, is it possible that the old wretch has finally perished? Linny inquired cautiously. He has turned to ash, Renaud responded. Truly, you are a remarkable city lord. Are you, perhaps, a reincarnation of a celestial being? Ho Chung could not restrain his curiosity. This question had circulated widely, piquing the interest of many, yet only those with close ties, like Ho Chung, dared to ask. Renaud had long contemplated the answer and proclaimed, I am the celestial warrior who perished in the cataclysmic battle of gods and demons a millennium ago. The title of celestial warrior carries with it an aura of divine mastery over combat, which explains the remarkable evolution of strength exhibited. Indeed, the atmosphere was rife with jubilation and fervor. Renaud gazed quietly as the people of this world held a steadfast belief in the existence of deities and demons, their faith unwavering. Given this, why not embrace local customs and indulge in their fantasies? This could also be advantageous for garnering followers. Why not weave a benevolent lie? At that moment, someone reported that the body of the demon had been recovered. Renaud led the group outside to behold the spectacle. 3 demon corpses, each towering at 10 meters, were being slowly transported through the streets on dozens of carts. The townsfolk gazed with wide, curious eyes, engaging in animated discussions. Some foreigners exclaimed in astonishment. Upon reaching the fountain square in front of the Lord's mansion, the bodies came to a halt, awaiting further action. The Lord remarked, "These demons of the harmonious path are treasures in themselves. Their bones, claws, and sinews could be refined into exquisite artifacts. Perhaps it would be wise to entrust them to my servants for the crafting of spiritual weapons. Can their vital essence be utilized?" Luo Jin inquired. The 3 demons. Their heads caved in from shattered brains, were no visible wounds, yet their blood remained intact. Just then, an elderly man strode forward, clasping his hands in greeting. "I am Shi Wuyo, honored to meet you, my lord." "Oh, you are the renowned apothecary of the world?" Renaud observed with keen interest. Shi Wuyo, with his beard cascading to his chest and youthful visage, exuded an air of vitality and stature, his aura suggesting he was of the celestial realm. "Indeed, I am he, though I humbly reject the title of the greatest. That is but flattery from others. Have you come to seek allegiance with me?" "Not at all. I merely wish to propose a transaction with you, my lord." "What sort of transaction?" "I wish to purchase one of the demon corpses. I implore you to part with it." "What price do you offer?" 10 opportunities for acquisition, Shi Wuyo declared with an air of pride. Renaud inquired, "What does opportunity for sale refer to?" "Alchemy. In other words, if you assist me in refining medicine 10 times, I shall bestow upon you a demon of the harmony realm." "Is that the interpretation?" "That is also a valid understanding." Renaud spoke with irritation. "Wuyo, do you think too highly of yourself? To demand a precious corpse after refining just 10 potions, how audacious you are." "Well, my lord, I believe that is quite reasonable." Shireen replied. "Reasonable?" Renaud exclaimed in astonishment. Perhaps the lord is unaware that in this world, not only are spiritual herbs rare, but spiritual herb masters are equally scarce. Many major sects can only cultivate 1 or 2 proficient masters, as this requires an immense quantity of spiritual herbs for practice. Elder Shi is not merely a spiritual herb master. He is also a medicine king. The title medicine king refers to a master capable of refining 4th-grade extraordinary elixirs. "This is something I was not well acquainted with," Renaud admitted. Shireen elaborated. "A spiritual herb master at the 1st level can refine steel realm herbs. At the 2nd level, they can refine overlord realm ones and are called master herb masters. At the 3rd level, they can refine celestial realm herbs and are known as spiritual herb grandmasters. At the 4th level, they can refine sage realm herbs and are termed medicine kings. The 5th level allows for the refinement of Tao harmonization herbs, earning the title of medicine god. Currently, within the borders of the Qian kingdom, a medicine god has not been seen for millennia, and there are fewer than 5 medicine kings. Elder Sun ranks first, with a success rate of 2 to 3 out of 10 furnaces. Typically, when they offer their services, the fee is no less than 10,000 gold, and one must wait in line for several years. Renaud was left speechless. With a mere success rate of 20 to 30%, it astonishingly ranked first, and people had to queue for several years. Even the giant panda is not as cherished as you. Indeed, it echoes the ancient adage, rarity enhances value. I, the old man, can grant the Lord the privilege to cut in line, allowing you to seek my alchemical expertise at any time, limited to 10 attempts. However, Shi Wuyo remarked, "It must be done according to the rules. Each attempt requires 3 materials, with any surplus belonging to me, and I shall bear the losses of failure." "Look at you. So arrogant." Renaud cursed inwardly. "I shall also present you with a condition. If you pledge allegiance to me, I would not mind providing you with a corpse." "Absolutely not." Shi Wuyo resolutely declined. "I am accustomed to a free and unfettered life, and I despise constraints." "If that is the case, then let it be." Renaud understood that it was unrealistic to expect others to submit to him. After all, who would willingly yield to someone wealthy, powerful, esteemed, and formidable? Chapter 47. The Great Accomplishment of the Thousand-Handed Buddha Lin Yi. A notice was to be published in the newspaper, announcing a demon auction to be held in Donglin City in a month's time. "At your command, Lord Lei," replied the old man, Su Wuyo, somewhat astonished. Ever since he achieved the title of Medicine King, he had been pursued by many, with the former city lord, Xiong Kaishan, often bowing in deference to request potions from him. His demands had never been refused, yet this time he was met with indifference. "No need. Keep it for yourself," came the curt reply. "Oriental Xian. Here, your majesty." You take one corpse for research. Do as you please. The remaining 2 will be auctioned off in a month. Thank you, Lord. Oriental Xian beamed with joy. Boss, can the demon's blood be used for cultivation? Luo Jin inquired once more. The demon's blood contains a potent essence of corruption. It can only be refined into poison pills, certainly not for cultivation, Su Wuyo clarified for Luo Jin. Is that so? What a pity. It is blood from a being of the harmonious realm, Luo Jin expressed, a hint of disappointment in his tone. Pathetic. The beast blood from the contribution house should suffice for you. Now be gone. Renaud chided lightly. Understood. Linny, I wish to establish a hospital to provide free medical care for the populace. You may choose the location, Renaud instructed further. Free again. Linny hesitated for a moment before resolutely stating, Lord, if this continues, we shall face bankruptcy. The shelter offers free food and lodging. And now countless refugees are attempting to reach us, already exceeding 1 million. We are overwhelmed just setting up tents daily, not to mention the consumption of clothing and food, costing at least hundreds of gold dragons each day. Did I not instruct you to employ labor in exchange for aid? Surely, this inexpensive workforce can be put to use. However, there are over 1 million people. There simply aren't enough tasks to be done. Nonsense. First, plan the outer city, demolish the old houses, and convert all the dirt roads in both the inner and outer city into paved roads. Second, install streetlights throughout, transforming Donglan City into a city that never sleeps. Third, learn from foreign methods to construct sewers that allow for free movement within. Fourth, assist the impoverished in repairing their homes, particularly the dilapidated structures in the slums. A renovation would suffice for habitation. Fifth, erect a city wall in the outer city, reaching a height of 100 meters. What? The crowd was taken aback. Did you say 100 meters, my lord? Zhao Zhenghe questioned, doubting his own hearing. Indeed, 100 meters. The reasons will be revealed later, for now. You need not know too much, lest it disrupt your focus, Renaud replied. The assembly pondered this, refraining from further inquiries. If that is the case, then indeed, 1 million people could be employed, Lin Yi remarked. However, the expenses for materials alone would amount to a staggering sum. Have we amassed no savings from seizing so many gangs? Well, it seems you emptied the coffers last time, my lord. Zhao Zhenghe spoke softly. Ah, I almost forgot. I will return it shortly. By the way, Zhao Zhenghe, I am here. The cabinet affairs are not numerous. We shall deliberate on the significant matters each day. And in our spare time, we can attend to other pursuits. Indeed, what should I do? The Imperial Guard is tasked with overseeing the officials and gathering intelligence from across the realm. You shall assemble your own team, and I will allocate the necessary funds. Now, I have an initial assignment for you. Locate my biological parents. Your biological parents? I am uncertain who they might be. I have no knowledge of them. When I was 5, my parents sold me to traffickers. I still recall crying out in despair, only to be struck twice by the trafficker and subsequently lose consciousness. Oh, this is indeed unfortunate. Zhao Zhenghe was at a loss for words. I used to harbor great resentment towards them, but reflecting upon it now, with 3 children in the family, my parents could hardly sustain us and were left with no choice but to sell one perceived as less valuable. Perhaps by selling me, they could survive and alleviate the burden on the family. I no longer hold a grudge against them. Finding them and providing for their old age is my duty. After all, they bestowed upon me the gift of life and nurtured me for 5 years. Lord, you are truly a paragon of filial piety. I am humbled. Spare me the flattery. This matter is entrusted to you. I only recall awakening on a river known as Sancha River. Later, we encountered river bandits, and the traffickers were slain. Our vessel was seized, and we children were cast overboard to fend for ourselves. Sancha River, I understand. Very well, that will suffice. Fengziyu, I am here. You are to oversee the construction projects throughout the city. Understood. Renaud, in a state of discontent, returned directly to the Lord's mansion after speaking. In the ensuing month, the city of Donglan underwent a remarkable transformation, bustling with the fervent efforts of millions. Various roads were constructed day and night, and numerous old buildings were demolished. Under Renaud's insistence, all were replaced with 10-story residential complexes. Fortunately, cement was already available, for without it, such towering edifices could not withstand the weight. Had modern techniques been absent, deeper foundations would have been unachievable, allowing for even loftier structures. The excavation of underground sewage systems commenced as well, and the announcement of a 100-meter city wall sparked a considerable uproar among the populace. Opinions varied widely. Some deemed it extravagant, Others criticized it as wasteful, and some claimed the Lord's manor had lost its senses. Nevertheless, in the realm of Qian, freedom of speech prevailed, with several so-called eminent scholars pontificating in the newspapers. Yet, the majority supported Renaud, whose prestige in Donglan City soared to unprecedented heights, granting him the authority to undertake any endeavor. His initiatives of free education, free healthcare, free housing repairs, and the sheltering of refugees garnered the overwhelming support of the populace, further bolstered by numerous welfare programs. For instance, the establishment of a labor bureau assigned jobs to all unemployed individuals, the institution of weekends, and a restriction of work hours to no more than 8 per day. Citizens' committees were formed in all neighborhoods, allowing grievances to be directly addressed, thus ensuring that injustices could reach the highest echelons of power. The trade of narcotics was strictly prohibited, with execution awaiting those apprehended in the act. Brothels operated under a principle of voluntary engagement, with coercion leading to severe penalties of no less than 10 years, potentially culminating in the death penalty. Gambling establishments were forbidden from charging usurious interest, with rates capped at those of banks. The head tax, forced labor, and tolls were abolished, culminating in a sweeping reform that subjected the wealthiest landowners to taxation based on land area. This was an overt challenge to the landlords, aristocrats, and noble classes. The collapse of the Qian state stemmed primarily from land annexation, which incited class conflict akin to fire and water, coupled with a corrupt court, oppressive governance, and rampant misconduct among officials. The central authority lost its grip on local affairs, inciting numerous peasant uprisings and enabling ambitious individuals to seize power. Ultimately, this devolved into a struggle for dominance, with the emperor falling under the control of warlords, rendering the nation unrecognizable. Taxing the land of the nobility, who typically enjoyed exemptions, prompted immediate backlash. When Renaud issued a decree for a forceful crackdown, the consequences were dire. A river of blood flowed as heads rolled. In Boizhou, such drastic measures could be enacted, yet in other regions, rulers would have faced swift retribution. Historically, during the Ming dynasty, emperors had met their ends in a similar fate, illustrating the overwhelming power of the ruling class, which could even lead to regicide without tarnishing their reputations. Throughout this month, Renaud delved into the study of the thousand-handed tathagata technique. Having made significant progress, the costs of advancement were surprisingly modest. 100 fan points marked his entry, 1,000 signified a minor accomplishment, 10,000 indicated mastery, and 100,000 represented the pinnacle of excellence. Beyond that, further advancement became unattainable, with subsequent fan points disappearing entirely, totaling just over 110,000 expended. Suddenly, his bones crackled, his physique strengthened by 10%, and his agility increased by 20%. Along with a marked improvement in punching speed, the pinnacle of celestial tier martial techniques proved to be the ultimate limit, suggesting that practices below this tier could not transcend the realm of sages. It is no wonder that various sects fervently pursued celestial tier techniques, even at the cost of sectarian wars. Renaud contemplated regretfully. Unfortunately, Carp's fist bones were not a martial technique and could not be directly enhanced. They could only be refined gradually. However, after mastering the thousand-hand tathagata technique, the benefits were immense, allowing the refinement of his fist bones to progress rapidly. In just a month, he had reached the threshold of half a fist, and with another month of effort, he could achieve full mastery. Chapter 48. The wholesale of spiritual herbs in the world of One Piece. Renaud was not idle, occasionally traversing back to attend to matters. He first sought Carp's guidance on the ultimate secret of the 6 styles, the return of life. Then, he shamelessly obtained the application manual for Conqueror's Haki from Sengoku, enduring several scoldings for being overly ambitious and impractical, lacking the Haki yet pondering its use. The final task involved locating the branch of the World Economic Journal at the Navy headquarters, requesting a special edition, only to be firmly rejected. After offering a substantial sum of 100 million berries, Morgans personally negotiated via a den mushi, and approval was granted. Thus, for nearly a month, the news printed by the One Piece World's newsbirds surged dramatically, releasing a complimentary special edition titled Herbal Compendium, containing over 20 pages, each featuring 10 types of herbs with images. It detailed their properties, growing environments, and the corresponding bounty offered. Instantly, the common folk, treasure hunters, adventurers, and even bounty hunters were stirred by the news. After all, searching for herbs was considerably safer than hunting pirates. Moreover, the bounties were enticing. with the lowest at 100,000 berries and the highest reaching an astounding 100 million berries. Discovering a single herb could lead to financial freedom. Consequently, a new profession emerged, the herbal hunter. While the longevity of this occupation remained uncertain, dependent on how long the newspaper could continue to collect herbs. The low barriers to entry allowed many impoverished individuals to rekindle hope, potentially saving countless families. In the eastern city, within the council hall, Reno and the cabinet members were present. "My lord, we are bankrupt," Lin stated grimly. "Unless we secure a loan, we will either have to delay salaries or halt our projects." I inquired about loans. Feng Ziyu stroked his goatee. "Foreign banks charge exorbitant interest of 50%, akin to usury. There is only one domestic bank, Fengwei Bank, owned by the prominent Zhang family of the Central Plains. They have no goodwill towards us and outright rejected our request." Renault, unperturbed, chuckled. "It seems that the formidable policy of levying taxes on land has indeed made quite an impact. Even the Central Plains have heard of it." The crowd remained silent, their expressions contemplative. After all, the primary reason for their financial woes lay with Renault, who had appropriated 80% of the treasury's wealth this month, an astonishing sum of 300,000 gold dragons. Under normal circumstances, the annual tax revenue of Donglan City would scarcely amount to 10 or 20,000 gold dragons. The recent confiscation of funds from numerous gangs, combined with the riches of rebellious aristocratic families, had essentially found its way into Renault's coffers. "What expressions are those? Do you truly suspect me of embezzlement? Such a vast sum is of no use to me," he remarked, gesturing dismissively. As Renault gestured with a wave of his hand, numerous jade boxes appeared on the ground. "What is this?" Shireen caught a whiff of the fragrant herbs, and, sensing something extraordinary, excitedly picked up one of the boxes. Upon opening it, she exclaimed, 3,000-year-old blood jade ginseng. The others immediately joined in, their astonishment palpable. 1,000-year-old blood lotus. 5,000-year-old tricolor grass. My heavens, a 10,000-year-old red spirit bamboo. Could it be that the milk of the earth still harbors such treasures? This is an ancient divine artifact, the enlightened heart and path fruit. As various boxes were opened, the scent of herbs wafted throughout the grand hall, and the crowd was flushed with excitement. What do you think? Was this expenditure worthwhile? This is merely 10%. The remaining 90% is on its way. We are now only lacking a spiritual pharmacist, Renault remarked. He had coveted the profession of a spiritual pharmacist himself, yet lamented that it was merely a method of concocting medicines, not a skill or technique that could enhance one's abilities. Only 10%. The crowd glowed with exhilaration, unanimously declaring it to be exceedingly worthwhile. Currently, we have only 3 spiritual pharmacists, 2 first-tier and 1 second-tier master. I wonder how much spiritual medicine it would take to cultivate one to the 4th-tier medicinal king. Should we seek the help of Shiwuyo? Ho Ching inquired. No. That old man can go to hell. His ascension to medicinal king was achieved through a pile of spiritual medicines. I refuse to believe that others, with unlimited spiritual medicine at their disposal, cannot also attain the title of medicinal king. Moreover, we should take advantage of this auction to sell off high-tier spiritual medicines for some funds, Renault replied. Are we really selling it? Zhao Jinghe lamented, holding the enlightened heart and path fruit, reluctant to part with it. If you can't bear to let it go, then consume it, Renault suggested. Ah. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What is the issue? Zhao Jinghe asked excitedly. Lord City Master, this is a 5th-tier spiritual medicine, capable of refining pills for the harmonization realm. Although no one can currently refine it, consuming it directly seems rather extravagant, doesn't it? It's fine. I have plenty of spiritual medicines. Anyone in need should feel free to take them, as enhancing our strength is of utmost priority. Renault waved his hand dismissively. Well then, I shall not be polite, Zhao Jinghe declared, tucking the jade box into his embrace. You shameless individual. Feng Ziyu silently cursed, his eyes gleaming as he secreted the earthly spirit milk into his sleeve. Shireen, too, did not hold back, taking 2 rare fruits for herself. Linny and Ho Cheng, lacking in experience, were momentarily unsure of what to take, deciding to bide their time, confident that nothing would escape their grasp. Lord City Master, where can we procure these spiritual medicines? Ho Cheng inquired. Renault, enigmatic as ever, remarked, I have a friend, a practitioner of herbal medicine, from whom I procured these items. The crowd exchanged glances, hesitant to inquire further, pondering that this herbalist might indeed possess otherworldly abilities. Matters concerning the supernatural are better left untouched by mere mortals. Monkey, I entrust the management of the precious herbs to you. Linny, How are the preparations for the auction proceeding? Renault inquired. Lenny responded with composed assurance. Everything is progressing smoothly. Tomorrow's auction will undoubtedly be the largest in the history of the Qian Kingdom, featuring an astounding array of 1,000 items. It may take a month or two to conclude the bidding. So many. Are they all rare treasures? Renault asked. Indeed. Only items valued at over 100 gold dragons qualify for the auction. My team has exercised stringent scrutiny, ensuring each piece is of exceptional quality. We are currently deliberating whether to raise our commission. Renault pondered for a moment and declared, let's not raise the commission, we shall maintain it at 5. Our priority is to establish our reputation, and we should not be preoccupied with trivial gains. Hosting this event annually will ensure a steady stream of income. Understood. Now, let us discuss further. Given the rare assembly of such a large crowd, it would be a missed opportunity not to create some excitement, Renault continued, shifting the conversation. Create excitement. The group exchanged glances, momentarily silent, until Shireen spoke first. I have an idea. Perhaps we could take advantage of this opportunity to persuade some warlords to surrender. Indeed, that is a commendable notion. With our current stability in Boizhou, it is time to expand outward, Renault agreed. I shall take charge of this task. Many warlord leaders have come in person. We can invite them for discussions. Remember, we must win them over with virtue. Of course, I shall do my utmost. Noticing Shi Yin's hesitation, Renault added, naturally, virtue also encompasses martial virtue. Do you understand? Understood. Shireen sighed in relief. If their martial virtue is more substantial, they may approach me at any time. Understood. Chapter 49. Donglin City, I have an idea as well. The cultivation of elixir masters is arduous, and the 3 alchemists in Donglin City were originally from Xiongkaishan. Their loyalty cannot be guaranteed, and their abilities are mediocre at best. It would be prudent to abandon them and instead organize an alchemy competition, Ho Qing suggested. We could then recruit the top 10 for our purposes. Excellent. Indeed, compared to those exceptional talents, mediocre individuals would squander more elixirs. Let us proceed as you propose. You shall preside over the alchemy competition. Understood. Since we are organizing an alchemy competition, why not also hold a martial arts tournament? Renault proposed. We could recruit strong individuals for official positions. I believe many would be willing to participate. Feng Galao, I entrust this matter to you. Yes. Feng Ziyu responded affirmatively. By the way, I have a substantial amount of monster blood here. Monkey, please take it to Elder Yu. Renault produced a storage ring. A spatial artifact obtained from Chu Ergu. It was slightly smaller than the necklace space of Xiong Kaishan, yet perfectly suited for transport. In the world of pirates. While Renault entrusted the news agency with gathering herbs, he also placed an advertisement to acquire the heart blood of Sea Kings. The price was set at 100,000 berries per barrel, a considerable sum. Typically, a small Sea King could yield around 10 barrels of heart blood, amounting to 1,000,000 berries. Medium-sized ones could produce several dozens, and for the colossal giants, slaying one would equate to a fortune. Consequently, numerous reckless pirates and bounty hunters ventured forth to hunt the Sea Kings, with casualties in the thousands. However, with news agencies scattered across the globe, by the time the blood reached the naval headquarters, much of its potency had dissipated into mere refuse. To compound matters, there were numerous fakes, blood that was neither heart blood nor even from Sea Kings. Enraged, Renault lambasted Morgans over the transponder snail, adamantly refusing to pay the fees. As for the subsequent identification of the blood, that was no longer Renault's concern. As the most formidable intelligence organization, Morgans would surely find a method. Ho Qing received the ring, infused it with his vital energy, and scanned its contents, astonished. So much. A total of 10,000 barrels. Each worth approximately half a golden dragon, totaling 5,000 golden dragons. However, some were poorly preserved, leading to significant energy depletion. Fortunately, as a spatial artifact, it functioned in a vacuum, proving more effective than a cold storage unit, allowing for preservation for several years. Upon exchange, contributions would be adjusted based on energy levels. Understood. Ho Qing remarked, I shall inform Elder Yu. The elder, known as Yu Lao, was over 280 years old and nearing the end of his days. He possessed peak dominance realm power and had originally been a grand elder of a sect, which he joined after it shifted allegiance. Theoretically, those at the dominance realm could live for 300 years, though reality often contradicted this. As mortals say, life is fleeting, and while many live to 70 or 80, countless others perish in their 50s or 60s. Nowadays, Yu Lao spent his days basking in the sun outside the contribution hall, fulfilling his guarding duties. The exchange of goods was typically managed by several designated personnel, rendering his personal involvement unnecessary, exemplifying a life of idle retirement. City Lord, this beast blood is remarkably inexpensive. What tier does it belong to? Around tier 1 or 2, Reno replied. The strength of sea kings varies. Some are formidable while others are weak. Since reaching the celestial realm, the potency of sea king blood had become negligible, and after attaining the sage realm, it was rendered utterly ineffective. Presently, only the few sea kings surrounding Fishman Island, those possessing some semblance of intelligence, might still hold some value. Thus, it could be inferred that most sea kings were at best of steel or dominance realm strength. A barrel of tier 1 beast blood, in the outside world, starts at a minimum of 100 golden dragons, yet the city lord acquired it for merely half a golden dragon, an astonishing 200-fold return, Zhao Zheng had calculated, marveling. Tier 2 blood could yield returns of 5 times, even up to 1,000-fold. Feng Ziyu interface. Observing the joy on everyone's faces, Renault cautioned, do not be overly optimistic. The blood of the beast is not limitless. If possible, refrain from selling. Only part with some if funds are critically low. The colossal sea kings, typically dwelling in the calm zones of the ocean, require vast amounts of marine life for their sustenance, making it improbable for them to gather in droves. Given the current circumstances, there exists a possibility of driving them to the brink of extinction. In the pursuit of wealth, intelligent races unleash astonishing vigor, evidenced by the countless species that faced annihilation in a previous era. The 5 individuals nodded in understanding. Within the Lord's manor, the 6 continued their deliberations, addressing matters such as the appropriateness of official appointments, whether a certain individual's merits warranted promotion, any modifications required for the planning of Donglin City, the reliability of the newly appointed general at Qing Shui Pass following the demise of Jinyu City, and the consideration of acquiring additional fire god cannons, which numbered in the thousands. A series of inquiries awaited the cabinet's resolution. Outside, the entire Donglin City resembled a cauldron of excitement, with a festive atmosphere permeating the air. The sounds of vendors hawking their wares, children laughing and playing, car horns blaring, pedestrians chatting, and street performers entertaining created a vibrant symphony. The streets were thronged with passers-by, vehicles navigating the bustling thoroughfares, all in a splendid display of prosperity and floral abundance. Such lively scenes were seldom witnessed in a century. Dream Changshi strolled through the streets, dazzled by the spectacle. Her younger sister, Dream Mei, looked around with curiosity, bouncing with energy, frequently indulging in delightful snacks from the nearby stalls. Well, that is Fairy Changshi. Someone recognized her, noting her 5th rank on the Chang Kingdom's talents list, as well as her exceptional alchemical prowess, a rarity in 100 years. Beside her stood her sister Dream Mei, merely 15 yet already astonishingly beautiful. In a few years, she too would blossom into a fairy. They hailed from the Mirror Moon Pavilion, renowned for its elixirs, and were likely to participate in the upcoming auction, seizing the opportunity to sell their potions. Perhaps the flesh and blood of the demon at the Tao harmonization realm could be refined into elixirs as well. Let us go and make their acquaintance. Sister, you have once again attracted a swarm of admirers. They are approaching, Dream Mei remarked with a hint of mischief. Once again, perhaps they are seeking you. Dream Changshi retorted playfully. I am still young, unlike you, sister, whose suitors have practically leveled the mountain gate. At that moment, as a group of youthful heroes approached, Dream Changshi hailed a rickshaw, and the sisters urged the driver to hurry. Upon noticing the 2 fragrant beauties, the driver was invigorated, shouting, "Hold on tight," and began to sprint. To the dock. I hear a grand open-air auction has been constructed there, Dream Mei exclaimed. Indeed. It was built just this past month and can accommodate 20,000 people. It is truly immense, the driver replied. Are you ladies also attending the auction? Yes. My master has already purchased tickets and even sent some items for auction, Dream Mei responded. How impressive. The auction standards are quite high. Items valued below 100 golden dragons are not permitted for entry. Indeed, we at the Mirror Moon Pavilion are the foremost sect of elixirs in the realm. Sister, why are you pinching me? Speak less. No one takes you for a mute. Understood. By the way, dear coachman, could you enlighten us about Lord Ren of Donglin City? Meng Yao inquired further. The coachman, with a face full of reverence, responded, Lord Ren is a reincarnation of a divine being, known as the Battle Sage Immortal. In his previous life, he perished alongside a great demon king to safeguard humanity. And now, having been reborn, we humans have once again been graced by this saintly figure. Chapter 50. The Pirates, is that so? Meng Yao asked, puzzled. I have only heard that he is a reincarnation of a divine being, known as the Battle Sage Immortal, and that he perished with the great Demon King. Indeed, as a humble resident of Donglin, I am most privy to the ins and outs of this matter. This was stated by Lord Lin Ishu. The coachman asserted confidently. So he is truly a saint. No wonder he has issued so many decrees for the benefit of the nation and its people, Ming Yao said. Her face filled with awe. Indeed, with the arrival of a saint, the turmoil will soon come to an end. Might I suggest, ladies, that you consider aligning yourselves with Lord Ren to secure a prominent position in the future? The coachman remarked, lamenting, Alas, I have a family, otherwise. I would also wish to enlist. We shall consider it. By the way, what is happening over there? It seems quite lively. That is the marketplace of our Donglin city, where one can procure anything. I have heard that weapons, elixirs, and martial arts manuals are currently on sale, the coachman replied. Sister, shall we venture in to take a look? Do not be foolish. With so many people, how long will it take to squeeze through? Let us first inspect the auction venue. Very well. At the port of Donglin City, an expansive wasteland near the square has been transformed into a series of elevated platforms, rising in tiers like the remnants of an ancient colosseum. However, it remains entirely exposed to the elements, lacking any form of sunshade. Given the constraints of time, the construction has prioritized essential structures, even in the absence of enclosing walls. With 8 passageways guarded by soldiers to deter any unwelcome intrusions, the venue accommodates 20,000 seats, with a vast central area comparable in size to a football field. Currently, a stage is being erected, where technicians are diligently fine-tuning equipment, including microphones, speakers, and lighting. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the auction is set to commence tomorrow, featuring 3 sessions each day, morning, noon, and evening due to the overwhelming number of items available. A leisurely pace would render the auction unfeasible, potentially extending over a year and a half. The collective choice to auction their treasures here is not without reason. Firstly, as a reincarnation of divine beings, Reno, a formidable force, is unlikely to resort to theft, as such actions would lead to his own disgrace. Secondly, Reno's reputation is akin to that of a living saint. Making clandestine schemes implausible, his integrity is universally acknowledged. Thirdly, the martial prowess of Donglin City ensures a secure environment. Lastly, in a world rife with chaos and lacking safe channels for trade, many treasures have been hoarded, making this rare opportunity all the more enticing. Consequently, treasures from across the realm have converged on the auction in Donglin City, resulting in an unprecedented event. Additionally, the sheer number of attendees, powerful beings, influential factions, and affluent individuals creates a vibrant atmosphere, prompting the question, when else would one seize such an opportunity to auction their valuables, unless one is unwilling to sell? The port today is bustling with activity. The sisters Meng Changxi, intrigued, strolled around the auction grounds before making their way directly to the square where an acrobatic performance was taking place. Just as they were engrossed in the spectacle, a thunderous cannonade erupted from the distant sea, reverberating like a tempest. The crowd erupted in chaos, with the audacious climbing to higher vantage points, only to glimpse 5 grand vessels engaged in a fierce chase, one fleeing while 4 pursued, locked in a tumultuous struggle. As they drew nearer, it became evident that the pursuing ships bore the flag of pirates. This was intolerable, with the grand event imminent. The presence of pirates was an affront to the dignity of Donglin City. Immediately, naval warships surged forth, robust and menacing, joining the fray. Yet the pirates pressed on with reckless abandon, unleashing a blinding flash of steel that cleaved one military vessel in twain. In the city Lord's training grounds, Reno was diligently studying the art of life restoration. Once perfected, this technique would exponentially enhance his stamina, enabling him to fight for days on end without fatigue. The challenge, however, was formidable. Reno had yet to master it, though he sensed he was on the cusp of success. Upon reflection, he examined his current attributes: strength, 78, constitution, 78, agility, 79, spirit, 80. The 6 forms of the Navy: iron block, minor progress, 11,100, finger gun, minor progress, 13,100, gale foot, minor progress, 15,100, paper drawing, minor progress, 13,100, shave, minor progress, 17,100, moonwalk, minor progress, 16,100, armament hockey, mastery, 35,100, observation hockey, mastery, 46,100, blood refinement, eightfold, 14,100, great food technique, mastery, complete, 1,000 hands of the Tathagata, complete, fan value, 1. 854, 255. With fan value nearing 2 million, it was nearly at its zenith. In the 7 cities of Guizhou, aside from Donglan City, the others were relatively small with modest populations. The entire Guizhou region boasted just over 10 million inhabitants, with 6 to 7 million residing in Donglan City. This vast populace provided him with nearly 5 million fan value, with a turnover rate exceeding 50%, a remarkable feat indicative of his considerable popularity among the masses. What, pray tell, was the source of that cannon fire? Reno, filled with astonishment and anger, felt his fleeting inspiration abruptly severed. He swiftly followed the sound, propelling himself towards the harbor. In the distance, he beheld a warship cleaved in two, igniting a fury within him. With fervent gestures, he unleashed a series of powerful strikes, each radiating fierce energy akin to a blade slicing through the air. From the pirate ship, a figure ascended, wielding a sword, their own energy countering Reno's with explosive clashes reminiscent of firecrackers. At that moment, Reno discerned the flag aboard the vessel, pirates. The terms pirate and sea bandit were synonymous, differing only in the weight of implication. The anime One Piece originated from the land of Japan in a past life where the language was limited, rendering pirate and sea bandit indistinguishable. Upon reaching the land of Xia, the translation became convoluted. Initially rendered as Pirate King, it was later altered to Voyage King as the protagonist's crew resembled adventurers, though the term seemed too aggressive. Eventually, it was firmly established as Pirate King. In the present nation of Qian, the language is as rich as that of ancient Xia, where pirate remains simply pirate, without the awkward translation to sea bandit. The airborne pirate, towering and imposing with flowing red hair and beard, brandished a large curved blade, addressing Reno in a rapid, incomprehensible tongue. In his mind, Reno called out, "System, I wish to learn this language." The system responded, "Would you like to spend 10,000 fan points to learn the Feilai language? What nonsense! The language of Qian only costs 1,000 points, yet this Feilai language demands 10 times the price." As if taking advantage of my fan points, the system clarified that the Feilai language is the primary tongue of 15 Western nations. Resigned, Reno acquiesced and proceeded to learn it. "Esteemed one, I harbor no intention of enmity towards you. I implore you not to interfere in this matter," the pirate continued, speaking earnestly. Renault reflected briefly. It seemed that the pirate had begun with some form of self-introduction, mentioning a bey and a king. Though Renault found it too tedious to ponder, he responded directly in Feilai, stating, "In the waters of Donglan City, you have sunk my naval vessels and slain my soldiers. Yet you unwittingly stand against me. Today, I seek only to either end your life or be struck down by your hand." Chapter 51. The Land of Hope. Why should a mere mortal such as myself concern himself with trifles? I am willing to offer my apologies. If apologies held any value, what need would there be for the police? Let death take its course. In a swift motion, Reynaud charged towards the red-haired pirate, who was taken aback, hastily raising his curved blade in defense. In the blink of an eye, the weapon shattered, and a piercing blow struck through his chest. Gazing at the arm embedded within his torso, the red-haired pirate was engulfed by disbelief. A demigod. You are indeed a demigod. As a fourth-tier extraordinary being, he had ruled the seas for over a century, convinced of his invincibility. He had presumed that even if faced with someone stronger, the difference would be negligible. Yet, in this far eastern land, a demigod stood before him. "Ah, so you Westerners refer to them as demigods at the 5th tier. How fitting," Reynaud remarked as he withdrew his arm. The red-haired pirate, though still clinging to life, realized the futility of his situation. His internal organs had been violently expelled, leaving him with little hope of survival. His face turned ashen with despair. "Do you have any final words?" Reynaud inquired, effortlessly removing a ring from the pirate's finger. "Hope. I bestow it upon you," the pirate uttered before plummeting into the sea, sinking straight to the depths below. At that moment, the celestial beings of Donglan City arrived, and Reynaud commanded, "Annihilate all pirates and reclaim the ship for coastal defense." Yes, the celestial beings responded in unison. Renault retracted his spatial ring and turned his gaze towards the beleaguered merchant ship. Lightly descending onto the deck, a foreign man, weighing an estimated 300 pounds, approached cautiously and addressed him in a formal tone. "My lord, I am Robert, a steward of the Far East Trading Company. I have the honor of meeting you. The president of the Far East Trading Company, Kenneth, and his senior officials have been slain by my hand. Do you still dare to approach?" "What?" Robert exclaimed in shock and trepidation. "I came directly from the west, unaware of the happenings here. What is your purpose for coming?" To sell some Western specialties and transport passengers. Is that all? Renault's eyes glinted coldly. A fourth-tier extraordinary being hunts you down for mere Western specialties, and curiously. He cannot catch you? After all, he possesses the ability to fly. As beads of sweat formed on Robert's forehead, and he struggled for an answer. Another figure approached from behind. It is because of me. This individual stood at least 2 meters tall, clad in armor, wielding a great sword, and appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, with a weathered visage yet a resolute demeanor. Sensing his aura, it was evident he was also of the 4th tier. Akin to a sage. I am Dominique, the Grand Master of the Hope Church and the Knights Templar. It is a pleasure to meet you. He placed a hand over his chest in a gesture of respect. You must be a person of considerable stature in the West. What brings you here? I seek hope. Be specific. Do not speak in riddles. The Hope Church has been obliterated by the Sun God sect. At the moment of its demise, the High Priest, along with 5 cardinals, foretold a cataclysmic end, and the hope lies in the East, which is why I have come. Your predictions are indeed astute. To have anticipated my arrival demonstrates considerable skill, Renault remarked in praise. Ah, but the hope is not you, Dominique replied, somewhat awkwardly. What do you mean? Am I not the hope? Renault inquired, equally puzzled. The priest, nearing the end of his life, used his final breath to predict the existence of a little girl. Following this revelation, I pursued her and finally located her half a month ago. And what of the pirate? He is a notorious pirate king, who, upon receiving some intelligence, is also in search of the little girl. We have clashed several times, yet neither side has emerged victorious. Bring the girl forth. I wish to see her. Renault expressed curiosity about the child destined to embody hope. Shortly thereafter, a girl of around 10 years, with golden hair and blue eyes, approached calmly. She bowed and said, I am Christina Soren, the sole heir of the Soren family, and I have the pleasure of meeting you, Lord Renault. Do not rise. What brings you to the Far East? I have come to seek you. To find me? Renault was taken aback. A little girl had journeyed so far to seek him? Indeed, your strength is formidable, your potential boundless, and your benevolence renowned throughout the world. Entrusting hope to you is my decision and the best choice, Christina stated. Then what is this hope you speak of? It is this. Christina produced an exquisite small box and handed it to Renault. Renault took the object and opened it. Inside lay a golden key, the size of a palm, its surface intricately engraved with unknown inscriptions, exuding an air of mystery. Is this the key to hope? Indeed, it is the second key to the land of hope. But what is this land of hope? This is the information my father brought back, and I am not entirely certain myself. Christina recounted, about half a year ago, my father discovered an ancient ruin, where he encountered an undying ancient spirit that spoke of the cataclysm in the land of hope, ultimately bestowing upon my father a key before fading away. Upon returning, my father devoted much time to studying, concluding that the second key alone could not grant immediate access to the land of hope. Someone must first unlock the first layer. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, the information was leaked, and numerous powerful nobles conspired to annihilate my family, intent on seizing the key. With tears welling in her eyes, Christina continued, my father sensed impending danger and entrusted the key to my care, instructing the steward to take me far away, thus allowing us to evade disaster. Very well. I shall accept the key. You will reside in Donglin City from now on. First, you must learn the language, as not speaking the Qian language may prove inconvenient. Thank you, Lord Renault. I will study diligently. Renault cast another glance at Dominic and inquired, your strength is commendable. Would you consider serving under my command? Wherever hope resides, I shall be present, eager to serve you. Dominic responded with a respectful hand over his heart once more. For it seemed that hope might indeed lie with Renault at this juncture. Excellent. Aside from combat, do you possess any other special skills? He asked. I have some insights into naval warfare, Dominic replied. Splendid. Renault exclaimed with delight. I am in need of a naval commander. I entrust the Eastern City Navy to your capable hands. I shall obey your command, Dominic affirmed. At that moment, the distant cries ceased as the pirates were vanquished, and Shireen returned to report. Lord Shur, this is Dominic, the newly appointed commander of the Navy. As the Minister of War, he falls under your authority. I pay my respects to Lord Dominic, Shireen said, clasping his hands in greeting. Dominic, unfamiliar with the language of Qian, followed local customs and returned the gesture, his expression one of innocence. Renault sighed. Well, Dominic, from now on you shall accompany Christina to school to learn the language of the Qian. Having resolved the pirate incident, he delegated the trivial matters to his subordinates and leisurely drifted back to the port, greeted by the cheers of the populace. Meng Changxi observed Renault, floating in the sky like a sluggish snail, waving with a broad smile, her expression somewhat peculiar. "Sister, it seems that Lord Renault enjoys being in the limelight," Mengya remarked. "Don't be ridiculous." Meng Changxi quickly covered her sister's mouth. "He is of the harmonious realm. He might hear us." Just then, Renault glanced down and caught sight of the Ming sisters, his expression momentarily awkward before he hastily flew away. "Oh no, it seems he heard us," Meng Changxi lamented. "It should be fine, right?" Meng Yao expressed her concern. "With Lord Renault's magnanimity, it should be fine, but he certainly won't have a favorable impression of us." Meng Changxi retorted, exasperated. "You really do talk too much." Meng Yao stuck out her tongue. "Well, we can always apologize next time." Chapter 52. The auction begins. Upon returning to the Lord's manor, Renault muttered to himself, "Was it that obvious?" Just then, a herald reported, "My lord, someone requests an audience." "Oh, who is it?" "A person claiming to be Hibuki, the leader of the True Sun sect." "Hibuki? That name sounds intriguing. Bring them to the Great Hall." Yes, the True Sun sect, the foremost sect in the realm, was certainly known to Renault, though he was unaware of their intentions. Striding into the Great Hall, he found Lin Yi accompanying 7 individuals, all clad in the garb of the True Sun sect. Upon seeing Renault, they promptly bowed. Leader Hibuki pays his respects to Lord Renault. Elder Xiaoyu of the True Sun sect pays his respects to Lord Renault. Ji Jioli from the Spirit Artifact Hall pays his respects to Lord Renault. Ji Yue from the Spirit Medicine Hall pays his respects to Lord Renault. Ing Ming from the Battle Tactics Hall pays his respects to Lord Renault. True Disciple Dongfang Wei Ming pays his respects to Lord Renault. True Disciple Fang Kiki pays his respects to Lord Renault. Renault clasped his fists in salute and took his seat at the head of the table. "What brings you all here? Is the city lord aware of the ancient secrets? Why not abandon your inquiries?" "What ancient secrets?" "Concerning the cataclysmic calamity. As has been passed down through the ages, every few millennia, a devastating catastrophe descends upon the land, resulting in the annihilation of all life, the desolation of flora, the upheaval of heaven and earth, and the ceaseless onset of disasters. You refer to the convergence of celestial bodies, the merging of realms, do you not?" "Indeed. The city lord is well informed. However, my understanding is limited. Please enlighten me further." "According to the ancient texts of my True Sun sect, during the celestial convergence, another realm known as the Crimson Mist World emerges, teeming with unfathomable monsters, capable of overwhelming even gods and demons alike. They delight in consuming living beings and despise the world beyond the Crimson Mist. In previous calamities, some managed to survive by hiding underground, clinging to a thread of hope. Yet even so, they were discovered 9 times out of 10. Might the city lord possess a better strategy? I have none. I can only meet force with force, and flood with flood. Do you think I constructed these towering walls for mere decoration? Yet, high walls seem insufficient to deter the encroaching crimson mist. In ancient times, there were those who attempted such defenses, but there remain 3 sanctuaries that can provide refuge from the calamity. I have come today to disclose the information regarding the sanctuaries that my True Sun sect possesses." "Oh, 3 sanctuaries?" "Indeed, they are also referred to as places of hope. Paradises and secret realms where humanity managed to endure, all thanks to the protection of these sanctuaries. It appears that what I discussed with Christina pertains to the same locations." Renault pondered silently. "Please share what you know." "Another elder of my True Sun sect recently returned from the endless seas. According to him, in the far southern lands, spatial rifts have begun to appear, with wisps of crimson mist seeping forth. This is an omen. Within 3 to 5 years, the crimson mist will envelop the entire world. Without finding the sanctuaries, no one will be able to escape the impending doom. The sanctuaries were hidden by our forebears in ancient times, and only a key can grant access. My True Sun sect possesses one such key, which I am willing to offer to the city lord." He stepped forward, producing a box and revealing a purple key within. "Ah." Renault compared it with his own golden key. "The materials differ, yet their forms bear some resemblance. What a surprise. It seems the city lord also possesses a key, though it appears to be from a different sanctuary. 2 keys for 2 sanctuaries? This key cannot grant direct entry to the sanctuary, can it?" "Indeed, there are 5 purple gold keys in total, and only when gathered together can they unlock the sanctuary." 5. How troublesome. It is far simpler to have a golden key, wherein just 3 suffice. "You did not come merely to present a key today, did you?" Renault inquired as he stowed away the purple gold key. "Naturally, we seek to pledge our allegiance and request protection. The city lord, as the reincarnation of the Battle Saint Immortal, has triumphed over numerous adversaries in the Tao integration realm emerging victorious as the strongest in the realm. If one is to survive this calamity, it seems that being by your side is the only hope. We beseech the city lord to take us in. He bowed deeply, clasping his fists in respect. Please, city lord, grant us refuge. The remaining 6 members of the True Sun sect echoed in unison. It is a request I could not desire more. Renaud laughed heartily. The impending doom was evident. Otherwise, the foremost sect in the world would never have allied with him. What followed was a collective sense of joy as Renaud assigned them their respective positions and summoned the senior members of Donglin City for a celebratory gathering, where camaraderie was fostered amidst the clinking of glasses. The 2,000 disciples of Xinjiang sect would gradually relocate and settle in Donglin City. This represented a formidable force, comprising 6 sages, He Buqi, Zhao Yu, Zhu Yuwei, Ing Ming, Qi Jiuli, and the esteemed elder Dongfang Wuming, who was not only a guardian of Xinjiang sect, but also the revered grandfather of Dongfang Weiming. Furthermore, there were over 50 individuals at the Celestial Realm, each capable of commanding their own dominion. As for the Dominance Realm, the Steel Mirror was beyond comparison, with countless members. During the banquet, Zhao Yu proposed that they designate the Mountain Gate of Xinjiang sect as a sanctuary from calamity. Renaud resolutely declined, for he could not bear to abandon the populace. His steadfast heart and unwavering beliefs, coupled with the loyalty of his admirers, compelled him to prioritize the welfare of the citizens of Donglin City, vowing not to forsake them unless absolutely necessary. The following day, an unprecedentedly grand auction was held at the Donglin Arena by the seaside. The Donglin Arena, aptly named, serves as a venue for competitions, where not only auctions, but also martial arts tournaments and alchemy contests take place. The announcement of this dual event caused an uproar, igniting fervent discussions among the people, who were filled with excitement and anticipation. By midday, the arena was filled to capacity, buzzing with a chorus of animated conversations. Renaud arrived fashionably late, soaring above the heads of the crowd, and took her seat in the central position of honor. In an instant, applause thundered and cheers resounded endlessly. Renaud raised his hand to silence the clamor. Without further ado, I hereby declare the auction officially commenced. A stunning beauty, graceful and poised, approached the central auction platform, her demeanor anxious and cheeks flushed. Addressing the microphone, she said, "Greetings everyone, I am the auctioneer, Meng Changxi." "Wow, it's the fairy Changxi," she's the auctioneer, gasped an astonished audience member. Had Mingjing Pavilion formed an alliance with the lord of the city? What alliance? It was more of a submission. It was rumored that yesterday at noon, the Xinjiang sect was the first to submit to the city lord, followed by a dozen sects, with Mingjing Pavilion merely being one among them. Heavens! The city lord of Donglin was already unrivaled. Who could possibly stand against him now? Today, Commander Shirin was negotiating with various warlords, and it seemed the unification of the realm was imminent. Perhaps it was for the best. An early end to such turmoil would benefit all. Meng Changxi gritted her teeth in secret, not expecting Lord Renaud to hold such a grudge. Just because she remarked on his penchant for the spotlight, he had thrust her into this role. She vividly recalled last night when her master had brought her to submit to Renaud. Upon seeing her, he had smiled slightly. "You are quite beautiful, fitting for the spotlight. It's decided, you shall be the auctioneer tomorrow." Meng Yao reveled in the chaos from the sidelines, inciting her, which irked Meng Changxi to no end. It was clearly this girl's mischief that had led to her predicament, yet she was the one left to bear the brunt, while Meng Yao took pleasure in her plight. Truly outrageous. Chapter 53. Return to the pirate world now. May I present the first item of today's auction, a demon corpse from the Western Hell Realm of the Harmonious Path stage, with a starting bid of 100 gold dragons. Meng Changxi steadied her emotions, stepping into her role as auctioneer. The crowd was taken aback that the first item was such a formidable weapon, erupting with excitement. "I bid 1,000 gold dragons. I bid 2,000. 3,000. Enough of this dithering. I bid 10,000 gold dragons. 15,000. 20,000. 30,000. As the bidding reached 30,000, no one dared to raise their bid further. 30,000 gold dragons was no trifling sum. Previously, the annual tax revenue of the Qian Kingdom was merely a little over 100,000. Is there a higher bid? This esteemed elder bids 30,000 gold dragons. Meng Changxi, with her delicate voice, declared 30,000 gold dragons once, 30,000 gold dragons twice. Just as she was about to raise the hammer, a voice shouted, 31,000. Humph, it's the elder Chiu Wujia of the extreme demon sect. How dare such wicked beings attend the auction? Do they not fear the city lord's wrath? Relax, esteemed sir. The city lord's announcement clearly states that all, regardless of righteousness or wickedness and irrespective of race, may participate. Lord Renault is a man of his word. Humph. 35,000. 40,000. Qing Yao clenched his teeth. 42,000. 45,000. At this point, Qing Yao found himself financially strained and bowed slightly towards Renault. Lord Renault, the extreme demon sect practices dark arts. Should they acquire the demon corpse, they are bound to cultivate a few formidable fiends. I urge the Lord to reconsider. That is of no concern to me. If chaos reigns across the realm, I shall extinguish it with a mere flick of my hand, remarked Reinu nonchalantly. Ha ha ha, the Lord of Lei speaks wisely. Though I tread the path of the demonic, I possess principles. I would never engage in the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents, a fact that all sects can attest to. Indeed, you do not harm the common folk. Instead, targeting our martial practitioners, draining their blood and refining their bones, harvesting yin to supplement yang, concocting elixirs from their brains. What have you not done? One individual retorted through gritted teeth. Enough. Let us proceed with the auction. These trivial matters are for you to resolve beyond Donglin City, Reinu commanded firmly. Matters of the martial world do not concern Reinu. He is no saint. The dichotomy of good and evil has existed since time immemorial. He cannot bear the weight of every malevolent act, for that would surely wear him down. As long as none threaten his supporters or concealed admirers, he remains untroubled. The assembly fell silent, and Meng Changshi continued. This esteemed elder bids 45,000 golden dragons. 45,000 golden dragons once, 50,000, announced a figure with azure skin. This individual bore fins on either side of his head, his visage fierce. He was an exceptionally rare serpentine being, a member of the demon clan, whose source of information regarding this auction was unknown. A mere demon dares to claim a corpse? 60,000, Chiu Wujia countered. 70,000, the serpentine creature replied. 80,000. Chiu Wujia raised the stakes. 100,000, the serpentine being countered. Chiu Wujia gasped, realizing his financial limits. This esteemed serpentine elder bids 100,000 golden dragons. Is there any higher bid? 100,000 golden dragons once, 100,000 golden dragons twice, 100,000 golden dragons thrice. Snap. Sold. Many humans glared discontentedly at the serpentine being as it retreated to the backstage for the transaction, their gazes flickering with hostility. Reno stroked his chin thoughtfully. Do these creatures dwelling beneath the sea possess such wealth? Should I contemplate a heist? Ultimately, after some consideration, he dismissed the idea. It would demand excessive time and effort. Merely locating them would be a formidable task. Instead, he resolved to profit from trading spiritual herbs between realms. He had not anticipated the abundance of spiritual herbs in the world of One Piece. It could be surmised that the medical system there primarily relies on Western medicine, with herbal remedies being scarcely utilized, thus resulting in such a surplus of spiritual herbs. Perhaps I could cultivate a few herbalists in the One Piece universe. The primary world is on the brink of apocalypse. It is conceivable that one day, everyone may perish, necessitating a contingency plan. I find it increasingly arduous to enhance my strength. At the 8190 stage, augmenting a single attribute requires an astronomical fan value of 100 million. Elevating through fan value is utterly impractical, and I may require elixirs in the future. Thus, that is settled. Resolute in his decision, he began to ponder potential candidates in his mind. Meanwhile, the auction proceeded with methodical precision. Next was the second item, the millennia-old spiritual herb, the Zhuyu fruit. Upon first glimpsing the list, Meng Changshi was taken aback. What? The long-lost Zhuyu fruit, and it is a millennium old. Remarkably, such a fruit still exists in this world. I'll take it for 1,000 gold dragons. You wish to acquire a millennium Zhuyu fruit for merely 1,000 gold dragons? Your appearance may be unremarkable, but your aspirations are rather grand. I bid 5,000. The third item, the millennium spiritual herb, blood bodhi. Meng Changshi continued to preside over the auction. Good heavens, another millennium spiritual herb. I bid 10,000 gold dragons. 12,000. The fourth item, 2 hours later. All 20 scheduled items were sold. The morning auction concluded, with the second round set to commence at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, inviting everyone to return. After announcing this, Meng Changshi stepped down, parched and weary. Casually glancing towards the central platform, she noticed Reno observing her with a bemused expression, prompting her to roll her eyes and hastily depart. Perhaps due to Reno's amiable demeanor and reputable standing, Meng Chashi felt little trepidation. Moreover, they now considered themselves allies. A minor display of annoyance should pose no issue. This girl possesses an intriguing charm. If she remains unmarried in a few years, perhaps I shall take her as my wife, Reno mused with a light chuckle. Having overseen one auction, Reno had no intention of returning. Once was sufficient. It was enough for others to recognize him and acknowledge his regard for the auction without necessitating his presence at every event. He now had ample manpower. With over a dozen individuals in the Sage realm, was there truly any need to fear losing control of the proceedings? Straightforwardly flying back to the Lord's mansion, he continued to ponder the return of life. After 10 days of relentless contemplation, Reno burst into laughter, finally catching a glimpse of the path ahead. Instantly, he enhanced his abilities, commencing with an initial investment of 10,000, progressing to a mastery level at 1 million, ultimately culminating in a flawless perfection at 111,000. Gradually, streams of information flowed into him, assimilating into his own reservoir of experience. At this juncture, he could command every strand of hair on his body, as well as his internal organs, blood vessels, and tendons, achieving maximized offensive capabilities. Previously, a single punch could unleash 80% of his physical strength. Now, he could harness it entirely, whereas a day of battle would exhaust 80% of his stamina. He now only expended 1 or 2%. His entire being resonated with energy, contained and undispersed, akin to an overwhelming domain yet even more refined. However, his four-dimensional attributes had only marginally increased, barely perceptible. With the enhancement of his power, every increment became increasingly arduous, akin to a spring that, upon reaching its limit, required exponentially greater effort with each additional compression. My strength is nearing its bottleneck. Once the training session concludes, I shall pursue the fruits of my labor, Reno mused. In the next moment, he publicly declared a retreat, delegating all trivial matters to his subordinates. This upcoming auction was conservatively expected to yield several million gold dragons, sufficient to reconstruct a city in the east. With funds assured, nothing else posed a challenge. With a mere thought, he returned to the world of One Piece. Retrieving a spatial necklace from his mouth, feeding it to the telephone bug by the window, and casually tucking it away as he stepped out of his quarters. Buzz, buzz. Having taken only a few steps, the telephone bug chimed. Upon answering, its visage dramatically transformed into that of Morgans the Birdman, who immediately roared, Reno, why have you been unreachable? The herbs and the heart's blood are stored at the Navy headquarters. You now owe me 9 billion berries in principal, along with 900 million in commission. When will you settle this? You aren't planning to flee, are you? Chapter 54. On stage, hello. Morgans, do you understand scale? To undertake significant endeavors, one must not be plagued by suspicion. A mere 100 billion berries is trivial. I could scrape that together with ease. And adding tenfold would pose no issue. Reno, I hope you refrain from boasting. First, settle this 100 billion. My news agency is on the brink of bankruptcy. Do not fret. I shall attend to it immediately. Continue gathering. Do not pause. What? You still require herbs and heart's blood? I welcome all. Very well. Provide the funds first. I cannot be left to cover the costs this time. You must at least guarantee 200 billion. Not a problem. You claim it is not a problem? Of course. Do you understand scale? 200 billion is something I can procure with a mere scratch of my nose. Morgans appeared momentarily stunned, then after a brief silence, remarked, Your description reminds me of carp. Ha ha ha. Do you feel the same? Reno, I speak earnestly. I too am earnest. Prepare to receive your funds. Where do you acquire such wealth? Shall I reveal to you that I have discovered an ancient treasure? Ancient treasure? Where is it? Long since had I thoroughly scoured this place, revealing naught of use to you. I seek but a single strand, yet there remains not even one. How ruthless you are. Without ruthlessness, one cannot stand firm. Engaged in idle chatter, Reynaud exited the military camp. As a figure within the general training sequence, Reynaud was renowned at headquarters. After all, fewer than 10 had emerged from this prestigious program in over 2 decades. He encountered no hindrance along the way, arriving at the naval branch of the news agency. Upon seeing Reynaud, the head, Sam, appeared to shed an immense burden. At last, Your Excellency has arrived. Spare me the pleasantries. Where is the cargo? Follow me. Renaud followed Sam towards a secluded clearing. Astonishingly, he gazed at the hill before him, which contained no less than 50 or 60,000 barrels. Calculating that each Sea King's heart required 20 barrels of blood, it became evident that slaying 2,500 Sea Kings was an act of sheer brutality. One could only wonder how many lives were lost to achieve such a grim outcome. Nearby, there was another small mound, entirely composed of jade boxes. A request made by Renaud himself, for jade possesses the ability to preserve spiritual essence. The mining of jade alone could give rise to an entirely new industry. 56,325 barrels, along with 26,540 herbs, Sam reported with precision. I am quite satisfied, Renaud nodded, gesturing with both hands as the barrels of refined blood and jade boxes vanished in unison. In less than 10 minutes, everything was stored within his spatial necklace. The power of this devil fruit proved incredibly useful, and despite having witnessed it numerous times, Sam remained in awe. Upon returning to the branch office, Sam rubbed his hands together, saying, "My Lord Renaud, the president mentioned you would provide 3 billion? Yes, please take stock." Renaud replied as he produced a mountain of gold from his spatial realm. Previously, he had calculated that a single gold dragon was roughly equivalent to 190,000 berries. Thus, 3 billion berries would amount to 150,000 gold dragons. To him, this sum was inconsequential. "Count it yourself. Any excess shall be your reward for your hard work," Renaud declared generously. He was indifferent to trivial profits, focusing instead on long-term collaboration. The news agency established acquisition points worldwide, orchestrated transportation, and dealt with agitators, exerting great effort and resources, so a slight concession was of little concern. Problems solvable by money were not problems at all. In the main world, in the northern region of Dinglan City, within the capital city of Danshan, Sun Qi and various high-ranking officials stared blankly at the sky. 3 formidable figures descended, led by He Buki, the master of the True Yang sect. The other 2, though also celestial beings, were equally renowned and not to be underestimated. Sun Qi, surrender. The Lord of Renaud City aims to unify the realm and end the chaos. You have no chance, He Buki stated. Gritting his teeth, Sun Qi retorted, "No, I refuse to accept this. Kill them for me." With a wave of his hand, He Buki and his companions were encircled. Among them were long-range weapons and artillery, alongside 1 sage and 5 celestial beings. This represented the full might of Sun Qi's forces. Otherwise, he would not harbor ambitions of world domination. Unperturbed, He Buki turned his gaze toward the sage, Sun Shinkong. "So it is you. Master He. Why must you place yourself beneath another? I fail to comprehend. Even if that individual were a reincarnation of a deity or demon, your True Yang sect is not powerless. What would you gain by aligning with him?" "I merely wish to survive, Sun Shinkong. A great calamity approaches, and no one will escape it. Only the Lord of Renaud City offers a glimmer of hope." Sun Shinkong was taken aback. "Impossible. That is merely a legend." "I once thought the same," He Buki replied. "There is no need for further discussion. Surrender or face death. There exists a vast chasm between sages. Do not compel me to take action. Every ounce of strength now serves humanity, and I do not wish to slay you. I hope you can perceive the prevailing circumstances. Let me attempt to test the prowess of the world's foremost sect leader." In an instant, a fierce battle ensued, and within less than a minute, Sun Shinkong collapsed, blood spilling from his mouth. Is the disparity truly this vast? Sun Shinkong's face turned ashen. "What do you say? Why not adopt a demeanor of calmness? Attack!" Sun Qi bellowed. The sound of gunfire echoed incessantly, yet it failed to breach the 3 individuals' protective aura. With a mere gesture, they severely injured 5 celestial beings, ultimately delivering a fatal blow to Sun Qi. Although Sun Qi was a celestial being, he could not withstand a single strike from He Buki. "We are willing to surrender." Acknowledging the disparity, the 5 celestial beings capitulated, while Sun Shinkong forced a bitter smile and closed his eyes. "I shall not take your life, as I have stated before. Every ounce of strength contributes to the human race, save for those obstinate individuals like Sun Qi, consumed by ambition." "Thank you." Sun Shinkong clasped his hands in gratitude. "Restrain the army well. Soon, others will come to take over Jianzhou." "I understand." Nearly all the sages of Donglan City mobilized, persuading various warlords to surrender. In their wake, 8 or 9 out of 10 yielded immediately, with most capitulating in Donglan City, though some, like Sun Qi, resisted stubbornly, ultimately meeting their demise on the spot. Most warlords were covertly supported by celestial beings, and as the warlords surrendered, the strength of Donglan City expanded like a sponge. The number of sages swiftly exceeded 20. sweeping through with unstoppable force. Unification of the realm was imminent. In a mere half-year, the world was unified, reforms completed, and countless landlords and gentry suppressed, resulting in rivers of blood. In the world of One Piece, an elite-class graduation ceremony was underway. On the platform, Zephyr delivered a speech, eloquently discussing the eradication of evil, the destruction of pirates, and the protection of world peace, an exceedingly formulaic discourse. Below, the members of the elite class sat attentively, with nearly all high-ranking naval officials present. Outside, news agencies set up live broadcasts, streaming to their global branches and displaying in bustling squares, a customary practice. This was intended to soothe the world's populace, signaling that the Navy had produced new recruits joining the fight against evil, thereby providing a semblance of security. Simultaneously, it showcased the Navy's unwavering resolve and conviction to eradicate malevolence. Now, let us welcome the top of the 29th Elite Training Camp, Ensign Reno, to the stage for a speech. Zephyr, with an impassive expression, finished his speech and descended the platform. After so many occurrences, anyone would become numb to the routine. At 15 years of age, Reno stood 2 meters tall, his muscles well-defined, and his visage resolute, exuding a strong masculine aura. Upon taking the stage, he cast aside his speech notes. I believe that speeches should not be formulaic but should instead express one's heartfelt thoughts. The senior naval officials gasped in surprise. This young man was about to stir the pot. Chapter 55. Speech. However, now that the live broadcast has commenced, retreat is not an option. Forcibly cutting it short would damage our credibility, so we must endure until he concludes. The Navy, a profession imbued with sanctity, embodies a commitment to justice that often demands the ultimate sacrifice. It is a vocation dedicated to the preservation of global peace, where individuals selflessly march forward. I take immense pride in this calling. Yet, the current reputation of the Navy leaves much to be desired. The root cause lies in the heinous deeds perpetrated under the aegis of the world government, resulting in a profound loss of public trust. Why? As a government that has reigned for 8 centuries, does it repeatedly act with impunity and commit acts of unjust slaughter? In essence, it is merely an attempt to sustain an oppressive regime fearful of being overthrown or replaced. Consider the O'Hara incident. What transgression did those scholars commit? Their only crime was the pursuit of historical truth, which culminated in the annihilation of their entire island, a truly heinous act. In this instance, the Navy played the role of executioner, leading many to question the very notion of justice, leaving them adrift like ships lost in a dense fog, unsure of their destination. From the lowest ranks to the highest admirals, doubts about their own sense of justice began to fester, leaving them uncertain of their place. At this juncture, Raynor turned his gaze towards Qingji, who appeared somber, attentively listening. This is indeed a lost admiral. Following the Summit War, he failed in his bid for the position of Fleet Admiral against Akainu, transforming into a drifter of the seas, ultimately becoming the 10th ship captain under Blackbeard, a lamentable descent into degradation. He even faced off against his former mentor, Garp, resulting in Garp's capture, an outcome both tragic and lamentable. What, then, has emboldened the world government to act without restraint? Raynor continued, it is power, the corrosive nature of unchecked power. They have become the architects of the law, yet exist beyond its reach, elevating themselves as celestial dragons, the nobility of the world. However, they have forgotten who bestowed upon them this power. It is the populace, the people of the world. Without their support, they are naught but a troop of juvenile jesters. Thus, to avoid becoming the jesters themselves, they impose a draconian rule over the world, their weapons aimed at the virtuous. They exploit, oppress, and impose exorbitant taxes under the guise of celestial wealth, plunging people into hardship and poverty for a lifetime. This indirectly leads countless individuals to romanticize piracy, distorting their values and glorifying the life of a pirate. The era of great pirates was not initiated by Roger. He was merely a catalyst. The true catalyst lies in the exploitation and enslavement of the world's populace by the celestial dragons. Thus, all evils are attributed to the celestial dragons and the world government. A pin drop could be heard in the silence that followed. The audience was left aghast, astonished by Raynor's audacity to voice such sentiments. This audacious brat. Does he seek his own demise? Sengoku was taken aback. Haha. Raynor speaks wisely. Cap agreed, taking a bite of the rice cracker. You scoundrel, Carp. Stealing my rice cracker again. No, what we should be discussing is how that little brat, Reno, will cause us trouble. Roger initiated the era of great pirates. Does he aspire to usher in an era of rebellion against the government? What a terrifying young man he is. Kizaru lazily remarked, every word is a gem. Akainu's expression was grave, while Fujitora furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. Reynolds continued, stating, as a member of the Navy, the sword of the world government. We possess no authority, we are powerless, for the funding lies beyond our grasp. However, I believe there is still hope for the world government. As long as it embarks on the path of order, governing through the rule of law, with laws to abide by and laws to uphold. Thus, it can still be reborn from the ashes, transformed anew, provided that one thing is accomplished, that the celestial dragons are held accountable under the same laws as commoners. The notion that the celestial dragons must face the same consequences as the populace was a surprising stance for him to maintain. Antonio murmured to himself. At first, it seemed to be mere theatrics, but upon reflection, it was profoundly inspiring, especially given Reynolds's current standing. His words at this moment resonated powerfully. Those who listened to Reynolds's speech across the globe were astonished. This top recruit from the Navy training camp possessed the audacity to publicly denounce the celestial dragons and proclaim that they should be treated equally under the law. Amidst the fervor, some could not help but raise their arms in solidarity, chanting, the celestial dragons must face the same consequences as the commoners. Where there is one, there is another, and soon the chant echoed around the world. The graduating class joined in, their voices rising in unison. The celestial dragons must face the same consequences as the commoners. The refrain persisted. The celestial dragons must face the same consequences as the commoners. Carp raised his son Bei in affirmation. Carp, you rascal, behave yourself. Sengoku exclaimed in exasperation. The incessant buzzing of telephone snails filled the air, yet no one answered. The phones of the senior Navy officials were nearly overwhelmed. Furthermore, several masked CP0 agents attempted to ascend the platform, only to be thwarted by Zifa. Renault, filled with fervor, delivered a resounding oration. Only by achieving this can the Dragon's elite feel a sense of trepidation, adhere to the rules, and refrain from reckless and nefarious deeds. Thus, the world shall be governed by order and tranquility. Furthermore, taxation must be commensurate with the nation's wealth disparity, ensuring the populace's well-being and happiness. The pirates shall self-destruct under this newfound order, for no one would contemplate becoming a pirate and forsaking a life of prosperity. As new brigands emerge, the demise of each old one signifies a reduction in their ranks, ultimately realizing the idyllic vision of a world devoid of thieves. Even if some persist, they would remain mere anomalies, inconsequential, easily subdued by our Navy. Esteemed comrades of the Navy, remember this. Justice has never waned. It has merely concealed itself temporarily. In this very moment, let us resolutely commit to our cause without regret, confusion, abandonment, or complacency. It shall endure eternally. Thus, we embody justice. For Renault proclaimed, my actions and intentions are as clear as a pristine mirror. Everything I do is in the name of justice. The atmosphere surged once more as the Navy echoed his fervor. With each reiteration, they solidified their resolve. The youthful bewilderment faded from their gazes, replaced by clarity and determination. Akainu was enveloped in an aura of peril, eager to confront the pirates immediately. Kizaru shed his languor, murmuring, are my actions and intentions truly as clear as a pristine mirror, all for the sake of justice? Enough. Carp, cease your meddling. Sengoku bellowed. It is evident that Renault has ventured too far this time. Suru remarked, the application for the devil fruit to the government will no longer pass. Even the training sequence for the admirals may be revoked. Chapter 56, The Foundation of a Nation. As Renault descended from the podium, Zephyr's expression was a complex mix of emotions. Take care of yourself, young man, he advised. I will, Teacher Zephyr. At that moment, Jean Guo was engrossed in a phone call, unable to attend to other matters. With a declaration that the ceremony had concluded, Zephyr ushered in the banquet, which was met with immediate cheers and applause. Carp, munching on a rice cracker, obstructed the path of several CP0 agents. Hey, this is the Navy headquarters. You've come to the wrong place. We are here on orders to escort Lieutenant Renault, they replied. I vehemently oppose that, Carp retorted. Please do not make this difficult for us. Get as far away as possible. Do you wish to experience the might of my iron fist? Carp brandished his fist, which was as large as a cooking pot. The CP0 agents exchanged glances, ultimately retreating with resignation. Renault greeted several trainees, his heart brimming with excitement as his fan base surged dramatically, achieving his primary objective. How many inhabitants does the world of pirates encompass? This inquiry necessitates an exploration of the vastness of the pirate world. In the original work, Marco mentioned that the world comprises not merely a few tens of millions of islands. In contrast, the entirety of our previous world harbored just over 50,000 islands. A staggering disparity. Admittedly, our former world also contained continents. However, even if one were to fragment these continents into islands, it would be inconceivable to surpass 20 million islands. Furthermore, the world of pirates is home to the Red Line continent. While the specifics remain ambiguous in the original text, it is unequivocal that it is substantially larger than our former world. As for the population, a conservative estimate would suggest it exceeds 10 billion. Renault's speech was not intended for the eyes of the entire world. It was broadcasted only in countries with news agencies. Nevertheless, the viewership exceeded 1 million, and subsequent news reports would likely cause a surge in fan engagement. It was time for Renault to reclaim his throne. With this thought, he bid farewell to Sengoku, preparing to make his exit. So, the little brat is finally afraid? Sengoku remarked. I am not afraid. I merely sense that a breakthrough is imminent, Renault replied. Sengoku pondered, sensing the energy brewing within Renault. Indeed, there is a latent force within you, likely Conqueror's Haki. Yes, I feel that my Conqueror's Haki is but a step away from awakening. Very well, you may leave. I shall clean up your mess. Thank you, Admiral Sengoku. Prepare yourself. You may find yourself dispatched to G5 base. G5 base. Is there an issue? Renault feigned ignorance. It is a gathering place for the dregs of the Navy, those who commit heinous acts, oppress the innocent, engage in corruption, and delve into illicit enterprises. Once verified, they are exiled there. Why not imprison them and impel down? Utilization of waste. G5 base is situated in the first half of the New World, where pirates swarm like locusts, leading to overwhelming casualties and a severe shortage of military strength. It is the most perilous among all bases, and ordinary Navy personnel typically avoid it, leaving such offenders to languish there. Can they not escape? Escape? Do you think the New World is a paradise? It is the territory of the 4 emperors, rife with lawlessness, slaughter, and chaos. Where could one possibly flee? There is but one exit, Fishman Island, or the Navy's G1 base adjacent to it. We maintain surveillance at the exit, making any stealthy return utterly impossible. One could traverse the Calm Belt to reach the West Sea or North Sea, Renault countered. You truly do not understand, do you? Without a record pointer, one cannot navigate the Calm Belt, and you still wish to flee there. Moreover, the Calm Belt is the nesting ground for sea kings, formidable beasts that even Garp would avoid. Do not underestimate the power of individual sea kings. Speaking of which, your endeavor to harvest Heartblood has incited a worldwide frenzy of sea king hunting, enraging their rulers. Several have been unleashed, devouring ships, and preliminary estimates suggest that over 1 million have perished. Your actions are hardly just. No wonder the Heartblood has diminished so significantly of late. I understand now. I shall call the Birdman and instruct him to cease collection. Shifting the topic, Renault continued. The Navy at G5 could potentially join the pirate ranks under the 4 emperors. Could they not? The 4 emperors would not readily utilize the Navy, and they are easily expendable, often meeting a swift demise. This has occurred many times, leading to a reluctance to engage. True enough, at least in G5 base, they would enjoy a semblance of freedom, a refuge of sorts. However, I am indifferent. As long as I can strike against pirates and gain entry into the latter half of the New World where the 4 emperors reside. As long as you comprehend. Be gone. Very well. This time, the warring states are likely to be berated mercilessly by the 5 elders, much to Renault's delight. After exchanging greetings with other high-ranking naval officers, Renault returned to his quarters. In a fleeting thought, he found himself back in the main world. In the main world, Donglin City, after more than half a year of construction, stands as a fortress of unparalleled strength. Towering walls, 100 meters high, rise majestically, encircling a city that stretches for 50 kilometers, with half of the project now completed. Following the expansion of Donglin City, its population has swiftly surged past 10 million. As the new capital, it has become a magnet for the influential, who flock here in search of business opportunities or official positions. With the new nation freshly established, there is an urgent need for a multitude of officials to govern, and Renault welcomes all who possess administrative skills, making it remarkably easy for them to secure a position. Consequently, the elite class is drawn here in droves, bringing their families along. Today marks the grand coronation ceremony of the new emperor, to be held in the Donglin Arena. With 20,000 seats filled to capacity, the main character has yet to make an appearance. As the sun reached its zenith, Renault finally arrived. To the resounding sound of bells and drums, heralding a majestic symphony, Renault donned a resplendent yellow dragon robe, exuding impatience as he conducted the celestial rites, paying homage and proclaiming to the world. At long last, he arrived at the moment of establishing the national title and bestowing honors upon his ministers. Under the watchful gaze of the multitude, Renault declared, "Today, I decree the national title as you, which signifies freedom from worries. May the realm know peace. And may the citizens live carefree, with abundance year after year. Long live the kingdom of you. Long live our emperor. Long live the kingdom of you. Long live our emperor. Long live the kingdom of you. Long live our emperor." The atmosphere erupted with cheers, resonating like thunder, as the crowd outside the arena joined in fervent support. In a mere 6 months, the kingdom of you had not only unified the realm but also initiated unprecedented reforms, bringing an end to warfare and transforming the lives of the populace for the better. The people's adoration for Renault stemmed from the depths of their hearts, as they developed an intrinsic sense of belonging to this newfound nation. Renault then proceeded to distribute the pre-prepared edicts of appointment. First, he conferred titles upon the sages and martial artists, assigning them to various states to maintain order and protect the realm, granting them the title of provincial governors. Next, the heavenly beings were similarly appointed as aides in the provinces. The cabinet remained unchanged, preserving its original structure. With the impending doom looming, Renault had no time for the trivialities of power struggles. He was inherently averse to such ambitions. If not for his devoted followers and his steadfast commitment to justice, he would have refrained from engaging in the contest for supremacy. Consequently, he chose to distance himself from the more troublesome high-ranking figures to prevent chaos within the court. As for the provincial governors, as long as they adhered to national policies and did not engage in duplicity, Renault was willing to tolerate their governance. After all, with strength as his foundation, he had no fear of rebellion. Should they dare, he would swiftly quell them. Chapter 57. The Fearless. Having concluded the exhausting coronation ceremony, Renault returned to the Lord's manor. Although some of his subordinates suggested he reside in the former imperial palace, he preferred to remain in his current location. Firstly, with the end times approaching, the towering city walls were only half completed. Abandoning such a site was inconceivable. The former palace was situated inland, and the logistics of transporting construction materials would entail navigating canals, transitioning to official roads, and employing vehicles, all of which would demand an exorbitant amount of manpower, resources, and finances, at least 3 times that required for Donglin City. Such an undertaking would be an exercise in futility, detrimental to the populace. Secondly, he had grown accustomed to Donglin City and had no desire for a massive relocation or upheaval of industries. Thirdly, should calamity strike, he could potentially escape by sea, taking the populace with him. Remaining inland would leave little room for flight. For these 3 reasons, the location of the capital was of little consequence. Wherever he resided would become the heart of the nation. Within the grand hall, the cabinet members reconvened. "Oh, Linny, have you reached the heavenly stage?" "Indeed. I broke through just 3 days ago. The blood refinement technique is truly remarkable. With sufficient essence blood, there are no bottlenecks," Lin E joyfully replied. "Heavenly tier techniques are terrifyingly potent. It is no wonder the 7 Extreme sect was annihilated," Ho Ching remarked with a sense of awe. "But it all hinges on the availability of essence blood," Feng Ziyu interjected, eyes gleaming with insight. "Without essence blood, the cultivation speed may even lag behind that of yellow tier techniques. It is precisely due to the continuous influx of high-quality essence blood that one can progress so rapidly." Zhao Zhenghe marveled, stating that according to ancient texts, the magical beasts of antiquity were not so easily vanquished. Their essence yielded at most a couple of buckets, and practitioners who cultivated through similar methods merely utilized it sparingly, making it last for several months. In stark contrast, we immerse ourselves in it for cultivation, akin to the difference between a firefly and the blazing sun. This technique has indeed found its rightful place. The others were curious about the source of the abundant essence that Renault possessed, yet they dared not inquire, resulting in a moment of silence, seemingly awaiting Renault to elucidate. However, Renault remained unfazed, sipping on his cola, showing no inclination to speak. Shireen was the first to shatter the stillness. "Speaking of which, it seems that cultivating with human blood could lead to psychological issues, resulting in a bloodthirsty disposition. Nangong Xiangyang, in his quest for vengeance, annihilated 11 factions, claiming 30,000 lives and exhibited signs of madness. He was confined for 6 months and had his salary docked for 10 years, should there be a recurrence. His martial arts would be stripped away. Reno resolutely remarked that Nangong Xianyang had indeed overstepped, as many of the victims were innocent. This angered Reno somewhat. Linny, Luo Jin, and the monkey sought vengeance only against the primary perpetrators, sparing the innocents, whereas Nangong Xianyang appeared to revel in the chaos, extending his wrath from 7 factions to 11, driven by a blind hatred. I shall inform him shortly, the old minister replied. Is my ship ready? Reno inquired once more. It is nearing completion. We are currently engaged in the interior renovations, Feng Ziyu responded. Moreover, the cola technology is remarkably innovative. The Ministry of Works, led by Dongfang Xian, suggests its application in vehicle manufacturing, artillery production, and even acquiring foreign airship technology to adapt into cola engines for our own airships. The cola technology, as depicted in the original narrative, was utilized by Frankie on the Wamali Yangguang and had repeatedly extricated the protagonist group from perilous situations. A single barrel of cola could unleash an immense amount of energy, propelling the Wamali Yangguang several kilometers while sustaining no damage to its structure. This evidences that the technology has reached a highly advanced stage. Renault invested 200 million Bailey to acquire this technology and the cola formula from Frankie through Morgan's, subsequently handing it over to the Ministry of Industry for research and installation on his ships. Although he possesses the ability to fly, it cannot be relied upon as a regular means of operation. The unpredictable weather along the great maritime routes is exceedingly taxing on one's vitality. Prolonged exposure could lead to a depletion of energy, rendering one vulnerable in the face of formidable adversaries. Furthermore, it is inevitable that he will have subordinates in the future. Thus, it is essential for the ships to be equipped accordingly. Do as you see fit regarding this matter. Additionally, the cola production line should be expanded and prepared for market release. Henceforth, I shall retreat into seclusion. You may deliberate on state affairs among yourselves. With that, Renault was about to take his leave, exuding an air of a carefree overseer. Your Majesty, your parents have been located, Zhao Zhenghao exclaimed. Renault sat back and inquired. Pray tell, your parents migrated to the southern state 5 years ago, traversing 3,000 miles, eventually settling in a secluded valley, leading a reclusive existence. Are they well? They are well, and in fact, they have been blessed with a son and a daughter. However, your elder brother unfortunately passed away during their exile. Renault sighed. Every individual has their own fate. Despite having some abilities back then, I was not sold, yet I still could not escape calamity. Where are they now? They are already at the Lord's mansion. Well then, lead me to them. Yes. You may continue your discussions. With a word of caution. Renault followed Zhao Zhenghe to the back courtyard of the Lord's mansion. For individuals awaited him within the courtyard, they were none other than Renault's biological parents, Lei Xian and Zhang Zuohua, along with his 5-year-old brother, Lei Yi, and his 3-year-old sister, Lei Xiaohua. Beside them stood Lin Shiner and Christina, providing company. Lin Shiner, now 12, was petite and exquisite, a true beauty in the making. Christina, of the same age, had matured into a graceful figure, possessing an elegant poise. The two had resided in the Lord's mansion for some time. Renault remained silent, and no one urged them to leave, treating them almost as concubines. Perhaps they harbored similar sentiments, for they had never mentioned departing from the mansion. You are Yunua? Upon seeing the giant clad in a dragon robe approach, Zhang Zuohua timidly inquired. It is I. In an instant, Zhang Zuohua burst into tears. I am sorry, Nuar. Mother did not intend to sell you. I understand. Renault's expression remained impassive. You have been unkind, yet I cannot be unfilial. It is my duty to support you, so please settle in comfortably. Although he chose to forgive them, a lingering resentment remained. It was impossible for him to address her as mother directly. Nuar, our family was in dire straits back then. I am truly sorry. Lei Xian's eyes were red-rimmed. Although still in his 30s, his hair had turned gray. Observing the faces of his parents, which seemed to bear the weight of 50 or 60 years, Renault sighed. I do not blame you. Please take care of your health. This is your brother, Lei Yi, and your sister, Lei Xiaohua, Zhang Zuohua introduced while wiping her tears. Second brother, Lei Xiaohua called out in a babyish voice. Second brother, Lei Yi cautiously echoed. Yes. Study well, and come help me when you grow up. Renault placed a hand on each of their heads, giving them a gentle pat. We will work hard. Lei Yi nodded. Let it be this way. Renault waved his hand and turned away. The bond with his parents could be described as tenuous, necessitating gradual cultivation. After all, they would inevitably be brought into his life, whether driven by a sense of justice or a pang of conscience. He could not simply reign as an emperor, allowing his parents to subsist on meager rations. Having set aside one concern, Renault soared to the shipyard at the dock to inspect his formidable vessel, the Invincible. This behemoth spanned 300 meters in length, 70 meters in width, and reached a height of 150 meters, boasting 10 decks and rivaling an aircraft carrier unparalleled in its realm. However, in the world of One Piece, it paled in comparison to the likes of Moria's terrifying three-masted ship, the Golden Emperor's Daisoro, and the mechanized City Island's Turtle ship, rendering it relatively insignificant. Nevertheless, under normal circumstances, it was more than sufficient, capable of accommodating 6,000 to 7,000 people in a pinch. With a standard capacity of 5,000, while 2,000 to 3,000 could enjoy single occupancy. The nation's finest artisans, combined with some extraordinary powers, managed to construct this colossal ship within half a year. Another vessel was already in preparation. This was not merely Renault's means of transportation, but also a tool for escape should he find himself outmatched by the red mist creatures. Thus, the more, the merrier, and he intended to continue building. After surveying the area, Renault returned to his quarters to review his character attributes: strength, 80 stamina, 80 agility, 80 spirit, 80 naval 6 forms, iron block, minor proficiency, 520, 0001, 000, 000, naval 6 forms, finger gun, minor proficiency, 480, 0001, 000, 000, naval 6 forms, gale foot, minor proficiency, 620. 0001, 000, 000, naval 6 forms, paper drawing, minor proficiency, 680, 0001, 000, 000, naval 6 forms, shave, minor proficiency, 710, 0001, 000, 000, naval 6 forms, moonwalk, minor proficiency, 630, 0001, 000, 000, armament hockey, mastery, 3, 600, 00010, 000, 000, observation hockey, mastery, 6, 500, 00010, 000, 000, blood refinement body, eightfold, 240, 0003, 200, 000, great eating technique, mastery, perfect, 1,000-hand Tathgata technique, perfect, 9 skills and 18 techniques, perfect, fan value, 7, 520. 000 Chapter 58, an invitation to Zephyr. What a significant bottleneck. Must I truly amass 100 million fan points for an upgrade? Renault let out a sigh. His four-dimensional attributes had stagnated at 80 points for several months. He had cultivated 9 techniques and 18 methods, all of which were Earth-grade skills that did not conflict with the blood refinement body technique, along with 18 external techniques akin to the 1,000-handed Tathagata. Yet, the improvements were negligible, almost imperceptible. It was akin to an 80-level character attempting to slay a level 1 monster, yielding no experience. Unless he were to acquire a heavenly-grade technique, which might prove beneficial, there was little hope. However, heavenly-grade techniques involve the comprehension of Tao intent, rendering simultaneous cultivation impossible. The so-called singularity of the Great Tao makes it exceedingly difficult to find 2 compatible heavenly-grade techniques. Moreover, in this current age, heavenly-grade techniques have become legendary. There are merely 3 known copies across the nation, and none can be practiced concurrently. To continue advancing, there were only 2 options. One was to further break through the blood refinement body technique, and upon achieving the 9th level, he could sense the Tao intent. The Tao intent is contained within the original scripture. Only through complete mastery can one perceive it. This is precisely why heavenly-grade techniques incite sect wars, rather than being merely replicated. Currently, the original of the blood refinement body technique lay in Renault's hands, yet until he reached perfection, he could not sense the Tao intent, rendering it temporarily futile. However, after reaching the 8th level, his essence blood became ineffective, necessitating the use of rare 4th-tier spiritual herbs for cultivation, which significantly raised the difficulty. Without a decade or 2, perfection was unattainable. Thus, Renault contemplated whether to directly enhance his abilities using fan points. A mere 3 million would suffice. However, he was more inclined to allocate the fan points elsewhere, specifically to bolster his dominance. Once his aura reached its zenith, his strength would surge. If he were to level up again, what would be the outcome? Furthermore, the enhancement of his aura yielded immediate results, unlike techniques that required personal comprehension. This was the very reason Renault had been conserving his fan points without expenditure. Soon, it should be imminent. With a population of over 120 million in the U-Nation, fan numbers would surge after the establishment of the nation. As the pirate world disseminated alongside his speeches, it would similarly enter a phase of explosive growth. 10 million was within reach, and he would continue to wait. Having made his decision, he placed the spatial necklace in his mouth and willed himself into the pirate world. The night passed without incident. The following day, while having breakfast, Zephyr took a seat across from him. Renault, your assignment has arrived. Is it the G5 base? After negotiations among the higher-ups, you have two options, Zephyr stated. Oh, what are the two? First, you can go to the G5 base and serve as an adjutant, with a rank increase of at least lieutenant. Second, you may join the Blade team at the G14 base. G14, Blade. Renault recalled that in the original work, Kobe had joined the Blade and become a guerrilla fighter. The Blade, in essence, comprised naval personnel who had submitted their resignations, thereby acting independently of their superiors' commands. However, the Navy would not be held accountable for their actions. Should their conduct escalate beyond acceptable limits, they risked expulsion from the service at any moment, as Zifo elucidated. Renault chuckled. This suits my intentions perfectly. I shall head to G14. The G14 base is situated in the final segment of the New World. Nestled within the power struggle of the Four Emperors, it operates discreetly, perpetually at risk of discovery and annihilation. Over the decades, it has relocated 7 times. Are you certain you wish to proceed? On the contrary, the G5 base lies in the earlier part of the New World, adjacent to the G1 base, allowing for immediate support and a guarantee of safety. I recommend you go to G5, earn some merits, and we can arrange for your return. No, I value my freedom of movement more. The G14 base aligns perfectly with my operational style. Upon entering the Blade, you will merely ascend 1 rank, becoming a lieutenant. There will still be a multitude of superiors above you. Do not presume you can act at your whim, Zephyr cautioned. I simply want to follow orders. You rascal. You truly are a rebel. So, shall I set off after my meal? Wait for Carp. He will guide you over Mariewa. I am not so sentimental. I shall go alone. Just provide me with the record pointer for the G14 base. Do you think Carp is free? Numerous celestial dragons wish to see you dead. Carp is here to protect you. I'm not so easily dispatched. Moreover, I wish to form my own crew, which requires visiting other locations first. To assemble a crew, you'll need at least a ship. I can assist you in applying for one. Unnecessary. I shall construct my own. I find small vessels beneath my notice. Zephyr silently chewed on some meat, recalling, I had forgotten, you are a wealthy individual. There are rumors in the outside world that you discovered an ancient treasure, containing wealth amounting to several hundred billion berries. Is there any truth to this? Regarding Renault's extensive acquisitions of heart blood and herbs, it is well known at headquarters, seemingly linked to Renault's unique bloodline, which can enhance strength. Indeed, due to Renault alone, numerous new professions have emerged, such as sea king hunters, gem gatherers, herbalists, and intelligence syndicates, thus flourishing the transportation industry and stimulating local economies. It is said that Renault has spent over 100 billion, yet remains extravagantly affluent, as though wealth were boundless, evoking awe. That sounds about right. Renault replied nonchalantly. Zephyr's eyes widened in astonishment. Is it truly several hundred billion? Well, I am currently left with nothing but money. If you require assistance, Master Zephyr, I can offer my support pro bono. Spare me, at my age. I find little use for money. Master Zephyr, one must not lose their fighting spirit. The vengeance for your family remains unfulfilled. The grievances of your students have yet to be avenged, and the wounds of your own losses are still fresh. It is not yet time to rest. Zephyr's gaze sharpened. Renault, my family was slain by pirates. They have been dealt with. How then do I seek retribution? Do you truly believe it was the pirates who killed them? This is the Navy headquarters, accessible only through the gates of justice, and the defenses here are formidable, rivaling those of Impel Down. Many high-ranking individuals reside within. How did the pirates manage to infiltrate and precisely locate your family to commit such an act? Zifa's expression was rigid, and he ceased his act of eating. In truth, you likely surmised this, albeit unwilling to confront the reality. Indeed, it is the world government, Renault remarked. As for the reason, it is probably due to your innate kindness or an excessive sense of justice that obstructed the government's orders, compelling you to abdicate. This was merely your conjecture. Zifa's eyes brimmed with a crimson hue. What else can I do? I seek vengeance for grievances, and if my family were slain, I would, even in death, tear a piece of flesh from my enemy. After a prolonged silence, Zifa continued, Reno, the world government is vast, having ruled the world for 8 centuries. Its power surpassing your imagination. Overthrowing it is not a trivial task. At the very least, I have made my efforts. I die without regret. Unlike certain individuals who cower and accept their fate. With a resounding clap, Zifa struck the table, exclaiming in anger, Are you referring to me? The surrounding crowd turned their attention. Zifa's ardent supporters, Ein and Binz, hastily approached and stood beside him, glaring fiercely at Reno. Reynolds replied leisurely, Indeed, it is you. Master Zephyr. Zephyr gritted his teeth. Do you believe I will not strike you down? Renault stood up and extended a hand. Teacher Zephyr, do not linger any longer. Take this courageous step for the sake of your wife and children. Confront your innermost feelings. Living merely for the day is not the hallmark of a true man. Join my team, and together we shall reshape the world, ignite your remaining years, and illuminate the entire realm. For others and for yourself, be willing to stake your life. Chapter 59. The Thai Refinement Essence Pill. Renault, is this your true intention? Will you allow me to board your ship? Zephyr did not reach out to shake hands. Indeed, Renault readily affirmed. Though I suffer from asthma, I shall not easily become someone as subordinate. Teacher Zephyr, I can cure your asthma. And I can restore you to your peak power. Renault, do not boast. The Navy headquarters has many skilled doctors, and no one would dare make such guarantees. I dare. If I fail to heal you, you may deal with me as you wish. Teacher, please trust Renault this once, I urged. Asthma was Zephyr's enduring affliction. Years ago, had it not been for an asthma attack, he would not have been defeated by Whitebeard II, leading to the death and injury of many students, with only 2 surviving, and he himself losing his right arm. Very well, I shall accept your offer. If you can cure my asthma, I will join your ship as a fighter. Zephyr grasped Renault's hand, sealing their bond of life and death. Haha, excellent. Teacher Zephyr, await my arrival. Tomorrow, I shall prepare the medicine. Binz seized on the crux. So? Renault, you could have cured him long ago but chose not to? Well, the medicine is quite expensive. If one is not part of my inner circle, I hesitate to part with over 10 billion berries, Renault replied. Over 10 billion berries. The 3 were astonished. Otherwise, if it could be easily concocted, I wouldn't be so stingy. As for the actual price, Renault was unaware. It was ultimately a matter for the main world's alchemists. The reason he had not presented it sooner was, of course, to wait for the right price. Otherwise, how could he secure a general on his ship? With Zephyr aboard, Ein and Binz, his fervent admirers, would certainly follow, making it a most sagacious decision. Renault, on behalf of the teacher, I thank you, I said quickly, fearing Zephyr might decline. There's no need for thanks. We shall all be comrades henceforth. Formalities are unnecessary. I likewise earnestly invite you aboard. Feel free to express any requests. Wherever the teacher is, I shall be. I have no other demands, Ein replied. Neither do I, Binz chimed in. Truly, they were devoted admirers, Renault mused. Renault, what are your plans? Zephyr hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted the costly asthma medication and resumed his meal. My ship will likely be completed in about 10 to 15 days. At that time, I will come to retrieve you. In the meantime, I intend to capture someone. Who? Caesar Clown, the one from the science class. Zephyr inquired. Indeed, that individual is researching the technology for the reclamation of devil fruits. I require this technology, as it would allow us to strip some pirates of their fruits for our own benefit. A commendable notion, replied Caesar, but he has already fled and is currently untraceable. Are you able to locate him? I have a general idea. I shall try my luck, came the response. And then what? Shall we wander the seas, striking against pirates? Zephyr's question was pointed. My intention is to first recruit capable individuals, subsequently bolster our strength, and ultimately unify the new world, establishing it as our stronghold to launch a counteroffensive against the world government. Reynolds added, do you have any further contributions? As long as there is a plan. I am in agreement with you, future captain, Zephyr affirmed. We concur, both Ein and Binz echoed. In truth, after Reynolds' speech, the 3 were thoroughly convinced and united in their ambitions, which was a promising choice. Naturally, the 4 spoke with caution, ensuring that no ears nearby could overhear them, lest there be spies from the world government among them. After their meal, Reynolds returned to his quarters, transmitting to the main world. Your Majesty, you are awake. An elderly eunuch greeted at the door. Who are you? I am Tian Shui, serving under the orders of the Prime Minister to attend to your Majesty. Master Tian Shui, please summon the head of the Alchemy Pavilion. Yes, I shall do so at once. In less than 10 minutes, the head of the Yugua Alchemy Pavilion, Kaya Fengjiu, arrived in haste. Kaya Fengjiu, though appearing middle-aged, was in fact over 100 years old, yet her celestial state granted her a lifespan of 500 years, rendering her ageless in appearance. Your Majesty, you called for me? Kaya Fengjiu bowed respectfully. Yes. I would like to inquire if there are any elixirs available for the treatment of severe asthma. Indeed, there are many, Kaya Fengjiu replied. Washing marrow pills, spirit-drawing pills, essence-cultivating pills, true young pills, 9 revolution spirit serpent pills, and Tai marrow refining pills, among others, at least a dozen varieties. Asthma, in essence, is a form of bronchial inflammation. With proper marrow cleansing and enhancing the immune system of the internal organs, it can be cured without medication. Which elixir is the most effective? In the world of One Piece, no specific cure for asthma existed, yet in the main world, Reynolds was aware that asthma was easily treatable, thus he confidently asserted, the Tai marrow refining pill can extend one's life by 50 years, also possessing the effect of washing marrow. Treating asthma is merely a secondary benefit. A common person consuming one will immediately regain their youth. Even the Emperor and Empress consumed it last night with remarkable results. What is the cost? It is incalculable. If I must quantify it, at least 100,000 gold dragons, primarily due to the materials. Without the 10 or so immortal herbs provided by your Majesty, it could not be refined. 100,000 gold dragons, converted to berries, amounts to nearly 19 billion. To claim 100 billion is still an understatement. Excellent. Are there any ready-made? Last time, 5 were produced in one batch, and 3 remain. Give me all that are left. Wait, when you mentioned 100,000 gold dragons, was that for a single batch? Indeed, is there a problem? No, just hand them over. As the autumn breeze caressed the wrist, 3 jade vials materialized at once. Treasures of such worth were always within her reach. In many ways, she was akin to a half-stocked elixir repository, devoting herself entirely to the art of cultivation. She seldom ventured outside, residing year-round near the city lord's manor, thus untroubled by the threat of ambush. Your Majesty, the recent decline in herbal supplies, is there some unforeseen circumstance? Qiu Fengwei inquired. The scarcity of herbs is quite natural. I have nearly depleted my friend's years of stock, and the new growth has yet to emerge, replied Rainer. In truth, within a mere half-year, the safer locales of the pirate realm had been thoroughly harvested by gatherers, leaving only perilous and treacherous grounds that few dared to explore, thereby naturally reducing the supply of herbs. Furthermore, there will be no more essence of blood in the future. Please communicate this as well. Understood. I shall take my leave. The minister respectfully withdrew. Reino ventured into the backyard to engage in a conversation with his parents, play with his younger siblings, and inquire about the cultivation progress of Lin Sheener and Christina. Both were practicing the blood refinement body, and with sufficient vital essence, they had entered the dominance realm. Christina's previous breathing technique, which was merely of the Xian rank in the Qian kingdom, had long been abandoned. In the evening, another cabinet meeting was convened to address various national affairs. The night passed without incident, and as dawn broke the following day, Reino returned to the pirate world, making his way directly to Zephyr's residence. Upon opening the door, Zephyr expressed surprise. Reino, why are you here so early? Of course, I am delivering medicine for my future admiral, Reino replied, producing a jade vial. So soon, Zephyr took the vial, uncorked it, and was instantly enveloped by the fragrant aroma of the medicine, which was invigorating just to inhale. Just swallow it, Zephyr said without hesitation, placing it in his mouth. And it dissolved into a warm liquid without needing to be chewed. Chapter 60. Rejuvenation. The warmth surged within him, spreading throughout his limbs and body, akin to soaking in a hot spring. This sensation continued for several minutes, during which dark yellow impurities began to seep from his pores, leaving him revitalized and brimming with vitality. Zephyr, nearing 70, visibly transformed, as wrinkles vanished, skin tightened, and his once dull violet hair regained its vibrancy, while his aura surged. This is the best I've ever felt, Zephyr exclaimed joyfully. Master, you should take a shower first. The effects of the medicine will last for about 3 to 4 hours. Feeling the sticky residue on his body, Zephyr shuddered. After bidding farewell to Zephyr, Reino proceeded to Carp's residence. Carp, still asleep, was roused by Reino's knocking. With a grumpy demeanor, he growled, "You brat, If you don't have anything important to say, I'll let you taste my iron fist of love. Carp. I will say just one thing. You are too old. Reno replied nonchalantly. Look at yourself. Your hair and beard are completely white. You're a quintessential old man. Carp's anger flared instantly, having been awakened early only to be insulted about his age. He roared, Iron fist of love. Boom. The air exploded with force. And Reno experienced what it meant to confront the power of the heavens. That punch felt like a celestial collapse. He hastily retreated, realizing that while he had also mastered the iron fist, he was entirely outmatched and could not afford to take a hit without risking injury. I can make you young again, Reno exclaimed urgently. Carp's fist halted just millimeters from Reno's forehead, the force causing Reno's hair to flutter wildly. You want to make me young again, brat? Are you referring to Ein's ability? That is of little use. The rewind fruit merely enhances abilities and cannot revert one's vitality or lifespan. It is merely an illusion. Moreover, with my Conqueror's Haki, such rule-based abilities are essentially ineffective against me. Of course, it is not a fruit ability, but a medicinal remedy. Consuming this Tai refined marrow pill can extend your life by 50 years, indirectly achieving the effect of rejuvenation, Reno stated, producing the jade vial. Tai refined marrow pill. What is that? Kapu, bewildered, accepted the potion. I have concocted this elixir, master, please consume it swiftly. Without hesitation. Kapu trusted that Reno would not harm him and promptly ingested it. Mere minutes later, the creases on Kapu's face vanished, his white hair transformed to black, and his visage appeared as if he were in his 30s, exuding a depth of presence that was both unfathomable and formidable. To behold him was to witness a god or demon reborn, instilling a sense of dread. At that moment, Kapu appeared even more fearsome than in his youth, armed with unparalleled combat experience, coupled with an apex physique and commanding aura, making him a worthy adversary even for Emu. Master, I have one more Tai Lien Sui Dan left. If anyone in the Navy desires it, let them trade a superior devil fruit for it. I shall take my leave now, but I will return within 10 days, Reno declared before soaring into the sky. Kapu remained enveloped in astonishment and contemplation. 3 hours later, in the conference room of Naval Headquarters, as the youthful Kapu stepped through the door, Sengoku's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. You are Kapu's illegitimate son. You resemble him so closely. It is as if you were Kapu in his prime. Kizaru, Akainu, and Akiji were present, all wearing expressions of disbelief. Haha, indeed. That old rascal Sengoku could not recognize me. Kapu chuckled as he approached Sengoku, deftly opening a drawer and retrieving some senbei from within. Kapu, you scoundrel. Have you stolen again? Sengoku instinctively scolded, his voice trailing off as disbelief washed over him. Are you truly Kapu? With a crunch. Kapu bit into the senbei and remarked with dissatisfaction, this brand is subpar, do not purchase it again. Impossible. Such an aura cannot merely stem from the powers of a devil fruit. How have you regained your youth? Sengoku stood in stunned silence, momentarily forgetting his irritation over Kapu's pilfering. At that moment, Zephyr entered, equally youthful, exuding a terrifying presence. The assembly was once more taken aback. Oh, Zephyr. You too have regained your youth? Kapu greeted him. Kapu, come and spar with me, Zephyr challenged. Ha, that is precisely my intention. Kapu, Zephyr, what on earth has transpired? Sengoku could no longer contain his curiosity. How did you both become youthful? If it were possible, who wouldn't desire to be young again? Hawkeye's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he observed quietly. It is Reno, Zephyr elucidated. He is an extraordinarily powerful physician. I did not foresee this. He has crafted a potion of rejuvenation that not only cured my ailments, but also restored my youth. Indeed, that little rascal Reno claimed it could extend my life by 50 years. I could live for another 50 years, ha 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 ha. Kapu laughed heartily, exclaiming. I could take on 3 Sengokus now. Kapu, you arrogant fool. Do not let your success cloud your judgment. I want you to bring Reno here. How can such a precious boon only be bestowed upon you? Sengoku demanded impatiently. Reno? He has flown away, mentioning he would return within 10 days. Likely off in search of some peculiar herbs, Kapu replied. By the way, he instructed me to inform you that anyone wishing for this miraculous potion should offer a superior devil fruit in exchange. What? How preposterous. He actually treats people differently. Sengoku slammed the table in fury. Sengoku, this medicine costs 100 billion berries per pill. Renew does not share such a deep bond with you. Zephyr remarked. How terrifying. 100 billion, Kizaru said. However, 100 billion for 50 years of life. The celestial dragons might fight tooth and nail for it. Sengoku, I am here today to resign, Zephyr stated. Resign? Yes, I have promised Renew that I will join his ship. Sengoku fell silent for a moment. This time not attempting to dissuade him. Have you thought it through? I have indeed. I have lived my life in a haze. It is time to take action. I must avenge my wife and child. Even if it means opposing the entire world, I will not hesitate to shatter myself in the process. Renew's speech, indeed, has the power to sway hearts, but he speaks the truth. I approve. Thank you. Sengoku replied. I am no longer young. The 50-year-old Akaina remarked. However, I cannot obtain the high-ranking devil fruit. I have a suggestion for you all. Let us seize the celestial dragon's fruits. Carp said. You scoundrel, Carp. What a rotten idea you propose. Sengoku scolded. Tsuru appeared contemplative. Perhaps it is worth a try. What? Little Tsuru, have you lost your mind? Sengoku exclaimed in astonishment. I did not say we should steal. We could trade. 50 years of life for 2 high-ranking devil fruits is not unreasonable, is it? Oh. Everyone's eyes suddenly gleamed with interest. That is excessive. The languid Akiji perked up and said amidst the gazes of the crowd, 3 would be more appropriate. For then, Akainu argued. There are 5 of us here. Kizaru remarked. 5 would be ideal. Hey, do not go too far. Obtaining high-ranking devil fruits is no easy task, Sengoku said. Just 2 will suffice. Let us take it slow. 2 will keep them occupied for a while. That makes sense. Kizaru agreed. Let them see the results first. Then they will scramble to seek more, at which point we can raise the price. The group unanimously nodded and exchanged sly smiles. Chapter 61, Ace World Government, Mariewa. Elder Star's conference room. Renew poses in extreme danger with his ideas and possesses remarkable eloquence. He must be eliminated, Marcas Mass Saint stated. The higher-ups of the Navy are currently protecting him, making it quite difficult to accomplish. Jagor Lucia Satan Saint interjected. Let us deploy the Knights of God, Izambaron v. Nasaho Saint mused while holding his sword. Let it be so. We will act as soon as Renew departs from Navy headquarters. Shepherd X. B. Peter Saint nodded. I will make the arrangements, Topman Vacheli Saint said as he rose to leave. New World, Moby Dick Father, an intriguing individual has appeared, Marco said while holding a newspaper. Oh. Whitebeard took the newspaper and examined it closely for a moment, then chuckled. This young lad's views are truly astonishing. The celestial dragons will not tolerate his assertion that they are equal to commoners in the eyes of the law, Marco said, once he finds himself cornered. We shall take him in, old man. Of course, no problem at all. I have quite the admiration for that lad. In the New World, aboard the Red Force. Red-haired Shanks glanced at the newspaper with keen interest. The Navy's rising star, Reno, I hope you survive. First Mate Beckman exhaled a puff of smoke. What a bold little rascal. The chef, Lucky Roo, gnawed on a piece of meat. This kid possesses remarkable strength. Should we recruit him? Shanks replied. When he finds himself in trouble, I shall extend an invitation. In the New World, Cake Island, Charlotte Linlin laughed heartily. Mother, a rebellious lad has emerged from the Navy. Mother, this naval officer seems worth pursuing. His views do not conflict with ours, Katakuri remarked. No. I detest the Navy and abhor order. Let us not forget we are pirates. Katakuri acknowledged, understood. In the New World, Wano Country, Onigashima, a captain declared, a new star from the Navy has emerged, gaining popularity rivaling that of the former 3 admirals. An aide presented a newspaper. Kaido, gulping down his drink with flushed cheeks, remarked, Oh, really? A naval prodigy? Let me take a look. After a moment, he concluded, that brat must be eliminated upon sight. We cannot allow him to grow. Indeed. At the Revolutionary Army's headquarters in Balyadigo, one of the founders, Emporio Ivankov, exclaimed, Reno is quite the remarkable young man. His ideals align perfectly with our revolutionary vision. Dragon. Let us invite him to join us. Dragon set aside the newspaper and pondered for a moment. I will seek him out. However, he likely has his own intentions. His current situation is perilous. Although his speech did not explicitly call for the overthrow of the world government and the celestial dragons, it was rife with criticism. The celestial dragons will not spare him. We must rescue him. Ivankov insisted. Allow me to go, interjected Bartholomew Kuma, another founder. In the first half of the Grand Line, Ace, having recently acquired the Mara Mara Nomi abilities, smashed a naval warship with a single punch and laughed. Next target, Sabaody Archipelago. The members of the Spade Pirates responded loudly in agreement. The Marine headquarters at Marineford is quite near, with Kizaru capable of reaching Sabaody in under an hour. Renault spent approximately 5 hours flying into the archipelago. The Comodi Islands are comprised of numerous towering trees, with the ground formed by their roots. Due to the respiration of these trees, bubbles emerge from the earth. The species is known as the Yalki mangrove, the largest tree in the world. The archipelago consists of 79 Yalki mangroves, each tree serving as an island, complete with its own town. For ease of recollection, they have been assigned numbers, ranging from 1 to 79. Renault decided to first dine at a restaurant before visiting Shaki's bar to meet the enigmatic Pluto, Rayleigh. Located at number 13, Shaki's bar was directly accessible as Renault soared down from the sky. The entire archipelago of Shambadi was adorned with bubbles, creating a surreal ambience. These bubbles were remarkably sturdy, with many individuals utilizing them as makeshift luggage or modes of transport. Renault descended from the heavens, a sight neither remarkable nor deserving of attention. Upon locating a restaurant, he indulged himself in a sumptuous feast, observing the astonished expressions of those around him. He continued his gluttonous endeavor, his plates accumulating like mountains beside him. At that moment, a group of individuals arrived, with the leader being none other than Ace. "Hey, Captain, there's a Navy officer. Judging by the insignia, he is just a lieutenant," remarked the ship's doctor, Mascud Dias. A mere lieutenant daring to venture out alone, truly fearless. Does he not realize this is a crucial route for pirates heading to the New World? Added crew member Michael. "I detest the Navy. Their presence is bothersome. Let us send him flying," interjected crew member Scarl. The Black Spade Pirates, consisting of 8 members, largely concurred with the notion of dispatching the Navy officer. Hey, you ruffians, brazenly plotting to toss me aside. Do you not regard me at all?" Renault wiped his oily mouth and turned to face the newcomers, noticing Ace's momentary pause. At this moment, he recalled that it was the year 1517 of the Sea Circle calendar, and Ace, at the tender age of 17, had set sail. Though he had not anticipated this encounter would come so swiftly. "Very well, for the sake of Master Garp, I shall spare you." Renault continued to feast heartily. "Garp? You know the old man Garp?" Ace exclaimed in astonishment. "Ace, Garp is your grandfather. Show him some respect in your address. You little brat. Who do you think you are to be so arrogant? State your name." Ace, newly endowed with the powers of his fruit, floated with an air of superiority, hardly considering Renault a threat, his next ambition being to challenge the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. Renault, with a resigned shake of his head, rose from his seat and remarked, "It appears that a thorough lesson is the only way for you to enjoy your meal properly. Such audacity from you little rascals. Indeed, it is time to send you flying." The members of the Spade Pirates clamored in excitement. "Get ready." With a swift motion, Renault delivered a powerful kick, sending one adversary soaring. With a single punch, another was dispatched, and a sweeping kick sent 2 more hurtling through the air. "Do not let pride cloud your judgment," Ace observed as he witnessed his companions being effortlessly overpowered. Flames ignited around him. Fire fist. The collision of their fist resulted in Ace being propelled backwards several meters. Pathetic. Utterly pathetic. You haven't even mastered hockey, yet you aspire to enter the New World? You are merely courting death. Renault continued to dispatch the entire Spade Pirates crew, one by one, leaving them sprawled on the ground. "For the sake of Captain Carp, I suggest you leave. First, learn hockey. Otherwise, in the New World, you will be nothing but small fry." Renault resumed his meal, contentedly eating and drinking. However, Ace did not depart. Instead, he took a seat across from Renault and began to eat heartily. "I've heard tales of hockey, this mysterious power that can strike at Logia users. It seems to be true. Would you be willing to teach me?" Perhaps it was the fact that Renault referred to Carp as his teacher that made Ace feel secure enough to voice this request. "You want me, a Navy officer, to impart the secret of hockey, a pirate's hidden treasure, to you? Is there no other way?" Renault's gaze was peculiar. "Why not seek Carp instead? The old man has insisted on building a strong foundation and has never taught me this. Now that our positions have shifted, it feels inappropriate to ask him for guidance." Renault gestured to his military uniform, exclaiming, "Am I not a Navy man? I recognize you, Renault, the rising star of the Navy, a rebel against the government. A thorn in the side of the celestial dragons. The world claims you won't survive a month. You are not yet a pirate, but soon you shall be, if you manage to endure." Ace responded. At that moment, Dias produced a newspaper and compared it, confirming, "Indeed, it is you. Ace, I could teach you. Join my ship." "I'm sorry, but I aspire to become the pirate king and will not board another's vessel." Renault retorted, "You a pirate king? To be frank, with my strength, I could at best match a warlord of the sea. Should I encounter one of the 4 emperors in the New World, I would be thoroughly defeated. As for you, a mere handful of their subordinates could easily eliminate you. Are the 4 emperors truly that formidable? Ace inquired in astonishment. He had already sensed Renault's immense power and realized he could not contend with it, yet he had not anticipated that Renault was merely at the level of a warlord. At this juncture, Ace's abilities were still largely undeveloped. He would later eliminate a warlord and gain renown. But it would be a year or 2 before he truly ascended to the realm of the powerful. Chapter 62. Punk Hazard, you should understand my current predicament. There is no time to teach you unless you remain by my side, Renault stated. Then I shall wait until I enter the New World to capture a pirate skilled in hockey for instruction. Surely not every hockey user is that strong? Ace looked at Renault, anticipating a response. Your idea is indeed feasible, but you have a better option. What is it? Seek out the Dark King Rayleigh for guidance. Rayleigh, the right-hand man of Pirate King Roger. Dias exclaimed in astonishment. Ace fell into contemplative silence. You know he will teach you, and he will do so with great diligence. Renault continued. How do you know this? Did the old man tell you? Do not underestimate my network of information. Captain Garp would not disclose such matters to me. Hey, what kind of riddle are you two trying to solve? Dias inquired, utterly perplexed. Renault paid no heed and continued. Rayleigh is right here, on island number 13. Ace felt a surge of emotion and, after a moment's hesitation, replied, I do not wish to become entangled with them. That belongs to the previous generation. I shall forge my own path to become the king of the pirates. Very well, as you wish. Renault ceased to offer further counsel. Prior to the impending war, Ace's journey toward strength was remarkably smooth, rendering additional interference unnecessary. However, I must caution you, do not take the lives of Navy personnel. For many of them are merely striving to make a living, with parents and families awaiting their return at home. Renault's gaze was piercing, otherwise. Even if you are the grandson of Garp, I shall not spare you. Ace, seemingly filled with remorse, nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. Thus, allow me to treat you all today. Let us feast without restraint, Renault declared. Instantly, the members of the Spade Pirates erupted in cheers. Glasses clinked as the group engaged in lively conversation, cherishing their farewells. Renault inquired about the direction from his boss and made his way directly to Shaki's bar. Knock the bamboo. The establishment was remarkably small and rudimentary, furnished only with a sofa, round tables, stools, a counter, and a refrigerator, occupying no more than 20 square meters. Shaki managed the bar alone, charging exorbitant prices that often led to chaotic brawls. As the former Amazon Lily Queen and a former captain of the 9 Snake Pirates, not to mention her experience aboard the Rock's ship, her prowess was unquestionable, and troublemakers seldom fared well. Moreover, with Rayleigh's support, she remained as steadfast as a mountain. Their relationship hovered between that of a wife and a lover as they shared their lives together. At this moment, the two were engaged in a mixed doubles match, dragging a group of pirates toward the entrance, having thoroughly relieved them of their berries. Greetings to you all, Renault called out from the doorway. ISNT this young Renault? Shaki casually released the pirate she had been grappling with, smiling as she asked, What brings you here, young man? I seek a piece of information and someone in particular, Renault replied, turning to Rayleigh. Good day, Senior Rayleigh. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Lieutenant Renault of the Navy, having just graduated from the elite training camp. The elderly man, Rayleigh, with his hair completely white, revealed a bitter smile. Is there truly no escaping this? I have been retired for quite some time. Please do not misunderstand, Rayleigh. I am not here to capture you. I could not even if I tried. Instead, I wish to invite you and your wife aboard my ship, the young man proposed. Rayleigh and his companion exchanged puzzled glances. Young man, we are merely retired pirates, no longer capable of action, Rayleigh's wife, Shaki, interjected. We have no desire to join the Navy. I am not part of the Navy. I lead a personal team known as the Sharp Blades, characterized by guerrilla tactics, acting freely as we please. I apologize, Shaki added, her interest clearly waning. I can restore your youth. Do you not wish to bear a child or two? Renault suggested. The power of the fruit is undeniably formidable, yet it is fundamentally ephemeral. Altering one's fate is beyond human capability, Rayleigh remarked. No, what I offer is not a devil fruit, but rather a potion. One dose can extend your life by 50 years and purify your essence, enhancing your strength beyond your peak, Renault asserted. The two remained skeptical, unable to place their faith in the Navy's claims, especially when they sounded so fantastical. Very well. Consider it. I shall return in 10 days. In the meantime, I urge you to observe Carp and Zifa. They have consumed this potion, and the truth will be evident. He continued. Now, regarding a piece of information, Shaki, could you inform me of Edward Weevil's whereabouts? I possess his location for a price of 500 million berries. What? Shaki exclaimed. Are you robbing me? Otherwise, why would I have opened this bar? Renal quipped silently to himself. Fine, money is not an issue. Just provide me with the precise location. He tossed a hefty bag of gold coins directly to Shaki. With a smile, she accepted. Indeed, Renal. You are quite the affluent gentleman. Please hold on a moment. Renaud found himself at a loss for words. Could it be that the discovery of the ancient treasure had already reached a definitive conclusion? Soon, Shaki emerged, handing over a slip of paper. Neither of them considered inviting Renaud in for a drink. Instead, they ushered him away as if he were a harbinger of misfortune. Renaud is indeed quite ambitious, remarked Shaki. Indeed, he is a person of great undertakings, and it is perilous to be in his presence. But what if the potion is genuine? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Rayleigh finally spoke. Let us live once more, to topple the celestial dragons from their pedestal, an ambition that both Roger and I have harbored yet failed to realize. I shall investigate the whereabouts of Garp and Zephyr. Shaki remained silent, choosing to lend her support through action. Meanwhile, in the distance, Reno walked while retrieving a din mushy. Teacher Zephyr, I have information regarding Edward Weevil. Where is he? Zephyr's anger surged forth. Renaud spoke of an island along a grand maritime route. The news was 3 days old, and its current status remains uncertain. That is sufficient, even if he has departed. There will surely be traces left behind. I shall now set forth to eliminate him. Zephyr abruptly ended the call in a flurry. Renaud, underestimating the current strength of Zifa, believed he could easily contend with two of Weevil. The title of Iron Fist is not without merit. This was a figure who once challenged the renowned Roger, rivaled only by the formidable Carp, a testament to his formidable prowess. Now restored to his peak condition, having eradicated all hidden injuries, his strength has ascended to yet greater heights, making him capable of engaging even 3 foes at once. After all, Weevil merely possesses the level of a warlord, far removed from that of an admiral. In the next moment, Reno soared into the skies, heading towards the Red Line. In the ancient era of the One Piece world, a significant tectonic upheaval resulted in the land rising to form a vast landmass encircling the globe, known as the Red Line, towering at 10,000 meters. The Red Line splits the world in two, further segmented into 4 seas by the Great Route's unidirectional currents. Theoretically, survival on the Red Line is implausible at such heights. Temperatures plummet to sub-zero levels. As discussed in forums of the past, the likelihood of a mountain bandit king emerging is rather slim. The extreme cold precludes the growth of crops and vegetation, leading to a scarcity of food and the extinction of animal life, resulting in a lack of population. Rather than struggle for survival at such heights, it would be more prudent to seek refuge on an island at sea. However, this is the norm. Yet, the world of One Piece is anything but ordinary. If the celestial dragons thrive at such altitudes, it is due to support from the ground. The existence of sky islands and their inhabitants defies explanation. Thus, absolutes do not exist, and only through exploration can one uncover the truth. Perhaps even discovering some allies along the way. Ultimately, contrary to expectations, after flying for a considerable distance above the Red Line, Reno encountered nothing but desolation. Perhaps due to proximity to Mariewa, there were no signs of habitation. In any case, having found no signs of life, he retrieved the punk hazard recording pointer he had meticulously prepared and set his course. Chapter 63, The Great Battle Against the Don Quixote Family Caesar Clown. The founder of the Inio Mads research team and a former member of the World Government's Scientific Division had once collaborated with the greatest scientist, Vegapunk, who was 500 years ahead of the world in technology. Ranked second in the scientific division, he was dubbed the supreme authority on weapons of mass destruction. During his tenure, he clandestinely researched biochemical weapons, leading to a catastrophic explosion that resulted in significant casualties and severe losses for the government, culminating in his arrest. Having concealed his identity as a Logia-type gas fruit user, he seized the opportunity to escape, subsequently returning to Punk Hazard for secretive research, with a bounty of 300 million berries placed on his head. Shortly thereafter, he entered into a clandestine partnership with the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo, known as Heavenly Demon, to develop the artificial devil fruit smile using the raw material sad, acquiring funding from the Yonko Charlotte Lin to conduct giantification experiments. upon realizing the futility of giantification. He feigned progress, squandering the funds on indulgence, revealing his deeply unlikable nature. Punk Hazard, also known as the Bank Hazard, was originally a research base for the scientific division. Following the explosion caused by Caesar's biochemical weapons, a plethora of corrosive substances was released from the island, transforming it into an uninhabited wasteland. After the Marineford War, Akiji and Dakina would engage in a fierce battle here for 10 days and nights, contending for the position of fleet admiral, resulting in the island becoming a place of both fire and ice, permanently altering its climate. At this moment, while the island's climate had yet to change, it was filled with toxic gases. Renault circled several times before discovering a secure entrance. This is the only research facility on Frozen Island that remained intact, later occupied by Caesar. Renault did not immediately intrude, but instead returned to the primary world. He soared across the ocean for 2 consecutive days, enduring the wrath of severe weather conditions such as hail, storms, freezing rain, and tornadoes. Were it not for the recovery elixirs, he would have long since succumbed to exhaustion. After all, contending with the forces of nature is no small feat. Even he found it exceedingly taxing. At this moment, both his mind and body were profoundly fatigued, and his energy was depleted. The research facility was fraught with uncertainties, and he wished to avoid any missteps. Thus, he decided to replenish his energy before proceeding. Tianshui. Summon Xiu Fengyue. Yes. Upon the arrival of Renault, he promptly issued his command. Shortly thereafter, Xiu Fengyue appeared. Your Majesty, did you summon me? She inquired. The efficacy of the Tai Lian Sui Dan is remarkably exceptional. How many more batches can you produce? Renault asked. With the current materials at hand, I can manage at most 3 more batches, though success is not guaranteed, as this is a 5th-tier spiritual medicine, akin to a Dao fusion elixir. The last time we convened 15 renowned alchemists from the Qian Kingdom, we attempted 5 times and barely succeeded once. A success rate of 20% is quite commendable. Since we have achieved it once, a second success is plausible. It is imperative that we continue the refinement process. Understood. I shall immediately gather the necessary personnel, she replied. Very well. Should you encounter any difficulties, seek Lin Yi's assistance. Yes. Reynolds silently recuperated for a day before returning to Punk Hazard. The gate stood firmly shut, and rather than seeking a conventional entry, he summoned all his strength and delivered a resounding punch against the door. Boom. The ground trembled as the steel gate caved in significantly. Boom. Another tremor echoed as a breach was shattered into existence. Inside, alarms blared, and a multitude of individuals clad in yellow protective gear emerged, brandishing firearms. These were pirates, captured and transformed into experimental subjects, confined within the confines of the Bank's restricted zone. Subsequently, Caesar rescued them, turning them into his subordinates. Worthy of no pity. With his arms reddened, Reynolds charged into the fray amidst a hail of bullets, striking with fists and feet, mercilessly carving his way through. The air was filled with unending cries of terror. Navy, cease your arrogance. A hand intercepted Reynolds' assault, and where they clashed, a fierce wind erupted. Ah, Lao Ji. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Reynolds was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that one of Doflamingo's subordinates would appear here so soon, indicating that the two were already collaborating. He chuckled. How intriguing, the red-haired rookie, was it? The Navy's new star, Reynolds. Doflamingo, clad in his signature pink coat and sunglasses, surveyed from a vantage point with an air of nonchalance. So, the Navy's new star has come to meet his demise? The Horned Caesar materialized beside Doflamingo, sporting a lecherous grin. Trouble loomed. Reynolds thought to himself, never expecting his first encounter with a warlord to transpire here. Alongside Doflamingo stood 3 high-ranking officials, Pica, Diamante, and Virgo, each showcasing formidable prowess. Then let us dismantle them one by one. A glimmer of lethal intent flashed in Reynolds' eyes as his hands morphed into shadows, executing the 1,000-handed Buddha technique to perfection, as if additional hands had materialized. Lao Ji was taken aback, desperately attempting to block the blows, but was swiftly struck in the chest by a powerful punch, sent flying several dozen meters. This strike bore no restraint from Reynolds. Yet, Lao Ji remained alive, merely gasping blood and sustaining grievous injuries, temporarily incapacitated. Navy, perish before me. Diamante descended from above, unleashing a sword strike. Renault, with an imposing flourish, launched into a fierce assault, scaling upward with agility as strikes fell like rain. The incessant sound of clashing blades resonated in the air. I shall join in. Pierced the air with the sharp noise of Pica. As a wielder of the stone fruit, I had become one with the earth, manifesting as a towering giant, standing hundreds of meters tall within the subterranean realm. Fortunately, this research facility was immensely vast, just capable of accommodating such a presence. The colossal fists, measuring several meters, descended with a howling wind, exuding an overwhelming force. As the clash of fists and blades echoed, a powerful kick thwarted the stone-like punch. The force erupted, causing the massive stone arm to shatter into countless fragments. Was this the formidable aura of Luiying? Virgo gasped in astonishment as he joined the fray. Undercover for the Don Quixote family, Virgo had ascended the ranks of the Navy to the position of Rear Admiral, ultimately becoming the commander of G5 base, mastering the 6 forms with a proficiency that surpassed even Reno. His presence significantly intensified the pressure on Reno. Virgo's strength was second only to Doflamingo. Although he may not have matched the 7 warlords, he certainly attained the caliber of a Navy elite Rear Admiral, holding a position of absolute authority within his family. Virgo, after all these years in the Navy, do you not possess a shred of justice in your heart? Reno inquired as he fended off the trio's assault. Justice? What is that? Something to consume. The Navy is merely the lapdog of the celestial dragons. Can one feel pride in being a dog? Virgo retorted without hesitation. I see now that my understanding was superficial. You are beyond redemption. Then meet your demise. Reno's fury erupted, its brilliance of vivid crimson akin to blood, and his prowess surged to unprecedented heights. The thunderous clash of combat reverberated throughout the subterranean expanse. As the adage goes, prolonged conflict leads to inevitable downfall. Seizing the moment when Diamante leaned back, Reno propelled himself forward, crashing into Diamante's embrace, delivering a pointed thrust aimed directly at his heart. Diamante, stricken with terror, realized that should this strike land, his demise would be certain. Fortunately, a cord as thick as an arm, emerging from an unknown source, materialized just in time to intercept the blow. Reno missed his strike and retreated, taking a leap that created a shockwave beneath his feet. In an instant, he appeared before Don Quixote Doflamingo, delivering a fierce kick aimed at his cheek. Doflamingo, unwilling to yield, retaliated with a powerful flying kick of his own, their legs colliding with a resounding boom. The point of contact erupted with a clash of overwhelming force, producing sizzling sparks of lightning. You little brat, don't get too cocky. Doflamingo's forehead bulged with veins. In the next moment, Reno suddenly felt as though a mountain had descended upon him, causing his movements to slow significantly. Conqueror's Haki. Chapter 64, Breakthrough. Conqueror's Haki. A jolt of surprise coursed through Reno. He had not anticipated the sheer potency of this oppressive force. His own Conqueror's Haki still lingered just shy of awakening fully. In this moment of suppression, he sensed the potential for an explosive release. Yet it remained dormant for an extended period. Reno, enveloped in true energy, unleashed punches with the force of mountains as he engaged in a fierce battle against Doflamingo. Waves of energy rippled outwards, causing walls to shatter and stones to fly. The absence of Conqueror's Haki did not equate to defeat. Even the 3 admirals lacked this ability. Yet could they be deemed weak? Certainly, when the 3 admirals faced the 4 emperors, their strength was comparatively diminished due to the lack of Haki, and this is indisputable. However, Doflamingo was not one of the 4 emperors. He did not possess Haki that could bind, and its effect was solely suppressive. Reno, through a combination of true energy and Haki, managed to hold his ground. Not bad, kid, Doflamingo remarked, surprised that this mere lieutenant exhibited such strength. No wonder he dared to storm in alone. At that moment, Virgo joined the fray, making it 2 against 1, and Reno found himself in a strenuous position. He was occasionally struck and sent crashing into the walls, creating large craters. Damn it, at this rate, I will lose. His attributes were not yet on par with the warlords of the sea. In a one-on-one duel, the outcome was uncertain, and now faced with 2, 3, 4, or even 5 opponents, enduring this long was already pushing his limits. He pondered when and how to escape, whether to teleport away or flee in the traditional manner. Seizing an opportunity, he created some distance and glanced at his fan value, 9.6 million. With an additional 360,000 in proficiency, he was only 40,000 short of upgrading his armament Haki. Suddenly, he felt emboldened. Acquiring a mere 40,000 fan value would be swift. Noticing that Reno had ceased his reckless assault and instead opted for a more evasive strategy, Doflamingo grew increasingly suspicious. Reno, before your reinforcements arrive, you will surely perish. No need to probe. I have no reinforcements, Reno replied candidly. Is that so? Doflamingo was entirely unconvinced. How could one prolong a battle without allies? merely waiting to succumb to exhaustion? Birdcage. He released threads that enveloped the underground space, ensnaring Reno as if he were a bird trapped in a cage. Regardless of whether reinforcements existed, isolating the battlefield was Doflamingo's objective. These threads were remarkably resilient, surpassing even steel wire. In the original narrative, Zorro could not sever them with a sword. This was the true power of an awakened devil fruit. Spider's nest. Puncturing threads. 5 colored threads. Doflamingo unleashed a barrage of techniques, while Reno, deftly maneuvering, maximized the thousand-handed Buddha technique. True energy arms sprouted from his body, resembling real flesh, continuously extending to strike. In an instant, hundreds of arms erupted from his back, delivering blows with fists, palms, and fingers as he single-handedly contended against 4 adversaries. Yet, prolonged defense leads to inevitable failure. The ground suddenly trembled. Half-Moon Burial. Diamante's sword sliced through the air, executing a successful sneak attack that struck Reno squarely in the back. The metallic clash rang out. Reno experienced a dull ache in his internal organs, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. At that moment, a hand emerged from the ground, grasping Reno, who had just fallen, with a firm grip. Boom. The palm exploded, and crimson vapor enveloped Reno, causing blood to seep from his mouth. It is still too soon. Come again. Reno displayed no sign of fear, his fan value soaring to 9.62 million. Reno, the Navy is ill-suited for you. Join my family. Doflamingo beckoned. Nonsense. You, a schemer and a traitor, think I would work alongside you? Reno retorted vehemently. Doflamingo's forehead throbbed with rage. I will tear you to shreds. The fierce battle raged on, with 4 adversaries relentlessly attacking. Reno, battered and bruised, found himself besieged, his strength diminished after battling for half an hour, his body drenched in blood. What is your purpose? Doflamingo inquired, perplexed. It was indeed strange for a naval officer to engage in such a desperate fight unless his sanity was compromised. One would typically consider retreat. Yet, Reno seemed resolute, unwilling to yield. My intention is quite simple, to dismantle your factory, Reno replied, concealing the truth. Very well, you may meet your demise, Doflamingo declared, ceasing further conversation as he unleashed a barrage of firepower, ensnaring the ground and walls with an intricate web of strings. Each thread sprang forth with the velocity of a bullet leaving the chamber. A blood hole appeared on Rainer's body, gradually increasing over time. For the moment, he remained unharmed due to the restoration of life and the infusion of vital energy. The fan value stood at an impressive 9.63 million. At that instant, Lao Ji, having received a brief treatment from Caesar, rose once more, his physique swelling visibly from that of a frail old man into a muscular giant. With the swiftness of lightning, he charged forth to join the fray, executing the G's mark. At this moment, Rainer was blocking a thread aimed at his forehead with one foot, while parrying Diamante's slash with one hand, and engaging Virgo with a finger gun maneuver using his other hand. The opening was wide, defenses utterly futile, and in an instant, Lao Ji's strike pierced through, sending Rainer flying several dozen meters. Boom. Behind him, an unexpected wall rose, with spikes of earth raining down like a shower. Reno exerted every ounce of his strength, fortifying his back and crashing forward, sending shards of stone flying in all directions. Amidst the swirling dust and smoke, his aura surged rather than diminished, with tendrils of true energy igniting like flames, enveloping him in a crimson hue. His mastery of armament hockey reached an unparalleled zenith, transcending into the realm of the extraordinary. With his 4-dimensional capabilities surpassing the critical threshold of 81 points, his attributes stood as follows: strength, 81, stamina, 81, agility, 81, spirit, 81. Not a point more, nor a point less, yet the significance of that single point was monumental. At the 7180 stage, he merely qualified as an elite vice-admiral, whereas at the 8190 stage, he ascended to the illustrious ranks of the 7 warlords, the 3 calamities, and the vice-emperor level, a distinction that could not be understated. It was akin to a cat evolving into a tiger, thus entering an entirely different realm of existence. Renaud felt as if something within him had been shattered, leaving him in a state of unparalleled exhilaration. From that moment on, he stood merely a step away from the pinnacle of the sea. Yet, this step remained tantalizingly elusive. The royal level, when considering the entirety of the world, excluding the enigmatic celestial dragons, comprises only a handful of individuals over the span of several decades. The sub-royal level, akin to the 7 warlords, is similarly limited to just a few dozen. This illustrates that true strength necessitates innate talent. Mere dedication to training does not guarantee advancement. Take for instance Don Quixote da Flamingo, who remained stagnant at the level of the 7 warlords for decades. Otherwise, with his ambition, he would have long since aspired to contend for the position of the 4 emperors. Moreover, within the Navy, numerous elite vice admirals find themselves unable to ascend further. A typical example includes Peach Rabbit and T-Pig, who, separated by a mere thread from the rank of admiral, were defeated by Fujitora and Green Bull, thus missing the opportunity for promotion. Hence, it is evident that breaking through the 7 warlords is no easy feat, and ascending to the royal level is akin to scaling the heavens. The aura had intensified. Doflamingo was considerably astonished. Raoji glanced at his hand, questioning his existence. Had his strike inadvertently aided the enemy in their breakthrough? Renault slowly emerged from the ruins, proclaiming, "Well then, pirates, it is time for the second round." Shave. In an instant, a fleeting shadow darted past. Before Raoji could react, he was struck in the chest by a punch that resembled the crushing force of a mountain. Utterly unstoppable, already gravely injured, he now suffered from a blow even more powerful than the last, causing his heart to shatter. With a wretched cry, he was propelled away, spewing forth his innards in a grotesque display. With a single strike, Renault not only unleashed the flowing cherry blossom technique but also channeled his full tenfold energy, causing Raoji to barely utter a few words before collapsing lifelessly. Rao. Don Quixote da Flamingo, consumed by rage, exclaimed, "Renault, you have slain my family. I shall see you dead." "Nonsense. As if it were not you who besieged me moments ago," Renault retorted nonchalantly. In the next instant, the battle reignited. Chapter 65, The Quest for Sleepy Ancient Town. The deafening sounds of intense combat reverberated through the air, shaking the very foundation of the underground research facility. The prowess and speed of Reno have been enhanced by at least 30%, engaging in a frenzied battle. After a prolonged clash lasting half a day, Diamante was the first to succumb. While you may be merely scratching the surface, your opponent strikes with devastating force. How can one endure such a disparity? Within mere exchanges, Diamante withdrew from the fray, opting to assist from a distance with the power of the float fruit, occasionally transforming the ground beneath Reno's feet into a flag, destabilizing his stance. However, under careful preparation, this tactic proved largely ineffective, bordering on superfluous. Next entered Pika, whose true form joined the fray, the armor upon him exhibiting numerous cracks, and the hue of his haki dimmed. Virgo, exhibiting commendable stamina, managed to persist, albeit with trembling hands and significant exhaustion. Observing Reno grow increasingly formidable, even launching several surprise attacks against Diamante, Doflamingo felt compelled to intervene multiple times, gradually realizing that he was losing control over the situation. If this continued, Diamante would undoubtedly meet his demise. Thus, he decisively commanded, "Pika, evacuate everyone." In response to the order, Pika activated his abilities, causing the ground to upheave, revealing an intricate network of passageways and levels. Reynolds charged directly at Caesar, seizing him before he could flee, and then struck with a powerful blow, clearing a path. The thunderous sound reverberated for quite some time as Reynolds lifted Caesar into the air. Outside, 3 layers of birdcage-like barriers obstructed his pursuit. "Reynolds, I can pay you." "Spare me," Caesar implored, his face ashen. "I have no interest in money. I have never touched it," Reynolds replied nonchalantly. He was in no hurry to leave, as his objective had already been achieved. Upon returning to the ground, a surge of true energy entered Caesar's body. "Do you feel that? A refreshing sensation swirling around your heart?" Reynolds inquired. Caesar's face paled even further. "Reynolds, what is this?" "It is one of my abilities. With a mere thought, I can cause this energy to explode, and your heart will be reduced to ashes," Reynolds declared. "Reynolds, this mere bounty of 300 million berries holds little appeal. Release me, and I shall act as your informant, ensuring your continued success. I am not interested in accolades. From this day forth, you will work for me." "Oh, is there a problem?" Reynolds' eyes glinted with menace. "And no problem, it's just that my research requires substantial funding. You need not worry about financial matters. I am left with naught but money." "Then, what shall you research?" "The technology to reclaim devil fruits, the creation of artificial devil fruits, and the method for objects to consume devil fruits. For now, focus on mastering these 3 technologies." "Understood." Caesar believed that with funding and a suitable location, it mattered little where or for whom he conducted his research. "Do not venture into biochemical weaponry," or I shall sever a limb, Reynolds warned. Understood. I shall refrain from such endeavors for the time being. Now, lead me to the machinery. Under Caesar's guidance, Reynolds nearly emptied the entire research facility of its equipment. In a logical turn of events, he discovered the pink dragon fruit, a product of Vegapunk's synthesis using Kaido's bloodline factor, which had been deemed a failure due to its unusual color and discarded. Years later, it was found and consumed by Momonosuke. Renault cannot possibly consume the pink dragon fruit, as its potential remains uncertain and the risks of awakening unknown abilities are far too great. Even if one were to partake in a devil fruit, it must not be of artificial origin. Ultimately, he acquires Caesar's life card, leaving behind a telephone number, instructing Caesar to journey to the Sabaody archipelago and await him at the knock-up stream bar. Caesar, possessing his own ship and accompanied by a handful of pirate subordinates, departs with a lackluster enthusiasm. Renault returned to the main world ahead of schedule, resting for a day to recuperate before venturing back to the world of One Piece. After 2 days of intermittent flying, he finally arrived at Sabaody archipelago. This round trip consumed approximately 7 to 8 days. At Shaki's bar, devoid of its owner Rayleigh, Shaki was managing the establishment alone, with no patrons in sight. "Shaki, how have you been faring?" Renault inquired as he took a seat at the bar. Shaki's expression was complex. "Renault, the news of Carp and Zephyr regaining their youth has indeed caused quite a stir across the globe. It is true." "And what of it?" Renault prompted. "We can join you, but not at this moment. We will wait until you establish your own territory. The life of adventure at sea no longer suits us. Our youthful fervor has waned." "Very well. I welcome your eventual participation. I shall acquire my own territory in due time. I am currently gathering materials for that rejuvenating elixir. Once I have synthesized it, I will send it to you. Just wait for me," Renault replied. One must always be cautious of others, without any shadows to speak of. He was reluctant to be the first to provide the medicine, as Renault refused to be taken advantage of, even for him. The Tai Lien Sui Dan was an exceptionally rare and valuable elixir, not to be dispensed lightly. "I have news for you. Zephyr has defected," Shaki stated. "What?" Renault exclaimed, astonished. "Why?" "According to my teacher, he was supposed to formally resign from his position as instructor and then join the sword, remaining within the Navy, thus not truly defecting. Because the world government did not consent, he defected outright, commandeering 10 warships and 3,000 soldiers," Shaki explained. "He is now classified as a pirate by the world government, with a bounty of 3 billion. "Only 3 billion? How insulting," Renault remarked, his frustration evident. Shaki, exasperated, retorted, "Is this really about the bounty? Teacher Zephyr promised me he would serve as my deputy. His defection can be seen as a favor." "Where is he now?" Renault inquired. "He is likely seeking Weevil." And another piece of news. Carp assaulted a celestial dragon just 2 days ago, in District 1 of Sabaody archipelago. "What? Is the old man truly that volatile?" Shaki was once again at a loss for words. "It seems he acted on your behalf." "On my behalf?" Renault echoed, intrigued. "It is said that a celestial dragon dispatched the Knights of God to attempt to eliminate you. Upon learning this, Carp engaged them, ultimately battling against 2 admirals' worth of strength and sustaining heavy injuries on all sides. The news agency broadcasted the event live, and it resonated throughout the world, including with the young Carp." "And then?" Renault pressed. Carp initially held the advantage, shattering the long-standing rumor that peak combatants could not face 2 opponents simultaneously. If the fight had continued, Carp would likely have emerged victorious, his power astonishing. How did it conclude? Admiral Kazara intervened, halting the conflict, and Carp was taken away by Sengoku. Then there is no cause for concern. Those two share a bond akin to brothers. In the aftermath, the revelation of Carp and Zephyr regaining their youth has sent shockwaves throughout the world. Many are inquiring about the reason, and it is only a matter of time before your miraculous elixir becomes widely known. That is of little consequence." Renault shrugged. "I have heard that this extraordinary elixir can be exchanged for 2 superior devil fruits." "Oh? Where did you acquire such information?" "It came from the naval headquarters." "I see." Renault mused thoughtfully. "It appears the Navy intends to deceive the celestial dragons, or rather, to procure their wealth in exchange for their own medicine." He nodded and added, "This is fundamentally true. Even for a celestial dragon, I would be willing to sell if offered devil fruits. Aren't you concerned about aiding the enemy? 2 superior devil fruits for a young celestial dragon is a worthwhile trade. But what if it were the 5 elders?" Renault's gaze was piercing. "Anyone who stands against me, regardless of age, shall be vanquished." What a formidable spirit. "Renault, your journey is fraught with challenges. I sincerely hope for your success. I will succeed. By the way, I seek a place called Sleepy Ancient Town. Do you have any information, Senior Shachi? Chapter 66, Celestial Dragon in the New World. Aboard the Moby Dick. Father, father. Marco rushed over, brandishing a newspaper. A miraculous medicine, a miraculous medicine. The elderly Whitebeard, living day by day within 4 drip, replied helplessly. I have already stated that I am old and frail. There is no remedy for my condition. Not that, father. Look at Carp and Zifa. Whitebeard, puzzled, took the paper and gazed at the 2 robust and vigorous youths depicted, his eyes widening in astonishment. What is this? These 2 are Carp and Zifa? Indeed, it is them. They have regained their youth. What strange invention has the world government concocted? It is a medicine, a miraculous medicine, invented by the marine prodigy Renault. He has been acquiring herbs worldwide. Some wish to mock him, but now they realize he has created such a magnificent remedy. He is indeed a powerful apothecary. Whitebeard furrowed his brow, examining the article. 2 high-level devil fruits in exchange for 1 medicine. Marco, we do not possess such fruits. If we do not have them, we shall seize or purchase them. Once father consumes this medicine, he can reclaim his youth, becoming invincible and reigning over the new world for decades. Father, I believe Marco is right. 2 mere devil fruits for the chance to regain youth is an incredible bargain, Diamond Jaws remarked. I shall inquire further, Bista declared. Then I shall trouble you, my sons. Whitebeard laughed heartily. He did not wish to languish as a patient, enduring the torment of being unable to drink freely. The sons responded in unison. At the world government, Mary Geos, in the 5 elders conference room, this Renault is indeed a great apothecary, having invented such a medicine. J. Garcia Saturn was exceedingly astonished. Though it is not as remarkable as the immortality surgery, the experience of rejuvenation must be quite delightful, Marcus Mars opined. The more extraordinary he is, the greater the threat he poses to us, Izambaron V. Nasula remarked, still clutching his sword, his tone indifferent. This individual must be captured alive. If left unchecked, he will cause significant upheaval. Shepherd Tenpider nodded in agreement. Zifa defected for him. Carp was injured defending him, and Sengoku, along with the 3 admirals, all protect him. This man is exceptionally dangerous, more so than Dragon, Topman Vacheli asserted. Deploy the Knights of God for a covert capture, J. Garcia Saturn commanded. The others concurred. As for exchanging the fruits, it was not up for consideration. Why pay when one can obtain it for free? At this moment, numerous elderly powerful figures around the world harbored a fervent desire for the elixir of youth. They may have been sovereigns, high-ranking officials, or even kings of nations. If the formidable were so eager, how much more so were the ordinary nobles? The world had descended into madness over Reno's potion. Major factions had mobilized their forces in search of the coveted devil fruit. The price of this exceptional fruit soared to 10 times its previous value, for after all, while the fruit had a price, youth was priceless. Meanwhile, Reno strolled through the streets, and Shaki mentioned that she would activate her information network to gather news about Sleepy Ancient Town, urging Reno to wait a moment. Thus, Reno decided to meander through shopping street number 30, indulging in a few new outfits and enjoying lavish meals. Should matters not unfold favorably, he might even need to find a hotel for the night. This was the Shambordi Archipelago, a premier hub of prosperity in the Grand Line. It would be a pity not to explore while he was here. As for the military orders, they were already disregarded, for he had his own plans. Suddenly, the phone bug rang and Reno answered. Zifa, have you completed your task? Reno, I may need some more time before I can meet you. Weevil is no longer at his previous location, and I must search for him. That's fine. I can wait, as I have a few matters to attend to as well. All right, then. Zifa promptly ended the call. Reno mused to himself, now that he has grown stronger, does he feel it is beneath him to serve under me? Since the conversation had commenced, Reno decided to call Garp. Hello, kid, someone is out to kill you, so be cautious. I am currently detained by that rascal Sengoku and cannot assist you. Garp's voice echoed through the line. Curse you, Garp. If it weren't for me, you would already be an impelled down. Sengoku, filled with rage, seized the phone book. Reno, when will you return? The devil fruit is ready. What? So soon? Reno exclaimed, taken aback. That rascal Garp has intercepted CP9 supplies. He's quite wealthy now, Sengoku remarked from the side. Stop talking nonsense, Garp. I merely took it first and will apply later. What fruit is it? Reno inquired with curiosity. The Paramecia-type Dordor fruit, Sengoku replied. Excellent. I shall arrive shortly. Reno hung up the phone bug. eager to acquire the Dordor fruit. This fruit was extraordinarily powerful, granting him limitless capacity for carrying goods, unless hindered by physical limitations. Of course, he would not consume it, but rather merge it with items. Contemplating this, he called Caesar to inquire about his whereabouts, receiving a reply that it would take another 3 days. At that moment, the street ahead suddenly fell silent, with the crowd on either side kneeling in submission. 2 celestial dragons approached, riding upon enormous slaves. The slaves were collars, their expressions vacant, with bloodstains marking the ground where their hands and knees had pressed, indicating they had been injured. Encountering such scum right outside was truly unfortunate. Renaud uttered a mild curse and turned to leave. After just a few steps, the wail of an infant pierced the air. It was unbearable. Then, a gunshot rang out, abruptly silencing the cries. No, my child, he was merely hungry. Why? Why must such cruelty prevail? A woman cried out in anguish. Bang! Another gunshot, and the woman fell silent. Reynolds' form was rigid as he slowly turned around. In the distance, 2 corpses, one large and one small, lay sprawled in a pool of blood. These lowly peasants truly sought their demise, remarked one of the celestial dragons. Indeed, how dare they disrupt our leisurely stroll, added another celestial dragon. Both of the celestial dragons brandished firearms, with smoke still wafting from the barrels. At that moment, as Reynolds advanced, he exuded an air of defiance. Naval officers, kneel before me. One of the celestial dragons commanded, aiming his gun at Reynolds. This is Lieutenant Reynolds. A rising star in the Navy, someone recognized him. Reynolds declared that the law applies equally to celestial dragons and commoners, asserting that these 2 celestial dragons had indeed committed an offense. After all, they are celestial dragons. Surely, Reynolds was merely making a statement. Is it not true that the Navy often misleads the populace? Yes, they present a facade of integrity while secretly bowing to the celestial dragons. He would never dare to enforce the law. They are merely deceiving us. The murmurs of the crowd continually infiltrated his ears. And Renaud's heart burned to fury, not directed at the populace, but rather towards the 2 celestial dragons. These aristocrats of the world, the celestial dragons, acted with impunity, committing acts of unrestrained violence, regarding human life as mere fodder. Bang! A bullet hurtled towards his face. Renaud gently tilted his head to evade, his eyes glinting with lethal intent. I, Lieutenant Renaud of the Navy, in the name of justice, shall pass judgment upon you today, death penalty. Chapter 67, Execution. Shave. Renaud's figure flickered as he appeared before the celestial dragons, swiftly grasping each by the arm and forcefully hurling them to the ground. The celestial dragons, devoid of any combat prowess, cried out in agony. Damn the Navy, you are doomed. One of them shouted vehemently. The Navy is merely our lapdog. How dare you treat me this way? I shall have you executed in a most torturous manner. The other bellowed. Suddenly, a bright flash erupted from the side. Renaud turned his gaze to a reporter from a news agency and beckoned him over. The journalist, puzzled and timid, approached cautiously. Lieutenant Renaud, I can choose not to publish this, he stammered. That's not what I meant. Call the Birdman. I want the execution of the celestial dragons broadcasted to the entire world. Renaud instructed. What? The reporter's eyes widened with shock and excitement as he promptly retrieved his communication device. Director, big news, big news. Bobby, what is this major news that has you so exhilarated? Morgans inquired. It's Renaud. Lieutenant Renaud has requested a worldwide broadcast of the execution of the celestial dragons, Bobby responded. What? That lad has lost his mind. Morgans exclaimed, astonished. I'm not insane. Renaud's voice interjected from the side. Execute the celestial dragons, ha. Who cares? This is indeed monumental news. Bobby, activate the live broadcast. Connect me with all the global affiliates immediately, Morgans declared with fervor. Meanwhile, Renaud approached the 2 celestial dragons. Kneel before me. What? How dare you demand that we, the noble celestial dragons, huh? Renaud delivered a precise strike, creating a gaping wound in the opponent's calf. He then turned to another individual and coldly commanded, kneel properly. The celestial dragon, trembling with fear, dared not resist and obediently knelt down, stammering. Are you truly going to execute us? Reynolds, with an expression as inscrutable as stone, deftly withdrew a tang knife from the spatial necklace. Each of these blades, crafted by the foremost blacksmiths of the primary world, rivaled the finest of the 21st caliber, and he possessed several thousand of them, poised to distribute among his recruits. At this moment, the communication device activated, initiating a live broadcast. Across the globe, Amidst bustling streets, a colossal screen materialized. On it, two celestial dragons, adorned with bubble helmets, knelt submissively, while the formidable Reynolds, renowned for his pharmaceutical prowess, stood behind them, knife in hand, poised as if to deliver a fatal blow. Renault addressed the camera, proclaiming, "Today, I, Renault, execute the celestial dragons in the name of justice." What? Is this real? Executing celestial dragons? Insanity. How dare he? A wave of astonishment swept across the globe. On Nine Snake Island, a gigantic screen was also raised in the central square. Amazon, a renowned nation, would not let this opportunity slip by. They dispatched female reporters to gather news. At this moment, the Empress of Amazon, Boa Hancock, was utterly entranced. Does he truly dare? Is this young man prepared to stand against the entire world? The aged face of GOLD, Roger's former crew member, Giroliosa, was filled with disbelief. As one who had sailed alongside the legendary rocks, she perceived a righteous version of him, sharing the same audacity, the same ambition. And now wielding the elixir of youth capable of driving the world mad, it was evident that he posed a greater threat to the world government than rocks ever did. In Mariewa, a prosperous district of the world government, the celestial dragons were in uproar. How dare he execute one of us? He must be sentenced to death. Renault must die. We demand he surrender the formula for the elixir of youth. What were the five elders doing, allowing such an affront to transpire? The five elders were somewhat at their wits' end, berating Sengoku over the phone. Sengoku promptly dispatched the swiftest admiral, Kizuru, to intervene if he could arrive in time. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, senior officers were engrossed in the live broadcast. The public execution of the celestial dragons was a delight to behold, a spectacle unseen for centuries. Renault had done what they dared not. Renault, well done. Carp laughed heartily, picking his nose. Shut your mouth, Carp. Sengoku shouted in anger. This is indeed a monumental act. Akiji's eyes sparkled with intensity, shedding his usual nonchalance. His sense of justice is even more resolute than mine. At this moment, Akaina felt a tinge of admiration. At least he did not dare to kill a celestial dragon. On the Grand Line, in the kingdom of Lucia, in a certain square, Dragon remarked. This young man is utterly reckless. Ivankov agreed. Indeed. Dragon remained non-committal. Regardless, he is one of us. Kuma will rescue him. What an extraordinary individual. I eagerly anticipate his joining us, Sabo declared. He will not join us. His will is unwavering, his thoughts are pure, and he follows his own path, Dragon replied. Let us see. After all, Uncle Kuma is close to finding him. Meanwhile, the world buzzed with chatter. Over here. Renault continued. I have stated that celestial dragons are as accountable for their crimes as commoners. This is my belief, my justice. Justice must not be trampled upon, and convictions must not be betrayed. Today, these two celestial dragons, before my very eyes, executed an innocent infant and the infant's mother. Their crimes are heinous, and by my judgment, they shall face death. No, you cannot slay us. We are the celestial dragons, the aristocrats of the world. The descendants of the 20 queens who saved the world 800 years ago. The injured celestial dragon was filled with terror and despair. Renault, with an impassive expression, remarked, the truth from 8 centuries ago can be discerned from your unwillingness to disclose a century of blank history. The world's aristocrats are merely frauds and impostors. I offer you wealth and the devil fruit. At last, one of the intact celestial dragons could no longer contain himself and rose to flee. With a swift thrust, Renault pierced his knee. No, you can't do this. The celestial dragon wept, pleading, please, do not kill me. How disgraceful it is, as nobility. One ought to maintain a noble countenance. My blade strikes swiftly, so kneel properly. No. A flash of cold steel sliced through the air, and 2 heads tumbled to the ground, blood gushing 3 feet from the severed necks. Subsequently, the headless corpses slowly collapsed, their blood spreading across the ground. With the enhancement of Conqueror's Haki, untainted by bloodshed, a cacophony of footsteps echoed as the naval forces of the Shambadi archipelago arrived belatedly. Reynolds, you are under arrest, declared a vice admiral. Hundreds of soldiers aimed their rifles at Reynolds. At that moment, an invisible shackle within him shattered, and an intangible force radiated outward from his being, causing both Navy personnel and civilians to faint, their eyes rolling back in shock. Conqueror's Haki. At this juncture, he finally awakened to the powers of the Conqueror. He then uttered a phrase that sent shivers down the spines of the celestial dragons. It turns out that killing celestial dragons allows one to awaken Conqueror's Haki. Whether this statement bore truth or fiction, The mere belief in it could spell trouble for the celestial dragons, as it introduced an external force in the struggle against the world government. After all, he did not lie. He had indeed awakened his conqueror's haki after slaying a celestial dragon. Henceforth, if anyone else followed the same path, it would become an established fact. Chapter 68. The Yellow Ape blocks the way. Conqueror's haki is the ultimate sublimation of will, spirit, and belief. Only a few can achieve it. Reynolds, who once served in the Navy, always felt that something was amiss, unable to break through. Yet today, he stood before the celestial dragons, who were untouchable, as if they were deities reigning over the world. In an instant, the shackles within his heart shattered, and the constraints of his beliefs fell away, solidifying his resolve for justice. With unparalleled vigor, he awakened his conqueror's haki. Conqueror's haki, a glimpse of the path. 100,000. Damn it, Reynolds thought to himself. Starting at a daunting threshold of 100,000. Would he ever be able to level up joyfully again? Fortunately, his fan value soared beyond 100,000, allowing him to immediately allocate points to ascend to the next level, 100,000. Opposite him, the Vice Admiral remained unfazed, maintaining a stern countenance. Reynolds, you are the root of all evil, he asserted, before executing a swift move, launching a palm strike toward Reynolds' face. You must be the dog of the celestial dragons, Reynolds retorted, countering with a powerful punch. The Vice Admiral staggered back several meters, leaving 2 deep grooves in his wake. You possess such strength. My power far exceeds your imagination, Reynolds replied, initiating the technique of haki binding. He had learned this method long ago from the Warring States period and had mastered it thoroughly. Applying it now felt effortless. He then retaliated, receive my punch. The Vice Admiral focused his energy, crossing his arms in defense. Boom. Accompanied by the sound of shattering bones, the naval officer was sent flying, crashing through one building after another. After demolishing several structures, he finally landed in an open area, his arms twisted grotesquely, his chest slightly caved in, and his eyes rolled back, unconscious. At that moment, 2 figures charged towards him from both sides. Reynolds unleashed the thousand-hand Tathagata technique, swiftly engaging in a series of clashes. He discerned the identities of his assailants, 2 masked spies. Reynolds, surrender at once, one of them commanded. Is that all you've got? Reynolds scoffed. While these 2 possessed commendable skills, they merely ranked as elite generals. In contrast, he harnessed his overwhelming force and true energy, approaching the level of a vice emperor. The crimson aura coiled around his fists, intermittently sparking with flashes of lightning. In the next instant, the 3 of them collided with tremendous impact. Renault, in a 1 versus 2 scenario, relentlessly drove the 2 adversaries back. Damn it, this is truly the end, Jack. It's all your fault, you wretched scoundrel. Drinking while we were supposed to protect the celestial dragons, exclaimed a spy. John, spare me your nonsense. You agreed as well. Who could have foreseen such a calamity? Who would dare to kill celestial dragons in the Sabaody archipelago? Replied another. Hey, you 2 are in serious trouble, Renault interjected. Shut up. It's all your fault, John retorted. You certainly can't return. Join me, Renault proposed. As long as I capture you, everything will be fine, Jack countered. Indeed. The formula for the rejuvenation drug is far more valuable than 2 celestial dragons. Capture you, and I can redeem myself, John asserted. Huh, what a delusion. To capture me, you'd need at least 2 admirals, Renault scoffed. Jack and John exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. If I were you, I'd arrange for my family first, then make a run for it, Renault continued. The 2 appeared somewhat swayed, but at that moment, a group of masked individuals rushed over, roughly numbering around 20. Is this the entirety of the Sabaody spies? Renault marveled. I am Black Hawk, the CP0 commander of the Sabaody archipelago. Now, heed my command. Capture Renault alive, shouted one of the spies. Yes. The remaining spies responded in unison, joining the fray. Ha. Excellent, very good. Renault's fighting spirit ignited, and red flames enveloped him as he unleashed his full power. The resounding clash of battle echoed through the streets, leaving buildings, roads, and public facilities in ruin. Among the spies, one from CP0 possessed strength nearing that of the 7 warlords, while the others ranged from vice admirals to elite vice admirals. In the face of the siege, Renault not only held his ground but also took the opportunity to master the application of his domineering techniques, leaving the spies questioning their very existence. Occasionally, one would be sent flying, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise again. Minutes later, Renault's perilous 6th sense surged with warnings, prompting him to take flight. I'm done fighting. Perhaps we shall meet again, he declared, targeting a direction as he unleashed a flurry of moonwalks, vanishing in an instant. This battle, broadcast live to the world, showcased Renault's extraordinary martial prowess, causing his fanbase to surge once more. Amidst the vast ocean, Renault was intercepted by an individual. Old Huang, we are acquaintances. You wouldn't come to apprehend me, would you? Renault pondered. Could the threat stem from Kizaru? Just how formidable is Kizaru? There was a saying online in his past life, with the salary in place, even the 4 emperors fall. Though a jest, it underscored Kizaru's formidable capabilities when serious. How terrifying, Renault, Kizaru remarked in a languid tone. Old Huang, let us keep it to business. If there is nothing else, step aside. I need to make my escape. Renault replied, exasperated. Admiral Sengoku inquires, is the drug ready? Kizaru asked. Renault's eyes sparkled. Just in time, there's still 1 stock left. What about the Marimarinomi? The yellow monkey unexpectedly produced a fruit from somewhere and tossed it over. Here you go. Renault took the jade bottle and tossed it aside. The yellow ape's eyes flickered with emotion. It is quite a dilemma. Should I indulge in personal gain? After all, I am already in my 50s. But that is of no concern to me. Renault put away the mumin fruit and said, as for being deceived, that is unlikely. After all, he is an admiral of the navy and a general, and it is improbable that he would compromise his integrity for a single fruit. Thus, I too desire one. Renault spread his hand and said, I possess only 1 in stock, and there are no more available. Moreover, what do you propose to exchange for it? I prefer to defer the payment for now. Renault's gaze was peculiar. The art of deception is certainly not a commendable habit. Are you saying you won't lend it? It seems that Kizaru is preparing to make a move. Hey, old Huang, spare me some dignity. I truly have nothing left. I place my trust in you. So could you perhaps share the formula with me? I shall procure the ingredients myself. What nonsense are you pondering? Renault retorted without hesitation. In that case, there is no alternative. I have long been eyeing the necklace around your neck, which must be an artifact fused with the powers of a devil fruit. Why not gift it to me? If you intend to rob me, just say so. Indeed, I do wish to rob you. Kizaru responded candidly, leaving Renault utterly speechless. A dignified marine admiral, resorting to highway robbery. How shameless. What is dignity? Can it be consumed? Kizaru inquired, then instantaneously appeared before Renault. Have you ever been kicked by light? Could you perhaps change your lines? Every fanfiction writes it this way. Renault countered with a swift kick. Bang! At the point where their feet collided. Thunder rumbled as they found themselves evenly matched for a moment. How terrifying. Renault, you are swiftly surpassing me. Stop lying and perish. Renault unleashed his full power. His hands becoming phantoms, fingers dancing like a forest of spears. In a flash, the two engaged in a flurry of hundreds of exchanges, with Kizaru effortlessly maneuvering, casually remarking how frightening it was, as if he were merely a sparring partner. After several minutes, Renault, panting, inquired, Old Huang, what exactly do you intend to do? It dawned on him that Kizaru had no intention of robbing him at all. I merely wish to test your strength. Now, you should be able to escape, Kizaru replied. Escape? The Knights of God have dispatched a prominent figure to seek you out. Do take care, Renault, he said before turning to leave. Paulusolino. Renault called out Kizaru's true name. Kizaru paused. If I can make my words come to fruition, would you assist me? Kizaru pondered for a moment. I am merely a hired hand. With that, he vanished in a flash of light. What does that mean? Renault was left bewildered. Was it a matter of wages being in order, or was it a refusal to partake? His vague responses were quite frustrating. Renault felt uneasy. Uncertain whether Kizaru was an undercover agent for the government, a revolutionary, or simply a slacker in the navy, it was hard to discern. Never mind. The ship will naturally reach the bridge when the time comes. That night, he decided to seek out Shaki to inquire about the location of Sleepy Ancient Town. Chapter 69. Strength increases as night fell. Renault returned from the main world, having changed his attire and donned a dragon mask. He confidently strode into Shaki's bar, which specialized in extortion. Welcome. Would you like to drink? Shaki greeted him. It's me. Ah, Renault. You're quite bold. Shaki exclaimed in surprise. Have you found the location of Sleepy Ancient Town? Here it is. This is the recording pointer. Renault received a map and glanced at it, noting that the destination lay in the latter half of the New World, quite distant. It would take him at least 10 days to 2 weeks for a round trip, prompting him to temporarily abandon the idea of searching. What efficiency? How much do I owe you? He inquired. Free of charge. Consider it a token of goodwill from a future leader, came the reply. Then I am most grateful. I shall take my leave now. Wait, the other interjected. There is a guest who wishes to meet you. If you consent, proceed to Area 33, Soap Bubble Park. Who is it? Bartholomew Kuma. Understood. I shall go and meet him. You and your spouse await my news. Wishing you great fortune in your endeavors. At Soap Bubble Park, bubbles floated everywhere, the light shimmering in an ethereal haze. Many gathered here, lovers, families, and groups of friends. Kuma sat quietly in an outdoor CAF, his towering figure unmistakable. And Renault spotted him immediately. Taking a seat opposite, he inquired, Kuma, do you have business with me? Kuma's gaze flickered. Greetings, Judge. Judge? That is how the people refer to you. Tomorrow, when the bounty is announced, it may well become a nickname. Not a bad nickname, Renault nodded. I am Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords, and also a member of the Revolutionary Army. Our leader, Dragon, wishes to meet you. Were it not for Renault, Kuma would never divulge his affiliation with the Revolutionary Army. For those who have slain celestial dragons could never be aligned with the world government. I am aware. And I also know of your adoptive daughter's ailment. You know Bonnie? Kuma was taken aback. Bonnie, that is Jewelry Bonnie, one of the later pirate supernovas. Known for her voracious appetite. She made her debut at the tender age of 10, having injected herself with the essence of the Opopnomi, enabling her to manipulate time, thus altering her age and appearance to masquerade as 24. I am also aware that she suffers from Amber Lead Syndrome, a condition that, barring unforeseen circumstances, I can cure. Can you truly heal her? Kuma asked, his tone urgent. You won't know until you try. However, I have heard of your collaboration with the Gorosei, wherein your own transformation by Dr. Vegapunk serves as a condition for treating Bonnie's illness. Indeed, that is the nature of our agreement. How foolish. This is exceedingly selfish of you. Have you consulted Bonnie about this? To cure your own ailment at the cost of losing your most important loved one, can she bear it? Do you wish for her to live a life filled with regret, longing, and suffering? I apologize, but I have sought many doctors, all of whom were powerless. I had no other choice. Now you do. Hand her over to me. Renault asserted. With an extraordinary world backing him, he was unafraid of conquering a mere ailment. Kuma paused in silence for a moment. Bonnie has been undergoing treatment for 2 years. And so what? Do you still intend to preach righteousness to the Gorosei, unwilling to breach your contract? Very well, I understand. I will go and bring her back. If possible, the bear certainly does not wish to perish, nor does he desire to see Bonnie endure suffering. Thus, let it be so, mark it for me, and upon finding it, capture it alongside me. As for the dragon, I have no inclination to meet at this moment, for there is little of substance to discuss, yet I can leave a phone number for a future conversation. Now, if you would be so kind, please assist me in reaching the kingdom of Goya in the East Sea. As you wish. The bear rose and handed Reno a slip of paper with his phone number, then executed a swift strike, causing Reno to vanish on the spot. The bear is a user of the pawpaw fruit, which grants him the ability to sprout pads akin to a bear's paw from his palms. These pads can repel anything they touch, including various forms of attack. Simultaneously, he can create air bubbles shaped like bear paws, encasing individuals within them, and with a thrust, he can launch the target to any predetermined location. Furthermore, he has developed the ability to transfer pain and fatigue. By ejecting another's suffering, he can either absorb it himself or inflict it upon others, resulting in multiplied damage. His offensive capabilities are equally formidable, as the shockwaves generated by compressed air rival those of explosives. This is an exceptionally powerful devil fruit. It was once positioned alongside Kaido's Azure Dragon fruit. When the latter was seized by Big Mom, the bear decisively consumed the pawpaw fruit, rescuing hundreds during the incident at God Valley. Renault soared through the sky with the swiftness of a bullet. A delicate membrane enveloped his body, shielding him from the biting winds. In the original narrative, Luffy journeyed from Sabati Archipelago, traversing for 2 days and nights to reach Amazon Lily, situated in the calm belt of the Grand Line's midsection. The kingdom of Goa, Luffy's homeland, lies even farther, requiring at least an additional 2 days of flight. In serene flight through the heavens, Renault traverses the passage of day into night and night back into day. While an ordinary individual might succumb to hunger, he retrieves roasted meat from his necklace, nibbling as he assesses his current attributes: strength, 81 stamina, 81 agility, 81 spirit, 81 naval 6 techniques, iron block, minor accomplishment, 550, 0001, 000. 000, naval 6 techniques, finger pistol, minor accomplishment, 520, 0001, 000, 000, naval 6 techniques, storm leg, Minor accomplishment, 660. 0001. 000. 000. Naval 6 techniques. Paper drawing. Minor accomplishment, 710. 0001. 000. 000. Naval 6 techniques. Shave. Minor accomplishment, 730. 0001. 000. 000. Naval 6 techniques. Moonwalk. Minor accomplishment, 660. 0001. 000. 000. Armament hockey. Pinnacle, 65. 421. 000. 000. Observation hockey. Mastery, 6. 800. 000. 000. Conqueror's hockey. Proficient, 21. 000. 000. Blood refinement hockey. 8th layer, 2. 632. 000. Fan value, 6. 580. 000. Renault directly concealed the complete mastery of his techniques, thereby rendering skills such as the Great Food Technique and the Thousand-Handed Tathagata ineffective. Meanwhile, his fan value soared to 6.58 million once more. Without hesitation, he first invested in the Conqueror's hockey, achieving a modest level of proficiency, and subsequently expended approximately 3 million to elevate the sluggish blood refinement body to the 9th tier. After reaching this pinnacle, it indeed displayed the ultimate perfection. To achieve a harmonious path, one must comprehend the original visualization diagram. At this juncture, there was no rush. Renault resolutely decided to elevate all 6 forms to their utmost peak. After a series of operations, a wealth of experiential knowledge flooded his mind, continuing for several hours, as his body radiated heat, undergoing a profound transformation. Ultimately, his attributes were as follows: strength, 83, stamina, 84, agility, 82, spirit, 84. The Navy's 6 forms: iron block, peak mastery, 11 million, finger gun, peak mastery, 11 million, gale foot, peak mastery, 11 million, paper drawing, peak mastery, 11 million. Shave, peak mastery, 11 million, moonwalk, peak mastery, 11 million. Armament hockey, peak mastery, 65, 421 billion. Observation hockey, refined, 6, 81 million. Conqueror's hockey, modestly proficient, 11 million. Blood refinement body, 9th tier, complete. Fan value, 410, 000. The Navy's 6 forms contributed minimally to his attributes, primarily relying on the blood refinement body and Conqueror's hockey for enhancement. Chapter 70, The Arrival of Bonnie. During his flight, Renault extracted the essence of the blood refinement body, inputting the true energy of completion, which indeed allowed a spiritual imprint to surge into his consciousness. This imprint manifested as a colossal crimson giant, towering high, smashing and shattering celestial bodies with each punch and kick. Astonishing. The founder is exceedingly ostentatious, imparting such martial concepts is truly extravagant. Renault was speechless. However, this should be regarded as a profound state of mind. As the saying goes, the broader the heart, the stronger the martial prowess. My heart is vast enough to desire to shatter a planet with a single blow, and thus, the concentrated martial will is naturally unparalleled in its might. After several days of meticulous contemplation, Renault seemed to have gleaned a semblance of understanding. Perhaps he was a prodigy, or perhaps his multidimensional perception was exceptionally heightened, rendering the challenge less formidable. At this pace, he could achieve enlightenment within half a year. The path of blood refinement, known as the path of domination, would grant him immense strength upon completion, merging offense and defense into a singular formidable entity. This was the true essence of the dominant body. Merely possessing a corporeal form would rival that of a spiritual weapon. A spiritual weapon is one that possesses a certain degree of consciousness. Upon the birth of a hint of sentience, these weapons become formidable, exhibiting intelligence that rivals that of domesticated animals, capable of discerning friend from foe and autonomously executing protective maneuvers for their master. Such spiritual weapons are exceedingly rare, regarded as treasures in the primary world, with even the largest sects possessing only a handful. The treasury of the U Kingdom held a dozen or so spiritual weapons, yet most exuded only a feeble essence, rendering them unworthy of Renault's attention, and thus he did not bring any along. Moreover, he was a warrior who primarily relied on his formidable presence in combat, finding no necessity for weapons, which would only hinder the agility of his dominating aura. In a fleeting moment, 4 or 5 days had elapsed. Boom! A figure descended like a meteor, crashing forcefully into the earth. The ground yielded to create a large crater, while the human form was cushioned by an unseen force. Landing safely. Was this the kingdom of Goya? Having successfully evaded pursuit, Renault surveyed his surroundings, standing on a high precipice. Not far below lay a city, bustling with life. He then ascended into the air, rising to a height of over 1,000 meters. Oh, so this is the place, thus. That city must be the royal city of the kingdom of Goya, with this area being an uncertain terminus, and over there lies the Corbeau Mountains. Having chosen his direction, Renault traversed mountains and crossed through primordial forests. Indeed, atop a small hill, he spotted a cluster of wooden huts. Inhabited by a family of mountain bandits who appeared to be preparing a meal, he chose not to disturb them, continuing his aerial exploration. He discovered a youth practicing at the edge of a cliff, none other than the 14-year-old Luffy. Rocket launcher, he exclaimed, as he extended his arm backward for several meters before thrusting it forward with great speed, shattering a large boulder into fragments. Crack, crack, crack. Renault clapped his hands, slowly descending to the ground. Not bad, Renault remarked. Sir, who are you? Luffy inquired innocently. Renault's expression darkened. I am merely 15, just a year older than you. Refer to me as Brother Renault. Renault, that name seems somewhat familiar. Luffy racked his brain, nearly overheating. Never mind, he thought. Hello, Renault. Resigning from further contemplation, Luffy introduced himself. I am Monkey D. Luffy, a man destined to become the Pirate King. Oh, you wish to be the Pirate King? Renault inquired. Indeed. Luffy affirmed with resolute nodding. Which woman do you intend to assist in her quest to become the Pirate King? Once again, Luffy's mind ignited. Renault, why would I assist any woman in becoming the Pirate King? Did you not claim you wish to be the Pirate King? Do you not fancy women, but rather prefer men? Renault's astonishment was palpable. Luffy's face flushed crimson. He finally comprehended the insinuation and quickly retorted, that is not what I meant. I am simply stating my ambition to become the Pirate King. Just you? Renault shook his head. That will not do. You are far too weak. Renault, I assure you, I am quite strong. Prove it to me. Show your full strength and engage in a spar. All right, Luffy exclaimed with excitement. Ever since Ace set sail, he had been utterly bored training alone. It was a rare delight to find someone willing to spar. Renault, are you prepared? Come on then, Renault replied, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of nonchalance. I shall make my move now. Less chatter. Hurry up. Gum Gum Pistol. Luffy's arm elongated, launching a powerful punch. Renault gently tilted his head to evade the attack, remarking, too slow. Are you merely playing house? If you continue like this, I shall cease our sparring. With a sudden burst of energy, Luffy unleashed a flurry of punches, striking with the ferocity of a rubber machine gun. With one hand burdened by the weight of regret, Renault pointed with a single finger, deftly obstructing every oncoming fist. Rubber bullets, rubber rockets, chaotic rubber strikes, and rubber siege cannons rained down upon Luffy in a relentless barrage. Renault remained utterly still, a single finger capable of resolving everything. After several minutes, Luffy, panting heavily, exclaimed, Renault, you're incredibly strong. Will you be my partner? Without hesitation, Renault retorted, a weakling like you has no right to aspire to be my captain. I will grow stronger, Luffy declared. Grow strong first. Are you aware that there exists a mysterious power upon the sea that transcends all abilities? Oh, such a power exists. Luffy responded, intrigued. That is Haki. Hasn't Garp mentioned it to you? You know my grandfather? Your grandfather is considered my mentor. He taught me the art of combat. I am here to repay a favor. I see, Luffy said, his admiration for Renault deepening. Suddenly, a realization struck him. So you are the renowned Renault, the judge, with a bounty of 1.5 billion berries. How impressive. Luffy's eyes sparkled with admiration, gazing at Renault. However, it was not that Luffy was overwhelmed by Renault's prowess. Rather, he simply envied the lofty bounty. Much like Frankie, whose eyes also twinkled with admiration at the thought of transforming into a robot. Such superficial renown is hardly noteworthy. Luffy, do you wish to learn Haki? Indeed. Luffy replied eagerly. Renault, please teach me, I beg you. He said, bowing earnestly. Very well, from today onward, I shall temporarily assume the role of your teacher. Let me first explain what Haki is. Half a month later, Luffy's fists were enveloped in a dark aura, having barely grasped the fundamentals of armament Haki. Truly worthy of a protagonist, Renault marveled. Just then, a coffin descended from the distant sky, fortuitously landing beside Renault, creating a massive crater upon impact. The coffin was encased in a protective bubble, remaining completely unscathed. Renault recognized the arrival of Bonnie, the daughter of the bear. The bear possessed the remarkable ability to leave a mark on any surface it touched. Renault had been struck by a bear, leaving marks upon his clothing, which led to Bonnie being delivered accurately before him. Bonnie's jade-scaled affliction, a malady that perishes under light, was consequently sealed within a coffin for transport. Renault tapped on the coffin. Bonnie, are you there? Is that you, Brother Renault? I am here. Can I come out now? Not yet. I will first take you to the house. Renault has taken residence in the bandit's den. Upon Renault's arrival, Dayton dared not voice any opposition. Rather, he expressed fervent support and a warm welcome, at least on the surface. Who is she? Luffy inquired curiously as he entered the small dwelling. To speak of her, one must first mention your irresponsible father, Renault replied. My father? Luffy exclaimed in astonishment. I have a father? Renault remarked with a hint of sarcasm. As if you had sprung forth from a stone. Your father's identity is sensitive, which is why Carp refrained from revealing to you that he is none other than Monkey D. Dragon, the founder and leader of the Revolutionary Army, known publicly as Monkey D. Luffy. In Chapter 71, The Teachings, Luffy expressed his astonishment. It's Dragon. Indeed, and Bonnie. Her father is likewise one of the 3 founding members of the Revolutionary Army, Bartholomew Kuma, who shares an inseparable bond with your father. Thus, you two share a significant connection. Oh, I see. Bonnie, greetings. I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man destined to become the Pirate King. I shall take care of you. Luffy declared to Bonnie, who had just emerged from her coffin. Bonnie, defiant and rolling her eyes, retorted, Who asked you to take care of me? I am perfectly capable on my own. At that moment, Bonnie was merely 7 years old, already showcasing her rebellious spirit. Bonnie, I am Renault, and I shall be the one to heal your ailments from now on. Very well, Brother Renault. Thank you, Bonnie replied, her demeanor shifting instantaneously. Curiously, she inquired, Brother Renault, is it true that you are a great pharmacist and have created a potion for rejuvenation? Yes, it is indeed true. That's wonderful. Brother Renault, it is entirely up to you to restore my father's health in his old age. What a devoted daughter you are. Renault chuckled. You are being rather premature, Bonnie. Let us speak of your father when he is aged. For now, do try this pill. Bonnie accepted a jade vial, opened it, and was immediately enveloped in a delightful fragrance. Swallowing hard, she inquired, should I consume it directly? It would be more palatable with some cola, Renault suggested, handing her a bottle of domestic Donglin cola. Without hesitation, Bonnie swallowed the medicine and eagerly gulped down the cola. She finished an entire bottle in one go and let out a satisfied belch. This cola is truly delightful, and I find myself quite hungry. Renault, I wish to have some as well. Luffy, drooling, added, I too am feeling famished. Renault was unable to directly invite the entire Darden family to the banquet, as his spatial necklace was abundantly stocked with food. Each time he returned, he could completely deplete the royal pantry, amassing an impressive collection of culinary delights. After all, he himself was a true gourmand. The spatial artifact possessed the remarkable ability to preserve freshness and warmth, akin to a vacuum. When food was retrieved, it remained steaming hot. Wow, Renault, where did you conjure this from? I've never seen it before. Luffy exclaimed in wonder. Previously, I barely had enough for myself. And since you had Darden to assist with your meals, I thought it fitting to welcome Bonnie this time and celebrate together. Renault did not respond to the matter of spatial artifacts. As he spoke, an array of dishes materialized from the necklace, eliciting joyous exclamations from the 2 little rascals. The mountain bandits dared not say much, frequently raising their cups in a toast to Renault. The group feasted heartily, their lips glistening with grease. Wow, this is delicious. I've never tasted such roasted lamb before, Luffy exclaimed in amazement. This burger is delightful and this steak is exquisite. The crab is a bit small, but still delectable. Bonnie chimed in, refusing to be outdone. She exchanged a glance with Luffy, igniting a spark of competitive spirit between the food enthusiasts, and thus, a contest commenced. An hour later, Renault was stuffed, and Bonnie could eat no more, while Luffy devoured the remaining food with insatiable appetite. Observing Luffy's belly, which now protruded 3 times larger than his body, Bonnie seethed, You cheated. I've always eaten like this. Luffy innocently replied, but this time was the most satisfying. Thank you. Renault, you're welcome, Bonnie. How do you feel now? Renault inquired. Regarding Bonnie's condition, Renault had previously convened a symposium for herbalists in the Land of You, where they discussed potential approaches based on bloodlines, curses, and constitution to discern the underlying causes of her jade-scaled ailment. Reynolds stated that the patient could not appear for some reason and could only receive treatment remotely. Regarding the reincarnated emperor of gods and demons, the physicians remained reticent, focusing solely on the healing process. "I am quite full," said Bonnie. "I meant in terms of health. It seems there hasn't been much change. Just that I feel considerably more energetic, possibly due to the food," Bonnie reflected. "Very well, we shall proceed with the second treatment tomorrow," Reynolds pondered inwardly. The jade scale disease was a consequence of an experiment conducted by the scientific defense warrior, Jaguar Lucia Satan, one of the 5 elder stars. The method involved extracting the essence of demonic fruits and injecting it into the human body. Bonnie's mother, Ginny, fell victim to such experiments. The earlier administered medicine specifically targeted curses and possessed the efficacy to dispel malevolence. Being exceedingly costly, it could eradicate curses at the harmonious Tao level, thereby essentially ruling out the possibility that the jade scale disease was curse-induced. Once the mountain bandits departed, Reynolds declared, "Now, I shall impart to you a unique technique of my own creation, unparalleled in the world, belonging to an entirely different system of power. Once you learn it, you must not disseminate it indiscriminately. Do you understand?" "Understood." Both individuals expressed their curiosity about what Reynolds would teach. "The technique I will teach you is called the 9 transformations of life. Once mastered, it grants inexhaustible stamina, significantly enhances life force, and amplifies self-healing capabilities exponentially. Strength, physique, speed, and even mental prowess will surge dramatically. There are a total of 9 levels, and for now, I will share with you the foundational knowledge. This technique is of heavenly rank, a legitimate and righteous path, passed down through the generations of the True Sun sect. When sufficient elixirs are available, the cultivation speed rivals that of the blood refinement body, albeit with a greater emphasis on restorative power. However, many obstacles must be overcome. Only those with exceptional talent can begin their training, and only extraordinary prodigies can achieve great mastery. Even someone like Dongfang Weiming has been stymied at the 6th level for several years. The 1st and 2nd levels correspond to the Steel Realm, the 3rd and 4th to the Dominance Realm, the 5th and 6th to the Celestial Human Realm, the 7th and 8th to the Sage Hero Realm, and the 9th to the Harmonious Tao. The minimum requirement is to be extraordinary. Ordinary mortals cannot cultivate this technique. Reynolds had also attempted to cultivate this technique, but ultimately concluded that it paralleled the blood refinement body in its essence. Even with complete mastery, it likely would not enhance attributes, leading him to abandon it altogether. Furthermore, in achieving the harmonious Tao, an individual can only harmonize with one Tao. Attempting to merge multiple Taos can lead to conflict and catastrophic demise. Reno dared not gamble on his own safety, thus, mastering the Heavenly Steps technique was sufficient. The reason he refrained from teaching the blood-refining dominance was due to the potential emergence of a conspicuous crimson aura, which would unmistakably reveal his methods. The 9 transformations technique was also an exceptionally formidable art, not unworthy of Luffy's prowess. Therefore, after 3 days, it became increasingly evident that Bonnie's ailment was rooted in a bloodline anomaly. According to the estimations of the herbalist team, a complete recovery could be anticipated within a span of 10 days. Meanwhile, Reno garnered yet another surge of millions in fan value. The incident involving his confrontation with the Celestial Dragons continued to gain traction, proliferating through newspapers, rumors, and word of mouth, resulting in an ever-increasing fan base. With no signs of abatement, Reno was elated, feeling justified in his defection from the Navy for such an impactful event. The Conqueror's Haki was now his choice. After a brief moment of hesitation between enhancing his observation Haki or mastering the Conqueror's Haki, he resolutely opted for the latter, for it represented the pinnacle of power. In an instant, a shockwave radiated outward from him, silencing all around. The creatures nearby succumbed to unconsciousness, while Bonnie and others in the room rolled their eyes. Only Luffy gritted his teeth, steadfastly gazing at Reno, as if a force within him resisted the overwhelming pressure. Moments later, drenched in sweat, Luffy approached Reno, inquiring, "What was that just now?" "The Conqueror's Haki," Reno replied. "It is a rare gift, appearing in only one among millions. You possess the potential, and I will occasionally exert pressure upon you in hopes that you awaken your own Conqueror's Haki sooner." "All right," Luffy said without further formality, having already resolved in his heart to regard Reno as his master. In Chapter 72, titled Golden Lion, with the Conqueror's Haki refined to perfection, Reno's attributes increased by 2 or 3 points, now standing at Strength, 85, Physique, 86, Agility, 85, Spirit, 86, drawing ever closer to the 90-point threshold of a vice admiral. Utilizing his true energy, he could perhaps contend with an admiral-level opponent. Yet, he remained patient. As his fan value continued to rise, he would wait. First repaying Karp's kindness, while simultaneously seeking enlightenment. Karp had once shielded him from 2 Knights of God, imparted the knowledge of the fist bone, and, during training camp, had taken risks to hunt colossal sea kings in the Calm Belt for Reno's practice. Such loyalty and affection were not to be forgotten. For the time being, he could not repay Karp, but he could impart knowledge to Luffy. This too served as a form of recompense, as in his plans. He intended to recruit Zoro and Nami to his crew. One was a genius swordsman destined to be the world's greatest swordsman, while the other was a prodigious navigator. In the unpredictable expanse of the Grand Line, a skilled navigator could avert numerous unnecessary troubles. After all, how do you think the helm atop the Golden Line came to be? In the East Sea, Usopp is excessively feeble and cowardly. It would be better to forego his presence altogether. Sanji, too, is undesirable, being a lascivious individual whose values do not align with mine. Let him remain as Luffy's subordinate. As for Chopper in the Grand Line, his inclusion is subject to fate. He may be welcomed or dismissed. Frankie, that eccentric, can be left for Luffy. Brook, when the day comes to confront Moria, can be taken along as well. The exquisite Robin, so pitiable, deserves a warm haven. Lastly, Jinbei's fate is similarly left to chance. I shall not actively seek him out. My desire to assist Bonnie stems purely from compassion. I cannot bear to see Kuma reduced to an unthinking cyborg, exploited by the celestial dragons. Such a fate is lamentable. Of course, aiding his escape is also a significant motive. Since our paths have crossed, it would be unreasonable to turn a blind eye to his plight. Half a year later, Bonnie has long since recovered from her illness, while Luffy has mastered his haki, reaching new heights. On a certain precipice, Reno sits cross-legged, surrounded by an ethereal red glow, wisps of fiery clouds swirling around him. It seems as if a certain force from the cosmos resonates with him. After a prolonged moment, the flames retract into his being, and Reno opens his eyes abruptly. A flash of red lightning coursing through them. This, indeed, is the path of harmony, emulating the natural laws of the universe with one's true energy, ultimately blending the genuine with the artificial, thereby undergoing a transformation in accordance with the rules. This is the pinnacle of martial arts. The elevation is not as profound as that of Conqueror's haki. Perhaps I am simply too formidable. As expected, the challenges increase as one progresses. Thus, my fan value has reached an astonishing 10 million. Now it is time for observation haki. Upon completion, my observation haki has transcended to an unparalleled mastery. In this moment, Reno realizes he possesses an inexplicable ability, perhaps the voice of all things. All 4 dimensions have surged to a score of 90, with no further advancement possible. Third gear. Luffy's voice calls from a distance. Following this, a tremendous fist crashes into the cliffside. As a transmigrator, Reno directly reveals the techniques Luffy will later employ, detailing the developments of his Gum Fruit's second, third, and fourth gears. He eagerly anticipates the tremendous upheaval Luffy will unleash upon setting sail years later. Having mastered haki and the various forms of his fruit. "Ha! I have succeeded," Luffy exclaims, bubbling with excitement. "Fool, it took you so long to master third gear. Watch this, star-picking hand," Bonnie shouts boldly. "Bonnie, you are far too weak. Practice on your own," Reno retorts. "You scoundrel. How dare you look down on me? Die. I won fight. I'm escaping," Luffy shouts as he flees. During this time, the two have cultivated their 9-turn skill to the 3rd level and have also trained in the martial arts of the main world. For instance, Bonnie's star-picking hand is a celestial tier technique of considerable power, particularly when combined with her zest fruit, which can transform the target into either a child or an elderly person, extremely fearsome. Naturally, if one possesses haki as a shield, it becomes largely ineffective. However, everyone has moments of complacency, and once caught off guard, one may find themselves at a disadvantage. It is time to depart. Renault contemplated, having imparted all he could teach. Their future now depended on their own efforts. His recruitment plan was about to commence. With this thought, he first called Xion. "Hello, Big Bear, your daughter has recovered. You can come to pick her up at any time." "Thank you, Renault." "Not at all, but I believe it might be better for her to train with Luffy." "Luffy? I see. It's merely a suggestion. Inform Dragon that the first step of my Change the World plan is about to begin." Have we gathered intelligence on those two? All collected. Rorino Azaro is currently in White Cotton Town, Buklia Kingdom, while Nami is in the Oikote Kingdom, residing in Kokoshia Village, but she has set sail and is currently untraceable. That's all right. Nami occasionally returns home, so she should be easy to locate. Let us leave it at that. Renault hung up the phone. Renault returned to the cottage. Having found Luffy, Bonnie, and Dayton, today, I come to bid farewell, Renault declared his decision. What? Renault, you are leaving? Luffy exclaimed in astonishment. My conqueror's haki has yet to awaken. Brother Renault, will you take me with you? Bonnie inquired. I shall not take you with me. You must stay with Luffy for now. In due time, Kuma should come to seek you, Renault replied. Luffy, your conqueror's haki will only awaken through your own resolve. You must remain steadfast in your beliefs. One day, it will surely manifest. Dayton, I appreciate your hospitality during this time. It is nothing at all. It is our honor to have Mr. Renault stay here, Dayton responded promptly. With a wave of his hand, Renault declared, this is for your meals, from now on. I entrust these two to you. Suddenly, a towering chest filled with gold coins appeared on the ground, causing Dayton's eyes to gleam with delight. So much wealth, she exclaimed, overwhelmed by excitement. It must be worth billions. We must ensure these two gluttons are well fed. Absolutely, leave it to me, came the assured response. Brother Renault, I will miss you, Bonnie said with tears in her eyes, still just an 8-year-old girl. Renault, I will come looking for you, Luffy added, equally reluctant to part ways. Possessing the ability to hear the voices of all things, he could sense the sincerity behind Renault's kindness. It resonated within him. Haha, Luffy, I will be waiting for you at the pinnacle of the sea. Strive to become the Pirate King. Renault laughed heartily as he soared into the sky, casually tossing down 2 earrings. A gift for you. Activate them with your spiritual energy. What are these? The two of them inquired, intrigued as they infused their energy into the earrings. Instantly, an unfamiliar space materialized in their minds, vast as a bedroom. Spatial artifacts, they exclaimed in astonishment. Renault had long spoken of the matter concerning spatial artifacts, and the two had always envied it. Today, their wishes were finally fulfilled. Oh. There are also numerous elixirs for cultivation, enough to last for several years. The two were once again filled with astonishment. Renault soared towards the kingdom of Buxia. As it lay closer at hand, the map of the East Sea was already in his possession, the weather remained stable, and there was no need to chart a course. The general direction was correct, making navigation straightforward. However, Zoro, as a pirate hunter, was accustomed to a life of uncertainty, relying on fate for his whereabouts. After 3 days of traversing the realms and taking brief respites, they had yet to reach Buxiao when they spotted an island ship soaring through the sky. It was the flying ship of the Golden Lion. At the bow stood a commanding elder with flowing golden hair, gripping the helm and gazing intently at him. Ah, Judge Reno, the Golden Lion Shiki exclaimed as he approached. As one of the 3 legendary pirates, it was a fortuitous encounter, and Reno thought to himself, since fate has brought us together today, I shall be the one to end your life. Chapter 73, The Great Battle Jekaha. You little brat, you certainly have the audacity. The Golden Lion laughed maniacally. The Golden Lion, a remnant of a bygone era, should have sought a quiet place to enjoy his twilight years rather than continue to stir chaos. Brat, it is not your place to lecture me on how to conduct my affairs. That rooster head of yours is quite unseemly. Reno's words struck a nerve. Instantly, the Golden Lion's expression darkened, and a palpable aura of murderous intent surged forth. You seek death, little brat? I shall grant it to you. In an instant. The winds howled and clouds churned as the overwhelming pressure of Conqueror's haki descended. Renault, unwilling to concede, retaliated with his Conqueror's haki. In an instant, the two forces clashed fiercely in the void, intertwining red and purple lights crackling with energy. Little brat, your Conqueror's haki is impressive, but to defeat me is still a century away. The Golden Lion appeared in the blink of an eye, delivering a powerful kick. As the red fist of Rainer met the air, they collided without prior contact, producing a thunderous impact that reverberated through the atmosphere. Waves of sound surged forth, and the Conqueror's haki clashed across the void, unleashing a force akin to a spider's web expanding in all directions, filling the emptiness with a resounding roar. The Conqueror's haki entwined. The Golden Lion was somewhat astonished, for Rainer, despite his youth, had remarkably attained such a level, a rarity throughout history. Spear of the Finger. Renowned without a doubt, the Golden Lion unleashed a flurry of strikes as his sword danced like a tempest, cleaving through the clouds and parting the seas. As a legendary pirate of the bygone era, the the Golden Lion commanded fear and respect at his zenith, leading a formidable fleet of thousands. In contrast, Roger and Whitebeard navigated a more compassionate path, their crews traversing the world as one. Whitebeard, having fathered many sons and expanded his territory, eventually divided into numerous divisions, yet still fell short of the Golden Lion's grand fleet. Roger, an adventurer by nature, was not to be compared. The trio, entwined in a complex dance of love and rivalry, dominated the New World. The Golden Lion persistently sought to unify this tumultuous realm, extending numerous invitations for Roger to join his crew. However, Roger consistently declined, and after countless skirmishes, a bond of mutual respect blossomed between them. In the year 1498 of the Sea Circle, Roger's surrender sent shockwaves across the world. Unable to reconcile this reality, the Golden Lion wreaked havoc in Marineford, endeavoring to rescue Roger, only to be subdued by the combined efforts of Sengoku and Garp, leading to his imprisonment and impelled down. 2 years later, the Golden Lion severed his own legs within the confines of his cell, breaking free from the shackles of Seastone, and became the sole individual to escape impelled down in 8 centuries. Excluding the subsequent chaos wrought by Luffy and Blackbeard, he was the first infamous fugitive. Following his escape, the Golden Lion momentarily retreated into obscurity, delving into the study of monsters in a bid to conquer the world through their might. His eventual encounter with Luffy, resulting in his defeat, left his fate uncertain. Ironically, Luffy vanquished him with the power of his third gear, a clear plot device. Even if one were to argue that Luffy absorbed the power of thunder and lightning through his colossal leg, it remains a tenuous claim, as rubber is widely known to be a poor conductor of electricity. However, if one were to attribute it to Nika, that is a different discussion altogether. Upon his release, the Golden Lion utilized his twin swords as prosthetic legs, transforming into a swordsman whose techniques evolved into a form of leg swordsmanship, maintaining formidable power. At the very least, Reno felt an immense pressure, affirming the Golden Lion's formidable reputation. The two clashed in a titanic aerial battle, their strikes resonating with earth-shattering power. Capturing the attention of a newsbird, the bird swiftly relayed the news to its branch, which in turn contacted Morgan's. Without hesitation, Morgan's dispatched the news island for a live broadcast. Thus, 5 news islands converged from all directions, equipped with live-streaming snail phones, broadcasting the confrontation from every conceivable angle. Eager spectators delighted in the spectacle, as they could once again witness a live event. The focal point of the broadcast was the long-quiet adversary of the Celestial Dragons, the Judge Reno, igniting widespread interest as news spread rapidly, either through word of mouth or via snail phone notifications. In Mariewa, the 5 elders gathered on their council balcony, their expressions grave as they observed the live battle unfolding in the distant square. He has grown far too swiftly, even the Golden Lion cannot subdue him. No. The Golden Lion, now aged and weakened, has suffered severe injuries to his head, his once mighty prowess diminished. It is time to summon the Divine Knight back. Despite the long search, capturing him alive now seems an insurmountable challenge. This individual is an unforeseen variable and must not be allowed to remain. Otherwise, he could become another Roger. Finding him amidst the vast ocean is no simple feat, but once he enters the Grand Line, a decisive strike shall be delivered. Captain of the New World, it is fortunate that we came to procure some wine, which led us to this live broadcast. Binky Binge, the musician of the red-haired pirates, stood in the square, observing the live stream with a smile, while the monkey beside him chattered joyfully. What a spectacle! Has Renault already reached the pinnacle of the sea? Lachirudo. He is still a step away, merely a breath from the summit. The red-haired one assessed with precision, yet it seems he is not far off. Indeed, his ascent in power is truly staggering. It is rumored he possesses the bloodline of an ancient deity. Such tales are mere exaggerations. Even the celestial dragons claim divinity. Counter the ship's doctor, Hanjo. At the marine headquarters, Marineford. Haha. The Golden Lion is truly a weakling. Carp mimicked Renault's manner of speaking. The Golden Lion's strength has significantly waned. The helm upon his head restricts him from unleashing his full potential, which explains his retreat these past years. Should we dispatch an admiral for his capture? Asked Crane. Sangoku pondered for a moment. Forget it. The impact is minimal at present, and our manpower is limited. We cannot afford to waste resources on him. Since he has crossed paths with Renault, given Renault's nature, he is unlikely to back down easily. Indeed, let Renault handle it. Crane concurred. Meanwhile, flames swirled around Renault, his vital energy materializing, as a faint silhouette of a bodhisattva emerged behind him, adorned with 1,000 arms. Its gaze was icy, the eyelids slightly lowered, seemingly fixated on the golden lion. In the next moment, the 1,000 arms descended with ferocity, extending to several hundred meters in an instant, enveloping the golden lion entirely. Combining his vital energy, Renault's strength barely reached that of an admiral, sufficient to contend against the waning power of the golden lion. An unusual technique, yet nothing more. The golden lion utilized both hands and feet, tirelessly defending himself without conceding ground. Both combatants exerted their utmost, battling until the clouds shattered. The sea surged, and where their energies passed, the lower portions of the island and ship disintegrated, leaving only the hull. Suddenly, the disassembled island reformed into a colossal earthen lion, roaring as it charged toward Renault. As Renault advanced 100 meters, a fist as large as a house struck out, instantly shattering the earthen lion into fragments. Gold Lion, do refrain from engaging in child's play. Your fruit ability holds no sway over me. Is that so? Gold Lion replied with a cold smile. As he spoke, he raised both hands, and in an instant, the ocean began to seethe. From the depths, a lion composed entirely of seawater, towering hundreds of meters high, materialized out of thin air. It then opened its vast azure maw and lunged towards Renault. Humph. A mere parlor trick. With another punch, Renault shattered the water lion. Boom. The water lion exploded, surrounding Renault from all directions. Is this your plan? Renault scoffed. Kekaki, boy. Prepare to meet your demise. Gold Lion cackled triumphantly, reveling in his deceitful success. In a surge of ferocity, Rainer emerged from the depths of the sea, delivering a powerful punch to the face of the golden lion. The latter spun through the air, executing a full 360-degree rotation, spitting out 2 teeth, disoriented. Impossible. How can you be immune to seawater? The golden lion exclaimed in disbelief. Why would I fear seawater? I haven't consumed a devil fruit. Rainer retorted with a mocking grin. Chapter 74. Tengu, are you not a devil fruit user? The golden lion questioned incredulously. At such a young age. To achieve this level without the powers of a devil fruit was beyond his comprehension. Observing the flame clouds enveloping Rainer, his body suspended effortlessly in the air, and the enigmatic shadows trailing behind him, the golden lion fell into a moment of silence. Was this truly not supernatural ability? How had he accomplished such feats? Rainer, relentless and undeterred, charged forth, declaring, Golden Lion, your skills have reached their limit. This era is ill-suited for you. I shall send you to meet Roger. You little brat. Cease your arrogance. The golden lion retaliated, launching a counterattack with a sword-like kick. The ensuing clash was fierce, reverberating like thunder, as the crimson lightning generated by their conqueror's haki ravaged the surroundings. The very fabric of the atmosphere trembled, the skies changing hue. They engaged in a relentless pursuit, each combatant sending the other flying hundreds of meters, only to be pursued and struck once more. Thus, they battled for 3 days and nights, traversing thousands of kilometers, neither willing to concede an inch. For Rainer, victory was assured. His vital energy from the harmonious realm flowed ceaselessly, supplemented by elixirs that restored his strength, allowing him to overpower the golden lion, growing stronger with each encounter. As a legendary pirate who had once dominated an era, the golden lion possessed immense pride. He could never allow himself to flee from a mere upstart without losing face. Just the thought of retreat was unbearable. At that moment, a small island emerged below them, and the golden lion's eyes lit up with glee as he soared towards it. Rainer, prepare to experience my full might. He bellowed with a maniacal laugh. The entire island trembled as the earth rose up, transforming into hundreds, even thousands, of earthen lions charging toward Rainer. Reynolds relentlessly swung his fists, each strike creating a shockwave that obliterated the earthen lions. How long can you endure, Reynolds? As the scattered earth lions swiftly reformed, they continued their relentless assault. Very well. You wish to exhaust me, yet I too desire to wear you down. Let us see who succumbs first to fatigue. Unfazed, Reynolds transitioned from range to close combat, conserving his vital energy. Whether employing the powers of the devil fruit or the might of haki, both were exceedingly taxing on stamina. Reynolds was resolute, believing that with his youthful physique, abundant energy, and the aid of medicinal elixirs, he would not be outlasted by the golden lion. Ha ha ha, young Reynolds. I concede to your prowess. Allow me to prepare a splendid funeral for you. This island shall be your final resting place, Golden Lion. Reynolds retorted defiantly. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions of the earth lions reverberated, shaking the island as if it were experiencing a catastrophic earthquake. Although these earthen lions appeared to be mere constructs of soil and stone, seeming fragile at first glance, they possessed a strength surpassing steel. Each lion's combat capability rivaling that of 100 million pirates. Under different circumstances, an ordinary individual would have perished amidst such an onslaught. It must be acknowledged that the golden lion's strength on land far exceeded his prowess in the skies. In the theatrical adaptation, the golden lion harnessed the power of the earth, nearly annihilating the Straw Hat crew. Had he not sought Nami's allegiance, the crew would have undoubtedly suffered devastating losses. Reno relentlessly pressed forward, seeking to engage the golden lion in close combat. Yet, the golden lion deftly maintained his distance, leveraging the advantages of his devil fruit abilities to unleash a barrage of earth-shattering assaults. The battle raged on for 3 days and nights, leaving both warriors pale and drenched in sweat. Cursed be this golden lion. How does he possess such stamina? How formidable must he have been in his youth? Nearing 100 attribute points? Reno marveled in disbelief. Meanwhile, the golden lion was equally astonished by Reno's endurance. What had he been doing at the tender age of 15 or 16? The golden lion found himself lost in distant memories, reminiscent of rallying a group of companions to embark on a voyage. Yet within a few years, betrayal for treasure had befallen him. Had it not been for his fortunate acquisition of the float fruit, he would have long since become a mere wisp of a soul adrift upon the sea. From that moment, he chose to trust no one but himself. All his subordinates were mere tools, unworthy of his genuine affection. This was precisely why he lacked strong allies. Those capable individuals were well aware of his selfish nature and questioned why they should follow such a self-serving man. As the saying goes, if a ruler treats me as a national treasure, I shall repay him as such. If he regards me as one among the masses, I shall reciprocate accordingly. If he views me as insignificant, I shall discard him as worthless. Strong individuals are never simple folk. The golden lion lived his life in solitude, never once believing his convictions to be flawed, and remained unrepentant. As both warriors were lost in thoughts amid their fierce struggle, a meteor suddenly streaked across the sky, hurtling directly towards Reno. Reno suddenly looked up, only to behold a figure with ebony wings descending from the heavens, enveloped in an aura of overwhelming darkness. With a forceful punch, the figure proclaimed, "Reno, meet your demise." The newcomer possessed an extraordinarily long nose, their visage reminiscent of a ghoul, with skin as red as blood, exuding an aura of terror and ferocity. Reno remained undeterred, launching a fierce punch upwards to meet the challenge. The ground trembled violently, creating a massive pit over 100 meters wide and several meters deep. Though their fists had yet to collide, the two forces clashed in the air, their confrontation crackling with electricity and the wind swirling fiercely around them. Both parties gritted their teeth, refusing to yield an inch, as their garments danced wildly in the tumult. Suddenly, the golden lion struck with a swift slash. The demon was taken aback, countering the blow with a punch and creating distance, exclaiming, "Golden lion, why do you attack me? Interfering in a duel of the strong is a fool's errand." The golden lion replied coldly, "I am here to assist you. Together, we can subdue Reno and force him to surrender the divine medicine." "Begone," retorted the golden lion. "Do not presume I do not recognize you, Fogolando Boris Saint. A member of the Knights of God, possessing the animal fruit, dog fruit, mythical Zoan type, Tengu form. What of it? Celestial dragon. I would gladly slay you on sight. If you wish to collaborate with me, kneel and bow 100 times, and I might begrudgingly consider your request." Boris Saint's visage contorted with rage. "Golden lion, I will obliterate you. Reno, let us join forces to eliminate the golden lion. Get lost. What are you, a mere dog? Scram as far as you can." Reno spat, seething with disdain. Boris trembled with fury. He had never experienced such humiliation. He considered retaliating several times but ultimately held himself back. The two glared at each other, neither confident in their ability to take on both adversaries. Thus far, no top-tier fighter had demonstrated the capability to confront two opponents simultaneously. The rejuvenated Carp seemed capable, yet the outcome of that battle remained uncertain. For the moment, the three were locked in a stalemate. Reno deemed it unnecessary to continue the fight. The golden lion could not be easily vanquished in a short span, especially with the celestial dragon lurking nearby, ready to take advantage of the situation. It was exceedingly vexing, rendering him unable to engage in battle with peace of mind. The golden lion shared this sentiment and was the first to shatter the stalemate. "Ha ha ha. Reno, I thoroughly enjoyed this encounter. Guard your head well." for I shall return to claim it next time. This sentiment is reciprocated, Renault retorted. When we meet again, your demise is assured. In truth, within a mere 6 months. He could effortlessly locate the Golden Lion. This was no exaggeration. He had left a trace of vital energy within the Golden Lion. A presence so subtle that even the sages of the main world might struggle to detect it, let alone the non-cultivating Golden Lion. This vital energy would remain for half a year, guiding Renault's whereabouts. The Golden Lion then took flight, followed closely by Renault. Boris trailed at a distance, biding his time until the Golden Lion had sufficiently departed before making his move. Renault was not afforded the opportunity. He was severely depleted, and engaging in combat with another formidable opponent could very well lead to a disastrous defeat. Upon entering the cloud, he was promptly transported to the main world. Chapter 75. The judging army snowflakes fell gently, resembling soft velvet. The ground was blanketed with a layer of snow, trampled into dark mud. The street lamp at the entrance of the bar cast a dim yellow light, illuminating a few inebriated men who staggered out. Inside the bar, the atmosphere was vibrant. Some engaged in poker, others indulged in drinking, and many boasted loudly. In this frigid winter, such a warm and lively venue was a rare find. This was the town of White Cotton in the kingdom of Beggar, home to the Night Wolf Bar, a favored seaside locale for pirate hunters. At that moment, a swordsman with green hair and 3 swords hanging from his waist sat at the bar, joyfully sharing drinks with a companion. Zorro, look, a new bounty notice. One friend pointed excitedly at the bar's distinctive bounty wall. Zorro turned to look, momentarily stunned. 3 billion berries. The judge Reno, his bounty has doubled. Joseph, you don't intend to confront him, do you? Another friend exclaimed. Moreover, Reno is not a pirate. He has merely been targeted for opposing the celestial dragons. Of course, I have no intention of confronting him. In fact, I admire him greatly. You all witnessed the battle 10 days ago, right? He fought to a standstill against the legendary pirate, Gold Lion. Indeed, had it not been for the arrival of a celestial dragon, the outcome could have been uncertain. Hey, Johnny, why don't we seek him out as our mentor and learn the most enigmatic power of the seas, hockey? Joseph proposed. I hear he harbors a deep-seated hatred for evil. Perhaps he would take us under his wing. Save your breath. He is a prominent figure and undoubtedly very busy. What do you think, Zorro? Joseph inquired. I plan to return to the One Heart Dojo in a few days and ask my master. Perhaps he possesses hockey as well. Zorro reflected thoughtfully. The remarkable battle from 10 days prior had illuminated the nature of the world's premier combat prowess. Witnessing it firsthand was far more astonishing than any legend could convey. Hockey truly exists and is immensely powerful. Zorro's aspiration is to become the world's greatest swordsman, and he cannot afford to overlook hockey. Surely, the current greatest swordsman, Mihawk, must also wield hockey, for it is inconceivable that he could maintain his esteemed position without it. To challenge Mihawk, mastering hockey is a prerequisite. Otherwise, he would lack the qualifications to stand before such a man. At that moment, the batwing door of the bar swung open, and a tall youth entered. This individual towered over 2 meters, boasting a robust physique. Clad in a yellow winter coat and draped in a snow-white cloak, he stamped his feet, shaking off the accumulated snow, revealing 2 lines of black text inscribed on the outside of his cloak, which read, My heart and actions are as clear as a mirror. All my deeds are for justice. Instantly, the bar fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The judge. Someone stammered, uttering the title of the newcomer. Reno, he has come to our hunter's bar. Once again, someone has revealed the true name of a legendary figure. This is a notorious pirate worth 3 billion. If he could, his companions would hurriedly cover his mouth, trembling with fear. Renault cast a casual glance at them, causing them to panic and huddle together like frightened quails. Taking a seat at the bar, he ordered, Bartender, a glass of strong liquor, please. Certainly, Mr. Renault. We have a signature drink called 3 Fire Dragons, which is quite potent. The bartender enthusiastically recommended, his eyes gleaming with admiration, akin to a fan encountering their idol. Then I'll have a glass of that, Renault replied. Excellent choice. It will be ready shortly. Renault turned to Zorro, whose expression was grave yet resolute. Beside him, Joseph and Johnny, who had previously expressed their desire to become apprentices, were now rendered speechless in the presence of the formidable figure. Greetings, Zorro. I am Renault, a former Navy lieutenant. Now the leader of a newly formed crew known as the Judgment Army, Renault introduced himself. Hello, Lord Renault. I am Rorinoa Zorro, a bounty hunter, Zorro replied with solemnity, paying homage to the strength before him. In the name of the Judgment Army, I earnestly invite you to join my crew, Zoro. Would you be willing to board my ship? Zoro pondered the proposal, while Joseph's eyes sparkled with fervor. Lord Renault, if Big Brother Zoro were to join, would you impart the knowledge of hockey? Renault chuckled. Indeed, it is not merely about hockey. There are other powers at play. I have always been generous in imparting my knowledge to my comrades, never holding anything back. So, shall we proceed? My criteria for recruitment are simple. One must possess a certain level of combat capability and a sense of justice, at the very least. One must refrain from engaging in criminal activities. You all qualify. Joseph and Johnny, characters previously encountered in the original narrative, though not particularly formidable, were at least bounty hunters. Teaching them martial skills would certainly yield promising prospects. Renault had no reason to overlook them. That's fantastic. Brother Zoro, shall we join? Joseph urged enthusiastically. Upon hearing the opportunity to learn hockey, Zoro was already intrigued but still posed a question. Are we pirates? No, we are certainly not pirates. That wretched profession is our target for eradication. We shall eliminate them without mercy at every turn. Very well, I shall join. Zoro extended his hand. Reynolds extended his hand in greeting. Welcome. He then turned to the rest of the patrons in the bar. Today, I have acquired a formidable ally. And I am pleased to announce that all expenses incurred by everyone in this establishment are on me. A chorus of cheers erupted as the hundreds of patrons began to order extravagant drinks they would typically refrain from indulging in. Everyone knew Reynolds' oft-repeated saying, when one is left with nothing but money, one is truly wealthy, a testament to his status as a bona fide magnate. If not now, then when would one seize the opportunity? Lord Reynolds, we wish to join the Judgment Corps, declared a bounty hunter. Certainly. All bounty hunters are welcome, Reynolds responded loudly. Follow me and enjoy sumptuous feasts and exquisite libations, with a guaranteed monthly salary of 200,000 berries. Additional compensation will be provided for accomplishments in battles. With the announcement of such generous remuneration, the atmosphere became electrified. I want to join. So do I. This is fantastic. It may take a year to capture a single bounty-worthy pirate, but with the Judgment Corps, one can earn over 2 million in just a year. Aligning with such a prominent figure, one would have no regrets, even in death. Renault, ever welcoming, distributed the unique winter uniforms of the Judgment Army on the spot. Initially, he contemplated issuing weapons of the 21st rank, but reconsidered, deciding to evaluate future performances first. That which is easily obtained is seldom cherished. And he wished to avoid the emergence of grudges stemming from petty grievances. During the 10 days he returned to the main world, he rejuvenated himself, restored his strength and health, while also attending to state affairs, commissioning the creation of standardized uniforms. Thousands of uniforms, varying in size, were completed within 10 days, suitable for all seasons. At this moment, some eager pirate hunters donned the attire, instantly enhancing their allure by 50%. Observing others changing clothes, Zoro too accepted a more splendid and refined officer's uniform. Some barmaids blushed, shyly stealing glances at the robust muscles, dazzled by the sight. In the era of great pirates, many commoners were driven to piracy by the allure of gold from above, while others succumbed to becoming bandits. Conversely, the pirate hunters upheld their principles, refraining from plunder and theft, risking their lives to eliminate pirates, thereby showcasing their integrity. Such a commendable group, how could Renault refuse them? The age of great pirates had sifted out his most reliable subordinates. Of course, occasional miscreants were a different matter, but that was a rarity, with his capabilities. He was confident he could manage a few bad apples. Chapter 76, the greatest martial arts tournament. The atmosphere at the scene was fervent, with Renault continually toasting with his subordinates. After a moment's contemplation, he decisively retrieved a transponder snail and dialed Morgan's. Hello, Birdman. I need you to publish something, Renault stated. Renault, you little rascal, call me Birdman again, and I'll turn on you, Morgan's replied. All right, Birdman, this time the reward is 1 billion berries. Absolutely no problem. What do you want to publish? Morgan's had already forgotten the nickname. Publish in the world that I, Renault, have established a new force, named the Judgment Army. And we are now recruiting members globally. Have you lost your mind? Do you wish to attract the admirals for a siege? Morgan's cautioned. Renault, do not challenge the world government's bottom line. They are currently occupied with the 4 emperors and have no time to seek you in the East Sea. However, if you instigate such a grand affair in the East Sea, the government will undoubtedly send someone your way. Renault paused for a moment. You make a valid point. I have not given it due consideration. Therefore, let us only recruit bounty hunters. Morgans interjected, I suggest you refrain from using your own name. Do you have any ideas? Perhaps we could hold a hunters' convention or some such event under a different name. That is an excellent proposal. Let us announce that there will be a grand martial arts tournament in the capital city of Furii, in the kingdom of Buxia, in the East Sea. The champion shall be rewarded with a potion of rejuvenation and a prize of 1 billion berries. The runner-up will receive 800 million, while the third place will be awarded 500 million. Contestants from 4th to 10th place will each receive 300 million, and those from 11th to 100th place will each take home 100 million. Renault, I have a request. What is it? Could you possibly grant me 100 billion? Get lost. Do you require my assistance for this tournament? Of course. Send some people to prepare the venue and organize it under the name of the news agency. Additionally, negotiate with the king for a large space. You certainly know how to delegate. My billion berries are not easily earned. Is there a problem? None whatsoever. Leave it to me. Upon hanging up, Renault's subordinates, who had overheard the conversation, began to inquire eagerly. Boss, can we participate as well? Certainly, Renault affirmed. Splendid. This time, I aim to secure a spot in the top 100. With my strength, placing in the top 100 shall be a breeze. Brother Zaro will undoubtedly make it into the top 10. However, we must contend with the strongest from around the world. It won't be that simple. The subordinates engaged in fervent discussion, while a glimmer of determination sparkled in Zaro's eyes, his lips curving into a slight smile. The reason Renault chose to hold the Grand Martial Arts Tournament in the Kingdom of Buxia lies in the fact that this nation is a non-member state, impoverished and backward, where even pirates show little interest. Here, one can act with impunity, even sinking a few islands without consequence, making it convenient for those with ulterior motives to enter, such as certain pirates. After the tournament, it would be the perfect opportunity to capture them all. With this thought, Renault revealed a sinister smile. Eradicating pirates, showcasing his sense of justice, and garnering a following were among his objectives, thus achieving a dual purpose. The next day, news spread like wildfire across the globe, as the announcement of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament reached every corner of the world. In a gambling den on an island, a blind man was exuberantly placing his bets, declaring, I bet on big. The dice rolled and landed on 4, 5, 6. The other 3 participants exchanged glances, reaching a consensus, and the dealer proclaimed, 1, 2, 3. Small. Uncle, you lost. The blind man, visibly disappointed, remarked, Lost again? I've rolled 10 smalls today. My luck is truly abysmal. He then patted his empty pockets. I have no money left. I shall return another time. Safe travels, old man. Don't trip. The blind man, leaning on his cane, pondered where to find work to earn some money. Nearby, he overheard a conversation. I heard the champion receives 1 billion berries, and there's a potion for rejuvenation. Forget the champion. Even those in the top 100 receive 100 million. The blind man's ears perked up, intently gathering snippets of conversation around him. Moments later, he mumbled to himself, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament seems like a promising opportunity for profit. In a tranquil sea, the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, drifted on his coffin ship. At that moment, a news bird circled overhead. Mihawk waved his hand, and the bird swooped down, landing beside him. He exchanged a coin for a newspaper, completing the transaction as the bird took flight. Mihawk crossed his legs and perused the paper. After a long while, he remarked, The Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Indeed, intriguing. His eyes narrowed with keen interest. If there are no formidable opponents, I may very well dismantle the venue. In the West Sea, aboard the ship of the Flower Kingdom's 8 treasures navy, Kai urgently commanded, Quick, return to find Grandpa. There is hope for the rejuvenation potion. Shortly thereafter, Qing Jiao received the news and was instantly invigorated. Good. That rascal carp has grown younger. I cannot fall behind. Set sail for the East Sea. On a floating island, the Golden Lion, having recuperated from his injuries, was nearly healed. His ship's doctor, combatant, and first mate, Indigo, brought him a newspaper. Captain, do you wish to participate? Indigo inquired using sign language. The rejuvenation potion. It must be that Renault fellow's doing. This martial arts tournament is likely his scheme, the Golden Lion rationally assessed. So, should we participate? Indigo continues to communicate through sign language. However, as long as the elixir of youth is genuine, I have no reason to decline. The fiery gaze of the Golden Lion reflects his desire to regain youth and even heal his injuries, thus becoming invincible and unifying the world without the need for monsters. Should I participate? Indigo gestured 3 times. Go away. There are still 3 months left. Why the rush? Prepare a plethora of monsters. If I do not obtain the elixir, I shall unleash the monsters to annihilate that nation. Ha 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 ha. In the New World, the reactions of the 4 emperors varied. Big Mom showed little interest, preoccupied with preparing for a tea party, while Kaido remained in a drunken stupor, unaware of the news. Red-haired Shanks deemed the journey too distant and chose not to partake in this commotion, for he holds no interest in the hollow title of the world's strongest. Whitebeard, intrigued, found himself under the long-term surveillance of the world government, where a single action could trigger a larger response, thus rendering him unable to attend. He dispatched the formidable swordsmen, Vista and Marco. These 2, being the undeniable second and third strongest of the Whitebeard pirates, could not claim victory, which indicates they might encounter an emperor-level opponent, after all. His own combat prowess has significantly declined. On the island of Mink, within the Revolutionary Army's conference hall, Dragon inquired, will you participate? We require funds. Salaries have been overdue for 2 months, and morale is beginning to waver. I will make a call first, said Emporio Ivankov. The voice of Renault resonated. Dragon, is there something you need? Renault, you are the organizer of the world's foremost martial arts tournament, are you not? Indeed, I cannot conceal it from you. Yes, it is I who orchestrated it, with the intention of recruiting soldiers and simultaneously eliminating pirates. Dragon fell silent for a moment. This matter is too significant. It will attract the attention of the world government. Fear not. As long as we do not tread upon their bottom line, they will not dispatch 2 admirals. Currently, 1 admiral cannot capture me. I shall send someone to participate. I hope you can come in person. There is no need for you to compete. Just assist me in maintaining order. I fear I may not be able to handle it alone. I have received news that Whitebeard has sent someone, and my hawk is on his way. Upon the successful completion of this endeavor, I will provide 1,000 million berries to your revolutionary army. 1,000 million, exclaimed Ivankov. Are you speaking of aid? Indeed, it means it will be given freely. What do you think? I understand. I will be there. Dragon's tone conveyed a sense of urgency as well. Chapter 77. Nami. After hanging up, Renault attempted to contact Zephyr once more, but regrettably, the call could not be connected. Renault harbored suspicions that Zephyr had pursued Weibel into a treacherous sea, notorious for its unpredictable weather, leading to their disappearance for over half a year. Ultimately, he picked up the phone only to set it down again, dismissing the notion of contacting Carp. After all, Carp was a high-ranking officer in the Navy, and every action he took was under scrutiny. Seeking assistance from the Navy would unjustly entangle Carp. Moreover, having been expelled from the Navy, he was now a notorious pirate, making any collaboration with them seem inappropriate. From that moment on, the Navy had become a distant entity, an avenue he could no longer exploit. However, the transaction for the Tai Lien Sui Dan had not ceased. The restoration of youth was still in pursuit of the devil fruit. Many celestial dragons were also covertly devising ways to acquire the fruit, indicating that the next transaction was likely imminent. It was time to meet with Nami. Having made up his mind, Renault summoned Zaro. Zaro, I shall be away for a while, returning in 10 days at the shortest, or perhaps a month at the longest. During my absence, I entrust the management of the Judgment Army to you. Understood, Zoro replied. Although he lacked managerial skills, Joseph and Johnny would suffice. And with just over 100 individuals, it was unlikely to pose significant issues. Renault soared through the skies, making a direct flight towards the kingdom of Oikot, ultimately arriving at the village of Kokoja after a journey of 3 days. As nightfall enveloped the land, Renault descended gracefully into an orange grove, where 2 young maidens huddled by the fireplace, seeking warmth. Outside, delicate snowflakes danced in the air, while the world lay shrouded in a biting chill. The sound of crunching snow echoed as Renault approached, step by step. Inside, Nami and Nojiko peered through the window. They spotted a tall figure nearing their location. Nami, alert, grasped a nearby stick and inquired, who goes there? Aren't you going to invite me in for a visit? Spare me your pleasantries. State your purpose, Nami retorted. I have come to seek you out, Nami, the wretched girl long exploited by the fishmen. I do not require your pity. Who are you truly? Knock, knock, knock. Renault rapped gently on the door, saying, if I harbored ill intentions, I would not be so courteous. With a creak, the door swung open, and Nochi remarked, Nami. He speaks the truth. If one were malevolent, there would be no need to knock. Renault gazed at the azure-haired girl before him and smiled gently. Nokigo, you are truly beautiful and remarkably intelligent. Nokigo's fair cheeks flushed slightly. Please, come in. As Renaud stepped into the quaint cottage, Nami was momentarily taken aback. "It's you," she exclaimed, realizing that an explanation was indeed lacking. Renaud chuckled softly as he settled beside the fireplace, and amidst their astonishment, he began to produce an array of delicacies from his spatial pouch. "Just in time. I was feeling hungry. Let us dine together." The table became a lavish display of delectable dishes, each exuding an enticing aroma, soon overflowing with an abundance that left little room to spare. Renaud was the first to seize a lamb chop and take a bite, closely followed by Nami. "Noki, shall we eat together?" Nami inquired, noticing their apparent acquaintance. Noki felt at ease to indulge in the meal. "We are not acquainted. This is our first meeting," Nami replied. "Ah," Noki exclaimed in surprise. "You dare to partake in another's food without knowing them? Though I am curious as to how you acquired it. Nevertheless, I am familiar with him. He has been renowned for quite some time," Nami stated. "You must also recognize him. Perhaps you simply cannot recall at the moment." "I know him?" Noki scrutinized Renaud once more, her pupils suddenly constricting. "Renaud? Greetings, I am Renaud, the current leader of the Judgment Army." Renaud introduced himself. "Hello, I am Noki, Nami's sister. I have come today to invite you both to join my team," Renaud continued. Noki was a remarkably strong girl. Given the opportunity, she would undoubtedly excel. "I apologize, but I am a member of the Arlong Pirates," Nami replied. "I understand your concerns, Nami, and I am aware of your agreement with Arlong. However, do you truly believe someone like him would uphold his promises?" "He would." "No, he would not. Let us make a wager. I will offer you 100 million berries to speak with Arlong and see if he is willing to relinquish control over Kokoyashi village and grant you your freedom." Nami was taken aback that Renaud knew of this matter, but soon shifted her focus to the promise of 100 million berries. "Will you truly give me 100 million berries?" "Of course," Renaud replied, gesturing with a hand, causing a large chest to materialize on the ground, filled with gleaming gold coins that sparkled in the firelight. "Very well, I shall negotiate for the village's freedom. If he refuses, I will join you. But you must assist me in dealing with Arlong." "Certainly, you are my navigator. How could I allow you to be bullied by a fishman?" "Noki, you should join us as well. Do not squander your youth on farming. The sea is where you truly belong." I will consider it," Noki hesitated. "Noki, your mother, Belmir, was a Navy officer who once aspired to eradicate pirates and protect the world. However, upon encountering you both, she relinquished her dream to become a homemaker. Yet deep within, she must have felt unfulfilled. Faced with a pirate like Arlong, she showed no fear, ultimately sacrificing her life for you. Not only did she waste her youth, but she also paid the ultimate price. Do you not wish to carry on her legacy?" Hearing Belmir's name brought tears to the sisters' eyes. Indeed, it was due to their presence that no suitors pursued Belmir. Otherwise, with her beauty, she would not have remained unmarried. Even with her fiery temperament, there would always be admirers for such a character. "But are you not a pirate?" Noki questioned. "Nonsense. Since my arrival in this world, I have never engaged in any unethical deeds. My identity as a pirate is merely a label imposed upon me by the celestial dragons," Renaud declared. "I have established the Judgment Army with the mission of judging the world's evils, eradicating pirates, and upholding peace. And with unwavering determination, they resolved to fight until the very end." The audacity exhibited in the confrontation with the celestial dragons was indeed remarkable, yet it underscored the unyielding will of Renaud. Noki Gao nodded thoughtfully. "I will inherit my mother's legacy, eradicate evil, and uphold world peace. But what can I truly accomplish? I shall teach you martial skills. Or you may pursue knowledge related to navigation, such as medicine, cartography, seamanship, culinary arts, music, carpentry, and more." "Very well, I understand. I look forward to your guidance in the future, Leader Renaud." "Welcome to our ranks, Noki Gao." Witnessing her sister being so easily swayed, Nami fell silent. "Once I redeem the village, I shall request to sever ties with the Arlong pirates. He would undoubtedly refuse. We shall discuss this matter tomorrow. Now, let us celebrate Noki Gao's joining with a grand feast," Renaud said, producing an array of wines and beverages. The three of them indulged in merriment and a sumptuous feast. The following day, as dawn broke, Nami could scarcely contain her eagerness to rise, shouldering a chest of gold coins as she made her way to Arlong Park. Chapter 78. Setting sail. Renaud, reclining on the sofa, suddenly opened his eyes and stealthily followed her from behind. Meanwhile, Noki Gao, having indulged in drink the previous evening, remained blissfully unaware, still sound asleep. Arlong Park, aptly named, was a veritable paradise of entertainment, where numerous amusements awaited the fishmen. As a cadre, Nami faced no obstacles as she entered the grand hall, only to encounter Arlong and his crew enjoying a meal. Nami, care to join us for a bite? Inquired the octopus man Shachi. No, I am here to redeem my village, Nami replied, setting down the chest and opening it to reveal a dazzling array of gold. Arlong, here is 100 million berries. As per our agreement, Kokoyashi village shall have no further ties to you, and I shall regain my freedom. Well done, Nami, Arlong sneered. I shall take the money, claim the village, and keep you as well. Fury surged within Nami. Arlong, you are a liar. Ha ha, Nami. I believe you've misconstrued the situation. I am a pirate. Treachery is merely part of the trade, is it not? Indeed, is it so? Nami felt as though all strength had drained from her body, collapsing to the ground. At that moment, a figure slowly entered, seemingly oblivious to the chaos around him. A crimson aura emanated from him, causing Fishman to collapse in his wake. With the mastery of Conqueror's Haki, Renault moved with practiced ease. You, who are you? Arlong and his crew gasped in horror. Nami, I told you he would not agree, Renault stated. Renault, I was wrong. Please avenge my mother, Nami pleaded. Of course. My beloved navigator. You are indeed Renault. What brings you here? Arlong trembled, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Why concern yourself with a mere bounty of 20 million on a trifling fish? Just resign yourself to your fate. Reynolds advanced with a singular stride, leaving behind a trail of phantoms, and with a swift kick, the unsuspecting fishmen were met with a lethal slash that cleaved through their midsections. The buildings behind him crumbled in large sections, sending clouds of dust spiraling into the air. In the next heartbeat, a body was severed in twain, collapsing onto the ground. A chorus of blood-curdling screams erupted, echoing through the chaos. Nami, it is quite a bloody scene here. Follow me, he urged. Nami, taken aback, realized the extent of Reynolds' strength, far beyond her expectations, as though he were a being from an entirely different realm. Arlong dragged himself along the ground, his innards strewn about, his eyes reflecting both agony and hatred. Humans, one day you too shall fall to the hands of us fishmen, he proclaimed. Such a wish is indeed beautiful. Hold on to it, for it may offer solace to your wretched heart, Reynolds replied nonchalantly. Fishmen should rightfully reign atop the ocean, Arlong lamented. His gaze turned skyward. In mere minutes, all fishmen lay lifeless, including the seemingly redeemable Hachan from the original narrative. Hachan was no innocent. He bore his share of the sins committed by the Arlong pirates. Reynolds, I seek Arlong's treasure, Nami declared, her greed resurfacing. Very well, pursue it. I shall handle the remaining fishmen outside, Reynolds consented, casually stowing away his gold. The fishmen outside had merely been momentarily stunned, and now Reynolds dispatched them with a mere gesture, executing them from a distance. After making his rounds and eradicating the last of the fishmen, Nami emerged carrying a substantial bundle. Do you need assistance? Reynolds inquired. Nami eyed him warily. This is my treasure. Hey, have you misunderstood something? Allow me to introduce myself again. I am Reynolds, reduced to nothing but wealth, he replied. Oh, is that so? I heard you acquired an immense ancient treasure. Is it true? Nami asked, curiosity piqued. Well, not much, just a few 100 billion, Reynolds casually mentioned. In reality, during the last Eastern auction, he had amassed tens of millions in gold dragons, translating to nearly 20 trillion berries, and that was an understatement. The lucrative trade of herbs between the two worlds yielded such vast profits. Nami was left utterly astonished, her eyes glistening with the allure of berries. Do you wish to manage my wealth? I could allow you to, Reynolds offered. Nami nodded vigorously. Yes. Very well. I shall provide you with a spatial artifact. But its activation requires the mastery of true energy, he elaborated as they traveled, detailing the concepts of true energy and spatial artifacts. By this time, the villagers had risen. Nami eagerly shared the good news with everyone. Everyone, we can now reside in Arlong Park. There are many bodies there that require your attention. How wonderful. We are saved. All thanks to Lord Reynolds. They rejoiced, expressing their gratitude, and equally grateful to Nami for having found him. The villagers, overwhelmed with joy, wept and shared the good news with one another. The two returned to the orange grove, where they enjoyed breakfast together with Nokigo before commencing their teachings on the meridian and acupoint theory. The following day, Nami and Nokigo bid a tearful farewell to the villagers and boarded a small vessel, setting sail with Reino. This ship, of course, belonged to the Arlong pirates, who possessed several pirate ships. This was merely the smallest among them, as there were only 3 individuals aboard. A larger vessel would be cumbersome to navigate, better suited for the villagers to convert into a fishing boat. Renault has traversed this world for quite some time, and this occasion marks his earnest venture into the seas. Utilizing the knowledge acquired from the naval headquarters, he deftly grasps the helm and navigates the vast ocean. Meanwhile, the Nami sisters eagerly commit to memory the locations of the meridian acupoints, driven by Renault's promise that upon mastering the foundational techniques, they would be rewarded with spatial artifacts. The two ladies, brimming with excitement, are unwilling to pause even for a moment. 3 days later, Renault commences the instruction of the everlasting 9 transformations technique. The sisters immerse themselves in relentless practice day and night, and after 5 additional days, they finally sense the existence of true energy. "I can feel the true energy," exclaims one. "So can I," responds the other. "Indeed, not bad. Mastering the basics in 5 days demonstrates commendable talent," Renault praises. In the main world, such aptitude would undoubtedly mark them as prodigies. However, in this realm, they appear rather ordinary. Consider that Luffy grasped the fundamentals in a single day, and Bonnie in 2, far surpassing the Nami sisters. This is a cultivation elixir, known as the Great Origin Pill. Beginners require just 1 pill per day. Renault explains as he hands over a collection of jade vials. These low-grade potions are surplus to his needs, making them perfect for nurturing his subordinates. "Renault, what about my spatial artifact?" Nami inquires eagerly. "I have long prepared them for you," he replies, producing 2 earrings. These earrings serve as spatial artifacts and are less prone to damage during combat. Each of you may take one, and the space within is comparable to your own bedroom. The 2 ladies are overjoyed, quickly accepting the gifts and infusing them with true energy to claim them as their own, repeatedly taking the jade vials in and out with uncontained delight. "Renault, you promised to let me manage the finances," Nami adds. "My wealth is abundant. I shall entrust you with a portion, lest your spatial artifact becomes overcrowded," he responds. "And how much shall I manage?" she inquires. 1 billion should suffice." Very well, Nami nods vigorously, her mind already racing with thoughts of how to embezzle without detection. Concerning Nami's propensity for misappropriation, it is noted by Oda that during her time with the main cast, she, as the treasurer, often pilfered funds to indulge in shopping sprees with Robin, treating herself to exquisite garments. Renault was rather indifferent to this matter. After all, it was merely a trifling sum. Talented individuals, of course, deserve special treatment. "Nami, I believe I have yet to discuss your salaries." "We have salaries?" Nami exclaimed. "Certainly, my dear. The minimum wage for the lowest rank is a guaranteed monthly salary of 200,000. Additional tasks are compensated separately. As for you, you will be groomed for leadership roles with a temporary monthly salary of 1 million. Once you complete your training and transition to a permanent position, your salary will increase," Renault explained. The 2 women's eyes sparkled with disbelief as they gazed at Renault. Noki pointed at herself. "Me? 1 million berries a month. And me?" Nami also gestured towards herself. "Honestly, it's just a small sum. There is no need to be overly excited." Renault waved his hand dismissively. "Nami, you will take the helm. Our target is the kingdom of Bija." "Understood, Captain." Chapter 79. Yaorita Renault's journey from the kingdom of Bushia to the village of Kikixia took 3 days. While the return by boat would require at least a month, it was inconceivable for Renault to abandon the defenseless Nami sisters, thus he could only accompany them. His heavenly exchange plan comprised 5 steps, with the first being the recruitment of talents, leaving no potential individual overlooked. Although Nami possessed extensive experience at sea, she remained vulnerable. Fate was unpredictable, and it was imperative to ensure her safety throughout their journey. How he wished for a flying mount. This thought brought to mind a certain large raven. The main world was indeed a realm of advanced martial arts rather than a place of cultivation, and acquiring a means of transportation was no simple task. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for he intended to remain in the East Sea for the foreseeable future. Time would be devoted to training, striving to achieve a breakthrough to the imperial level as swiftly as possible to advance his subsequent plans. Presently, he was practicing the mental martial art, the Soul Hammer technique. Bequeathed by Chu Urgu, it was a celestial-grade skill of great rarity. Upon mastering it, his observation haki expanded by 20%, while his conqueror's haki increased by 30%. However, this martial technique was merely a method of honing one's mental strength and possessed no rank. Consequently, it could not be recorded within the system nor enhanced through fan points, leaving him to endure relentless practice day and night. Each strike felt as if a hammer were being wielded upon his head, a most excruciating experience. Renault only persists for half an hour each day, fearing that prolonged practice might render him foolish. As for the primary cultivation technique of Chu Urgu, it remains unfound, lost alongside his demise. Pirates. Norcageo, serving as the lookout, suddenly exclaimed. Reynolds turned his gaze and, indeed, 500 meters away, a pirate ship was slicing through the waves like a wild dog encountering excrement. At the bow stood a figure clad in golden armor, imposing and majestic, resembling a lion. This seems somewhat familiar. As Reynolds pondered, he noticed a sphere of white light forming in the figure's mouth and finally recalled who it was, the user of the soundwave fruit, known as Edra. At that moment, the distance between the two parties had dwindled to less than 100 meters, and a beam of white light was suddenly unleashed from the figure's mouth. Oh no! Nami's face paled in horror. It was not over yet. With a swift motion, Reynolds executed a hand strike, creating a crimson slash that spanned 100 meters. Boom! The soundwave attack was shattered, and the strike continued onward, heading straight for the pirate ship. The vessel was cleaved in two from bow to stern, slowly parting as it began to sink. "Captain, we must flee. It's Reynolds, a swordsman, adorned like a Native American," shouted as he rushed to seize the lion-headed man and lead him toward a small boat. "Do you think you can escape?" Reynolds soared into the air, hovering 20 meters above the pirate ship, quietly observing the struggling pirates. "I am Edra, the user of the soundwave fruit, and I wish to pledge my allegiance to you," Edra hurriedly declared. Renault's plan to change the world necessitated a considerable workforce, yet it did not imply that just anyone would suffice. Some pirates, not overly malevolent, could be enlisted, such as Crocodile, a rogue who refrained from indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. However, those like Edrago, the quintessence of piracy, reveling in plunder and destruction, were utterly intolerable. "You are unworthy," Renault replied coolly, then waved his hands in rapid succession. A tempest of dozens of wind blades descended like a torrential storm. In an instant, both ship and crew were obliterated, vanishing beneath the waves. "What a pity, a waste of a soundwave fruit," Renault sighed. If only Caesar's devil fruit recovery technology were further along in its research. Otherwise, having Caesar by his side to reclaim the powers of those who wreak havoc would have been a splendid alternative. Amid the adoring gazes of the two women, Renault returned to the ship. At that moment, the transponder snail rang, as if summoned by fate. Indeed, it was Caesar. "Captain, come save me," Caesar lamented. "What is the situation?" Renault inquired, astonished. "We encountered the warlord Jinbei at Fishman Island. He sank our ship, and nearly all my subordinates perished. I have been captured. Greetings, I am Jinbei." A deep voice resonated. "Jinbei, I am Renault. Caesar is under my command. I ask that you grant me this favor," Renault stated. "Judge Renault?" Jinbei expressed his surprise. "Indeed. That is I. Is capturing fishmen also your directive?" "Capturing fishmen? Caesar is doing that?" Renault queried. "Boss, it wasn't me. It was my subordinates who wished to capture them," Caesar hastily clarified. "Nonsense. Your subordinates heed your every command. How could they act without your consent?" The exposure left Caesar abashed. "I merely wanted to earn a living." "Is it my fault then?" Renault reflected, realizing he had neglected to provide Caesar with funds. Yet, did this man not have any savings? He had not plundered Caesar's wealth at the time. In just half a year, he had fallen to the depths of human trafficking. "Jinbei, Caesar is of value to me. You cannot kill him. Please, state your conditions," Renault implored. "Since you, Sir Renault, have made a request, I shall oblige. But I hope you do not forget your original intentions and uphold justice," Jinbei replied. "Of course, I have always regarded justice as my foundation. Caesar, I shall send you back to Sabaody Archipelago. Please receive him accordingly." "Thank you. I shall remember this favor," Jinbei acknowledged. "Caesar, go to the bamboo bar and seek out Shaki. Ask her to enlist Kuma's assistance in bringing you to my side," Renault instructed. "Bring?" Caesar was somewhat perplexed. "You will understand in due time. There is no need for further inquiry." "Understood. Truly, you are a troublesome fellow." After hanging up the phone, Renault muttered a curse under his breath. It was indeed essential to keep a volatile character like Caesar close at hand. Otherwise, he might inadvertently stir up trouble. In the subsequent fortnight, Renault encountered numerous pirate vessels, each one meeting the same fate, sunk beneath the waves. The East Sea, known as the weakest of the seas, had been rendered relatively peaceful due to Captain Garp's occasional visits home to check on Luffy, during which he would indulge his penchant for dispatching pirates, resulting in a sparse pirate presence. However, the imminent World Martial Arts Tournament had drawn an influx of pirates to the East Sea. Even those not participating were eager to witness the grand spectacle. Consequently, the number of pirates in the East Sea had multiplied several-fold. "Captain, another pirate ship," Noki exclaimed. Renault cast a glance and exclaimed, "Oh, isn't that plump woman at the bow Yalta, the future beauty?" In a swift motion, he appeared on the deck of the pirate ship, causing Yalta to gasp in astonishment. "Renault," she exclaimed, taken aback by the unexpected encounter. She had never anticipated that her casual act of hijacking a ship would lead her to such formidable opposition. Renault pondered whether to take the life of Eurylida. Undoubtedly, she was a pirate, yet the original text merely described her as exceedingly narcissistic, without implying a penchant for indiscriminate slaughter, which contrasted sharply with Ed Largo's character. The need for manpower to execute his grand plan of transformation compelled him to reconsider. Eurylida would later become a cadre of the Cross Guild, indicating her formidable strength and potential. "Eurylida, you stand before two choices, submission or death," Reynolds declared. Eurylida, already drenched in cold sweat, felt as if a great pardon had been bestowed upon her. "To join your esteemed ranks, Lord Reynolds, is an honor." "Captain, I humbly seek your guidance," she replied promptly. Chapter 80. Kuro and the Bear King. With Eurylida now under his command, her majestic ship became the flagship, while he assigned his smaller vessel to a few of his pirate subordinates. To these underlings, Reynolds issued a stern warning. Any further misdeeds would result in severe consequences, and none dared to defy him. "Eurylida, ensure your crew remains in check. If they cause trouble, I will hold you accountable," Reynolds cautioned. "Rest assured, Captain, I will keep a vigilant eye on them," Eurylida assured him. At that moment, Reynolds spotted a small boy with pink hair, Kobe, and beckoned him forward. "You're so young to be out at sea as a pirate?" "Re-reporting, Captain. I am 13 years old," Kobe stammered, a mix of anxiety and fervor evident in his voice. "Becoming a pirate wasn't my choice. I inadvertently boarded a pirate ship." Kobe explained his background as a homeless child, swept away onto a ship by pirates while fishing by the seaside. At 13, malnourished and diminutive, he reminded Reynolds of his own past. "Starting tomorrow, I shall impart strength unto you. Are you willing to learn?" "Absolutely, without a doubt. I pledge my unwavering loyalty to you, Captain," Kobe exclaimed, brimming with excitement. His aspiration was to join the Navy, and Reynolds' actions resonated with his own notions of justice, particularly after witnessing the recent broadcast of the Celestial Dragon's downfall, which ignited his passion and transformed him into a fervent supporter. Eurylida shot a fierce glare at Kobe, enviously contemplating the boy's unexpected fortune in earning Reynolds' favor just days after boarding the ship. Kobe, feeling intimidated, stood frozen in place. "Eurylida, tomorrow I shall also bestow strength upon you. Be diligent in your studies," Reynolds instructed. "Yes, Captain," Eurylida responded, her internal balance restored in an instant. In the following 10 days, Kobe and Eurylida mastered the art of meridian and acupoint techniques, beginning their journey into the realm of the 9 transformations. "Captain, there are pirates ahead," a lookout called out. With his crew in place, Noki and Nami devoted themselves to their training, largely neglecting trivial matters. As they preferred to remain secluded in their quarters, they sensed Eurylida's intense gaze upon them, which bore an ominous quality. Although the reason remained unclear, it seemed prudent to keep their distance. Renault was poised to deliver a swift strike as usual when he suddenly recognized the 2 figures standing at the bow of the ship. They were the Catman brothers, which meant that the newcomer was Chloe. Renault pondered internally. It seemed that around this time, Chloe had grown weary of the pirate's life and decided to seek out a wealthy individual to usurp their riches. He wished to retire gracefully, but such a feat was far from simple. In an instant, Renault appeared aboard the ship of the Black Cap pirates. You're the judge," Zango exclaimed, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. At that moment, Kuro emerged, equally taken aback. "Kuro, you have 2 choices, submission or death." Kuro elegantly placed a hand on his chest and bowed, stating, "I am willing to serve you, my Captain Renault." Thus, Renault welcomed another pirate into his fold. Kuro became the steward of the ship, managing affairs with impeccable order. One day, a towering island loomed ahead, Cloud Island. Renault instantly recognized this peculiar isle, having seen it in the theatrical version. The formidable boss within was known as King Bear, a user of the steel fruit, possessing immense strength, and was regarded as a notable figure in the East Sea, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of the narrative. Perhaps he could be recruited. After a moment's contemplation, Renault arrived at this decision. King Bear enslaved the inhabitants of Cloud Island, forcing them to toil for him while he fancied himself a king, extorting protection fees. Not one to indulge in indiscriminate slaughter, he could be forgiven. Perhaps he could atone for his sins. However, plans often falter in the face of change. As they drew closer, the thunderous roar of cannon fire echoed, shaking the very heavens, indicating that a war was indeed unfolding. Renault soared into the sky in an instant. His vital energy focused as he gazed into the distance. Before him lay a multitude of ships engaged in a fierce assault on Clockwork Island. Meanwhile, the island itself erupted with thunderous cannon fire, retaliating against the vessels on the ocean's surface. On the coastline, the clash of blades resonated as thousands of combatants fought, their blood flowing like rivers. Renault soon beheld the imposing figure resembling a bear. It was undoubtedly the Great Bear King. Beside him stood his loyal subordinates, the Queen of Sweets, Pujak, Skunk Number 1, the Joker, and others, fighting valiantly alongside him, while thousands of soldiers defended the coastline. Their adversaries numbered over 5,000, unleashing a relentless barrage of firepower that left the forces of the Great Bear King struggling to hold their ground. Renault swiftly identified the leader, recognizing the iconic golden armor that unmistakably belonged to Click, the so-called sovereign of the East Sea. It was intriguing to witness the clash between these two factions. Click would eventually venture into the Grand Line 2.5 years later, only to provoke Hawkeye within a mere 7 days, resulting in a relentless pursuit back to the East Sea, leaving his crew decimated. He would then encounter the protagonists, propelling the narrative forward. As for how he managed to traverse back from the Grand Line, that remains an enigma. None of them are paragons of virtue. Let them engage in their conflict. If King Bear meets his demise, it shall be his fate, and it bears no relevance to me. Renault returned to the ship, commanding a temporary anchor drop to remain stationary. The battle raged from noon until dusk. As the cannon fire ceased, Renault soared alone towards the battlefield. The sea was strewn with the wreckage of vessels and the bodies of the fallen, a scene of utter carnage. Only a handful of pirate ships remained moored at the shore, with figures disembarking from them. On the land, two factions stood in tense silence. Click, his golden armor shattered, directed his weaponry toward the King of the Bears. The King of the Bears, drenched in blood and riddled with wounds, leaned against a stone, a pool of blood collecting beneath him. Nearby, the Sweetheart Queen was tossed into a bathtub filled with seawater, gazing weakly at the unfolding chaos. Of the Poker brothers, only 2 remained alive. Who truly reigns as the sovereign of the East Sea? Click demanded vociferously. I refuse to acknowledge that. The King of the Bears retorted defiantly. You have lost all your men. What grounds do you have for your defiance? Click smirked. Ha! How absurd. 5,000 against 1,000. And you delight in the death of 4,000 of your own. The King of the Bears scoffed. I can summon as many as I desire. Once I seize this island, I shall swiftly recruit 10,000 men. I, Click, shall forever be the sovereign of the East Sea. Click declared boldly. Is that so? You aspire to be the sovereign of the East Sea. Have you consulted me on that? Renault gracefully descended between the two adversaries. Who are you? Click inquired, a wary expression crossing his face. After all, those who could fly were never to be underestimated. Captain, he is Judge Renault, the wounded ghoul, akin, managed to utter through his bloody lips. Click's spirit faltered. You, Renault, we have always maintained a respectful distance. What is your intention? Respectful distance? Are you jesting? What grants you the audacity to stand on equal footing with me? Renault's gaze turned icy as he surveyed the surviving pirates. In the next moment, his conqueror's hockey erupted. Red waves of energy radiating with reckless abandon. Where it passed, all pirates succumbed, rolling their eyes back in a faint, including Click and the King of the Bears. Renault, in silence, awakened the Great Bear King and the Sweetheart Queen with a cup of water. He then dragged the Sweetheart Queen from the bathtub. Thank you, Lord Renault. The Sweetheart Queen said. What is your name? I am Svetlana. Svetlana, go to the shore and signal my people to come. Yes. Renault turned to the Bear King. Will you submit or perish? The Bear King responded. It is an honor to be regarded by your excellency, Renault. But I may meet my end. Please take care of Sveta. I will not allow your demise. You shall not die. Renault approached the Bear King, placing a hand upon his shoulder, channeling his vital energy. In an instant, the multitude of bullets embedded within the Bear King's body was forcibly expelled. An astonishing count of 500 or 600, truly a horrifying sight. Consume this healing elixir, and in a few days, you shall recover. The Bear King, both astonished and elated, ingested the medicine and knelt on one knee. I, the Bear King, vow to follow you unto death, Captain Renault, through fire and water, until my last breath. Excellent, rise now, and see if there are any subordinates left to save. Yes. Chapter 81, The Final Rescue. Ultimately, over 300 individuals were saved, though most were unable to move, confined to their beds for recovery. Creek and his companions were sentenced to death by Renault's decree, while Chloe and Yarlita's group were drenched in blood, a testament to the brutality of piracy. Subsequently, Renault returned to the primary world, retrieving the Fearless, which had long been prepared, and placed it within his spatial necklace. Upon his return, he released it into the coastal waters, and instantly, a colossal vessel emerged upon the surface, towering over 10 stories, stretching over 300 meters in length and 80 meters in width. Its sides bristled with artillery, boasting at least 100 cannons. The entire hull was forged from steel, a veritable war machine. The onlookers stood in awe, speechless. Wow, Renault, your spatial artifact is enormous. Nami was the first to react, quickly realizing the ship's connection to Renault. Once familiarized, she called it by name, no longer inclined to refer to him as captain. Renault remained indifferent. Beautiful women deserved special treatment. This was the Invincible, my flagship. Previously, it had been idle due to a lack of crew. But now it was finally ready for departure. Everyone, aboard. The crowd responded with enthusiasm, eagerly boarding the small boats to reach the ship. At that moment, the mayor of Clockwork Island approached to express his gratitude. After exchanging pleasantries, Renault assured him that all pirates would be taken away, earning him profuse thanks. Once aboard, Renault began instructing on navigation, while the severely injured pirates took healing potions and were soon able to move. 2 hours later, after assigning positions, nearly 400 pirates, perhaps more aptly termed the judging army, set the Invincible in motion, slowly departing from the shore. The Invincible operated on cola, consuming approximately 10 tons for a day's voyage, an inexpensive and environmentally friendly energy source. The cola engine had already been promoted in Uguay, far surpassing gasoline in efficiency. What a marvel it was! In the master bedroom of the Invincible, Renault familiarized himself with his quarters. As an emperor, the workers undoubtedly spared no effort. Not only did the ship boast a plethora of entertainment facilities, but the bedroom was also extravagantly adorned with furniture crafted from gold and numerous gem-encrusted items, leaving Nami in awe, her eyes sparkling like stars. The bed was incredibly spacious. Nami rolled around on the 10-meter-wide bed, feeling utterly comfortable and reluctant to rise. Then don't get up. Renault lunged forward, pinning Nami beneath him. Nami's face flushed crimson, her voice trembling. What are you doing? With her fragrant, soft body pressed beneath him, Renault immediately felt a stirring within. In his past life, he had indulged in carnal pleasures, and now, having matured, his desires had awakened. His morning vigor almost enough to break through walls, requiring immense willpower to restrain himself. Now, with beauty before him, he found it difficult to maintain control. Sensing something hard against her, Nami's face reddened even further. Renault, I warn you, do not act recklessly. By the way, we are the same age. You just turned 15 this year, right? Your figure has developed quite well, Renault teased, holding her still with a wicked grin. I'll be 16 in 3 months, Nami retorted. Almost inexplicably, that still makes you younger than me. I will turn 16 in a month. Do you wish to be my queen? You are not even an emperor. Don't let your hands wander. Unable to help myself. Pervert, get off me. Renault's hands roamed, while Nami gently struggled, momentarily at a loss as to how to respond. Renault avenged her, liberating her from suffering and rescuing the village. Unbeknownst to them, a quiet affection had begun to blossom. However, advancing to this stage felt rather precipitous, igniting a tumultuous internal conflict within her mind. At that moment, Noki entered, and upon witnessing the scene, hastily retreated. As Renault turned, Nami seized the opportunity to escape from his grasp. Cursed be it. I should have closed the door first, Renault lamented. For the following days, Nami and her sister evaded Renault, leaving him without a chance to act. Meanwhile, sweetheart Queen Sveta continually enticed Renault, nearly shattering his composure. Sveta, one of the Poker Five, was not the wife of Bear King, a fact evident when Bear King captured Nami with the intention of marrying her, and Sveta showed no reaction. Their relationship was akin to that of a captain and subordinate. She was dubbed the Sweetheart Queen due to the card theme. However, Renault was not a man to be trifled with. Should he grow close to Sveta, it was likely that Nami would never forgive him. If one harbors affection, one should not be indecisive. He was a man of principle, resolute in his commitment to avoid being a scoundrel. On that day, the kingdom of Beggar arrived. The grand ship docked, sending tremors across the nation. The citizens trembled, fearing an assault by a formidable pirate. The guards were stationed atop the walls, ready to engage in battle at any moment. Once it became clear that it was Renault's vessel, they breathed a sigh of relief. After all, despite being nominally a pirate, Everyone understood that he resembled the Navy more than the Navy itself. "Captain, King Sam VII of Bija requests an audience," said Chloe. At that moment, Reno was celebrating a reunion with Zorro and a group of pirate hunters in the dining hall of the Fearless, reveling in their long-awaited gathering. Upon hearing Chloe's words, he waved his hand dismissively. "Leave the matters of the meeting to the Birdman. Let him speak with him." Chloe hesitated, as if grappling with his thoughts. "Is there something else?" Reno inquired, furrowing his brow. "King Sam VII has prepared a gift of 1 billion berries." "What? 1 billion? Reno was not astonished by the sum itself, but rather by the fact that Bija, a nation not affiliated with the world government and impoverished like a beggar state, had managed to prepare such an extravagant gift. This was nearly tantamount to bankrupting Bija. Such sincerity. "Very well, let him in." "It's a perfect occasion for a meal together," Reno acquiesced. Before long, King Sam VII, accompanied by a dozen high-ranking officials, followed Chloe into the room. Sam VII, in his 40s, bore a countenance marked by hardship and sorrow. "Ha! Welcome, welcome, Your Majesty. Join us to savor the culinary delights prepared by the chef aboard the Fearless," Reno exclaimed, stepping forward to shake his hand. King Sam VII grasped Reno's single hand with both of his. "My Lord Reno, I have a request." "Oh, let us dine first," Reno urged, inviting everyone to take their seats. Thus, a long table was set with an array of dishes. The dignitaries from both sides seated on either side, as if engaged in negotiations. In the realm of Reno, the management comprises 13 individuals: Solon, Joseph, Johnny, Nami, Nokigo, Chloe, Yalida, King Bear, Svida, KB, Zango, and the Cat brothers. KB's ascension to the management was undoubtedly sanctioned by Reno. During the meeting, KB dared to partake in the feast only in modest bites, striving to minimize his presence while internally reciting knowledge of meridians and acupoints. The high-ranking officials of the Buxia kingdom gazed longingly at the sumptuous array of delicacies, swallowing hard but refraining from indulging. "Why be so courteous? Eat, and let us converse amidst our meal," Reno urged. "Then I shall not hold back," declared King Sam VII as he seized a piece of roasted meat and devoured it with gusto. The remaining officials, already salivating, swiftly joined in the feast. It appeared that the Buxia kingdom was indeed impoverished. As national leaders, they were reduced to such hunger, or perhaps they had never tasted such exquisite cuisine. Reno pondered silently. He discreetly inquired of Chloe, what was the billion berries gift they presented? "It is merely herbs," Chloe replied. "Ah, that suits me well," Reno nodded, realizing that it could not possibly be monetary wealth. Chapter 82. The onslaught of the celestial dog. Once King Sam VII and the others had satisfied their appetites, Reno inquired, "Might I ask what brings Your Majesty to seek my presence?" King Sam wiped his mouth and responded, "I request that Lord Reno assume the position of Admiral of the Buxia Kingdom's naval forces. My adversary is the world government, and inevitably, we shall confront them. Are you certain in appointing me as Admiral? For the moment I take on that role, the kingdom might very well meet its demise. We are prepared. Rather than succumb to annihilation by pirates, we would prefer to fight valiantly," Sam VII asserted resolutely. "Oh, why would you face annihilation at the hands of pirates?" Reno inquired with keen interest. "We were once a member of the world government, yet year after year, the oppressive heavenly taxes rendered us unable to stand upright, and our citizens suffered greatly. Thus, we withdrew from the World Alliance, after which the world government directed pirates to plunder us, slaughtering our people and instilling fear and unrest. Had it not been for Lord Reno's timely arrival to scare off the pirates, our nation might have already perished," he explained. "They seek to coerce us back into the world government, demanding the heavenly taxes, yet we remain steadfast in our refusal," a stalwart minister interjected. Chloe adjusted his glasses and remarked, "So it was the world government that guided the pirates here?" "Indeed, they dispatched CP organization members to disseminate information, leading the pirates to us. For instance, they loudly proclaimed in certain taverns frequented by pirates that we had exited the alliance, implying that even if we were plundered, no one would intervene," King Sam elaborated. Another minister continued, "Numerous pirates have viewed us as easy prey, raiding our villages and towns, resulting in countless casualties among our citizens, who fled in terror, with the threat of annihilation looming ever closer. Fortunately, it was only a month ago that Lord Reno arrived and caused the pirates to scatter." "Hey, it sounds as though you were implying that our pirate hunters are utterly ineffectual." Zorro expressed his dissatisfaction. "Indeed, the bounty hunters have played a significant role. However, The pirates typically do not carry bounties, as plundering non-member nations is not considered a crime. Many bounty hunters have departed from our land, remarked King Sam VII. While Your Excellency Zaro is renowned throughout the East Blue, he remains but a solitary figure. As long as the pirates steer clear of him, they can act with impunity. Added another minister. Indeed, during the last pursuit of a pirate that lasted 3 months, Your Excellency Zaro ultimately failed to capture him. Operating alone is exceedingly inconvenient. Another minister subtly noted, Zoro's notorious lack of direction has been exposed. Mused Reno. A severely direction-only challenged individual would find it quite difficult to seek out pirates unless encountering them by chance. Zaro also grasped the situation, feeling a twitch at the corner of his eye. Noticing Reno's silence, King Sam VII declared, as long as you agree, half of our nation's tax revenue will belong to your judgment army. It is not merely a matter of finances. I have my own affairs to attend to and cannot remain in the kingdom of Bushia, Zaro replied. I have heard of the kingdom of flowers in the West Sea, which boasts a naval force known as the 8 Treasure Navy. They serve as a navy in times of peace and turn to piracy during their leisure. Your Excellency Reno's judgment army could follow a similar model, returning just once a year. In essence, the kingdom of Bushia seeks to bolster its reputation while granting the judgment army significant autonomy, along with a share of the annual tax revenue. Reno found no reason to decline. If you are unafraid, then why should I be? I shall honor my commitment. Thank you, Your Excellency Reno, exclaimed Sam VII. Rising to his feet in excitement, the 2 rows of individuals stood together, extending their hands to shake, officially becoming partners. Now that we are allies, the upcoming tournament presents a splendid opportunity to enhance our commercial revenue. We must seize it, Reno stated. Indeed, we have expanded into various sectors including inns, dining, specialty products, and tourist attractions. However, these alone will only bolster the citizens' income without generating true wealth, replied another. Are you suggesting we venture into the gambling industry and become the official bookmakers for the tournament? This is risky, the tournament's outcome is uncertain, and if we lose, we cannot afford the repercussions, a cautious minister remarked. Fear not, by setting appropriate odds, we are unlikely to incur losses. It is rare to hear of a gambling business that fails, Proto interjected. A professional analyst is essential. I advise you to find someone with perceptive insight into the combatant strengths to determine the odds. I can invest 100 billion as your principal. If we win, we share the profits equally, and if we lose, the loss will be mine, Renault offered. Ah, such fortune exists in this world? No. I mean, how can this be? Sam VII fidgeted, torn between wanting to accept and feeling hesitant. Do not be overly dramatic. It is settled, Renault decisively declared. You are aware that I am left with nothing but money. In the future, I expect the tax revenues to be paid in herbs. Certainly, a smile finally broke through Sam VII's previously troubled expression. Subsequently, the group engaged in lively discussions, delving into the intricacies of gambling. In truth, Renault simply wished to avoid complications. He would provide the funds while the kingdom supplied the manpower, leading to a mutually beneficial arrangement. Winning or losing was inconsequential, as the floating island held at least several hundred billion awaiting him. The kingdom of Bushia could potentially become a source of soldiers for him in the future. Investing some resources was necessary, considering it housed 500,000 citizens, no small nation in this world. Suddenly, a cacophony of screams erupted from the outer deck. Alarmed, the group hurried outside to investigate. There they beheld the celestial dragon, Fuglandaboris, brandishing a blade with a cold gaze. On the deck, approximately 400 pirates lay brutally cleaved in two. Blood and entrails stained the surface, with wretched half-bodies crawling amidst the carnage, creating a scene reminiscent of a hellish purgatory. Boss, avenge us. One pirate crawled before Renault, crying out in despair. Rest assured, that wretched creature shall meet his demise. In Renault's eyes blazed a fierce fire. It cannot be said that the fault lay entirely with him, yet he bore some responsibility. In recent days, he had imparted combat techniques in the Navy's 6 styles to these pirates, urging them to practice diligently. Even during this banquet, he had only summoned the officers to recognize each other's faces, leaving the idle pirates, save for a few cooks, to train on the deck. Ultimately, they were all severed by Boris's decisive strike. Deep down, Renault harbored a certain disdain for the pirates. He wished to manage them separately. However, as the pirates had pledged to reform, Renault treated them equally, ensuring they were not wronged. Yet, he intended to observe them for a while longer to weed out the troublemakers. Unexpectedly, his plans unraveled, leading to their total annihilation. Renault, last time you escaped. But this time, Let us see if anyone comes to your aid, Boris coldly declared. You wretched creature, don't think I fear you. Last time, I battled the Golden Lion for 6 days and nights, and I was merely withdrawing strategically due to exhaustion. This time, if I don't beat the filth out of you, consider yourself fortunate. With that, he unleashed a powerful surge beneath his feet and charged at Boris. Boris, undeterred, countered with a slicing strike. Previously, he had refrained from using his full swordsmanship to capture Renault alive. Otherwise, a swift attack might have claimed Renault's life. Boom. The clash of their powers sent the fearless ship plunging momentarily, as the force unleashed scattered recklessly, sending everyone on deck flying. Get off my ship. Renault invoked the thousand-handed Buddha technique, conjuring dozens of fists that struck the same target. Boris raised his sword in defense, yet was sent sprawling by a single blow. As he tumbled towards the sea, he spread his wings and soared into the sky. Reynolds arrived like a flash of lightning, his body colliding with Boris, enveloping him in a tight embrace. In doing so, his shoulder was pierced. This was intentional. Without the wound, he could not draw near. Thus, he relinquished his armor, trading injury for closeness. Boris, taken aback, found his sword temporarily stuck and resorted to striking Reynolds' head with his fists. Harden. Renault's head transformed into a hue of crimson, akin to both gold and iron. With a sudden exertion from his waist, he inverted the two individuals, executing a moon slash as they plunged towards the ocean's surface. Chapter 83. The deity whose name cannot be uttered backwards. Boris, in a state of utter panic, recognized that as a fruit user, entering the sea would spell certain doom. Channeling every ounce of his strength, he summoned lightning, his fists raining down upon Renault's head. The legendary Tengu, known for its immense power and mastery over wind and thunder techniques, was embodied in Boris's Tengu form, which possessed similar attributes of tremendous strength and innate wind thunder properties. Yet, despite Renault's desperate grip, employing the armament hockey to its utmost limit, he still struggled to withstand the onslaught of a vice admiral-level adversary, suffering bruises and bleeding from his nose and mouth. Fortunately, the ocean was not far away, and just as he was on the brink of collapse, the two of them crashed into the water with a resounding splash. In that fleeting moment, Boris found himself utterly drained of strength. Renault's lips dripped with blood, revealing a cruel smile. Boris's gaze pleaded, yet it was all in vain. Renault seized his throat with one hand, while relentlessly striking his chest with the other. Despite the resistance of the water, his murderous intent and strength were undeterred. The sea churned violently, resembling an explosion, with towering waves occasionally revealing splashes of crimson. After countless blows, Boris's chest caved in, his innards spilling forth as his consciousness faded. A once mighty warrior had met his demise. Regret washed over him for having lingered. Over a month ago, the 5-star elder had commanded him to return to Mariejois, yet his arrogance led him to dismiss the order. Believing he could easily defeat and capture Renault, he had envisioned extracting the formula for the divine medicine from Renault, a feat that would have secured his legacy. Instead, he was destined to meet his end beneath the waves. Confirming Boris's death, Renault soared above the sea. At this moment, he hesitated over whether to consume the fruit, aware of its significant drawbacks. However, he had reached a plateau in his strength, a true bottleneck where self-cultivation without external assistance seemed an endless endeavor. Ultimately, he resolved to partake in a fruit. Yet, which one? Commander Renault, has the celestial dragon perished? Inquired Sam 7. Dead beyond resurrection, his innards nearly expelled, Renault replied, observing the swift healing of his wounds. The matter of the fruit may be contemplated at leisure. For now, we must prioritize the plan for the changing of the heavens. The crowd gasped in disbelief. A warrior of such caliber had perished so easily. Let us collect the bodies. They were also my Judgment Army members and deserve a proper burial, Renault remarked, surveying the scattered corpses with a heavy sigh. Indeed, the others responded dutifully. 3 days later, in the square of the Bouchia Palace, throngs of people gathered as Renault participated in a formal induction ceremony. With a metal pin to his chest, the crowd erupted in a fervent chant, General Renault, General Renault, General Renault. The cheers crescendoed, instilling a sense of stability and confidence among the populace. In the days that followed, Renault began to gather followers, recruiting the unemployed to repair roads and bridges, establish hospitals, schools, orphanages, and engage in various benevolent acts, generously distributing wealth to benefit the public. As the martial arts tournament approached, numerous formidable warriors began to converge upon the capital of the Bouchia Kingdom, Fry City. Renault adorned his visage with a dragon-headed mask to avert unnecessary complications. At this moment, he assumed the role of the commander of the maritime forces, while his subordinates transformed into patrolling sentinels, maintaining order in the bustling city of Fella. Fella had never witnessed such prosperity. Throngs of people filled the streets and alleys, their faces radiating joy and laughter, their spirits rejuvenated. Naturally, there were unruly pirates, all of whom were swiftly suppressed. Those with any semblance of strength dared not engage in disgraceful acts such as dining and dashing, failing to pay for goods, or attempting to exploit women. Thus, his subordinates handled all matters with dexterity. For the offenders, the lightest punishment involved breaking their limbs, while the gravest resulted in immediate execution, restoring the city's order to a pristine state. As for Renaud, he spent most of his time leisurely wandering the city, persistently persuading various bounty hunters to join his ranks, demonstrating utmost sincerity. With lucrative salaries and his esteemed reputation, he encountered no refusals. Within a mere fortnight, 300 individuals had joined his cause, effectively ensnaring nearly all bounty hunters from the East Sea. One day, Caesar and his research team, numbering in the dozens, were successively brought to him, and Renaud allocated them to the laboratories aboard the Fearless. The pristine research facility delighted Caesar, who frequently circled the space in awe. Caesar, your primary focus will be on the technology for the recovery of devil fruits. Understood. The following day dawned bright and sunny, with Nami leading Nojiko on a shopping spree, while Renaud acted as their gallant protector. Bored, he trailed behind when suddenly his eyes brightened. He vaguely spotted a familiar figure. Could it be that enigmatic person whose name cannot be spoken backward? He murmured, Nami, you both carry on. I must attend to a matter. You are the one who stubbornly followed us. Just disappear, Nami retorted. Acknowledged. In the next instant, Renaud vanished decisively. Turning a corner, he indeed spotted Buggy and his subordinates walking and conversing down the street. Is that a red nose? Exclaimed a child innocently, pointing at Buggy's face. Buggy immediately lost his composure, bellowing in a high-pitched voice, Who are you calling Renaud? The child, frightened, burst into tears and fled. Honestly, children these days have no manners, Buggy lamented. Hey, it's rather unethical to intimidate a child, Renaud interjected as he approached, faced with an adult. Buggy's demeanor shifted dramatically, his head detached from his body and soared towards Renaud, confronting him directly. Who are you calling Renaud? The surrounding onlookers gasped in terror, while Renaud, unfazed, pinched his own nose. Indeed, it appears to be true. You scoundrel, I will kill you. Buggy seethed, his head flying back to reclaim his body as he brandished two short knives. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Renaud, known as the Judge. With a bounty of 3 billion berries, Renaud stated calmly. Instantaneously, Buggy and all his subordinates stood frozen, as if petrified. Yes, it is him, the one who killed the celestial dragons, Renaud. As beads of sweat cascaded down Buggy's forehead like a waterfall, the atmosphere grew tense. Renaud, momentarily removing his mask to reveal his true visage, then swiftly donned it again. In that instant, Buggy and his subordinates were nearly brought to their knees in terror. Master Renaud, my red nose is genuine, Buggy stammered, trembling with fear. Indeed, I am aware, having just pinched it. Is there an issue? Renaud inquired coolly. In no issue at all. It is entirely my honor. Master Renaud, you may continue to pinch it. The sensation is quite pleasant, Buggy responded, desperately trying to appease him. Enough. I have no interest in your red nose. My curiosity lies with you as a person. Buggy's complexion turned a sickly shade of green, the trickle of sweat now a torrential downpour. Master Renaud, allow me a moment to mentally prepare for this hobby of yours. Around him, his subordinates, including Machi, Kabaji, and even the formidable lion Ricky, tensed up, their expressions betraying their anxiety. Begone. Do not misconstrue my intentions. I wish to recruit you under my banner. Are you willing? Yes, yes. Buggy and his followers exhaled in relief, eager to comply, thankful that their dignity remained intact. Follow me. Reynolds, accompanied by Buggy, made his way to the formidable ship, the Fearless. Machi, summon your subordinates. Your vessel has been sold, and you shall reside aboard the Fearless henceforth. Indeed, Machi exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that this vessel belonged to a person of considerable stature. A sense of trepidation washed over him, for only moments earlier they had been conspiring to commandeer this very ship. After introducing Buggy to the others, they convened for a banquet that evening, allowing the day to pass in merriment. The rationale behind recruiting Buggy stemmed from his enigmatic qualities. Though his abilities were mediocre in the original tale, he had managed to ascend to the ranks of the 4 emperors, a testament to his extraordinary fortune. Reynolds believed that by bringing him aboard, he might attract a semblance of good luck. Moreover, Buggy was not one to indiscriminately take lives. As a former crew member of Roger, he had adopted certain adventurous traits, with dreams of uncovering treasures from across the globe. In terms of strength, his fragmented fruit possessed considerable power, and with proper cultivation, he could become a formidable ally. With merely 10 days remaining until the martial arts tournament, Reynolds encountered another intriguing individual, a blind gambler on the street. His heart raced with excitement as he silently observed from behind. 3 dice clattered into a bowl, their crisp collision yielding a result of 2, 3, and 3. 3, 4, 6. A victory for me, blind one. You have lost, the dealer declared. Hey, is it not rather unjust to take advantage of a blind individual? You are bringing shame upon our city of Flay, Reynolds interjected. Chapter 84, Fujitora-S Smile. A master dealer. The dealer stammered, his face paling in fear. I concede. It was I who lost. The figure of Renault, adorned with a mask and clad in a garb of justice, has now become well known among the townsfolk. As a local, the dealer naturally recognizes him. Will you not incur losses? Indeed, I shall pay immediately, good sir. This is your winnings. I have matters to attend to. Let us wager again another time. The dealer hastily makes his exit. Ah, you have interrupted my gambling spirit, the blind uncle rises. A smile, dear uncle. It is not wise to cultivate the habit of giving away money. Gambling ought to be fair. Why not join me aboard my ship for a game? I assure you, there shall be no foul play. Oh, you operate a gambling boat? Nearly some of my subordinates have a penchant for gaming, which I cannot entirely suppress. Gambling can be a beneficial activity for both the body and mind. How could it be prohibited? Lead the way, please. Reynolds moved with remarkable speed, covering 10 meters with each stride, a confident smile never leaving his face as he pressed forward relentlessly. Within minutes, the two arrived aboard the Invincible. Gentlemen, today we shall indulge in a game of chance. Let us have a good time gambling with this esteemed elder, Reynolds called out exuberantly. The ardent members of the Judgment Army, engaged in their training, instantly perked up at the mention of gambling. I adore betting. Is the boss truly interested in a wager? Count me in. A throng of followers trailed behind Reynolds towards the gaming hall, where tables and gaming paraphernalia awaited. Ha! It is a rare delight to have you here. Esteemed elder, I shall take the role of the dealer today, Reynolds declared without hesitation. Let us commence with the dice. Place your bets. I bet high. I bet low.